time travel and rebirth, turning the tide against all odds. Cheng Xinyuan, a tragic figure bullied in the real world, unexpectedly traverses time and space, arriving in the fervent and combative realm of Dragon Ball. Here, he becomes R8 Dizzy, a Saiyan warrior destined to be mere cannon fodder. However, Cheng Xinyuan's soul bestows upon R8 Dizzy a newfound strength and determination. Unwilling to accept the predetermined fate, he resolves to rewrite his tragic end as a traitor and embarks on a thrilling path of ascension. Vegeta's astonishment. Such battle power, is this truly the traitor I mocked? A glimmer of disbelief flashes in Vegeta's eyes. Frieza's fear. Faced with R8 Dizzy's astonishing transformation, the cosmic emperor Frieza trembles. Is this the legendary power of the Super Saiyan? Shilu's regret. Once invincible, Shilu bows his head before R8 Dizzy. R8, I was wrong. Please spare me. Jiren's challenge. Confronting the universe's strongest warrior, Jiren, R8 Dizzy merely smirks. So you're Jiren? Come, let us see who the true strong one is. The path of ascension, unimpeded. The will of Cheng Xinyuan and the power of R8 Dizzy merge, forging a legend. In the world of Dragon Ball, he must not only survive, but also become an unmatched super warrior. Chapter 1. Reborn as R8 Dizzy. In the world of Dragon Ball, year 761 of the AG calendar, the boundless universe, enveloped in a deathly silence. A spherical spaceship, trailing a white-blue flame, swiftly streaks across the void. Inside, a man with a high forehead, waist-length black hair, clad in peculiar armor with a tail coiled at his waist, and a scanner over his left eye, slowly opens his eyes. Gazing at the vast universe, he furrows his brow. What is this? Wasn't I bullied to death by my classmates? How'd I end up here? Just as the man is engulfed in confusion, a splitting headache strikes, and a torrent of memories not belonging to Cheng Xinyuan floods into his mind. After a moment, Cheng Xinyuan finally comprehends the situation. From the surging memories, he concludes, I have traversed time. The world he has entered is none other than the familiar realm of Dragon Ball. The persona he inhabits is that of R8 Dizzy, the brother of the main character, Sun Wukong, often dismissed as cannon fodder. According to R8 Dizzy's memories, the plot is currently at the point where R8 Dizzy is en route to Earth to find Sun Wukong. Soon, R8 Dizzy will arrive. What should I do? What should I do? Cheng Xinyuan, in a state of panic, recalls that according to the original story, R8 Dizzy will die at the hands of Sun Wukong and Piccolo's combined attack. If he returns to seek out Vegeta, given Vegeta's current arrogant demeanor, it would be trivial to be beaten. If he ends up like Nappa, blasted to smithereens by Vegeta, it would be a colossal loss. But then he thought, having been reborn, who would still be cannon fodder? Yes, I, Cheng Xinyuan, shall not be cannon fodder. I aim to be the world's strongest. A determined glint flashes in Cheng Xinyuan's eyes as he begins to strategize. He decides against seeking out Vegeta. But what else can he do? In this world, where strength reigns supreme, power is the ultimate path. Not to mention encountering Vegeta with 18,000 battle power or Frieza with 500,000. Both inevitable. Contemplating this, Cheng Xinyuan realizes he must go to Earth, not for anything else, but for the room of spirit and time, a veritable training artifact. With his innate talent as a superior warrior, R8 Dizzy believes that with earnest training, he should not fall short of Sun Wukong. However, he must cultivate a good relationship with his brother and cannot afford to engage in combat right away. Having understood this, Cheng Xinyuan no longer feels lost, and 3 days later, under the swift passage of the spaceship, he arrives at Earth. Bang! With a resounding crash, the spherical spaceship creates a funnel-shaped pit nearly 10 meters deep upon impact. Cheng Xinyuan opens the hatch and looks up to see a middle-aged man wearing a straw hat and overalls, holding a hunting rifle, gazing at him in astonishment. No, more accurately, he is looking at R8 Dizzy, for this body belongs to R8 Dizzy. Observing the middle-aged man, R8 Dizzy's lips curl upwards. He must recreate a classic scene from the original. Utilizing the flight technique, R8 Dizzy's body begins to levitate. This sensation is truly exhilarating. He had often wished to soar through the skies like Sun Wukong and his companions while watching Dragon Ball. Now, this wish has miraculously come true. How extraordinary. Descending before the middle-aged man, R8 Dizzy presses a button on the scanner at his ear. Beep, beep, beep. As the beeping sounds resonate, the green transparent lens over his left eye reveals the middle-aged man's battle power. Indeed, just as in the original, he is a weakling with a battle power of merely 5. R8 Dizzy smiles faintly and taunts, a weakling with a battle power of only 5. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man is momentarily stunned, then shouts, "Who are you?" Trembling, he fires a shot at R.A. Dizzy. Bang! With a gunshot, R.A. Dizzy instinctively raises his hand and catches the incoming bullet. He places the bullet between his index finger and thumb, then flicks it away with force. Whoosh! The bullet flies out instantaneously. Unlike the original, the bullet merely pierces the middle-aged farmer's vehicle without killing him. Seeing the terrified farmer, R.A. Dizzy smirks disdainfully and leaps into the air as the scanner beeps once more. 4,480 kilometers away, a strong energy signature is detected. According to the original, this is Piccolo. At this moment, Piccolo's battle power stands at 322, which is utterly trivial compared to R.A. Dizzy's 1,500. Witnessing Piccolo's panicked expression before encountering Sun Wukong is quite satisfying. Thus, R.A. Dizzy swiftly flies towards Piccolo's location. At this moment, Piccolo, with green skin, pointed ears, a pair of antennae on his forehead, wearing a hat and a white cloak, stands on a rocky outcrop. Suddenly, he senses a formidable energy approaching. "Is it Sun Wukong?" Piccolo exclaims in surprise. Soon, R.A. Dizzy's figure appears in Piccolo's line of sight. Not Sun Wukong. Piccolo is astonished again. Just as the words leave his mouth, R.A. Dizzy descends rapidly in front of him. "Who are you?" Piccolo queries hastily, realizing that this is not Sun Wukong. R.A. Dizzy gazes at Piccolo, eager to experience the might of his 1,500 battle power in this Dragon Ball world. Thus, Raditz disdainfully remarked, "Who I am is of no concern to you. If you have the guts, come and fight me." Upon hearing this, Bika was instantly enraged. On this planet, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner, not even Sun Wukong. Therefore, when Bika heard Raditz address him in such a way, he could hardly tolerate it and bellowed, "You insolent brat! Do you have any idea who you are speaking to?" Immediately, a ki blast was hurled towards Raditz. Boom! An explosion resounded, and smoke enveloped the area. A triumphant smile spread across Bika's face as he laughed heartily. "Haha! Now you understand my might, do you? Is that all?" Merely stirring up a bit of dust. "What?" Bika was taken aback, the smile on his face vanishing in an instant. As the smoke cleared, Raditz stood nonchalantly in place, looking at Bika with a hint of contempt. Raditz raised his hand, aiming it at Bika. "Let me show you what true power looks like." With that, he gathered a ki blast in his hand and shot it forth with great force. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and a small mushroom cloud ascended rapidly. Meanwhile, Bika's green visage became even greener. Feeling the powerful energy rush past his ear, Bika felt a numbing sensation throughout his entire body, as if he had been immobilized. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the detector emitted another alarm. A formidable aura was moving swiftly. Raditz recognized that it must be Sun Wukong. Thus, he could not help but glance at Bika, whose face had turned ashen with fear, before leaping into the air and swiftly heading towards the detected energy signature. Chapter 2. On a quaint island in the south, an aircraft rested on the sandy beach before a two-story building. A figure with striking black hair, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, cradled a child in his arms, standing before the house reminiscent of a cornered Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. As the door swung open, a girl with azure hair, a bald man, a pig dressed in a traditional Chinese suit, and an elderly gentleman with a white beard and a turtle shell on his back emerged, their faces alight with joy. "Hey, everyone, how are you?" called the bald man. Krillin, to the gathering. Sun Wukong, holding his son Gohan, greeted them with a warm smile. The girl with blue hair, Bulma, gazed curiously at the child in Wukong's embrace and inquired, "Wukong, who is that you're holding?" "This is my son," Wukong replied, beaming with pride. "What?" The group gasped in astonishment, realizing that after years apart, Wukong had become a father. "Gohan, come greet everyone," Wukong gently urged his son, setting him down. The innocent Gohan stepped forward and shyly introduced himself in a soft voice. "Hello, everyone, I am Gohan." "Oh, Gohan. Wukong, did you name him after your grandfather?" Master Roshi asked. "Yes, indeed," Wukong replied with a smile. Bulma, noticing Gohan's adorable demeanor and the tail extending from behind him, exclaimed, "Wukong, your son has a tail too." "Yes, Gohan has a tail just like I did when I was young," Wukong affirmed. Then, crouching down to Gohan's level, Bulma asked, "Gohan, how old are you this year?" "I'm 4. Gohan proudly held up 4 fingers. His childish innocence made it hard to imagine that in a few years, he would wield unimaginable power. Just then, Wukong and Krillin suddenly sensed a formidable energy approaching rapidly. "Wow, that energy is intense. Is it Piccolo?" Krillin asked, astonished. "Not quite. This presence is far stronger than Piccolo's," Wukong replied, his brow furrowed with concern. Before long, The silhouette of Raditz appeared before them. Here he comes, Krillin shouted. In the blink of an eye, Raditz hovered above the group. Recognizing the familiar yet foreign faces on the island, he felt a surge of excitement. Raditz descended before them, and Wukong and Krillin instinctively shielded the others behind them. Who are you? Krillin demanded. Raditz regarded Krillin with a serious expression, which suddenly softened into a friendly smile. Please, do not misunderstand. I mean no harm. No harm? Then who are you? And what brings you here? Krillin pressed further. Pointing at son Wukong, Raditz declared, I have come to find him. I am his brother, Raditz. Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again taken aback, incredulously turning their gazes towards Raditz. Goku, looking at Raditz with uncertainty, inquired, Are you saying you are my brother? Indeed, we are the most formidable warrior race in the universe, the Saiyans. And your name is Kakarot. Observe, we share the same tail, Raditz replied, as he unfurled the tail that was coiled around his waist. Gazing at the familiar appendage, Goku, perplexed, questioned, Saiyans, the universe's mightiest warriors, what does this mean? Raditz pondered for a moment before explaining. When you were but a child, circumstances led to your being sent to Earth. I have come to find you. He refrained from disclosing that the Saiyans were invaders who conquered other planets for profit. Otherwise, Goku, with his naive and straightforward nature, might either expel him or wage war against him. Outcomes Raditz wished to avoid. Instead, he desired for Goku to accept and recognize him, gradually growing stronger in alignment with the narrative he was familiar with. You truly are my brother? Goku asked with a hint of hope. Certainly, Raditz affirmed. And what of our parents? Goku pressed eagerly. At this, Raditz hesitated before responding. Our planet was destroyed by a being named Frieza. All our kin perished, leaving only 4 Saiyans, including you. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Bulma interjected. So what is your purpose here? Raditz beamed at the question he had anticipated. May I remain on Earth? Bulma turned to Goku, asking, What do you think, Goku? Goku regarded Raditz, a serious expression transforming into a smile. Very well. If you claim to be my brother, then join us. Raditz's face lit up with joy as he nodded. Thank you, Kakarot. There's no need for such formality. Kulme, let us speak inside, Goku said, placing a hand on Raditz's shoulder as he walked towards him. Just as Goku's words faded, a haughty voice erupted from Raditz's scouter. Raditz. You worthless fool. You dare betray us? Instantly, Raditz's body stiffened. He had considered many things but had forgotten to deactivate his scouter. Vegeta, Raditz muttered, dismayed. You treacherous scum. You have betrayed us. Prepare yourself. I shall ensure both you and Kakarot meet your end, Vegeta declared before abruptly ending the transmission. Raditz hastily removed the scouter. This is bad, Goku remarked, looking at Raditz with confusion. Raditz, what is wrong? Who is Vegeta? Sighing in resignation, Raditz lamented. I had hoped to lay low on Earth and gradually grow stronger, but I never anticipated such a predicament arising from a moment of carelessness. Glancing at Sun Wukong, Raditz spoke with a tone of frustration. Vegeta is the prince of our Saiyan race, a ruthless individual. We were once comrades, but now that he knows I intend to remain on Earth, he seeks to kill me and is already en route to this planet. Hearing this, Krillin erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Fear not. With Wukong around, even if they come, they shall arrive with great expectations only to depart in dismay. Observing Krillin's confident demeanor, Raditz could not help but shake his head in resignation, realizing that Krillin had never encountered true adversity. No, with Wukong's prowess, even I stand no chance against him, let alone Vegeta. What? Krillin's smile vanished as he turned to Raditz, asking, Just how powerful are you? In response, Raditz raised his hand, directing it toward the ocean, channeling all his strength into his palm, unleashing a formidable force. With a thunderous explosion, the surface of the sea surged violently, the energy from the blast causing Master Roshi's small island to tremble. Krillin, witnessing Raditz's display of power, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Such a strike was beyond his own capabilities, and likely even beyond Wukong's. Hey, I must say, it's not just that you want to stay on Earth. Your companions intend to kill you, don't they? Master Roshi, who had remained silent until now, asked Raditz with a serious expression. Raditz met Master Roshi's gaze, internally acknowledging, as expected of the martial arts master known as the god of martial arts. In this situation, concealing the truth would likely create a rift between me and Wukong's group. Sighing, Raditz conceded, Very well, I shall speak candidly. The truth is this. I truly do not wish to invade other planets anymore. So, Kakarot, will you still accept me? The others lowered their heads. feeling a sense of discomfort towards someone who had previously been an invader of other worlds. Eventually, Master Roshi broke the silence. Friends, we should trust Raditz this once. He possesses strength far surpassing Wukong's, and he has no need to speak these words if you are not sincere. However, Raditz, are your two companions truly that formidable? Indeed. Master Roshi, Vegeta is regarded as the most gifted combat genius in the history of planet Saiyan, boasting a battle power of 18,000. Not only I, but all of us together would not stand a chance against him, especially with Nappa, whose battle power ranges from 4,000 to 8,000. Given our current strength, our chances of victory are nearly non-existent. What shall we do now? Master Roshi inquired. At this, Raditz began to guide them. If we could receive guidance from someone exceptionally powerful, perhaps we could turn the tide. Guidance? Is there still time for that? Master Roshi questioned. Puzzled. There's time. Vegeta and his companion should not arrive on Earth for another year. If we can strengthen ourselves within this year, we shall be ready. Hey, you with the long hair. Just as Raditz's words fell, a commanding voice echoed through the air. Everyone looked up to see Piccolo floating in midair. Goku shouted his name. Slowly, Piccolo descended, his gaze coldly fixed on Raditz. Oh, that Namekian, what brings you here? Raditz seized the opportunity to calmly reveal Piccolo's extraterrestrial identity. That Namekian? What do you mean? Piccolo inquired. Nothing much, just that you are not from Earth, but rather a Namekian. What? The crowd, along with Piccolo, gasped in astonishment, not realizing that Piccolo was also an alien. Meanwhile, in the heavenly temple on Earth, another elderly Namekian, gripping a cane in one hand and the other behind his back, murmured, So, I'm also an alien. Oh my. A nearby stout figure looked at the elderly Namekian with concern and exclaimed, Are you all right? Iem Mifine. The elderly Namekian, known as Kami, raised his hand to reassure. These two were the guardians of Earth, the elderly Piccolo and Popo. What did you say? Are you implying that I am also an alien? Piccolo asked. Indeed, you are a Namekian from Namek, Raditz replied. Upon hearing this, Piccolo was initially taken aback, but then wore a nonchalant expression. Looking at Raditz, he declared, I couldn't care less about my origins. All I know is that you just insulted me, and I have come for my vengeance. Prepare yourself. With that, Piccolo assumed a fighting stance. Do we really have to fight? Raditz sighed, looking at Piccolo. Enough with the chatter. Piccolo shouted and charged at Raditz. Raditz furrowed his brow, and in an instant, he vanished, appearing behind Piccolo, delivering a powerful chop to the back of his neck. Piccolo cried out, his mind blanking as he fell unconscious to the ground. Wow, that was fast, Krillin exclaimed, astonished at Piccolo lying on the ground. He hadn't even seen how Raditz moved. All he noticed was Piccolo collapsing. My goodness, Raditz is incredibly strong. Your counterpart was defeated in one blow, Popo remarked, glancing at the elderly Piccolo. Indeed, the most frightening part is that two Saiyans, even stronger than him, are on their way to Earth. It seems Earth is in grave danger, Kami noted. What should we do? Popo asked. Kami pondered for a moment and then, with a mental call, reached out to Goku. Goku. Oh, Goku looked up at the sky. Is that you, Kami? It is I, Goku. Is Piccolo all right? Goku rushed over to check on Piccolo's condition, assuring, Don't worry, Kami. Piccolo is merely unconscious. Yes, fine. Indeed, that brings me comfort. I am wholly united with him. If he were to perish, so too would I, Wukong. Your brother mentioned the need for a formidable mentor. I do have a candidate in mind, but whether he will impart his wisdom to you depends solely on your resolve. Is that true, revered deity? Who is this esteemed elder? Inquired son Wukong. Come to the divine temple. I shall await your arrival there. Do bring Piccolo along as well. Very well, revered deity, replied Wukong. Wukong, are you conversing with the divine being? Master Roshi asked. Indeed, master. The revered deity has promised to guide us through an elder at the divine temple, Wukong elucidated. Since the deity has spoken, you should hasten your journey, urged Master Roshi. Thus, the group swiftly carried the unconscious Piccolo to the divine temple. As they approached the temple, soaring 10,000 meters above the ground, Raditz was struck with a profound sense of awe at its grandeur. The deity and Bobo had already been awaiting their arrival. Revered deity, Bobo, how do you fare? Wukong greeted them with a wave. The deity smiled before turning his gaze upon Raditz, approaching him with a penetrating stare. Raditz felt a twinge of awkwardness from this sudden scrutiny and managed a stiff smile, saying, hello. The deity remained silent, fixated on Raditz until, after a prolonged moment, he finally remarked, You? Very well, I comprehend. Chapter 4. Gohan's potential Raditz, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled nervously wondering if the elder had discerned anything unusual about him. Is there something different? He queried. Perhaps a reduction in hostility, the deity pondered thoughtfully. At that moment, Sun Wukong stepped forward to introduce brother. This is the deity of Earth. Ah, greetings, revered deity, Raditz nodded, extending his courtesy once more. Regardless, come fort. Whether this esteemed figure will guide your training remains uncertain. You shall only discover this through your visit. May I inquire as to who this esteemed figure is? Wukong asked curiously. The deity lifted his gaze skyward, an expression of reverence illuminating his countenance, and replied, This esteemed figure is none other than the North Kai, the overseer of our northern galaxy. Upon hearing this, Raditz's heart leaped with joy. He recalled Wukong mentioning a divine invitation to the temple for guidance, and he had speculated that it might be the North Kai. In the original narrative, after Wukong and Raditz's mutual demise, it was indeed the deity who sought training from the North Kai. To his astonishment, it was precisely as he had surmised. Is that truly so, revered deity? Wukong exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Indeed, however, the journey to North Kai's planet is long, and it remains uncertain whether the Kai will accept you. As a precaution, I recommend that you, Wukong, and your brother Raditz travel to the North Kai for training. As for Krillin, please gather Tan, Yamcha, and Chaozu. I shall instruct you in your training here at the Divine Temple. Thank you, revered deity, Krillin solemnly nodded. Lord Ko, shall we depart now? Sun Wukong inquired, a hint of impatience in his tone. Wait a moment, Raditz called out to Sun Wukong, moving towards the unconscious Piccolo lying on the ground. He gently slapped Piccolo's face to rouse him from his slumber. As Piccolo opened his eyes and beheld Raditz, he instinctively launched a ki blast at him. Raditz tilted his neck, and the ki blast whizzed past his ear, striking a corner of the temple behind him. Is it really necessary to be so agitated? Raditz remarked, tilting his head with a cool demeanor. Piccolo instinctively sprang to his feet, distancing himself from Raditz. And only then did he realize he was on the sacred world of the Kais. Calm down, Piccolo, the Supreme Kai stated with a serious expression. Supreme Kai? Piccolo stared at his doppelganger in astonishment, hastily asking, wasn't I on Master Roshi's island? How did I end up in the sacred world? I brought you here, Piccolo. Sun Wukong explained, eliciting surprise from Piccolo. Piccolo, we are in grave danger. In 1 year, 2 exceptionally powerful foes are heading towards Earth. We plan to train under Lord Ko in the north, and you should join us, Raditz urged. Foes in a year? What are you talking about? Piccolo asked, bewildered. Piccolo. What Wukong says is true. Raditz's 2 Saiyan comrades are on their way to Earth, and their strength exceeds even that of Raditz. If we do not prepare, Earth will face a catastrophic disaster in a year, the Supreme Kai elucidated. Upon hearing this, Piccolo furrowed his brow. If Raditz was already formidable, then foes stronger than him pose serious danger. But aren't they your allies? Why would they attack Earth? Sighing, Raditz recounted the events and the brutality of the Saiyans once more, leaving Piccolo with a sense of dread, his green visage marked by concern. Piccolo, I have a favor to ask you, Raditz said gently as Piccolo began to calm down. What is it? Piccolo lifted his gaze to Raditz. Raditz turned his attention to Gohan, who stood behind Sun Wukong. Wukong's son possesses immense latent potential. I hope he can train Gohan over the next year. His abilities may prove invaluable to us. What? That little brat? What capabilities does he have? Piccolo scoffed, eyeing Gohan with disdain. Raditz smiled faintly. Do not underestimate Gohan, Piccolo. His latent power is something even Wukong has yet to recognize. With that, Raditz approached Gohan and roughly lifted him. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go, Gohan cried, reaching out to Sun Wukong for help. Brother. Sun Wukong rushed forward, but before he could utter a word, Raditz hurled Gohan toward the corner of the temple. The sudden action startled everyone. Father, Gohan exclaimed, swiftly flying towards the left side of the temple's roof. Gohan, Son Goku shouted, racing towards Gohan. Do not let me down. Unleash your power. Raditz silently prayed, his body already poised for action. If Gohan failed to tap into his formidable potential, he could still rescue him in an instant. Gohan, in a desperate attempt, reached out to grasp his father. However, at that moment, Father Gohan cried out again, his gaze shifting dramatically as he faced the impending collision with the roof. A powerful energy erupted from within him, propelling him towards the temple's apex. With a resounding boom, a blinding light compelled everyone to instinctively shut their eyes, and the entire temple trembled under the force of this immense power. As the white light dissipated, Gohan fell to the ground, staring in disbelief at the enormous breach he had created in the temple. The others shared his astonishment, particularly Piccolo, whose previous disdain was now replaced with sheer incredulity. Son Goku rushed forward to embrace Gohan, equally astonished by the gaping hole. This little brat possesses such immense strength, Piccolo exclaimed, his eyes wide as he regarded Gohan in Goku's arms. Raditz exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Piccolo, saying, "So, do you believe now?" Piccolo contemplated for a moment before conceding, "All right, I will grant you that." He then approached Son Goku and lifted Gohan from his embrace. "Goku, you focus on training with Raditz. I will take care of your son." "No, I want to stay with my father," Gohan protested, dangling in the air as Piccolo held him by the back of his shirt, his small hands flailing in an attempt to return to Goku's embrace. Son Goku shouted, "Want to hold Gohan," but Raditz intervened. "Goku, let him go. Trust me." Chapter 5. Journey to King Kai's planet. Son Goku, I shall not hold back with your son. I will train him well," Piccolo said with a sly smile, taking off with Gohan before Goku could respond. As Gohan's youthful cries faded into the distance, Goku furrowed his brow and remarked gravely, "This is bad. If I don't bring Gohan back, Chi-Chi will surely be furious. If you don't train properly, Earth may not even exist in a year. What good will Chi-Chi's fury do?" Goku scratched his head, looking conflicted. "You have a point. All right. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. As for Chi-Chi, let Krillin handle that." "Lord Ko, we are ready to go," Raditz declared. "Very well. Hold on tight," Ko smiled, and in an instant, Raditz and Son Goku grasped onto him. The bodies of the three individuals suddenly became ethereal, and with a swift sound, they vanished from the heavenly palace. "Well, I ought to seek out Tien and the others," Krillin remarked, giving his cheeks a gentle pat to invigorate himself. At that moment, high above the endless expanse of yellow clouds, within a colossal palace, the deity, Raditz, and Son Goku unexpectedly found themselves before an immense desk. In comparison to the desk, they appeared as diminutive as mice beside an elephant. Seated at the desk was a middle-aged man with crimson skin and a bushy beard, whose imposing physique fit perfectly within the confines of the desk. "Wow, this gentleman is quite large," Son Goku exclaimed, not waiting for the deity to speak first. "Ah, is that not the deity of Earth?" the middle-aged man remarked, lowering his gaze in surprise at the trio before him. "How do you do?" The King of Hell shot a sharp glance at Son Goku and raised his hand, smiling as he inquired, "As for the deity of Earth, let us dispense with pleasantries. What brings you here?" His deep voice resonated slowly. "Lord King of Hell, the matter is as follows," the deity began, succinctly explaining the situation regarding the Saiyans and their intention to train under the North Kai. "Oh, I see. Very well. You may proceed," the King of Hell replied. "Thank you, Lord King of Hell," the deity said respectfully, bowing before leading Son Goku and Raditz to a massive stone serpent's head. "Goku, Raditz, this is the Snake Way. Follow it straight ahead, and, at the end, you will reach the North Kai's planet. From there, find your own way to have the Kai instruct you in your training. I must warn you, do not fall beneath the Snake Way, or you shall never return." "Understood. Thank you, Lord Deity," Son Goku and Raditz responded in unison. "Now off you go. I shall await your return here in a year," the deity concluded, with a shared glance and a nod. Raditz and Son Goku stepped onto the Snake Way and began to run. Meanwhile, on Earth, within a baseball stadium, a long-haired man with a scar across his face reclined leisurely in a chair, a baseball cap pulled over his eyes and his hands resting behind his head. Suddenly, a hand removed his cap, startling him awake to confront a bald man devoid of a nose. "Krillin," the man exclaimed in surprise. Krillin chuckled. "Yamcha, it's been a while." "Ha! What brings you here, Krillin?" Yamcha asked, laughing heartily. Noticing the furrow in Krillin's brow, Yamcha sensed a wave of unease. "Something serious has come up. Let's discuss it outside." With a nod, Yamcha followed Krillin outside, where Bulma awaited them. Upon seeing Yamcha, Bulma's expression immediately soured, her disdain evident as she turned her head away. Witnessing Bulma's reaction, Yamcha felt a bit awkward, scratching his head and glancing at Krillin, inquiring, "Krillin, what exactly happened?" "Well, Yamcha, Goku's brother arrived on Earth a few days ago." Krillin recounted the events to Yamcha. When Yamcha learned that Piccolo had been swiftly defeated by Raditz, he was taken aback. In his eyes, no one besides Goku could contend with Piccolo. Yet, it was indeed Piccolo who had been vanquished so effortlessly. And there were two Saiyans, far stronger than Raditz, approaching Earth. This revelation was difficult for Yamcha to digest, and he was even more astonished to discover that both Son Goku and Piccolo were extraterrestrial beings, which explained their formidable powers. "All right, I understand. I will return with you." Yamcha resolved after some contemplation. As a member of Earth, he wished to contribute to its defense. Yes, let us hurry. We also need to pick up Tien, Krillin responded. Days later, after finding Yamcha, Krillin and the others successfully located Tien and Kairatsu, and together they proceeded to the Heavenly Temple. Meanwhile, on Snake Way, Raditz and Son Goku continued their relentless run. The length of Snake Way was unknown to others, but Raditz, who was well-versed in the entirety of the Dragon Ball saga, was acutely aware. This was not akin to the original tale, where Goku had perished and then traversed Snake Way. Although he would experience hunger, he could not die. Now, however, they were alive while running, and if exhaustion did not claim them, hunger certainly would. It was indeed remiss of Raditz not to consider such a predicament. As they ran, Goku began to slow his pace. Hey, Raditz, I'm really hungry, he admitted. Raditz paused, glancing back at Goku. Even without Goku's voracious appetite, Raditz himself felt hunger. Yet in this vast expanse of Snake Way, where could they possibly find food? Raditz looked around, recalling from the original story that Goku would encounter the Snake Princess halfway through Snake Way. Although the Snake Princess was infatuated and exceedingly cruel, wanting to kill Goku upon discovering his marriage, this did not detract from the fact that they could find sustenance there. Goku, hang in there. Food is just ahead, Raditz panted, striving to encourage him. They had been running on Snake Way for an indeterminate length of time, but Raditz felt both hungry and fatigued. Given Raditz's stamina, it had likely been several days since he had felt this way, without any signposts. He had no idea how far they were from the Snake Princess's palace. Really, Raditz? Is there food ahead? Goku asked, hope igniting within him. Yes, there should be. But can you hold on, Goku? Raditz queried. Goku lowered his gaze to his belly, and a rumble resounded from within. Just a moment ago, he had been brimming with energy upon hearing of potential food, but now, with the sound of his stomach grumbling, he seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, appearing utterly dejected. Chapter 6. The Serpent Princess. Come on, don't stop, Raditz urged as he helped Son Wukong to his feet, and they began to proceed slowly forward. Supporting each other, they traversed an indeterminate distance until a magnificent palace came into view in the distance. Raditz recognized this as the abode of the Serpent Princess. Suddenly, the palace transformed into a colossal serpent head, drawing the two of them inside. Though Raditz possessed the strength to escape, his overwhelming hunger compelled him to surrender to the serpent's grasp, knowing that this was the only place in the serpentine path where sustenance could be found. Upon entering the serpent's palace, they were greeted by opulent decor and antiquated elegance. At that moment, a blue-skinned, yellow-haired maid clad in a cheapao approached, striking a gong sharply. Ding! The guests are ready to be received. In another chamber of the Grand Hall, another maid moved to the curtain, announcing, Serpent Princess, we have 2 guests. What? 2 guests? A voice, imbued with excitement, echoed. The elegantly dressed Serpent Princess set down her coffee and approached the window, her eyes alight with enthusiasm as she beheld Raditz and Son Wukong. Wow, 2 brawny handsome gentlemen. Just my type. With that, the Serpent Princess opened the door and, flanked by her maids, made her entrance. Ding! The first maid struck the gong once more, declaring, the Serpent Princess has arrived. Son Wukong blinked in surprise, gazing at the Serpent Princess. So, Lord Ko is a woman. She is quite adorable. Raditz couldn't help but chuckle at Son Wukong's comment, realizing he had indeed mistaken the Serpent Princess for Lord Ko, just as in the original tale. The Serpent Princess, blushing at the remark, replied with a smile. Why are you so blunt in your speech? Beautiful Serpent Princess, do you have anything to eat? We are quite famished, Raditz inquired, stepping forward to address the bashful princess. The Serpent Princess gazed at Raditz, captivated by his muscular physique and flamboyant long hair. Yes, indeed. What would you like to eat, dear guest? Raditz smiled slightly and replied, anything you prepare will be delightful to me. His smooth manner of speaking significantly increased the Serpent Princess's affection for him, prompting her to instruct her maids, quickly, prepare a feast for our guests. Yes, Serpent Princess. Soon, a lavish spread of food was laid out before them. Having gone several days without nourishment, Raditz and Son Wukong were immediately filled with a ravenous appetite. It was a sight to behold as Raditz witnessed the insatiable appetite of the Saiyans. Within half an hour, the vast array of food, which would have taken several ordinary people days to finish, was devoured entirely by the two. Reclining in their chairs, Raditz and Son Wukong exchanged knowing glances. Raditz, out of the corner of his eye, caught sight of the entranced Serpent Princess. Apart from her striking blue skin, she could indeed be considered a beauty. With a fleeting glance at the satiated Son Wukong, who was now drowsy, Raditz rose and approached Princess Snake. He brushed his long hair aside and remarked, "Your Highness, I am profoundly grateful. Without your assistance, my brother and I might have perished from hunger on this serpentine path." Feeling the masculine aura radiating from Raditz, Princess Snake's heart raced, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Raditz gently took her hand and placed a soft kiss on her delicate skin, asking, "Beautiful princess, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance?" His voice, rich and magnetic, combined with his graceful movements, instantly captivated the princess, who had not encountered a man in 5 centuries. With a glimmer of excitement in her bright eyes, she nodded softly, "Yes, yes, I would love to." At her response, Raditz donned a mischievous smile, embracing her slender waist as they began to sway to the elegant music. In close proximity, their bodies pressed against one another, causing her heart to race anew, an instinctual urge swelling within her. Raditz, glancing at the slumbering sun, Wukong, led Princess Snake toward the inner chamber. As they reached the threshold, he tightened his grip around her waist and leaned down to kiss her emerald lips softly, declaring, "Shall we enter?" Blushing at his boldness, Princess Snake nodded in agreement. "All right." With a soft creak, the door closed behind them, heralding the beginning of a delightful night. The following morning, Raditz emerged from Princess Snake's chamber, his demeanor exuding the freshness of spring. He flicked his flowing hair, a proud smile adorning his face. Behind him, Princess Snake leaned against the doorframe, her legs trembling as she called out, "Raditz." Turning back, Raditz cast a sidelong glance at her, replying, "Princess Snake, the journey ahead is long. I shall see you again." "No, Raditz, please do not say such things. I will wait for your return," she implored, utterly enchanted by him, recognizing the formidable strength of a Saiyan. Just then, Wukong emerged from another room, yawning languidly, and remarked, "Raditz, shouldn't we be leaving this place?" Raditz glanced back at Princess Snake, nodding, "Indeed, Princess Snake, we shall depart now." "Take care of yourself, Raditz," she urged, opening a passage for him and Wukong to leave. Once outside the Snake Palace, Raditz and Wukong soared swiftly along the serpentine path using their flight skills. Suddenly, Wukong inquired, "Raditz, last night, were you and Princess Snake engaged in some sort of game in your room?" At this, Raditz nearly lost his footing on the path, turning back with a bemused smile at his naive brother. In the original tale, he had suffered a bump to the head, but surely he wasn't that foolish? After all, he and his wife Chi-Chi had given birth to Gohan. Was his strength truly a trade-off for intelligence? No, nothing. We're merely playing a game. Raditz sighed with a bitter smile, shaking his head in resignation. "Brother Raditz, have you been sleeping with Princess Snake?" Son Goku blurted out unexpectedly. Raditz nearly choked on his breath, pondering whether his foolish younger brother was genuinely naive or merely pretending. Then he heard Son Goku continue, "When I sleep with Chi-Chi, she makes those sounds before he could finish." Raditz swiftly covered Goku's mouth, earnestly imploring, "Brother, can we refrain from discussing this? It's something we should keep to ourselves." Son Goku widened his eyes and nodded obediently at Raditz, who then released his grasp. Chapter 7. Telling Jokes. "Isn't anyone allowed to say anything?" Son Goku inquired. Raditz clenched his teeth and raised his hand. Yet, in the end, Raditz could not bring himself to act, letting out another resigned sigh before solemnly stating, "Indeed, no one can say a word." "What about Chi-Chi? She too must remain silent," Raditz exclaimed sternly. Noticing Raditz's irritation, Goku finally nodded. "All right, I understand. I shall not speak of it to anyone." "Is this truly my brother Raditz?" Raditz sighed in relief, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Days later on Earth, in a desolate plain, Son Gohan, clad in an orange jai emblazoned with the character from Magic on the left chest and a long sword strapped to his back, was leaping between rocks, chasing a dinosaur with half of its tail severed. Just as in the original tale, Gohan had adapted to solitary life in the wilderness. No longer the timid child he once was, everything was progressing in a positive direction. Meanwhile, in the other world, Krillin and the others, having witnessed the might of the Saiyans after being transported to planet Vegeta by the Supreme Kai, began serious training in hopes of surviving the year ahead. At that moment, after several days of flight, Son Goku and Raditz finally approached their destination. "Hey brother, we've reached the end. Where's North KO's planet?" Son Goku looked around, failing to spot any place to land. Raditz instinctively looked up, recalling that, according to the Dragon Ball canon, North KO's planet was positioned above the end of Snake Way, while Son Goku was searching below. No wonder he couldn't see it. "It's above, not below," Raditz remarked blandly. Looking upwards, Son Goku spotted a small planet hanging high in the sky. "Is that the KO's planet? Let us hurry." he exclaimed, stepping back a few paces before launching himself upward with a powerful leap. Raditz followed closely behind, utilizing his flight technique to ascend gradually. However, as Raditz had only reached 1/3 of the distance, Son Goku had already entered the gravitational pull of the planet. The gravity, 10 times that of Earth, instantly drew Son Goku crashing toward the surface of North Ko's planet. Ah! He cried out. Thud! A resounding crash echoed as a humanoid crater was formed on the surface of the North Kai's planet. Raditz descended slowly beside the pit, observing Son Wukong, who was helplessly shaking his head. At that moment, a small chimpanzee approached them, emitting a series of soft sounds. Recognizing the creature, Raditz understood it to be Bubbles, the pet of the North Kai. He respectfully bowed and inquired, "Greetings, may I ask where Lord North Kai is? Who has summoned me?" As Raditz finished speaking, a diminutive old man, adorned with a traditional Qing dynasty hat and sporting 2 slender antennae on his forehead, emerged slowly from a nearby hut. Upon seeing the newcomer, Raditz confirmed with certainty that this was indeed the North Kai, resembling his depiction from the original tale. "Greetings, Lord Kai. I am Raditz. My brother and I have come to seek your guidance in our training," Raditz said with a respectful bow. "Your brother?" The North Kai glanced around, noting that aside from Raditz and Bubbles, no one else was present. Observing the look of confusion on the North Kai's face, Raditz turned to find that under the 10-fold gravity, Son Wukong had yet to rise from the pit. With an awkward smile, Raditz turned and extended his hand, assisting Son Wukong out of the hole. "My apologies, Lord Kai. He has not yet acclimated to the gravity of this planet." "Not a problem. From where do you hail that you could traverse the Snake Way to arrive here?" "You must be extraordinary," remarked the North Kai. "Lord Kai, we come from Earth. We are Saiyans. The situation is as follows." Raditz recounted the events to the North Kai. "I see." The North Kai nodded after listening to Raditz's account. "However, learning from me is quite challenging. Are you prepared for this?" "Yes, we are ready, Lord Kai." Raditz and Son Wukong replied in unison, exchanging a glance. "Very well then, please tell me a joke." Raditz, taken aback, thought to himself that the North Kai was indeed unchanged from the original narrative. "Hey, Wukong, you go first," he urged. How do you tell a joke?" Son Wukong pondered for a moment, stepping forward and adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed the North Kai. The blanket flew away. The silly cat fell asleep. The pencil is dull. Raditz could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, not necessarily because the joke was particularly amusing, but rather due to the inherent humor of Son Wukong himself. He distinctly recalled laughing heartily at this segment while watching Dragon Ball in his previous life. Son Wukong was a joke in and of himself. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted as the North Kai clutched his stomach, unable to stand upright from mirth. Raditz's lips twitched slightly, his expression a mixture of bewilderment. Was this truly worthy of such uproarious laughter? Laughter erupted as the North Kai found himself in a fit of mirth, slapping his thigh, tears streaming from his eyes. "Lord Kai, does this mean you can now guide us in our training?" inquired Son Wukong, with great effort to suppress his amusement. The North Kai straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor as he turned to Raditz. "Very well, it is now your turn." "Do I have to?" Raditz asked, pointing at himself. "Indeed, if you wish for me to impart my wisdom, you must first share a joke. Only then will you pass." With a resigned smile, Raditz pondered for a moment before declaring, "All right, Lord Kai, listen closely. A steamed bun met with a mishap. What did it become?" After a prolonged silence, the North Kai looked to Raditz, seeking the answer. "It transformed into a meat pie." In an instant, both the North Kai and Son Wukong burst into laughter. "Huh! A steamed bun turning into a meat pie. Brilliant!" exclaimed the North Kai, rolling on the ground, his laughter echoing through the air. Seeing the North Kai so entertained, Raditz crouched down and asked, "So, Lord Kai, can you now teach us?" "Absolutely, absolutely," the North Kai responded, still chuckling uncontrollably. Thus, the rigorous training of Raditz and Son Wukong under the North Kai officially commenced. Chapter 8. Training in the Vastness of the Cosmos. 2 spherical spaceships hovered above a dark red planet. A short individual with a prominent forehead and wild black hair, clad in peculiar blue armor, stood at the ship's door. With a mere gesture, a wave of energy shot forth from his fingertip, striking the planet's surface. Instantly, volcanoes began to erupt, spewing flames into the atmosphere. A tremendous explosion ensued, reducing the planet to cosmic dust. I expected something of value, but it was all in vain. Come, Nappa. Let us create some chaos on Earth. The diminutive Prince Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Yes, Prince Vegeta, Nappa, a bald man with a bushy beard, nodded respectfully as they returned to their spherical spacecraft. Meanwhile, on the North Kai's planet, Wukong was engaged in a rigorous pursuit of bubbles, as directed by the North Kai, to overcome the planet's gravity. Only by mastering this challenge could they proceed to the next phase of their training. With heavy footsteps, Wukong struggled to chase after bubbles, while Raditz sat beneath a large tree, seemingly engaged in his own form of training, previously reliant on a scouter to detect enemy locations and power levels. He now endeavored to learn from Wukong and the others, honing his ability to sense the energy of those around him. In no time, a week had swiftly passed, and Raditz had successfully mastered the art of perceiving and controlling ki. As Goku gradually acclimatized to the gravity of King Kai's planet, Barbarous struggled to keep pace. In a thrilling chase between the man and the monkey, Goku leaped forward and successfully captured Barbarous. "Hooray! I got him!" Goku exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. King Kai observed Goku's expression, astonished that he had managed to catch Barbarous so swiftly. "Excellent. Even better than I anticipated. Perhaps he can unleash the full power of the Kaioken." King Kai contemplated inwardly. "King Kai, I've captured Barbarous." Goku shouted joyfully. "Very well," King Kai nodded. Calling out into the sky, "Giri Giri." Immediately, a grasshopper, the size of a fist, darted through the air at remarkable speed. King Kai conjured a hammer out of thin air and handed it to Goku, saying, "Goku, this is Giri Giri. Now, use this hammer to strike him." With that, King Kai tossed the hammer to Goku, who nearly stumbled under its weight. "Wow, it's so heavy." "Is it heavy?" "It should be. Now, Giri Giri, you may begin." "Yes." King Kai, as Giri Giri soared and spiraled through the air, it suddenly charged at Goku. With a resounding crash, a burst of white light ensued, and Goku found himself toppled to the ground. He had never anticipated that such a small grasshopper could possess such immense strength to knock him down. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within him as he swiftly rose, wielding the heavy hammer, and charged at Giri Giri. Watching Goku's training, Raditz furrowed his brow. However, such training held little significance for him, as he had long since adapted to the tenfold gravity. King Kai, noticing Raditz's contemplative expression, approached him and inquired, "Raditz, are you eager to train?" Hearing this, Raditz turned to King Kai and said, "King Kai, could you teach me to train ahead of schedule? I'm dreadfully bored." King Kai pondered for a moment before responding, "Tell me a joke, and I shall teach you a powerful technique." "How's that sound?" Raditz, at a loss for words, thought how tedious this old man is. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder what the powerful technique might be. In the original tale, King Kai had imparted two techniques to Goku, the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, both formidable moves. However, Raditz yearned to learn the Kaioken the most. Thus, he recounted a joke. One day, a programmer's wife said to him, "Go to the supermarket and buy a bottle of milk. If they have eggs, buy 6. When the programmer returned home, he brought back 6 bottles of milk. The wife, astonished, asked, "Why did you buy so much milk?" The programmer replied, "Because they had eggs." After Raditz finished speaking, King Kai was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, because they have eggs. Ha ha, you've made me die of laughter." King Kai lay on the ground, clutching his belly, laughing uncontrollably. Raditz observed the North Kai, bewildered. How could someone find such amusement in this? How long had this old man been on this planet? "So, King Kai, may I be taught now?" Raditz inquired. All right. I shall teach you." "Raditz, you truly are a genius. You made me laugh to tears with that eggs joke." "Ha ha ha," King Kai responded amidst his laughter. After a considerable time, King Kai, still struggling to contain his mirth, realized he had to fulfill his promise to Raditz. Thus, suppressing his laughter once more, he said, "Let me teach you the Kaioken technique. Essentially, the Kaioken is..." With that, King Kai elucidated the theoretical aspects of the technique. Why was it theoretical? Because the author of Dragon Ball, Toriyama, explicitly noted that while the Kaioken was a unique creation of the North Kai, only Goku could utilize it effectively in the original work. Under King Kai's meticulous guidance, Raditz commenced his training in the Kaioken technique. Days later, Raditz stood still, focusing his energy as his white aura gradually transformed into a vibrant red, doubling his power. However, he could not maintain this state for long, and soon reverted from the Kaioken. Not bad, as expected of the warrior race. The Saiyans possess a unique talent for combat, but you must take it slow and practice diligently. "I understand. Thank you, King Kai," Raditz replied, his excitement palpable. With King Kai's guidance, Raditz's enthusiasm surged, and he continued to practice the Kaioken technique diligently. Meanwhile, Goku, in a similar atmosphere, struck the ancient Greguly with his hammer. Thus, their journey on King Kai's planet entered a new phase. On Earth, Piccolo and Gohan's training progressed steadily. During their sparring, Gohan landed a powerful punch squarely on Piccolo's chin. Piccolo tilted his head back, incredulous at Gohan's strength, while Gohan, startled by the astonished gaze of Piccolo, felt his body weaken momentarily. The next instant, Piccolo retaliated with a heavy punch to Gohan's face, the force nearly knocking him unconscious. In the other world, Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu engaged in intense combat. Clad in the heavy attire once worn by Goku, Tien and Yamcha exchanged blows, their adrenaline surging, enveloping the entire other world in an atmosphere of seriousness and tension. Chapter 9. The Saiyans descend upon Earth. Time passed gradually. On King Kai's planet, Goku threw a punch, and Raditz met it with a fierce counter. Bang! A resounding crash echoed through the air as an immense force radiated outward. Sun Wukong slid backward for several dozen meters after delivering a powerful punch, regaining his footing with a thunderous roar. Kaioken. In an instant, a fiery aura erupted from within him. Raditz furrowed his brow, and before he could react, Sun Wukong's figure flickered, appearing right before him. With a resounding thud, a heavy fist struck Raditz squarely in the face. The sheer power of the blow sent Raditz hurtling backward like a cannonball for several dozen meters. Sun Wukong took a step forward, relentlessly pursuing him. Another heavy punch landed, propelling Raditz yet again into the distance. With a deafening crash, Raditz's body slammed into the ground, carving a deep trench in the earth. Before he could rise, Sun Wukong lowered his stance slightly, his palms stacked at his waist, enunciating each syllable, Kamehameha. A sphere of energy, the size of a basketball, shot forth towards Raditz. A colossal explosion ensued, engulfing the area in a thick cloud of smoke. As Sun Wukong gasped for breath, he maintained his stance, watching the dissipating smoke. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he swiftly turned, unleashing a powerful punch. A resounding impact echoed as his fist collided with Raditz. Raditz smirked disdainfully. "Your power is still somewhat lacking." As he spoke, a crimson aura surged around him. Grasping Sun Wukong's fist, he thrust forward with a knee strike that landed heavily in Sun Wukong's abdomen. As Sun Wukong doubled over in pain, Raditz released his grip, pivoting to deliver a sweeping kick that sent him flying for dozens of meters. Raditz then raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of energy waves directed at Sun Wukong. The onslaught of energy struck him relentlessly, resulting in a series of violent explosions that quickly enveloped him in a thick cloud of smoke. Raditz ceased his attack, gazing triumphantly at the billowing smoke. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong emerged, his red aura still flickering, arms crossed protectively over his head, wearing a look of disdain. All right, you two should really stop. If you keep this up, my North Kai's planet will be in ruins." Just then, the North Kai, wearing a hard hat, emerged from his dwelling alongside Babris, surveying the devastated landscape with a pained expression. Sun Wukong and Raditz exchanged embarrassed glances at the sight of the battered North Kai's planet. They both exited their Kaioken states, offering sheepish smiles to the North Kai. The North Kai sighed helplessly, realizing that agreeing to let these two brothers train here was a grave mistake, given their propensity for chaos. "Apologies, esteemed King of the North. Our excitement overwhelmed us, and the battle grew rather intense." The North Kai, observing Goku's naive demeanor, could not help but sigh and inquire, "By the way, how long have you been on my North Kai's planet?" Upon hearing this, Goku exchanged glances with Raditz. Initially, they could keep track of time, but once their training gained momentum, they became wholly absorbed, neglecting the passage of time. The North Kai's inquiry suddenly tightened their hearts. "Oh no, have we completely lost track of time?" Raditz exclaimed with a look of alarm. "Could Vegeta and Nappa have already arrived on Earth? King Kai, could you please check on their whereabouts?" Raditz urgently requested. The North Kai, taken aback, responded with some urgency. "Of course, let me see." With that, he activated his ability to probe the universe. It wasn't long before he located Vegeta and Nappa's positions. "Oh no, this is dire," the North Kai shouted, his expression darkening instantly. "What's happening, King Kai? Have Vegeta and the others reached Earth?" Goku asked hastily. "Indeed, those two Saiyans will arrive on Earth in just 3 hours." "Goku, Raditz, you must return to Earth immediately." "What?" Goku gasped in shock. 3 hours? Even though his strength had significantly increased, There was no way he could make it back to Earth from North Kai's planet in that time. Damn it, how could I have lost track of time? Raditz lamented, his innate Saiyan nature for relentless training causing them to forget the ticking clock. Goku, we must hurry back. Thank you for your guidance, King Kai. We shall repay you in the future. With that, Raditz seized Goku and soared into the sky, making haste towards Earth along Snake Way. Meanwhile on Earth, Piccolo sensed two immense energies in the sky and furrowed his brow, asking, "Hey, Krillin, haven't Goku and Raditz returned yet?" "Yeah, I have no idea what is going on. They should have been back by now," Krillin replied anxiously, realizing that Vegeta and his companions were about to land while Goku and Raditz were still absent. Whatever the case, let's try to stall for a bit. Perhaps Goku and his brother are on their way, a serious-looking man with 3 eyes dressed in green martial attire remarked. "Dad, please hurry back." Gohan, clad in a purple GI, looked up at the sky, silently praying. This is infuriating. Despite our relentless training, facing this overwhelming energy, I still feel utterly powerless, Yamcha muttered, his head bowed in despondency. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the heavens. "Greetings, inhabitants of Earth. You must hold on. Son Wukong and his brother Raditz are en route to your world. You must endure." Piccolo gazed skyward, pondering, could this voice be that of King Kai? Indeed, it is I, the North Kai, custodian of the Northern Galaxy. Namekian, you must persevere until Wukong and the others arrive. No sooner had King Kai's words faded than 2 spherical spacecraft, trailing fiery comets, streaked across the sky. "They've arrived. Let us proceed," Piccolo shouted, leaping into the air, swiftly pursuing the direction of the cosmic vessels. Chapter 10, Cultivation of Warriors. With a thunderous crash, the 2 spherical ships descended upon a city like meteorites. Driven by curiosity, a few bold citizens hastily gathered, directing their gaze toward the immense crater created by the impact. Emerging from the spacecraft were the bald-headed Nappa and Vegeta. Observing the curious Earthlings, Nappa's lips curled into a sinister smirk. "Allow me to extend a greeting." With that, he brought his index and middle fingers together and lifted them slightly. In an instant, a violent surge of energy erupted, radiating outward from Nappa and Vegeta's positions, swiftly engulfing the entire city within mere seconds. Following a blinding flash, the city lay in ruins, reduced to mere ashes, save for Nappa and Vegeta, who stood amidst the desolation, as though the very essence of civilization had never graced the land. Beep, beep, beep. The sensors atop Nappa and Vegeta's heads blared a warning, directing their attention to the edge of the explosion. There, Piccolo and the others hovered in the air. "Oh, a Namekian, how intriguing," Vegeta remarked, and in the blink of an eye, he and Nappa appeared before Piccolo and the group. The instant they materialized, cold sweat trickled down the faces of the onlookers. Vegeta, with a piercing gaze, scrutinized the assembly, coldly inquiring, "Where are that fool Kakarot and the trash Raditz?" Piccolo furrowed his brow and stepped forward, addressing Vegeta. "They have gone to train in order to defeat you, and are now on their way." "Oh, to defeat me? Ha ha!" Vegeta erupted into raucous laughter, continuing, "Those 2 pathetic wretches think they can best me, the Prince of Saiyans? How utterly ridiculous. I will not allow you to insult my father." At that moment, Son Gohan stepped forward from behind Piccolo, his eyes resolute as he shouted, "Oh, your father? Who is he?" Vegeta inquired, intrigued. "My father is Son Wukong. I am his son, Son Gohan." "Son Wukong? Is it the low-class warrior Kakarot?" "To think he has a son," Vegeta remarked, directing his hand towards Gohan. Noticing this, Piccolo swiftly positioned himself protectively behind Gohan, his expression resolute as he declared, "Saiyan, we shall not surrender easily." "Oh, is that so?" Vegeta replied with a wicked grin, already gathering energy into a sphere in his palm. At that moment, Nappa interjected, "It would be rather dull to simply kill them. I happen to have 6 seeds for cultivating beings. Why don't we have some fun instead?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta concurred, realizing that eliminating Piccolo and the others so quickly would indeed lack excitement. Thus, he dissipated the energy ball. This could be entertaining, especially before Kakarot and Raditz return. "Cool, mate. Namekian, join us." With that, Vegeta and Nappa descended back to the ground. "What are we to do, Piccolo?" Teen Shinhan inquired. "There's nothing we can do for now but observe their antics. We must buy as much time as possible until Goku and Raditz return," Piccolo replied. Descending first to the ground, Nappa scooped up a handful of soil, remarking, "The soil on this planet is quite suitable for growing these beings." He then proceeded to poke several holes in the earth, burying the seeds within. Afterward, he took out a vial of green liquid and poured it over the seeds. Watching Nappa's perplexing actions, Krillin asked in confusion, "What is he doing?" No sooner had Krillin spoken than something began to sprout rapidly from the ground where Nappa had planted the seeds. Oh dear! The onlookers involuntarily grimaced in disgust at the sight. Emerging from the earth was a creature of a sickly green hue, sporting an exposed green head. Standing about 1 meter tall, with hands resembling chicken claws, an utterly ghastly sight. "Well, we have 6 cultivators, perfectly matched your 6. Let's engage in one-on-one battles. Who'll step forward first?" Nappa inquired. The group exchanged glances. Cheng Xinyuan took a step forward, shedding his shirt to reveal his muscular physique, stating, "I shall take on this challenge." Nappa smirked with satisfaction. "Excellent, number 1, you're up." Immediately, a green cultivator advanced, eyeing Tien with a malevolent grin. It lunged forward, charging straight at Tien. With a focused gaze, Tien swiftly unleashed a gust of energy, sending the cultivator flying. He then quickly pursued it. The cultivator regained its stance, its exposed head suddenly splitting open, releasing a jet of highly corrosive liquid. Tien evaded just in time, as the corrosive substance struck the ground, carving a deep trench. At that moment, Tien found himself behind the cultivator, which, sensing danger, leapt into the air. Tianjin Fan leapt high, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the chest of the plant warrior, instantly knocking him to the ground, incapacitated. "Hooray! Tianjin has won!" exclaimed Jiaozi, filled with excitement. "Indeed, Tianjin Fan is remarkable," added Klin. Nap, gazing incredulously at the fallen plant warrior, remarked, "How is this possible? The plant warrior's combat power is 1200, nearly that of Raditz. Yet he has lost. This indicates that the combat power of these earthlings has surpassed even Raditz," Vegeta remarked nonchalantly. Suddenly, the plant warrior staggered and rose again, his gaze fiercely fixed on Tianjin Fan, preparing to launch another attack. However, in the next instant, Vegeta unleashed a wave of energy from his hand, obliterating the plant warrior into fragments. The onlookers were taken aback. Piccolo furrowed his brow, contemplating. To dispatch the plant warrior with such ease, this individual possesses formidable strength. "Prince Vegeta, what are you doing?" Nap inquired, equally astonished. Vegeta coolly replied, "This three-eyed warrior's strength far exceeds that of the plant warrior. Continuing this fight would be futile. Besides, this plant warrior underestimated his opponent from the start, leading to his failure. Why spare him?" Turning to the remaining 5 plant warriors, Vegeta declared, "From this point onward, you are to exert your utmost effort, or I will eliminate you all." The 5 plant warriors' faces turned pale with fear, rendered speechless before Vegeta's imposing presence. At that moment, Nap coldly commanded, "Next." One of the 5 plant warriors stepped forward hesitantly. Chapter 11. The Death of Yamcha. "All right, let me take this one," Klin said, cracking his knuckles with a sound of snapping bones. "Wait, Klin," Yamcha interjected, stopping him. "This time, allow me to handle it." Klin turned to Yamcha in surprise. "Listen, Klin, you've already died once. Allow me this chance," Yamcha insisted. Klin, displaying displeasure, replied, "Fine, but be cautious." "Don't worry, I'll be careful," Yamcha assured, adopting a serious demeanor as he prepared for battle. The opposing plant warrior mirrored Yamcha's stance, equally serious. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up a bit of dust. In the next moment, with a swift motion, Yamcha suddenly appeared in front of the plant warrior. With a powerful punch, Yamcha struck the plant warrior's face, sending him flying dozens of meters. Not granting the plant warrior a moment's respite, Yamcha stepped forward and pursued him, delivering another punch. Just then, in the midst of being hurled backward, the plant warrior's figure flickered. As Yamcha's fist swung through the air, it struck the ground with such force that a deep crater was formed. In the next moment, an unsettling chill crept down his spine, prompting his instincts to react. The cultivator's fist aimed at him also missed, and he quickly glanced upward. There, suspended in midair, was Yamcha, with a sphere of energy still coalescing in his palm. "Energy sphere!" Yamcha exclaimed, hurling the orb downward towards the cultivator. The cultivator, realizing the impending strike, swiftly darted to the left. Yet in that fleeting instant, a smirk of disdain appeared on Yamcha's lips as he directed a finger to the left. The vertical energy sphere abruptly altered its trajectory and soared once more towards the cultivator. The cultivator glanced back at the approaching orb and leaped into the air, attempting to evade it. "You cannot escape," Yamcha bellowed, raising his finger upward, causing the energy sphere to shift direction again. The cultivator, witnessing the energy sphere pursue him like a homing missile, felt a surge of anger. He quickly turned around and thrust his hands forward, defiantly intercepting the oncoming sphere. Ah! The cultivator cried out, his body retreating several meters upon contact with Yamucha's energy orb. However, with a fierce roar, he halted his backward momentum. Utilizing all his strength, he propelled the sphere upwards, launching it away. With a resounding thud, as the energy orb was deflected, Yamucha's figure flickered and appeared before the cultivator in an instant. The cultivator, caught off guard, received a powerful blow to his abdomen from Yamucha. In the following moment, Yamucha delivered a crushing elbow strike to the cultivator's head. Another thud echoed as the cultivator was slammed into the ground, sending dust flying several meters into the air. Yamucha landed gracefully. Looking down at the fallen cultivator with a sneer, "I expected more from you. It seems you are nothing special." With that, he turned his back and walked towards Krillin and the others. "Yes, Yamucha has won," Krillin exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. However, just then, the cultivator, previously felled by Yamucha, suddenly sprang to his feet and lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Yamucha. "What?" Yamucha gasped, exerting all his strength to break free from the cultivator's grip. Yet, the earlier battle had drained him, and with the cultivator's comparable strength, he found it difficult to escape. "Yamucha!" Krillin shouted, rushing forward, only to see the cultivator glowing with a brilliant light as he clutched Yamucha's waist. With a deafening explosion, smoke enveloped the area. "Yamucha!" Krillin cried out again. When the smoke finally cleared, a crater lay before them, with Yamucha curled up motionless within it, surrounded by the remnants of the cultivator's dismembered limbs. The aura of Yamucha has vanished, leaving Tianjin Fan in shock as he gazes at the pit where Yamucha lay. Why has this happened?" he exclaims in frustration. Krillin, with tears glistening in his eyes and fists clenched tightly, embodies a fury that seems capable of devouring the opposing fighters whole. "Step aside, all of you. I shall avenge Yamucha," Krillin shouts to Piccolo and the others. Simultaneously, a formidable energy emanates from his being. Suddenly, the scouter emits a series of beeps. "What? Power level at 2000. Nappa exclaims in astonishment. "You scoundrels, I will make you pay with your lives." Krillin bellows, unleashing a powerful energy wave towards Nappa and Vegeta. Just as the wave is about to strike, Krillin retracts his hands, causing the energy to soar upwards, narrowly missing Vegeta and Nappa. Everyone looks up to witness the radiant brilliance of the energy wave, blinding in its intensity. Krillin cries out once more, and the energy sphere ascends into the heavens, splitting into 6 trajectories aimed at the remaining fighters. With a series of explosive sounds, the attackers fall one by one under Krillin's onslaught. Another wave of even greater power is directed towards Vegeta and Nappa. A massive explosion ensues, engulfing the two in a cloud of smoke. Breathing heavily, Krillin gazes at the obscured figures of Vegeta and Nappa, solemnly declaring, "Yamucha, I have avenged you." Such an attack is merely a tickle to me. Vegeta's derisive voice emerges from a mist. As the smoke clears, both Nappa and Vegeta emerge unscathed. "How is this possible?" Krillin gasps in disbelief. "There is nothing impossible. To us, you are simply too weak," Nappa scoffs, stepping forward and in an instant, delivering a crushing blow to Krillin's face. With a thunderous crash, Krillin is sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. "Tianjin Fan!" he cries out, turning to face Nappa with fierce determination. In a flash, he charges at Nappa. With a powerful punch, Tianjin Fan aims for Nappa, but Nappa effortlessly blocks the attack and retaliates with a swift kick that sends Tianjin Fan flying. Chapter 12. The Death of Piccolo. "Tianjin!" Chaozu shouts, unleashing a brilliant white aura as he points his finger at Nappa. Dodon Ray. A wave of energy surges forth, striking Nappa with a resounding explosion, enveloping him in smoke. What a perfect opportunity! With a mighty shout, Piccolo unleashed his aura, thrusting his hands forward. A powerful wave of energy surged forth once more towards Nappa. A resounding crash echoed through the air, followed by a billowing cloud of smoke. After expending his full strength, Piccolo halted his assault, panting heavily as he gazed at the rising smoke. Suddenly, a figure darted through the haze like a bolt of lightning, swiftly appearing before Piccolo. A heavy fist came crashing down upon Piccolo's face. A cry of anguish escaped his lips as his body was propelled backward like a cannonball. "Uncle e Piccolo!" Gohan exclaimed, witnessing Piccolo being sent flying with a single punch. He turned to face Nappa, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. Yet, upon seeing Nappa's menacing grin, fear overcame him, and he stumbled back a few steps. "Kakaroto's son?" Nappa sneered, charging forward with alarming speed towards Gohan. At merely 5 years of age, Gohan had never encountered such a terrifying sight. Terror gripped him, causing his legs to weaken, and he collapsed to the ground. Gohan scatter. Piccolo struggled to rise from the ground, his form flickering momentarily. A dull thud resonated as Nappa's fist struck Piccolo's back with tremendous force, causing him to spit out blood. In a moment of desperation, Piccolo positioned himself protectively in front of Gohan, absorbing Nappa's blow. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan, sitting on the ground, looked up at him in shock. Gohan, quickly escape, Piccolo urged, a faint smile gracing his lips. Escape? Can you? Nappa retorted maliciously, delivering another brutal punch to Piccolo's back. A dull thud echoed once more, and drops of purple liquid splattered onto Gohan's face. A colossal fist had pierced through Piccolo's chest from behind. Lord Kai, Raditz exclaimed, supporting the fallen Kai on the heavenly platform. Raditz, Goku, the safety of Earth rests in your hands. With that, the Kai's form began to waver, ultimately vanishing from sight. Realizing the implications of the Kai's disappearance, Raditz understood that Piccolo must have fallen to some adversary. As the North Kai informed Goku and Raditz on their return journey, the Kai had already gone to the king of the underworld. He awaited their arrival to guide them back to the Kai-S realm. However, upon their return, Piccolo was met with Nappa's fatal blow, resulting in the loss of his life. Damn it, Raditz roared, slamming his fist into the ground of the Kai's realm, a surge of white energy erupting from within him. He leaped into the air, joining Goku as they descended from the heavenly sanctuary. Uncle Piccolo. As Sun Wukong gazed upon the lifeless Piccolo in Nappa's grasp, a frown etched across his brow. An overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from within him. Beep, beep, beep. The device on Vegeta's wrist emitted an alarming signal. Hastily, he activated the device to witness Sun Wukong's combat power escalating at an astonishing rate. 1100, 1200, 1300, 2356. How could this be possible? Vegeta stared at Sun Wukong in disbelief, unable to comprehend the rapid surge in his combat prowess. Nappa, be cautious. Just as Vegeta's warning escaped his lips, Sun Wukong sprang into action, delivering a powerful sidekick that struck Nappa squarely in the face. Taken completely off guard, Nappa was sent soaring several dozen meters away by the force of the blow. Uncle Piccolo, Sun Wukong exclaimed, catching Piccolo as tears welled in his eyes. Damn it! Kakaroesson! Nappa roared, rising from the ground. Opening his mouth, a wave of energy surged forth, hurtling directly towards Sun Wukong. Wukong, watch out! Krillin shouted, struggling to his feet, alarmed by Nappa's impending attack. With fury burning in his eyes, Sun Wukong lifted his gaze to meet the oncoming energy wave. Suddenly, in an instant, he vanished. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, forming a small mushroom cloud. Moments later, Sun Wukong gently set Piccolo down, then vanished once more, reappearing before Nappa. With his palms pressed together at his forehead, he concentrated his energy. Magic flash! Boom! A surging wave of energy was unleashed, striking Nappa and sending him hurtling back hundreds of meters. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong felt his energy rapidly diminish. Vegeta observed the numbers on his device, his brow furrowing in confusion. His power has reverted to 1080. It seems Kakarot's son's strength fluctuates with his emotions. Beyond 100 meters, Nappa surveyed the ruins of his armor and the blood at the corner of his mouth. An explosion of fury ignited within him. Having fought in countless battles over the years, he had never felt so humiliated. Damn it all. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Rising from the ground as a formidable aura erupted from within him. Beep, beep, beep. Vegeta noted the device indicating Nappa's power had reached 8,000. A disdainful smirk crossing his lips. It appears Nappa is truly enraged. Ah! Nappa's thunderous roars pierced the air, and as his strength surged, bolts of lightning began to dance around him. The surrounding debris began to levitate under the immense pressure of his energy. What a powerful aura. Is this what it means to be a Saiyan? As Sun Wukong sensed the ominous aura, he turned to Raditz and inquired, that Nappa, is it? Yes, let us hurry. Raditz urged. All right. Sun Wukong nodded, accelerating alongside Raditz as they swiftly traversed the distance. Ah, you insolent brat. I will make you pay for this. Nappa bellowed, stepping forward with an overwhelming force directed at Son Gohan. Gohan, Krillin shouted, quickly positioning himself behind Son Gohan, slightly bending his knees, hands poised at his waist. Kamehameha. A blue energy wave soared over Son Gohan's head, instantly hurtling towards Nappa. A mere trivial technique. Cease your embarrassing displays. Nappa scoffed, unfazed by the approaching Kamehameha, effortlessly swatting it away with a wave of his hand. Chapter 13. The arrival of Sun Wukong and Raditz. In the next moment, another energy wave descended upon Nappa. Boom! The immense pressure instantly forced Nappa's advancing form down towards the ground. Krillin looked up to see Tien Shinhan aiming his Kikaho at Nappa. Boom! Tien shouted, unleashing another energy wave that further compressed the ground beneath Nappa by 10 centimeters. Gohan, quickly dodge, Tien urged, his chest heaving as he called out to Son Gohan. You bastard! Nappa glanced at Tien, preparing to advance. In the next instant, Tien's Kikaho struck Nappa once more. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the earth beneath Nappa sank yet another 10 centimeters. Tien shouted repeatedly, unleashing a flurry of Kikaho blasts that pinned Nappa down, rendering him immobile. Nearby, Vegeta shot a displeased glance at Tien in midair. Raising his hand, he launched an energy wave towards Tien. Boom! The sky erupted in a cloud of crimson mist. Krillin! Tien and Krillin shouted in alarm, their brows furrowing as a surge of determination surged within them. Krillin roared in fury, his white aura flaring brilliantly. Beep beep beep. Vegeta's scouter registered Krillin's power skyrocketing to 2,800 under extreme rage. Raising his right hand, he condensed his energy into a circular blade. Energy blade? In a fit of anger, Krillin hurled his energy blade towards Vegeta. Vegeta frowned as the scouter indicated the energy blade's power reached 5329. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding Krillin's attack. A mere parlor trick, Vegeta scoffed. Hey Nappa, I've had my fun. Before Kakarot and Raditz return, eliminate them all. Huffing heavily, Nappa raised his gaze towards Krillin and Son Gohan, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. The body, akin to a sprinter, executed a starting motion. With a powerful thrust of the right foot against the ground, the body surged forward towards Krillin like a cannonball. A heavy punch descended upon Krillin with ferocity. In a moment of panic, Krillin instinctively raised his fist to meet the blow. A resounding impact echoed as their fists collided. Krillin heard a sharp crack, and in the next instant, an agonizing pain radiated from his arm. He cried out in anguish, clutching his shattered hand. Listening to Krillin's agonized scream, Nappa's face gradually transformed into an expression of enjoyment, as if he were savoring a beautiful concert. He raised his hand, a wicked grin plastered on his face. Aimed squarely at Krillin. Little bald one, allow me to send you to paradise. As he spoke, Nappa had already concentrated a ball of energy in his palm. At that critical moment, a figure swiftly pressed against Nappa's back. A surge of electricity erupted, causing Nappa to grimace in pain. When did this happen? Nappa exclaimed, reaching behind him in an attempt to dislodge the assailant, but his hands, weakened, could not make contact. You two demons, you have slain Tianjin, and I shall avenge him. Another crackle of electricity filled the air. Dumpling intensified his assault, firmly adhering to Nappa's back while unleashing a relentless stream of electric attacks. You bastard, get off me! Nappa bellowed in fury, launching himself upwards. He then crashed down heavily towards the ground. With a thunderous thud, Nappa's body slammed onto the earth, sending Dumpling crashing down, blood spilling forth. Yet, Dumpling remained steadfastly attached to Nappa's back, displaying no intention of relinquishing his hold. After several brutal impacts, Dumpling reached his limit. Dumpling, it's enough. Give up, Krillin, lying on the ground and observing the battered Dumpling, managed to utter. Krillin, it's up to you now, Dumpling replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. A radiant glow emanated from his body. With a resounding boom, a cloud of blood mist enveloped Nappa. Dumpling, Krillin shouted, struggling to rise from the ground, helplessly looking skyward. Goku, hurry! Stop shouting, it's useless, Nappa gasped, glaring at Krillin. Phew, you scared me. I thought you were formidable. Even your self-detonation couldn't harm me in the slightest. Earthlings are nothing but worthless trash. Nappa sneered as he approached Krillin with a malevolent grin. Now, finally rid of the nuisances. Little bald one, Kakarot's son, allow me to send you to reunite with those Earthlings and that Namekian. With that, Nappa opened his mouth, unleashing a devastating energy blast towards Krillin. A deafening explosion erupted, and smoke billowed skyward. Uncle Krillin, Son Gohan shouted, stop calling out. Next, it will be your turn. As he spoke, Nappa extended his hand, aiming once more at Son Gohan. Nappa, you remain as merciless as ever. Do you truly possess no shred of compassion? A deep, cold voice resonated amidst the smoke directed towards Krillin. Upon hearing this, Nappa turned to look. As the mist dispersed, Raditz stood there indifferently, shielding Krillin behind him. Raditz! Nappa gazed at the suddenly appeared Raditz in astonishment. In the moment when Nappa's attack was about to strike Krillin, Raditz appeared just in time, taking the blow meant for Krillin. Raditz, you finally came, Krillin said, looking at Raditz, who had flowing long hair. Meanwhile, Vegeta silently activated his scouter, observing Raditz. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter revealed Raditz's battle power to be 1500. What the? Raditz, your battle power seems stagnant, Vegeta remarked. Raditz turned to Vegeta, a cold smile emerging on his face as he said playfully, Is that so? I beg to differ. Prince Vegeta, what is Raditz's battle power? Nappa inquired. Vegeta, noticing Raditz's confident grin, coldly replied, 1500. What? Raditz, your battle power hasn't improved at all? Nappa scoffed, once again directing his palm at Son Gohan. In an instant, a wave of energy surged forth. Just as Nappa's energy wave was about to hit Son Gohan, a figure flashed past, rescuing him in the nick of time. Boom! En explosion échouée. Wow, that was really dangerous. Luckily, I made it in time, exclaimed Goku, dressed in his orange GI, as he glanced down at Son Gohan in his arms, visibly relieved. Chapter 14, Goku vs. Nappa. Kakarot. Vegeta observed Goku with curiosity, activating his scouter once more. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers on the scouter fluctuated, indicating Goku's battle power to be 1520. Another 1,500? Vegeta frowned in surprise. With both of their battle powers hovering around 1500, he found it hard to believe it was mere coincidence. Hey Nappa, be cautious. Their battle power readings seem suspicious, Vegeta warned. What? Nappa responded, looking at Goku and Raditz with confusion, then casually smiled. Don't worry, Prince Vegeta. How strong can they possibly be? With that, Nappa disdainfully smirked at Goku and lunged towards him. Goku turned to face Nappa, his figure vanishing in an instant. What? Nappa's punch missed, leaving him bewildered as he stared at the spot where Goku had just been. Krillin, are you alright? In the next moment, Goku reappeared beside Krillin, setting down Son Gohan. Son Wukong retrieved 2 green beans from his waist and fed them to Krillin and Son Gohan respectively. Wukong, thank you, Krillin expressed, gazing at Son Wukong. Krillin, there's no need for gratitude. Quickly consume the Senza bean. Your injuries are quite severe. Understood, Krillin nodded, chewing the bean a few times before swallowing it. As they departed from the sacred temple and passed by the cat sage's corrida, Yachirobe called out to Son Wukong, handing him the last 2 remaining Senza beans, which explained his delayed arrival. Upon consuming the beans, Krillin and Son Gohan's wounds were instantaneously mended. Phew, I'm finally saved, Krillin sighed in relief. Then turned to Son Wukong, his head bowed, a mix of sorrow and fury in his voice. Wukong, you must be cautious. Tien, Yamcha, Piccolo, and Kaiatsu have all perished at their hands. Upon hearing this, Nappa turned around, incredulously gazing at Son Wukong. When did you arrive there? Son Wukong's brow furrowed, his eyes flashing with anger as he regarded Nappa and Vegeta. I know. I will not let them go unpunished. Observing Son Wukong's furious demeanor, Nappa smirked triumphantly and taunted. Ha! Your expression is truly delightful. It is unfortunate, though. Your son is still lacking just a bit. Otherwise, I would have a splendid show to witness. You bastard! Raditz exclaimed, furrowing his brow. Deep within, he felt an indescribable impulse as he addressed Wukong. Wukong, leave Nappa to me, and you can take care of Vegeta? Is that acceptable? No problem, brother. I'll handle Nappa, Son Wukong replied, his face stern as he stepped forward. As he observed Son Wukong's indifferent visage, Nappa felt a twinge of trepidation. What is happening? Kakarot is merely a low-class warrior. Why do I feel a sense of fear? Nappa pondered quietly. Hey Nappa, don't be intimidated. Remember, you are an elite Saiyan warrior. Nappa glanced at Vegeta, a faint smile gracing his lips. Vegeta's words undeniably served as a morale boost. Clenching his fists, Nappa redirected his gaze towards Son Wukong, inwardly affirming, Indeed, I am an elite warrior among Saiyans, not someone like Kakarot can compare to. After reassuring himself, Nappa transformed back into a contemptuous Saiyan warrior. Hey, Kakarot, cease your posturing. I will now disassemble you piece by piece, so prepare yourself. With that declaration, Nappa charged towards Son Wukong. Boom! Nappa shouted as he swung a punch towards Son Wukong. Without hesitation, Son Wukong met the attack with a punch of his own. The 2 fists collided, unleashing a surge of violent energy. To everyone's astonishment, Son Wukong effortlessly absorbed Nappa's assault. What? Nappa exclaimed in shock, quickly retracting his fist and launching another strike. With a swift motion, the figure of Sun Wukong became ephemeral, causing Nappa's punch to strike nothing but air. Startled once more, Nappa swiftly scanned his surroundings, seeking Sun Wukong's position. In the next instant, Sun Wukong's silhouette abruptly emerged behind Nappa. "Nappa, watch out behind you!" Vegeta shouted urgently from the side. At the warning, Nappa quickly turned around. Bang! A powerful fist crashed forcefully against Nappa's face. The impact echoed with a resounding boom, sending Nappa staggering backward several steps. Regaining his stance, Nappa glared at Sun Wukong, fury surging within him. "Kakarot, you bastard!" he bellowed, rising to charge at Sun Wukong once again. In response, Sun Wukong charged toward Nappa as well. Bang! The sound reverberated like thunder as dust and debris erupted around them. Both fighters momentarily flickered in unison, followed by a series of thunderous collisions resonating through the air. "Incredible! Their speed is astonishing. I can barely keep up," exclaimed Krillin. Gazing upward at the energy waves generated by their fierce battle, astonishment etched across his face. "Uncle Krillin, what are you all watching? I can't see anything. Where's Dad and Nappa?" Gohan asked, confusion evident in his expression. Raditz looked down at Gohan and replied, "Gohan, you can't see them?" I can't see," Gohan admitted, still somewhat intimidated by Raditz. "They're right there. Focus and feel their presence." Gohan, half convinced, lifted his gaze. In midair, the battle between Sun Wukong and Nappa raged on, with the sound of their fists colliding still fierce. Swish, swish. Following Raditz's advice, Gohan concentrated intently on the combat unfolding above. Gradually, two afterimages suddenly flashed before his eyes. "I see them," Gohan shouted excitedly. Raditz observed Gohan, whose eyes darted with excitement, a proud smile gracing his face. It seemed that Gohan's training with Piccolo had yielded positive results over the past year. The battle continued overhead, and Vegeta's frown deepened with each passing moment. His scouter clearly displayed Sun Wukong's combat power soaring to an astonishing 7888, nearly matching Nappa's power of 8,000. Yet, only moments ago, the scouter indicated Sun Wukong's power was merely 1520. This discrepancy led Vegeta to recall that some individuals in the universe could manipulate their battle power at will. Perhaps Kakarot was one of them. Chapter 15, The Death of Nappa. Bang! As their fists collided, both Sun Wukong and Nappa were thrown backward several meters. As soon as he stabilized his body, Nappa opened his mouth wide, unleashing a wave of energy that surged directly towards Sun Wukong. Observing this, Sun Wukong steadied himself and simultaneously released the Kamehameha wave. Bang! The two forces collided like colossal serpents, resulting in a violent explosion. In an instant, the air was thick with smoke, obscuring the vision of both combatants. Seizing the opportunity, Nappa swiftly dashed through the haze, delivering a powerful punch that landed squarely on Sun Wukong's face. Bang! Sun Wukong let out a pained cry, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball. "Dad!" Son Gohan shouted, leaping into the air, eager to rush to his father's side. However, Raditz grasped Son Gohan's arm, reassuring him, "Do not worry, your father's fine." Son Gohan turned to Raditz, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. In the next moment, he witnessed Sun Wukong rise from the ground as if nothing had happened. "Wow, that was incredible. I can hardly contain my excitement," Sun Wukong exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. Hearing this, Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong, silently pressing the button on his scouter. Beep beep beep. The scouter displayed that Sun Wukong's battle power had barely diminished, still registering at 7582. Nappa, observing Sun Wukong's nonchalant demeanor, furrowed his brow and sternly remarked, "Hey, Kakarot, could you take this seriously?" In response, Sun Wukong flashed a playful smile and said, You want me to be serious? All right, I'll be a bit more earnest." With that, he slightly lowered his stance and exhaled a cloud of stale air. Kaioken, bang! A tremendous roar erupted as an overwhelming aura burst forth from Sun Wukong. Beep beep beep. The numbers on Vegeta's scouter began to spike rapidly. What? As he beheld Sun Wukong's battle power, beads of sweat poured down Vegeta's face. Yanking the scouter from his ear, he bared his teeth, a fierce expression taking hold as he declared, "This is bad. The scouter must be malfunctioning. How could Kakarot's battle power be 18,000? In a fit of rage, Vegeta clenched the scouter with such force that he shattered it. Observing Vegeta's furious expression, Nappa, with a grave demeanor, inquired, "Vegeta, what is Kakarot's battle power?" Vegeta, his brow furrowed, looked up at Nappa with an incredulous tone and replied coldly, 18,000. What? Nappa was instantly taken aback. This battle power of 18,000 was on par with Vegeta, rendering their fight seemingly futile. At this moment, a hint of fear finally appeared on Nappa's face as he gazed at Sun Wukong, with a vibrant red aura enveloping him. Sun Wukong beckoned Nappa with a flick of his finger, saying, "Come on, I'll finish you in 3 seconds." Upon hearing those words, Nappa's countenance twisted into a grotesque snarl, deeply offended by Sun Wukong's remarks. He bellowed, "What nonsense! Do not let your arrogance cloud your judgment." With that, a tempestuous aura enveloped Nappa, who surged forth like a comet towards Sun Wukong. Nappa roared, delivering a fierce punch. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong effortlessly parried the blow, coldly retorting, "You are weak, far too weak." A resounding thud echoed as Sun Wukong retaliated with a powerful strike to Nappa's face. Nappa's head jerked back, a pitiful cry escaping his lips as his body was propelled backwards at great speed. A slight smile played on Sun Wukong's lips as he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Nappa, his hands clasped together tightly. He unleashed a devastating blow upon Nappa's bald head. With a thunderous crash, Nappa was slammed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that soared several meters high. Before the dust could settle, Sun Wukong swiftly followed up with a kick. Bang! Another resounding impact sent Nappa hurtling backwards, crashing onto an open field 100 meters away, leaving a deep trench in the earth. Wonderful! Wukong has triumphed. Wukong has triumphed! Krillin exclaimed, grasping Gohan's hand as they both danced with excitement. Meanwhile, Vegeta, witnessing this scene, turned pale with rage. The proud elite warrior of the Saiyan race had been bested by a mere low-class fighter. What a disgrace! Vegeta, please, avenge me. Nappa, sprawled on the ground, beseeched Vegeta. Vegeta frowned, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he regarded Nappa. Raising his hand, he unleashed a wave of energy. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and a small mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Nappa had scarcely a moment to react before being obliterated into a crimson mist. Why? Sun Wukong gazed in disbelief at the vaporized Nappa, incredulously questioning Vegeta. Trash has no right to exist, Kakarot. Raditz and Vegeta continued, pointing at Gohan and Krillin, coldly declaring, "You two should also cease to exist and join the ranks of the fallen." With his head held high, Vegeta exuded an air of regal pride befitting a Saiyan prince. Simultaneously, a formidable aura emanated from him, a ferocious power radiating outward, engulfing the surroundings. Lightning crackled around him like serpents flicking their tongues. What an overwhelming energy! I can barely keep my eyes open. Krillin and Gohan shielded their eyes with their arms, struggling to remain grounded against the force of Vegeta's might. Indeed, this power far surpasses Nappa's, Gohan concurred. Feeling the formidable aura emanating from Vegeta, Raditz furrowed his brow, realizing that there was indeed a deviation from the original narrative. This overwhelming presence of Vegeta was undoubtedly far more potent than depicted in the original tale. Zzz. The crackling sound of electricity resonated as Vegeta, with an air of haughty pride, gazed at Goku and Raditz, coldly stating, "Kakarot, Raditz, who will confront me first? Or shall you both engage me together?" Goku furrowed his brow and stepped forward, solemnly declaring, "Vegeta, allow me to face you." However, Raditz, his expression impassive, approached Goku and said, "You have already expended energy against Nappa. You are not a match for Vegeta in your current state. Let me take this on." As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from Raditz, the sheer force causing Krillin and Goten to be propelled backward, unable to withstand the onslaught. Chapter 16, Raditz and Vegeta. Vegeta, your cruelty knows no bounds. If I continue to follow your lead, I fear I shall meet the same fate as Nappa. Raditz, you worthless trash. Cease your pointless chatter. As a Saiyan, you should comprehend the nature of our race. Though I am uncertain why you have altered your demeanor, it matters little now, for you are about to perish in my hands. With that, Vegeta lunged forward as if transcending space, delivering a powerful punch to Raditz's abdomen. Bam! The impact echoed, sending Raditz hurtling backward like a cannonball. A smirk of disdain crossed Vegeta's lips as he raised both hands, instantly activating his royal combat technique. Waves of energy surged forth like raindrops, rapidly descending upon Raditz. Boom! 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 The explosive sounds reverberated like thunder, the smoke of the explosions engulfing Raditz entirely. Ha ha ha, Raditz! You pathetic fool, do you now grasp the might of Prince Vegeta? Opposing me leads to but one outcome, death. As he spoke, Vegeta concentrated an even more formidable wave of energy, propelling it toward Raditz. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, a mushroom cloud rising as the ground trembled in its wake. Raditz's brother, Goku, watched the mushroom cloud rise, his eyes filled with concern as he shouted, "Don't fret, Kakarot. Your turn shall come soon," Vegeta replied, casting a wicked glance at Goku. Amidst the smoke, Raditz crossed his arms over his head, his eyes snapping open with determination. A triumphant smirk graced his lips as he softly uttered, "Kaioken." In an instant, a crimson aura erupted, dispersing the smoke that surrounded Raditz. "Vegeta!" Raditz bellowed, his figure flashing forward. Hearing his name, Vegeta turned, and in that instant, the long-haired Raditz was already before him. Bam! A heavy fist came crashing down. Ah! Vegeta emitted a piercing scream as his body was hurled backward. Raditz smirked wickedly and took a step forward to pursue him. With a resounding thud, another powerful punch sent Vegeta flying once more. Raising his hand, Raditz unleashed a wave of energy aimed directly at the airborne Vegeta, striking him squarely mid-flight. The explosion echoed violently, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. "Well done, Raditz. Give him a good beating," Krillin shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth like a megaphone. With a heavy crash, Vegeta landed forcefully on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, I am the Prince of the Saiyans, the most gifted warrior in the history of Planet Vegeta? How could I possibly be defeated by this worthless Raditz?" In a fit of rage and wounded pride, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from within Vegeta. As his fury escalated, the ground beneath him began to sink, soon forming a massive crater several meters in diameter. What immense energy! Goku sensed the escalating aura, his brow furrowed in concern. This could be serious. Raditz's lips twitched awkwardly as he muttered, "It seems I may have overstepped." In the next instant, Vegeta's figure flickered and appeared before Raditz, delivering a thunderous punch to his abdomen. Raditz could distinctly feel that this strike was far more potent than the previous blows. With the force of the blow, Raditz coughed up blood. Vegeta gazed down at the pained Raditz, a malicious smile curling at his lips, and delivered another powerful punch to Raditz's face. With a whoosh, Raditz was sent spiraling back, propelled by the force of the blow. Standing tall, Vegeta raised his hand at the retreating Raditz, his smile sinister as he declared, "This is your repayment." A tremendous wave of energy erupted from Vegeta's palm, hurtling towards Raditz. Mid-flight, Raditz was struck by Vegeta's energy blast, sending him flying over 100 meters. Yet this wave was even more formidable than Raditz's own. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth, unable to rise for the moment. Observing this, Goku clenched his teeth and shouted, "Kaioken!" A surge of energy erupted, and he dashed toward Vegeta. With a resounding impact, Goku's fist connected with Vegeta's face, yet Vegeta remained unfazed, standing his ground without flinching. "Is this the extent of your power, Kakarot?" Vegeta taunted. Startled, Goku quickly altered his attack, executing a swift kick aimed at Vegeta's head. In an instant, Vegeta raised his hand to block effortlessly, countering with a powerful punch to Goku's chest. With a piercing scream, Son Wukong's body was hurled through the air. His father, Son Gohan, shouted and rushed forward, catching the flying Wukong in time. However, he underestimated Vegeta's power. The moment their hands met, the tremendous force propelled him backward as well. "Wukong, Gohan," Krillin thought, his heart tightening. Indeed, Vegeta's strength was terrifying. "Ha! I, Vegeta, am undoubtedly the mightiest Saiyan." Raditz gritted his teeth and struggled to rise from the ground. Vegeta's power had increased, now surpassing what it was in the original tale by more than a fold. "I cannot lose. After this hard-won rebirth, how could I fall here? I am not worthless. I shall not be mere cannon fodder. I am Cheng Xinyuan. I am Raditz." Threefold Kaioken. A tempestuous aura erupted from Raditz's being. He stood straight, releasing a furious roar, his gaze fiercely locked onto Vegeta. In an instant, he vanished. Bang! A powerful punch landed squarely on Vegeta's face, causing him to stagger backward a few steps. He quickly turned, his own eyes gleaming with intensity as he stared at Raditz. Bang! In the next heartbeat, Vegeta retaliated with a punch that struck Raditz's face. Raditz took a step back, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he retaliated with another punch aimed at Vegeta. Bang! The sound echoed. Vegeta, sensing Raditz's intent, unleashed his fist at the precise moment Raditz struck. Chapter 17, Vegeta's Defeat. Their fists collided, and under the tremendous impact, both Raditz and Vegeta were pushed back several meters. Regaining their footing, they charged at each other once more. Bang! Their fists met again, unleashing a ferocious force that left a large crater in the earth beneath them. With a swift motion, they both vanished from sight. Bang! 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 The sounds of their fists clashing resonated through the air like thunder. Sun Wukong and the others looked up to the sky, witnessing Vegeta's fist descend. In an instant, Raditz flickered behind Vegeta, delivering a swift knife-hand strike. Vegeta glanced back, his brow furrowing, and vanished as well. Raditz's strike fell short, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He spun around, launching a powerful punch. Bang! Another dull thud echoed as both were sent staggering backward once more, covering dozens of meters. Huffing and puffing, Raditz steadied himself, panting heavily. He had employed the threefold Kaioken, yet he found himself merely holding his ground against Vegeta. Vegeta's chest heaved violently, and he gasped for breath, his face etched with astonishment. Internally, he pondered, how is this possible? Is this the same worthless Raditz? He called out, Raditz, tell me, how did you elevate your power to such heights in just 1 year? In response, Raditz turned to Vegeta with a sly grin and replied, what's the matter? Do you wish to learn? I can teach you. Vegeta furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of indignation wash over him. He retorted angrily, you bastard, I will kill you. With that, Vegeta soared into the air, his energy flaring intensely as he adopted a stance reminiscent of a baseball pitcher. Raditz, if you wish to evade, go ahead, but consider what lies behind you. He then shouted Galactic Cannon. A massive energy wave, as thick as his waist, hurtled towards Raditz. Upon glancing behind him, Raditz gazed upward at the oncoming wave, realizing that Vegeta intended to leave him with no escape. If Raditz were to dodge, the force of Vegeta's attack would undoubtedly obliterate the Earth. Thus, to thwart Vegeta's onslaught, Raditz braced himself to endure the attack. With a frown, Raditz heightened his energy once more, extending his hands to absorb the energy wave Vegeta unleashed. However, as soon as Raditz made contact, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, fracturing the ground beneath him. What immense power! Raditz marveled as he defended against Vegeta's galactic cannon. Ha ha ha! Vegeta laughed heartily, continuing, Raditz, cease your futile resistance. With your strength, you cannot hope to defeat me. Is that so? I beg to differ. Raditz gritted his teeth, a fierce expression contorting his face. He murmured, Kaioken times 4. With a thunderous roar, Raditz's crimson aura surged, momentarily pushing back Vegeta's attack. In an instant, Raditz appeared before Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. Raditz pursued relentlessly, raining down a flurry of punches upon Vegeta. Yes, excellent. Just like that, Raditz. Defeat Vegeta. Goku watched from above as Raditz unleashed a barrage of strikes. With a resounding crash, Raditz kicked Vegeta downward, his body crashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust several meters high. Raditz hovered in the air, his palms positioned firmly together, enunciating Kamehameha. It's the Kamehameha. Goku, did you teach Raditz this technique? Krillin exclaimed excitedly, observing Raditz's movements. Indeed, while training on King Kai's planet, my brother and I exchanged techniques and insights about our training, Goku replied. Thus, it is the rapid enhancement of your powers, is it not? Sun Wukong smiled faintly and nodded at Krillin. Indeed, yes. A renewed expression of joy illuminated Krillin's face. Does this mean that Earth is saved? As the Kamehameha wave was unleashed from Raditz's hands, a blue-white energy wave surged forth toward Vegeta, struggling to rise from the ground. Vegeta gazed at the oncoming Kamehameha with a look of defiance, declaring in a deep voice, No, I will not succumb to you. Vegeta let out a fierce roar, a tempestuous aura erupting from within him. The final flash was unleashed, a purple beam shooting forth with great force. Bang! The two energies collided instantaneously, unleashing a ferocious power that shattered the surrounding ground, scattering countless fragments into the air. The earth itself seemed to tremble in fear from the clash of these two formidable forces. Vegeta, surrender. Do not engage in futile resistance. You cannot win. Raditz, you worthless scum. What right do you have to utter such words? I am the prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta bellowed in rage, the energy of his final flash suddenly intensifying dramatically. As Raditz felt the surge of power, a serious expression crossed his face. It must be acknowledged that as the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta indeed had his proud moments. Yet today, he was destined to fail. Fivefold Kaioken. In an instant, Raditz's aura surged once more, doubling in strength. Confronted with the five-fold Kaioken of Raditz, Vegeta found himself once again in a position of utter helplessness. His body involuntarily began to retreat, carving a deep trench into the earth beneath his feet. Cursed! Cursed! I cannot lose. Power, grant me strength. Observing Vegeta's continued resolve, Raditz calmly addressed him. Vegeta, as a warrior, you indeed command my respect, but Raditz hesitated momentarily before amplifying the Kaioken's power. Six-fold Kaioken. In an instant, Raditz's crimson aura intensified further, his gaze sharpening. The wild energy surged forward towards Vegeta with unstoppable force. No, it cannot be. Boom! A tremblement d'explosion érupted, sending a cloud of smoke billowing into the air. Following a violent tremor of the ground, as the smoke gradually cleared, one could see Vegeta lying weak and breathless in the vast crater left by the explosion. Chapter 18. The Method to Rescue Everyone. With red flames swirling around him, Raditz descended slowly from the sky to Vegeta's side. Upon confirming that Vegeta was no longer able to continue the battle, Raditz exhaled deeply and exited the Kaioken state. Gasping for breath, he gazed at Vegeta and said, Vegeta, you are an extraordinary warrior. As one of the few remaining Saiyans, I cannot bring myself to kill you. The underlying truth was that Raditz did not wish for Trunks' storyline to come to an end. Initially, Vegeta, the second male lead in Dragon Ball, was indeed a character that provoked intense irritation. However, his transformation later on, particularly during the battle against Majin Buu and his subsequent sacrifice, commanded utmost admiration. As he spoke, Raditz squatted down and rummaged through Vegeta's belongings, retrieving the controller for his spaceship from within his garments. He pressed the control device, and soon, the spacecraft belonging to Vegeta swiftly approached their landing site. Raditz! Krillin called out, hastening towards him alongside Goku and his son. Hurry and kill Vegeta to avenge Piccolo, Krillin said with fury. Raditz turned to Krillin, then to Goku, and spoke slowly. I'm sorry, Krillin, but I believe we should let him go. What? Krillin exclaimed, taken aback, and stepped closer, perplexed as he looked at Raditz. Why? After a moment of contemplation, Raditz replied, to be honest, I find it rather regrettable. Regrettable? Krillin questioned. Bewildered, Raditz continued, Vegeta is the most gifted warrior in the history of Planet Saiyan. To simply kill him seems a tragic waste. Furthermore, with Planet Saiyan now destroyed, and with only a few Saiyans remaining, including Gohan, it is difficult for me to take his life under these circumstances. However, if we let him go, once he recovers, he will undoubtedly return to Earth with his comrades. I understand, Krillin, but today I managed to defeat him once. I can do so again, so rest assured. I will triumph over him once more. But, Krillin started, Piccolo is dead, and the Dragon Balls are no longer usable. Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. He could not continue, tears welling in his eyes. Raditz glanced at the unconscious Vegeta on the ground, then looked back at Krillin and said, let us discuss this later. Vegeta, you may go. With that, Raditz lifted Vegeta and placed him in the spaceship, fitting him with an oxygen mask. Raditz, you will regret sparing me today, Vegeta warned. Raditz smiled gently. Vegeta, this is my decision, and you need not concern yourself with it. Now depart. He pressed the launch button of the spaceship, and as the hatch closed, the vessel emitted a brilliant glow, soaring into the sky, leaving Earth behind. Watching Vegeta's ship vanish into the distance, Raditz turned to Krillin and said, Krillin, as for Tien and the others, I believe a journey to Namek, Piccolo's home planet, might enable us to use their Dragon Balls to bring Tien and the others back. Namek? Krillin replied, visibly perplexed. Indeed, that is the home planet of Bic, the birthplace of Dragon Ball, where the Super Dragon Balls possess powers greater than those of Earth's Dragon Balls. Is that truly the case? Krillin inquired, a hint of astonishment evident in his voice. Absolutely, I assure you. For now, let us retrieve the remains of Tien and the others. Raditz, as he roamed the cosmos, had garnered much experience, and Krillin looked to him with trust. At that moment, Krillin had no choice but to place his faith in Raditz. Krillin, Goku. A sudden sound of a helicopter engine mixed with a shout echoed from the sky. The group looked up to see Bulma's head emerging from the aircraft. It's Bulma. Krillin waved. As the helicopter descended, Bulma, Master Roshi, Puar, and Oolong disembarked. Upon witnessing the body of Yamcha, a wave of anguish surged within Bulma's heart. Yamcha, she cried out, collapsing before his lifeless form, tears streaming down her face. Though Yamcha had been somewhat distant, The reality of his sacrifice for the protection of the earth was a truth difficult for Bulma to bear. Yamcha, Plar, akin to a grieving relative, fell upon Yamcha's body, weeping uncontrollably. Having been inseparable companions, their bond resembled that of family. With Yamcha's demise, Plar succumbed to overwhelming sorrow and fainted. Master Roshi surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of Tien and Kaiotsu. He turned to Goku and asked Goku, "Where Tien and Kaiotsu?" At this, the group instinctively lowered their heads. Krillin spoke softly, they're no longer with us. What? Master Roshi's eyes widened with surprise, quickly replaced by deep sadness. Raditz, lifting his gaze, approached the weeping Bulma and said, "Bulma, may you find solace in your grief. I have conceived a method to revive Yamcha and the others, but I require your assistance." Bulma, wiping her tears, looked up at Raditz with glistening eyes and asked, "Is that truly possible?" "Indeed, but first, let us ensure Yamcha and the others are at peace. And then I shall explain everything." "Yes, thank you." Raditz, Bulma nodded, her sorrow somewhat alleviated by the prospect of hope. At the Capsule Corporation, after the remains of Yamcha and the others were respectfully arranged, Raditz settled on the living room sofa, taking a sip of water. "Bulma, I hope you can modify one of Vegeta's spaceships into a vessel capable of carrying multiple passengers. We must journey to Namek and use the Dragon Balls there to resurrect everyone." "To Namek?" "Raditz, I will accompany you," Krillin declared, fists clenched and a serious expression upon his face. "All right, Gohan, you should join us as well." "I have no objections, Gohan. Do you?" Goku inquired. Gohan lowered his head, grasping his knees, and declared, "Yes, I shall personally rescue Uncle Piccolo." Raditz nodded in agreement, turning to Bulma as he continued, "Bulma, aside from my spaceship, there's another vessel belonging to Nappa on Earth that you could utilize for modifications." "All right, leave it to me. No problem," she replied. Raditz then suggested, "Let us all take a moment to rest. Once Bulma has completed the modifications to the spaceship, we shall set off." Chapter 19, The Legendary Warrior. The group nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Goku scratched his head and said, "If there is nothing else, I'll take Gohan home. If I don't return soon, Chi-Chi will start a worry." "Yes, Goku, you should head back for now. I'll call you once the spaceship is ready," Bulma assured him. "Thank you for your help, Bulma," he responded with a smile. Bulma then glanced at Raditz and inquired, "Raditz, what are your plans? Will you stay here or go back with Goku?" "Thank you, Bulma. But there's no need for you to worry. I have a few matters to attend to and will return tomorrow." "Attend to? Where are you going?" Bulma asked. "Rest assured, I want to be invading planets like Vegeta and the others," Raditz replied with a slight smile. Bulma, feeling a bit embarrassed, laughed awkwardly. No, Raditz. Please don't misunderstand. It's fine." Raditz smiled gently at everyone. "I shall take my leave now and will come back tomorrow." "Brother, I'll go with you," Goku said. "All right, let us depart." With that, Raditz waved goodbye to the group, leaving with Goku and Gohan. Once outside Bulma's home, the trio soared into the sky using their flight technique. Goku asked, "Brother, are you really not coming back with me?" Raditz noticed the disappointment on Goku's face and hesitated before replying. "Well, all right then. I shall return with you for now." "Really?" Goku exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed," Raditz confirmed with a gentle smile. "But will this delay your matters?" "No, I can attend to them tomorrow as well." "That's wonderful. Chi-Chi will certainly be delighted to see you," Goku said eagerly. After so many years, he finally had a blood relative on Earth, a feeling Goku deeply anticipated. Arriving at the residence on the lookout, Goku knocked on the door and called, "Chi-Chi, I'm back." "Open the door." Inside, Chi-Chi, who had been anxiously pacing, paused upon hearing his voice, then rushed to the door and flung it open. When she saw Goku and Gohan standing there, a look of distress returned to her face. Gohan," she cried, throwing herself into Goku's embrace as she clutched Gohan. Weeping, "You've finally returned." With a gentle touch, Wukong caressed Chi-Chi's back and softly reassured her. "It's all right, Chi-Chi. Everything is fine now. I have also brought back my elder brother." "Elder brother?" Chi-Chi turned to son Wukong, her curiosity piqued. A year prior, Wukong had gone to King Kai's planet with Raditz without a word, and Chi-Chi had never met Raditz. It was only after Krillin recounted the events that she learned of Wukong's sibling. "Greetings, sister-in-law. I apologize for the sudden visit." Raditz stepped forward, politely addressing Chi-Chi. Gazing at the courteous Raditz, Chi-Chi's fondness for him grew instantly, and she smiled. You are Wukong's brother?" "Indeed I am. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you, sister-in-law," he replied graciously. "Elder brother, you are too kind. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please take care of me," Chi-Chi responded warmly. Raditz nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Wukong. Chi-Chi, it is dark outside. Let us converse indoors, Wukong suggested, observing the mutual politeness between the two. Yes, yes, elder brother, let us go inside. I imagine you must be hungry, Chi-Chi chimed in. To be honest, having just eaten at Bulma's, he wasn't truly hungry. Yet he had missed Chi-Chi's cooking after a year of absence. Chi-Chi, let us go. Wukong placed his hand on her shoulder, eagerly guiding her into the house. Raditz followed behind, unable to suppress a chuckle. It must be said, Wukong's flattery was indeed commendable. Goten then echoed Wukong's sentiment. I too have longed for my mother's home-cooked meals. It brings back such nostalgia. Their father-son banter illuminated Chi-Chi's face with joy. Upon entering, Chi-Chi said to Raditz, elder brother, please have a seat. I shall prepare a meal for you. Do you need assistance? Raditz inquired. No, you're the elder brother, and it is your first visit. Please sit with Wukong on the sofa. It will be ready shortly. Then I shall trouble you, sister-in-law. It is no trouble at all, merely a small task. Chi-Chi smiled as she tied on her apron and headed to the kitchen. Uncle, please have some water. Goten approached with a glass of water as Raditz and Wukong settled down. If Raditz recalled correctly, this was Goten's first time addressing him as uncle. Reflecting on the days of watching Dragon Ball, where Goten was both handsome and powerful, it felt surreal to now be called uncle. Thank you, Goten. Raditz accepted the cup, smiling in return. At that moment, Wukong asked, elder brother, have you met our father? At this question, Raditz paused briefly, looking at Wukong. Their father, the Saiyan Bardock, was someone Raditz had limited interactions with, according to his memories. In the original narrative, Bardock was often away, battling foes, and during his solitary confrontation with Frieza, he was sent back in time 1,000 years when Raditz was still a child. After some contemplation, Raditz responded, I have seen him. My father was incredibly strong. He bravely challenged the cosmic tyrant Frieza to defend the honor of the Saiyans, ultimately sacrificing his life in the process. Raditz refrained from mentioning that Bardock had traversed 1,000 years into the past, as such a concept closely mirrored his own arrival in the Dragon Ball world. In Blue Star, merely claiming one had journeyed to a wondrous realm would hardly convince anyone. Moreover, Raditz found it exceedingly difficult to explain. It was simply too straightforward. Upon hearing of his father's demise, Goku felt a pang of disappointment and eagerly inquired, what about my mother? With a resigned sigh, Raditz replied, she perished alongside the destruction of planet Vegeta. It was said that planet Vegeta was annihilated by a meteor strike. But I knew the truth. It was Frieza who obliterated our home. What? Who is Frieza? Why did he destroy planet Vegeta? Goku asked, perplexed. Raditz explained. He feared the emergence of the Super Saiyans, prompting him to obliterate our planet. As he spoke, Raditz recounted the tale of the Saiyans to Goku. Super Saiyan? Goku queried with a furrowed brow, having never encountered this term before. Indeed, the Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior, possessing powers that far exceed our current capabilities. Goku seemed more intrigued by the notion of the Super Saiyan than by Bardock, his father. Brother, do you think I can attain the level of a Super Saiyan? Raditz gazed at Goku and solemnly nodded. Yes, with diligent training, you certainly can. Chapter 20, The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. All right, you two brothers, enough talk of Super Saiyans. It's time to eat. At that moment, Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of food, interrupting their conversation. As Raditz observed the table gradually filling with dishes, he felt a sense of admiration for Chi-Chi. In less than an hour, she had prepared such a feast. It seemed her reputation as the ideal wife and mother in Dragon Ball was well-deserved. Uncle, try this, Goten said, placing a chicken leg in Raditz's bowl. Thank you, Goten. But I can manage on my own, Raditz replied with a gentle smile. Come on, brother, don't be so modest. Goten is always so considerate. Just accept it, Goku encouraged. Yes, Goku is right. Brother, please feel at home. You're among family now, Chi-Chi added, echoing Goku's sentiments. All right, since you both insist. It would be unbecoming of me to refuse any longer. I shall eat, Raditz said with a smile, picking up the chicken leg and taking a bite. Quite delicious. Chi-Chi, your culinary skills are commendable. Ha, it's nothing. I'm just glad you find it to your liking, Chi-Chi replied, her face beaming with joy. After their meal, Raditz spent the night in Goten's room. The following morning, he rose early. Glancing at the still, slumbering Gohan, Raditz stealthily donned his attire and gently opened the door. Uncle, he murmured. At that very moment, Gohan's body stirred unexpectedly. Raditz turned back, offering an awkward smile. My apologies, Gohan, for disturbing your rest. No. Gohan hastily waved his hand, inquiring, Uncle, where are you headed? Raditz closed the door, seated himself beside Gohan's bed, and proposed, Gohan, would you like to join me for some training? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Gohan's eyes as he exclaimed, "Really, uncle?" "Absolutely. Quickly wash up. We shall depart at once." Gohan eagerly nodded, neatly folded his blanket, and swiftly made his way to the bathroom. Once he had completed his preparations, he noticed that Goku and Chi-Chi had not yet risen. Raditz opened the door, and together they exited the house, the horizon just beginning to glimmer with the light of dawn. "Uncle, should we not inform Dad?" Gohan asked. Raditz pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps we should leave him a note stating that we have gone to train." Gohan considered this and replied, "All right, Uncle, please wait for me." With that, he retraced his steps back into the house. A few moments later, he emerged once more, declaring, "I'm ready, Uncle." "Very well, let us be off," Raditz nodded, his body gradually lifting into the air. "Okay," Gohan nodded in agreement, his own form rising slowly as he soared alongside Raditz towards the horizon. "Uncle, where are we going to train?" Gohan inquired midair. "To the Heavenly Temple," Raditz replied with a smile. "The Heavenly Temple? I recall that Uncle Piccolo mentioned it is where the Kai resides." "Indeed, but with the death of the Kai, only Mr. Bubbles remains there now." "Then why are we going to the Heavenly Temple?" Raditz turned to Gohan, grinning as he said, "You'll understand once we arrive." At the Heavenly Temple, Mr. Bubbles, clad in dark attire, stood alone at the edge, gazing down at the mortal realm. Suddenly, a spark of joy illuminated his eyes as two figures swiftly emerged from the clouds. "It is Raditz and Goku's son," he remarked. As soon as he spoke, Raditz and Gohan descended beside Mr. Bubbles. "Hello, Mr. Bubbles," Raditz greeted. "It's you, Raditz. What brings you to the Heavenly Temple at such an early hour?" "Mr. Bubbles inquired with curiosity. Raditz gestured to Gohan, introducing, "Gohan, this is Mr. Bubbles, the overseer of the Heavenly Temple." "Hello, Mr. Bubbles, I'm Gohan." Gohan introduced himself. "Greetings." Gohan, Mr. Bubbles nodded slightly before turning back to Raditz, asking, "Raditz, what is the purpose of your early visit to the Heavenly Temple?" "Mr. Bubbles, I have discovered a way to resurrect everyone." "What? There is a way to bring everyone back?" Mr. Bubbles exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, the forthcoming challenges are perilous. Without formidable strength, the chances of resurrection appear exceedingly slim. Thus, Mr. Popo, I wish to request the use of the hyperbolic time chamber." After Raditz finished speaking, Mr. Popo looked at him in confusion and said, "Mr. Raditz, to my knowledge, you should be unaware of the hyperbolic time chamber. How is it that you know of it?" Upon hearing this, Raditz felt a wave of embarrassment, not anticipating that Popo would pose such a question. "Well, that is because—" "Did Goku inform you?" Raditz hesitated, then cleverly maneuvered the conversation. Yes, Goku told me." "Ah, then there is no issue. Please, follow me." Popo gestured invitingly, signaling Raditz to accompany him. "Very well." Raditz nodded slightly and followed closely behind Popo. "Hey, Uncle, what is the hyperbolic time chamber?" Gohan quietly inquired of Raditz. "The hyperbolic time chamber is a wondrous place where years spent inside equates to merely a day outside," Raditz explained. "Really? Is that true?" Gohan asked incredulously. "Absolutely. Once you enter, you'll understand." Gohan looked at Raditz, hesitantly nodding. "All right, I suppose." The two followed Popo to the entrance of a room. "Here we are, Raditz. This is the hyperbolic time chamber. However, I must caution you. Only 2 individuals can enter at a time, and each person may spend a maximum of 48 hours inside, which translates to 2 days. Should this limit be exceeded, the door will vanish, and escape will be impossible." "Understood, Mr. Popo. We will train for 1 day and then emerge," Raditz affirmed. "Very well. You may enter. There are provisions available inside, so do not worry," Popo said as he opened the door to the chamber. "All right, Gohan, let us proceed," Raditz said, glancing at Gohan. "Yes," Gohan replied, a glimmer of determination in his eyes, stepping inside alongside Raditz. Upon entering, they were met with an infinite expanse of white space, devoid of boundaries. Gohan was momentarily taken aback by the sight. "Uncle, is this truly the hyperbolic time chamber?" "Indeed, this is the hyperbolic time chamber." Chapter 21. Training in the hyperbolic time chamber. "However, I do not perceive any remarkable differences." "Is that so? Why not venture forward into that white area and see for yourself?" Raditz suggested with a smile. Gohan glanced at the vast, white expanse ahead and then at the floor beneath him, which seemed to serve as a dividing line. Intrigued, he stepped toward the white area. As soon as 1 foot crossed the threshold, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. Gohan lost his balance and tumbled down. "It's so heavy," he exclaimed in astonishment. He felt an overwhelming difficulty in breathing, as a wave of scorching heat enveloped him. With each arduous breath, Gohan perceived as though his lungs were ablaze. How does it feel? Quite uncomfortable, isn't it? Raditz strolled leisurely into the white expanse, casting a glance down at Gohan. Struggling on the ground, Gohan lifted his head with great effort and managed a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, it's quite unbearable. My lungs feel as if they might explode. Raditz replied with a slight smile. The air here is thin, with temperatures soaring over 50 degrees during the day and plummeting below -40 at night. The gravity is also 10 times that of Earth. You will need to adapt gradually. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement and painstakingly rose to his feet. Suddenly, it seemed Gohan had made a realization. His brow furrowed as he inquired, "Uncle, why can't I sense my father's energy?" "That is quite normal," Raditz explained. "This place is essentially a different realm. Once the door is shut, the connection with the outside world is severed, rendering it impossible to perceive Goku's energy. So, if we open the door, will I be able to sense my father's energy?" Gohan asked again. "Indeed, but the time is not yet ripe. We must remain here for a year before we can leave." "A year?" Gohan gasped in astonishment. "Correct. If we do not grow sufficiently strong, reviving Piccolo and the others will be quite challenging. Therefore, Gohan, you must endure." Gohan regarded Raditz for a moment. Recalling his training days with Piccolo, his brow furrowed as he replied solemnly, "I will, uncle." "Very well, then I shall begin," Raditz stated with a calm smile. Meanwhile, at the Bowsy Mountain, Goku emerged from his room and headed directly towards Gohan's quarters. Upon opening the door, he found the room completely empty, though the bedding was neatly arranged. Not here. Where could Gohan and his brother have gone so early? Just then, Chi-Chi approached from behind, tapping him on the shoulder and asking, "Goku, what are you looking at?" Scratching his head in confusion, Goku replied, "I wanted to call Gohan to train with his brother, but they are not here." "What? Not here?" Chi-Chi echoed, equally surprised, as she pushed past Goku to peer inside the room. Aside from the neatly made bed, there was indeed no one there. How strange. Where could they have gone so early? Chi-Chi pondered, her gaze inadvertently falling upon a note on the table. Picking it up, she read the hastily scrawled message. "Dad, Mom, I'm off to train with Uncle. I'll be back in the evening. Don't worry. Goku." Gohan has gone to train with his uncle and said he would return in the evening. Chi-Chi informed him after reading the note. "What? Those two are something else. They didn't even call me to join. How inconsiderate." Goku grumbled with a frown. Bang! Chi-Chi delivered a punch to Goku's head, equally displeased, and exclaimed, "What are you still standing there for? Gohan aspires to become a scholar. How could he possibly engage in such violent skirmishes as you do? You must urgently bring Gohan back to me." Kiki exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Goku, her face flushed with anger. Rubbing his sore head, Goku looked at Kiki with a pitiful expression and replied, "I will go at once, but please refrain from striking me. It hurts terribly. If it hurts, then hasten. We may overlook your affairs, but you must retrieve Gohan." Kiki reprimanded Goku emphatically, faced with this unexpected roar from his fierce partner. Even the mighty Goku found himself compelled to comply. There was no denying the formidable influence of the wife of the universe's strongest Saiyan. Without a moment's delay, Goku dashed out of the house amidst Kiki's fervent admonitions. Soaring through the air, he attempted to sense the ki of Gohan and Raditz, hoping to pinpoint their locations. However, after an extensive search, he failed to detect either of their energies. What could be the matter? Scanning the entirety of Earth yielded no trace of Gohan or Raditz. Goku furrowed his brow and swiftly set his course toward Bulma's residence. In no time, Goku arrived at Bulma's house in a state of urgency. "Bulma, Bulma," he called out from her balcony. Hearing his voice, Bulma hastily emerged from her bathroom, still in the midst of her morning routine. "Goku, what is the matter?" she inquired. "Have you seen Gohan or Raditz?" Bulma furrowed her brow, her curiosity piqued. "No, Goku, what has happened?" "Gohan left a note for Kiki, stating he had gone to train with my brother Raditz. However, I cannot sense their energies anywhere on Earth. So I thought I would ask if they had come to your house." "No, I just woke up. Perhaps I could check with my father?" Bulma suggested. Goku, feeling a surge of anxiety, quickly replied, "No need. I will visit Master Roshi instead." Without waiting for Bulma to respond, he took to the skies once more, heading towards the Turtle Hermit's island. Meanwhile, in the hyperbolic time chamber, several months had elapsed. Gohan was gasping for breath, his clothing tattered to the point of indecency. Opposite him, Raditz observed with an air of indifference, his own Saiyan armor in disarray. Yet his demeanor was markedly more composed than Gohan's. Gasping heavily, Gohan's chest heaved as he fixed his gaze intently on Raditz. Suddenly, with a flash, Gohan closed the distance, positioning himself before Raditz. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Raditz's face. A resounding thud echoed through the chamber as Raditz raised his hand to effortlessly block Gohan's strike, countering with a fierce blow to Gohan's face. Another thud rang out as Gohan's body was sent hurtling backward, flying several meters away. Yet, Raditz showed no mercy. Instead, he seized the opportunity while Gohan was sent flying, launching a barrage of energy blasts towards him. As Gohan soared through the air, he instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, bracing his body to absorb Raditz's onslaught. Chapter 22. Super Saiyan. The explosive impact sent Gohan hurtling away, yet Raditz remained impassive, harboring no intention of sparing him. He lifted his hand, condensing a colossal energy sphere, which he hurled towards Gohan. Lying on the ground, Gohan gritted his teeth and glanced upward, his body flickering momentarily. Boom! The explosion echoed, and Gohan's figure reappeared behind Raditz, enveloped in a radiant white aura. With a decisive move, Gohan placed both hands on his forehead, unleashing a golden energy wave that surged towards Raditz. With a thunderous crash, smoke enveloped the area. Gohan panted heavily, his gaze locked onto the swirling mist. This should do the trick, he thought. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted, dispersing the smoke. Raditz looked up to see Gohan, smirking with an unsettling grin. Gohan's face registered shock. Before he could react, Raditz had closed the distance between them. With a resounding thud, a powerful punch struck Gohan's abdomen, extinguishing his blazing aura. A blinding light filled his vision, and in an instant, his mind went blank as his body succumbed to gravity. Raditz caught Gohan's falling form and gently lowered him to the ground. Came house. Master Roshi, sensing the urgency, began to shout even before Goku had landed. Hearing his voice, Roshi and Krillin emerged from the house. Excitedly, Goku called out, "Krillin, Master Roshi, has Gohan and my brother come to visit you?" Upon landing, Goku inquired eagerly. "No, they seem to be missing," Roshi replied curiously. "Yes, Gohan left a note for Chi-Chi saying that he wanted to train with Raditz. But I cannot sense their energy anywhere on Earth, so I came here to check." "What?" Krillin exclaimed, his face reflecting surprise. Upon concentrating, he found that Gohan and Raditz's energies were indeed absent, just as Goku had stated. "Goku, don't worry. I will help you search for them," Krillin said, observing Goku's anxious demeanor. "Thank you, Krillin. There's no need for thanks between us. However, Goku, try not to worry too much. I believe they will be all right." "Yes, let's hope so," Goku replied, furrowing his brow. "Goku, why not check the other world? They might be there," Roshi suggested casually, glancing at the two. "The other world?" Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong's mind was suddenly illuminated. Indeed, if they had entered the hyperbolic time chamber, it would explain why their energy could not be sensed. "Krillin, let us visit the heavenly temple," he proposed. "All right, Wukong, let's go." With that, Krillin soared into the sky, and they swiftly made their way to the divine sanctuary. By the time Wukong and Krillin arrived at the heavenly temple, over a month had elapsed in the time chamber. Son Gohan unleashed a fierce shout, unleashing a flurry of punches that created a cascade of afterimages, striking fiercely at Raditz. After evading several blows, Raditz found himself on the defensive as Gohan, gathering his strength, delivered a powerful punch. Raditz took a step back and retaliated with a forceful strike. With a resounding impact, their energies clashed, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The two fighters momentarily vanished, only to reappear amidst a cacophony of fists colliding in the sky. Bang! Raditz and Gohan exchanged another blow. Gohan staggered back several meters. As he regained his balance, he planted his hands firmly at his waist and shouted, "Kamehameha!" A violent wave of energy surged forth from his hands. Raditz furrowed his brow and mirrored Gohan's stance, enunciating each syllable came. "Haim! Ha!" In an instant, the azure energy beam surged towards Gohan's attack. Boom! The two forces collided, erupting in a fierce display of power as the furious energy spread like a torrent in all directions. The two energy waves intertwined like colossal dragons, engaged in a fierce struggle. "I will not be defeated," Gohan declared through clenched teeth, a resolute vow escaping his lips. A surge of energy erupted from within him, amplifying the potency of his Kamehameha. Raditz took a step back, his brow furrowing once more. Has his strength increased? Feeling the mounting pressure, Raditz understood that he must engage with his true power. He exhaled deeply, a resolute calm enveloping him, and intoned, "Kaioken." Boom! Raditz aura surgi dramatically, pushing Gohan's Kamehameha back towards him. Witnessing his attack being repelled, Gohan's indomitable spirit grew even stronger. "No, this is not enough. I need strength. I must become powerful." he exclaimed, as the haunting image of Piccolo sacrificing himself to shield him from Nappa resurfaced in his mind. A wave of fury surged through him. No, I will not allow Uncle Piccolo's fate to repeat itself. I will grow stronger, Gohan bellowed, and a brilliant golden light erupted from within him, transforming his long black hair into a radiant golden hue. This newfound power shattered Raditz's Kamehameha, and before Raditz could react, Gohan's fierce punch struck him squarely in the abdomen. Whoa! Raditz spat out a mouthful of blood, and in an instant his body was propelled backward like a cannonball. With a resounding thud, he crashed heavily to the ground. The pain in his abdomen prompting him to curse aloud. That little brat, he is actually the first to transform into a Super Saiyan. As he spoke, Raditz lifted his head, only to find Gohan lying motionless on the ground. Gohan! A pang of anxiety struck Raditz, and disregarding his own pain, he hurried over and cradled Gohan in his arms. Gohan, Gohan! Raditz called out repeatedly, only to discover that Gohan's breathing was steady. It seemed he was not injured after all. It appeared that the unintentional transformation into a Super Saiyan had simply exhausted him. Raditz let out a sigh of relief, lifted Gohan, and carried him back to the resting area, placing him gently upon the bed. He then re-entered the vast, white expanse, commencing his solitary training. Outside the heavenly temple, Goku looked at Bubbles with urgency and asked, Mr. Bubbles, has my son Gohan and my brother Raditz arrived in the afterlife? You mean Raditz and Gohan? They are here, Bubbles replied. Really? Where are they now? Goku inquired impatiently. They are currently training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Would you like me to call them? Bubbles asked. Upon hearing this, Goku exhaled deeply, saying, No worries, if they are training, I shall not disturb them. I will wait here for them. With that, Goku settled down on the ground. Krillin, sitting beside Goku with a puzzled expression, asked Goku, What is the hyperbolic time chamber? Goku turned to Krillin and explained, The hyperbolic time chamber is a magical room where years spent inside equates to merely a day outside. Really? Is that true? Krillin replied, incredulous. Absolutely, but each person can only enter for 2 days in their lifetime, and the air inside is remarkably thin. It gets extremely hot during the day and very cold at night. I have only spent a brief time in there myself. Is that so? Hearing you say that makes me want to train in there, Krillin remarked with eager anticipation. Not yet. Raditz said he would be training inside for a day before emerging. Bubbles stated earnestly. I was just joking. They can continue their training, Krillin said with an awkward smile. Meanwhile, inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan remained in a deep slumber on the bed, while Raditz stood alone in the boundless white expanse. A chilling gust swept through, instantly freezing him in place. Beneath the ice, Raditz's eyes darted from side to side. A surge of energy erupted, shattering the ice encasing him. In the next moment, 2 towering ice formations rapidly advanced toward him. Raditz raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast at the swiftly freezing mountains of ice. A tremendous wave of energy surged forth, obliterating the ice formations before him. Ha-da-da-da. Ha-da-da-da. Raditz soared into the air, continuously unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. A momentary lapse in focus would leave him frozen in the biting cold of -40 degrees. At that moment, Raditz felt a deep-seated rivalry igniting within him. Ever since Gohan inadvertently transformed into a Super Saiyan, Raditz has been harboring a determination. He was resolute that unless he ascended to the level of a Super Saiyan himself, he could not quell this burning ambition inside. In a daze, Gohan was roused from his slumber by the sounds of Raditz's training. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Raditz in the distance, gathering strength for a powerful punch aimed at the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth shattered beneath him as if it were mere tofu. Where am I? Gohan pondered aloud, gazing at his bed in confusion. Uncle! Gohan exclaimed, swiftly leaping from his bed and hurrying to Raditz's side. Gohan, you're awake. Raditz turned to him with a smile. Uncle, wasn't I training with you? How did I end up in bed? You exerted yourself too much and exhausted yourself. Raditz chuckled. Gohan gasped. How long have I been asleep? It has been a day and a night, Gohan. Do you recall what happened before you fainted? Contemplating for a moment, Gohan shook his head and replied, I don't remember, Uncle. Did anything happen before I lost consciousness? Raditz paused, realizing that Gohan had yet to grasp that he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Oh, it's nothing. How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? He inquired. Gohan moved his body and, finding no discomfort, responded, No. In fact, I feel an abundance of power within me, as if I have limitless strength. Raditz was momentarily speechless. Gohan, let us engage in another round. All right, Gohan nodded. He leaped back, creating distance before propelling himself off the ground. Like an arrow released from a bow, he surged towards Raditz, delivering a fierce punch. Raditz raised his arm to block. With a loud thud, Raditz was sent staggering backward several meters, inwardly acknowledging such strength. This power surpasses even that of Goku. Before Raditz could fully absorb this revelation, Gohan attacked once more. His fists rained down like a torrential storm, each strike laden with immense force, leaving Raditz overwhelmed. With a powerful blow, Gohan sent Raditz flying, then unleashed his signature technique. The Masenko, a golden wave of energy, surged forth. Raditz steadied himself and swiftly dodged. Boom! An explosion erupted, engulfing the area in smoke. Just as Gohan basked in his triumph, Raditz's figure suddenly appeared behind him, executing a flying kick that sent Gohan hurtling away. Following this, a wave of energy surged forth, and a barrage of strikes propelled Gohan several dozen meters away. Son Gohan fell heavily to the ground and, lifting his head to gaze at Raditz, chuckled. He, as expected, no matter what I do, I cannot win against my uncle. Raditz exhaled deeply, shedding his imposing demeanor, and looked at Son Gohan, saying that is only natural. After all, your uncle's strength has always surpassed yours. However, Gohan, do not be disheartened with your innate talent. You are destined to become a formidable warrior in the future. Really? Son Gohan asked, his face alight with joy as he looked at Raditz. Raditz stepped forward, helping Son Gohan rise from the ground, and smiled, of course. When has your uncle ever deceived you? Hee. Son Gohan chuckled, grasping Raditz's hand and standing up, gazing at him with a grin. In the celestial realm, Son Goku sat before a mountain of food, indulging heartily. Beside him, Krillin could not help but swallow hard, marveling at the Saiyan's insatiable appetite. Delicious, delicious, Son Goku exclaimed between mouthfuls. When will Gohan and the others emerge? I don't know. They should arrive by nightfall, Bubbles replied, placing a large plate of fried rice before Son Goku. Wow, fried rice. Upon seeing the dish, Son Goku instantly forgot his previous question, redirecting his focus entirely to the food. As time passed and dusk descended, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber creaked open. Son Goku and Krillin, seated in the celestial expanse, exchanged concerned glances, their brows furrowing in unison as they looked towards the depths of the temple. Goku, what is this energy? Krillin asked, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he glanced at Son Goku. Talp, talp, talp. As the footsteps drew nearer, everyone instinctively held their breath. From the shadows emerged two figures, one tall and one short. Dad, Uncle Krillin, Son Gohan exclaimed, astonished, as he looked at Son Goku and Krillin. What are you doing here? Gohan, is that really you? Son Goku asked, equally shocked as he gazed at his son. Son Gohan glanced down at himself and replied, Dad, how can you not see that I am Gohan? No. What I mean is, how has your power increased so tremendously? Son Goku incroyable. Is it only Gohan who has grown stronger? Raditz remarked, casting a discontented glance at his brother. Noticing the two, with long hair flowing and tattered clothing, Son Goku's brow furrowed, and he spoke in a solemn tone. What kind of training have you undergone to enhance your energy so significantly? What do you think? Not bad, right? Raditz replied proudly. Indeed, compared to Vegeta, your current strength far surpasses his, Son Goku stated. So, do you want to have a fight with me? Raditz provocatively asked. Upon hearing this, Son Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly replied, Really? Of course. Yoshi, Son Goku exclaimed, clenching his fist tightly, excitement radiating from him. Then, brother, let us begin. With that, Son Goku leaped back, creating a distance between himself and Raditz. Elder brother, are you prepared? I have arrived. With these words, a surge of energy erupted from Son Wukong as white flames ascended around him. He stepped forward, charging directly at Raditz. With a resounding thud, Son Wukong delivered a powerful punch. Raditz raised his hand to block, effortlessly catching Son Wukong's fist. Frowning, Son Wukong swung again. Raditz tilted his head, evading the blow while countering with a punch of his own. A dull thud echoed as Raditz's fist landed heavily on Son Wukong's face, sending him hurtling backward with tremendous force. A devilish smile crept across Raditz's lips as he advanced toward Son Wukong once more. In an instant, Son Wukong's figure flickered, dodging Raditz's punch, which struck the ground with a thunderous crash. In the next moment, Son Wukong appeared abruptly behind Raditz, hands resting on his hips as he bellowed, Kamehameha! In an instant, a blue energy wave surged forth, aimed directly at Raditz. Raditz glanced back, his form flickering as he ascended into the air, Raising his right hand high, a massive red energy sphere coalesced above him. Explosive wave, Raditz declared, hurling the energy sphere downward. Sun Wukong looked up, extending his hands forward in a commanding shout. Kaioken. A deep thud resonated as Sun Wukong's hands made contact with Raditz's energy sphere, an immense pressure immediately bearing down upon him, forcing his feet into the ground. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong emitted a series of strange sounds. Such power, Gohan. What exactly transpired between you and Raditz? His strength is utterly terrifying. Not much. Just sparring with Uncle. But I lost every time, Gohan replied, a look of resignation crossing his face. After several seconds, Sun Wukong continued to grit his teeth, the sounds of his struggle unwavering. Raditz, unfazed, remarked, So, how do you find my strength, Wukong? Do not revel too much, I will not concede. Fivefold Kaioken. In an instant, a crimson aura enveloped Sun Wukong, and with this overwhelming energy, he pushed Raditz's explosive sphere back. Soaring upward, he aimed a punch at Raditz. Thud! Raditz raised his hand to block, retaliating with a punch of his own. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong's figure flickered again, prompting Raditz to furrow his brow and vanish as well. The air was filled with the sounds of their fists colliding, the two combatants moving at such extraordinary speeds that their figures became nearly invisible. However, the onlookers, Gohan, Krillin, and Bobo, were transfixed, their eyes darting back and forth to follow the rapid movements above. Impressive, truly remarkable. Goku has utilized the Kaioken technique at 5 times its normal strength. Yet he still cannot triumph over Raditz. Krillin, although I'm reluctant to concede, my uncle's power surpasses this. He is effortlessly toying with my father. What? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that such an intense battle does not even reflect Raditz's full strength. Gohan, you're not fabricating this, are you? Krillin inquired. Uncle Krillin, even though only a day has passed for you, my uncle and I have genuinely spent a year within the hyperbolic time chamber. I am acutely aware of my uncle's current prowess. Not even a single Vegeta, let alone 10, could inflict harm upon him. Hearing Gohan's extraordinary declaration, Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief, and he hurriedly asked, So Gohan, what is your current strength? Gohan stepped forward, gazing at the aerial battle between Goku and Raditz, and calmly stated, If my uncle is equivalent to 10 Vegetas, then I am akin to 9. What? Krillin gasped again. You young rascal, are you truly that powerful now? Gohan turned to Krillin with a mischievous grin and asked, Uncle Krillin, would you care to spar with me? Krillin, feeling flustered, waved his hands in refusal, saying no. No, I certainly do not wish to be beaten by you. Ha ha ha. Uncle Krillin, are you afraid? Gohan burst into laughter. Say what you will, but you Saiyans are indeed monstrous. Your combat prowess is terrifying, and your appetites are insatiable. With that, Krillin cast a disdainful glance at the towering pile of dishes that Goku had devoured. Meanwhile, in the sky, Raditz deftly evaded Goku's attacks with a relaxed demeanor. As Goku launched a punch, Raditz leapt back, creating distance between them, and yawned, saying, I'm done playing. This is boring. Done playing? What do you mean, brother? Goku asked, visibly displeased. Done playing means I'm finished. Goku, you should focus on your training, Raditz replied, and in an instant his expression shifted. He lunged forward, seemingly transcending space, and appeared directly in front of Goku. Goku was taken aback by Raditz's speed and instinctively threw a punch at him. However, Raditz vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Goku, executing a swift chop to the back of his neck. Bang! Goku cried out in agony, his body stiffening momentarily as his mind blanked, and he plummeted toward the ground. Dad! Gohan shouted, his figure flashing as he caught the falling Goku. Dad, are you alright? Goku, lying in Gohan's embrace, weakly replied, Gohan. Heh, that was incredible. I want to become as strong as you guys. Chapter 25. Goku's training in the hyperbolic time chamber. So how is it? Is everything alright? Raditz inquired nonchalantly as he descended from the sky. No worries. Thank you for your kindness, Sun Wukong remarked, shaking his head. Raditz nodded. As long as you are fine. There is no need to proceed further if you cannot withstand even this. Sun Wukong, hearing this, appeared perplexed. Will the next stage be perilous? Raditz glanced at him without uttering a word and leapt down from the celestial realm. What is wrong with Raditz? Krillin inquired, watching the departing figure in confusion. I am uncertain, but my uncle once told me that reviving Uncle Piccolo and the others would be fraught with danger, Gohan replied. The group fell silent at his words. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Raditz descended into the yard, his attire tattered and worn. Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, a small elderly gentleman in a white lab coat with a black cat perched on his shoulder, noticed Raditz approaching and asked, "Hello, may I inquire whom you are seeking?" Realizing he was speaking to Dr. Brief, Raditz promptly nodded and said, "Greetings, you must be Dr. Brief. I am Raditz, a friend of Bulma's. Is she available?" Dr. Brief examined the disheveled Raditz and replied, "So you are Raditz, the one who prompted Bulma to modify the spaceship?" "Yes, that would be me. I apologize for the intrusion." "Not at all. Bulma is in the laboratory. I shall escort you," Dr. Brief offered. "Thank you very much." "Not at all. I have heard Bulma mention that you are Goku's brother and an extraterrestrial. Is that correct?" "Indeed. I hope my presence is not too bothersome," Dr. Brief. "Oh, not at all. It is my first encounter with an alien," he said, engaging in light conversation as they made their way to the entrance of the underground laboratory. Dr. Brief opened the door. "Bulma, your friend has arrived." Bulma, clad in a lab coat and engrossed in her work at the computer, looked up upon hearing the voice. "Raditz? Didn't Goku go to find you? What brings you here?" she asked, perplexed. "They are in the celestial realm, so I came to see how the spaceship modifications are progressing." "Oh, it is nearly complete. I am conducting the final tests." "Raditz, your Saiyan technology is truly advanced. Such intricate instruments can be created." "Heh, that is inconsequential. What matters is the spaceship. Rest assured, I will expedite the process." "All right." Raditz nodded. "I shall take a moment to rest. Call me if you need me." "I will show you to a resting area," Dr. Brief said, taking a puff from a cigarette. "That would be most kind of you," Raditz replied with a slight bow. In the celestial realm, within the room of spirit and time, Krillin lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and turned to Goku, saying, "Goku, I cannot endure any longer. This is rather taxing for me." Goku, also panting heavily with his hands on his knees, pleaded, "Krillin, I implore you, stay with me for just a little longer. Just a moment more." Krillin glanced at Sun Wukong with a beseeching gaze, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly nodding and rising to his feet. "Very well. I shall accompany you in your training for a while." With that, Krillin's expression sharpened, and he shouted, "Kamehameha!" A brilliant blue energy wave surged forth, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. The latter crouched down, pushing forward with his hands to intercept Krillin's Kamehameha with sheer force. Simultaneously, a tremendous pressure enveloped him, and he found himself being propelled backward by the overwhelming impact. "Now's my chance," Krillin shouted, amplifying the Kamehameha's power. A resounding boom echoed as an explosion erupted, sending Sun Wukong hurtling through the air under the force of the blast. Seizing the moment, Krillin darted forward, delivering a powerful punch while Sun Wukong was still reeling. "Yua!" Sun Wukong cried out in agony, gritting his teeth against the pain. "Ko Ken!" In an instant, a violent surge of energy erupted from within him, sending Krillin flying away. After tumbling several times upon hitting the ground, Krillin managed a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, all Saiyans are monsters. Noticing Krillin's fatigued expression, Sun Wukong reined in his energy and said, "Krillin, if you truly cannot continue, it would be best for you to leave." Krillin looked up at him, but Wukong. "It's fine, Krillin. I will give it my all," Sun Wukong replied with a reassuring smile. After a brief pause, Krillin conceded, "All right then, Wukong, you must strive hard." Sun Wukong nodded, watching as Krillin exited the hyperbolic time chamber. "I cannot allow myself to fall behind. My efforts must match not only my brother's strength, but even Gohan's," he thought resolutely. With determination, he adjusted his mindset and rallied his spirits. After being effortlessly defeated by Raditz, his mood had been as dismal as Raditz upon witnessing Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan. Thus, he held a burning desire to catch up to both Raditz and Gohan. At Bulma's residence, Raditz's voice echoed, "Hey, Bulma, I've placed your change of clothes at the door. Please retrieve them when you can." In the bathroom, warm water cascaded over Raditz's muscular form, steam enveloping him. "Thank you, Dr. Brief," he replied. "You're welcome, Raditz. Don't be too formal. Consider it your home," she responded. "I will," Raditz assured her. After finishing his shower, Raditz donned the attire prepared by Bulma, a short-sleeve shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes. This ensemble, combined with his flowing long hair, felt somewhat awkward. He recalled from the original Dragon Ball that Vegeta had once requested Bulma to create clothes for Saiyans that possessed remarkable elasticity. Thus, Raditz took his tattered Saiyan armor and made his way to the laboratory. At this moment, Bulma was diligently adjusting equipment within the colossal spherical spaceship, while Dr. Brief sat before his computer, organizing data. "Hey, Raditz, have you finished washing up?" Dr. Brief inquired. "Yes, I have," Raditz replied with a nod. Just then, Bulma emerged from the spacecraft, glancing at Raditz and asking, "Why are you still holding onto those tattered clothes?" Raditz turned to her and said, "Bulma, I would like to request your assistance in crafting a few pieces of armor similar to what I am wearing. Would that be possible?" Upon hearing this, Bulma approached Raditz, examining the Saiyan armor in his hands. "This material is quite unique," she remarked. "Indeed, this material not only possesses formidable defensive capabilities, but also remarkable elasticity." "Let me take a look," Dr. Brief interjected, stepping forward to grasp the armor, weighing it in his hands. "Ah, it's quite light, and the flexibility is impressive, Doctor," Brief commented, tugging at Raditz's ragged battle attire. "Leave it to me. I should be able to create a battle suit similar to this material." "Really? Then I entrust this to you, Dr. Brief," Raditz nodded appreciatively. "Not to worry. Just wait a bit," Dr. Brief assured him. A few days later, everyone reconvened at Bulma's residence. "Hey Goku, have you grown stronger?" Raditz said proudly, eyeing Son Goku as he descended from the sky. "Hee, you all have become stronger. I must keep pace with you," Son Goku replied with a grin. "With that smug expression of yours, do you wish to spar again?" Raditz smirked playfully. "Oh, come on. No fighting right now. We're about to depart, so you two need to settle down," Bulma interjected with a disapproving glance. "Exactly. All you think about is fighting. Don't you worry about setting a bad example for the children?" Chi-Chi remarked, casting a glance at Son Gohan beside her, the implication clear. While Chi-Chi's words didn't phase Raditz, Son Goku appeared quite embarrassed. "Hey Raditz," at that moment, Dr. Brief arrived in his vehicle, pulling into the yard. "Dr. Brief, I thought you weren't coming," Raditz exclaimed with a smile. "How could I not? I've completed the battle suits you requested, tailored to your specifications. Try them on, Doctor," Brief replied. With that, he pressed a button on a capsule and tossed it onto the ground. With a puff of smoke, a large box materialized before everyone. "Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Brief," Raditz exclaimed excitedly as he rushed forward to open the box. Inside, the battle suits differed from Raditz's shoulder-armored version. They resembled the black suits worn by Vegeta on Namek. Raditz removed his casual attire and donned the Saiyan battle suit, instantly rekindling the exhilarating sensation of combat. The armor, adorned in a striking black and white, complemented by a sleek black bodysuit, white shoes, and white gloves, along with Raditz's flowing long hair, exuded an undeniable charm. "Uncle, I wish to don such attire," exclaimed Son Gohan, gazing admiringly at the impressive Raditz. "No problem, the smallest set among them is just for you," replied Brief with a smile. Gohan nodded enthusiastically and rushed forward. "I want to try it on as well," Krillin chimed in, following closely behind, captivated by Raditz's remarkable appearance. "Goku, you should join us. This is the attire exclusive to our Saiyan heritage." Raditz beckoned to Son Goku. "Is that so? Then I shall give it a try," Goku replied. Thus, the group adorned themselves in the specially tailored Saiyan battle suits made by Brief. "All right, if everyone is prepared, let's set off," said Bulma, clad in a vibrant yellow jacket, addressing the group. "Goku, you must take good care of Gohan," Chi-Chi said with a quiver in her voice. Knowing they were about to depart, "Rest assured, I will look after Gohan," Goku assured her, embracing Chi-Chi with a warm smile. "Do not worry, Gohan's strength now matches Goku's. I believe few can surpass him," Krillin stated confidently. "If Gohan's power weren't on par with Goku's, I would never allow him to accompany you," Chi-Chi retorted dismissively, though concern lingered in her eyes. "But still, he is just a child, so, Goku, please take care of him. You can count on me," Goku replied with another reassuring smile. "Well, time is of the essence. Let us depart," Raditz declared, crossing his arms and gradually rising into the air, entering Bulma's modified spaceship. "All right, Chi-Chi, we are leaving," Goku waved to her as he took Gohan toward the spacecraft. "Goodbye, Mom," Gohan waved as well. As the pilot and mechanic of the spaceship, Bulma stepped forward. "Krillin, you shall be my bodyguard, ensuring my safety." "What? How did I become your bodyguard?" Krillin asked, bewildered. "Oh, don't mind that. Let us go," Bulma said, linking her arm with Krillin's and pulling him aboard the spaceship. "Everyone, we are off," Bulma called, standing at the hatch with the group. After bidding a final farewell, she closed the hatch and activated the spacecraft. Meanwhile, on an unknown planet in the cosmos, ground personnel at a docking station were bustling about. "Hurry, Lord Vegeta's spaceship is about to land. Prepare immediately," shouted a dog-headed figure clad in a Saiyan battle suit through a loudspeaker. Moments later, a fiery spherical spaceship streaked towards the ground at an alarming speed. Thud! A deafening roar echoed, prompting the ground crew to rush forward. A member of the crew, known as the Sheephead Man, swung open the hatch, only to be met with a scene that sent cold sweat cascading down his brow. There lay Vegeta, bloodied and clad in an oxygen mask, sprawled within the confines of the spaceship. "Quick, medical team! Lord Vegeta is injured," the sheephead man shouted. A group of individuals clad in white coats promptly advanced to carry Vegeta out. Meanwhile, on Earth, Raditz and his companions had freed their spacecraft from Earth's gravitational pull, speeding towards Namek. Suddenly, the voice of King Kai resonated through the vessel. Goku lifted his gaze towards the source. "Is that you, King Kai?" he inquired. "It is I, but I'm not alone," came the response. "Oh, are there others?" Goku asked. On King Kai's planet, North Kai chuckled and remarked to the four individuals behind him, "Who among you will speak with Goku?" "Allow me," Yamcha replied with a serene smile. "Very well, place your hand upon my shoulder, and you shall communicate with them," North Kai instructed. Yamcha nodded and rested his hand on North Kai's shoulder. Goku, can you hear me?" "That voice, is it Yamcha?" Goku exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Indeed, it's me, Goku. Not just me. Tien, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo are all here too." "Ah, Uncle Piccolo is here as well?" Gohan's interest peaked at the mention. Piccolo stepped forward, placing his hand on North Kai's shoulder. "Gohan, have you grown stronger?" "Yes, Uncle Piccolo. I trained for a year in the hyperbolic time chamber with Uncle," Gohan responded, determination in his voice. "Thank you, Gohan," Piccolo said, a note of pride in his tone. Chapter 27, Arrival at Namek. Gohan smiled faintly, feeling a touch of embarrassment at Piccolo's words. "Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, focus on your training on King Kai's planet. Once we reach Namek, we will ensure your revival," Goku interjected, breaking the moment of Gohan's shyness with a cheerful tone. Piccolo, with a proud smile, replied, "All right, but I want to thank you." "Haha, that's of no concern," Goku chuckled in response. "So, Goku, we entrust our revival to you." "No problem, Yamcha," Goku affirmed, exchanging a few more pleasantries with the others before concluding the conversation. On a distant planet, Vegeta, donning an oxygen mask, was submerged in a green liquid. This substance possessed remarkable healing properties. No matter the severity of the injury, immersion in this green liquid for a brief period would facilitate immediate recovery. At that moment, Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a surge of energy. With a thunderous explosion, the apparatus containing the green liquid erupted, startling those outside. Vegeta yanked off the mask from his face and emerged from the device. "Lord Vegeta, are you all right?" the dog-headed man inquired. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance at the dog-headed man while donning his attire and inquired, "Where is King Frieza?" "He has gone to Namek," the dog-headed man replied. "Namek?" Vegeta's expression reflected his bewilderment. "Indeed, only Lord Sui knows the specifics." "Sui? Very well, I understand," Vegeta answered nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the matter. At that moment, a bald man entered and announced, "Lord Vegeta, Lord Sui requests your presence in the training room." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's anger flared, and he retorted coldly, "Tell him to remain where he is. I have no interest in meeting him." But, step aside, do not obstruct my path," Vegeta bellowed, causing the bald man to jump in shock. Overwhelmed by fear, the man dared not utter another word and allowed Vegeta to pass. As he traversed the corridor, everyone regarded Vegeta with trepidation, fearful of incurring his wrath and facing his formidable power. However, upon turning a corner, he was confronted by a being with purple-blue skin and an octopus-like head. "Ah, Vegeta, I hear you've suffered a significant setback. Raditz betrayed you, Nappa is dead, and you nearly perished at Raditz's hands. How unfortunate for you. Sui, get lost." "I have no time for your nonsense," Vegeta retorted, brushing past Sui without a backward glance. "Wait, Vegeta," Sui exclaimed, placing a hand on Vegeta's shoulder with a mocking grin. "King Frieza is quite furious, as you have acted far too independently." "Umph," Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. "He is not here, so let him be displeased." At this, Sui's expression darkened. Daring to speak so boldly of King Frieza was undeniably audacious. "Enough. Remove your filthy hands," Vegeta commanded, his tone growing more severe. Sui, observing Vegeta's imposing demeanor, felt a twinge of fear and reluctantly withdrew his hand. However, he continued, his tone shifting. "King Frieza is a magnanimous individual. He has discovered something remarkable, and his spirits are high. He seems to have forgiven you." "Remarkable? What is this good fortune?" Vegeta inquired. Curiosity piqued. "Ha ha ha, it is no secret. I might as well share it with you. King Frieza has likely obtained a body of eternal life." "Eternal life? What nonsense are you spouting?" Vegeta replied, his disdain evident. In his view, such a feat seemed utterly impossible. "Vegeta, you are rather uninformed." Sui stepped closer, a self-satisfied expression on his face. King Frieza has learned that on Namek, there exist 7 orbs known as Dragon Balls. If one gathers all 7, any wish can be granted. What? Vegeta paused, momentarily taken aback. Does such a thing truly exist? Ha, indeed. This was directly conveyed to me by King Frieza himself. Sui laughed heartily. Vegeta's brow furrowed at this revelation. The existence of such miraculous objects capable of granting any wish intrigued him. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across Vegeta's face. Ha. I owe you one, he exclaimed before swiftly dashing outside. Hey Vegeta, where are you going? Xiao-E shouted, chasing after him. By the time Xiao-E emerged, Vegeta had already leaped into a spherical spaceship and soared away. Damn it, prepare the spaceship for me. I must pursue Vegeta. Xiao-E cursed, giving orders. Days later, a colossal spherical spaceship descended upon a verdant planet. Sun Wukong, along with Raditz and others, disembarked from the vessel. The planet's surface was dotted with rocky mountains, cloaked in a blue moss, while in the distance, slender blue trees were sparsely scattered across the landscape. Is this Namek? It resembles the place Uncle Piccolo took me for training, Sun Wufan remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. Perhaps in this familiar environment, he experiences a unique sensation, Krillin suggested. Hey, don't you all think we should test the oxygen levels? What if the air here is unsuitable for our breathing? Bulma, clad in a spacesuit, addressed the group as she stepped off the spaceship. Rest assured, Bulma, the air here is perfectly fine, Raditz casually replied, glancing around. Suddenly, Krillin exclaimed, someone's coming. The group turned to see an alien with horns and fins approaching from around the corner. Upon spotting Sun Wukong and his companions in their Saiyan attire, the aliens appeared momentarily stunned. Who are you? Before Sun Wukong could respond, Raditz unleashed 2 energy blasts. Boom! Boom! With 2 explosive sounds. The aliens were reduced to mere fragments. Hey, brother, why did you kill them? Sun Wukong questioned, perplexed. What do you understand? These 2 are Frieza's subordinates. Would you rather leave them alive for the festivities? Raditz retorted. Frieza? Is he the villain who annihilated planet Vegeta, the one you mentioned? Is he also here on Namek? Sun Wukong inquired again, bewildered. Raditz stepped forward, gazing at the remnants of the obliterated aliens. Did you not sense an overwhelming energy? At his words, everyone, except Bulma, began to seriously attune themselves to the energy on Namek, discovering several powerful presences in the distance. Chapter 28, Frieza's Minions. Such a formidable energy. Everyone, conceal your energy, Krillin urged, promptly lowering his own energy levels. Beep, beep, in a nearby village. A stout figure with a head full of lumps and pink skin observed as the detector atop his eyes suddenly flickered. The pink figure, Dodoria, lifted his head, curious about the distant commotion. Dodoria, what is happening? Inquired a nearby man with light blue skin, braided Saiyan hair, and cradling 2 soccer-sized yellow glass orbs under his arm. It is possible that the detector is malfunctioning. A moment ago, it registered 4 signals with combat powers exceeding 3,000, only for them to vanish in an instant. Nevertheless, combat power at 3,000 is trivial. You could obliterate them with but a flick of your finger. The paramount task now is to collect the Dragon Balls. A being with pink skin, adorned with black horns on either side of its head and a long tail, Frieza, sat in a hovering craft, wearing a contemptuous grin. Meanwhile, on Raditz's side, Krillin observed the group, lowered his energy, and let out a sigh of relief, speaking gravely. I wonder if their detector has picked up on our presence. No sooner had Krillin's words left his lips than a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, as another spherical spaceship burst through the clouds and soared into the distance. Yes, it's Vegeta, Gohan sensed the energy emanating from the spacecraft, unmistakably belonging to Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Raditz furrowed his brow. Certain he had not revealed the existence of the Dragon Balls, nor had he even mentioned it. Why then had Vegeta come to Namek? In the original tale, Vegeta learned of the Dragon Balls through Raditz, which prompted his arrival on Namek. How did this situation differ? Unbeknownst to Raditz, Vegeta had been informed of the Dragon Balls by Xiao-E. Brother, now that Vegeta is here, what should we do? Goku inquired. Raditz pondered for a moment. The current circumstances resembled those in the original story regarding the Dragon Balls, with one significant difference. They were no longer at a disadvantage. Although Frieza's forces were numerous, they possessed a singular vulnerability, their reliance on detectors to sense the positions of others. In contrast, Raditz and his companions had the advantage of controlling their energy far more effectively. After contemplating, Raditz's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he stepped forward. There's no need to rush. Let me first blind them. Blind them? What do you mean? Brother? Goku asked, puzzled. Raditz replied, "It means we shall destroy their detectors." With that, a wave of energy erupted from Raditz's being. Huh! With a powerful shout, a tempestuous aura surged forth from Raditz, causing the very ground to tremble. Vegeta, who had just landed, was taken aback by the sudden onslaught of formidable energy. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This energy, it's Raditz? Meanwhile, in a nearby village, Dodoria and the light blue-skinned Cybermen noticed their detectors suddenly flickering. They stared, aghast at the numbers displayed on the devices, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Boom! Just then, an explosion reverberated through the air as Dodoria's and Cybermen's detectors overloaded and detonated. Not only Dodoria and Cybermen, but also the group of henchmen behind them suffered the same fate as their detectors exploded. Dodoria, Cybermen, what is happening? Frieza inquired curiously, observing the peculiar expressions on their faces. King Frieza, the detector finally indicated a power level of approximately 230,000. Dodoria responded, "What? 230,000? Frieza furrowed his brow, suspecting that there might be a malfunction with Dodoria's detector. Consequently, Frieza pressed the device on his ear. Beep, 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 as the readings surged to 230,000. Frieza's detector detonated just like Dodoria's. It was at this moment that Frieza belatedly realized that this energy was part of a nefarious plot aimed at sabotaging their detectors. Without their detectors, they were akin to the blind. Furthermore, the explosion at 230,000 could only imply that the owner of this energy had a battle power of at least 230,000, not merely a cap. The figure of 230,000 was simply the maximum threshold detectable by the device. Exceeding this limit would result in catastrophic failure. Clearly, a formidable adversary had emerged. Frieza scowled, casting his gaze upon a wrinkled elder Namekian and the two Namekian children behind him. He threatened, "Quickly reveal the locations of the other Dragon Balls, or I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death." "Never. I will never allow you to succeed. Not even in death," the elder Namekian retorted defiantly. "Then perish," Frieza exclaimed, his fury igniting. In an instant, a crimson beam shot from his eyes, piercing the elder Namekian's heart. "Master Mulin." The two children immediately rushed to the side of the fallen elder, crying out in despair. A Namekian's energy has vanished, Son Goku remarked, sensing the distant energy with a furrowed brow. "This must be Frieza unleashing his wrath," Raditz replied, lowering his own energy. Just as Raditz finished speaking, another thunderous roar echoed from the sky. The crowd looked up to see yet another spherical spaceship breaking through the clouds, descending upon Namek. This energy, it belongs to QE, Raditz thought to himself. In the past, QE was an entity he could not afford to offend. Even Vegeta had suffered at his hands. Now that Raditz's power had significantly increased, he was determined to reclaim the dignity lost to QE. "Goku, brother," Son Goku responded, "I need to attend to some personal matters. You and Gohan should search for the Dragon Balls. I will reunite with you once I'm finished." "Sure thing, brother. Just know that I currently cannot contend with that overwhelming energy, so you must return swiftly," Goku replied. "Haha, fear not. With Gohan by your side, you can traverse this planet with ease," Raditz chuckled, glancing at Son Gohan. "Uncle, what do you mean? I don't quite understand," Gohan said, puzzled. Raditz knelt and gently ruffled Gohan's hair, his expression softening. "You need not comprehend everything. Merely understand that when one can no longer endure, it is time to act decisively. Unable to endure any longer, one need not endure at all." Son Gohan wore a perplexed expression. "Indeed, you possess an innate kindness, a glimmer of hope for everyone. Yet, at times, there are individuals with whom reason cannot prevail. Thus, remember this, Gohan. When one can no longer tolerate, there is no need to continue tolerating. Do you understand?" Although Son Gohan did not fully grasp the meaning behind Raditz's words, he sensed a profound wisdom in them. Chapter 29. You are worthless. "Yes, I understand, Uncle." Raditz smiled faintly, rising to his feet. "Krillin, will you accompany me, or join Goku and the others?" Krillin pondered for a moment. Raditz was the strongest among them. Despite Raditz's earlier words to Gohan, Krillin felt it safer to remain by Raditz's side. "I will follow you." "Oh, Krillin, I thought you would stick with us," Son Goku said, his face falling in disappointment. Krillin chuckled wryly, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Having been friends with Goku for many years, abandoning him felt rather disloyal. "Well, perhaps I should join Goku after all." Raditz sighed in a resigned manner. "Very well, it matters not. Bulma, whom will you accompany?" Bulma glanced between Raditz and Son Goku, hesitating for a few seconds before hastily approaching Raditz. You are the strongest. I shall follow you. All right then, come with me. Raditz smiled and turned to Goku, saying, Goku, we shall split up. Okay, brother, take care, Son Goku replied as he and Son Gohan, along with Krillin, soared into the air using their flight technique. Yes, you too? Raditz nodded slightly, watching them depart. Bulma, stow away the spaceship. We must be on our way. Of course. Raditz, Bulma replied, transforming the spacecraft back into a capsule and placing it into her carrying case. She then retrieved another capsule, tossing it to the ground, which revealed a hovering motorcycle before them. Bulma mounted the motorcycle and asked Raditz, where are we headed? Raditz smiled softly to find Vegeta. Oh no, I'm not going. You go by yourself. Bulma exclaimed, suddenly intimidated. Had she known Raditz intended to seek out Vegeta, she would have chosen to join Goku and the others in their quest for the Dragon Balls. What is there to fear with me around? Raditz said, transforming the motorcycle back into a capsule. He lifted Bulma into the air, propelling them swiftly toward Vegeta's location. Meanwhile, Son Gohan activated the Dragon Radar, joyfully discovering that 3 Dragon Balls were clustered together. Dad, there are 3 Dragon Balls gathered in one place. Upon hearing this, Son Goku and Krillin curiously leaned closer, confirming that the radar indeed displayed 3 Dragon Balls in proximity. Wonderful! We've found 3 Dragon Balls all at once. Krillin exclaimed with excitement. In contrast, Sun Wukong wore a troubled expression. Krillin, do not rejoice too soon. Have you not realized that the Dragon Balls are located in the vicinity of that formidable energy? Upon hearing this, Krillin's ecstatic visage immediately fell, replaced by a frown as he remarked, could it be that Frieza has already located the Dragon Balls? It is a possibility, Sun Wukong replied. Gohan, regardless of the circumstances, I shall venture forth to investigate. Krillin exchanged glances with Gohan and nodded in unison. Indeed. Let us proceed to take a look. With that, the trio emanated a powerful aura, their bodies enveloped in a white flame, as they swiftly soared towards the direction of the 3 Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, on Vegeta's side, he lifted his head, sensing 2 energies steadily approaching him. One belonged to Raditz, and the other was that of his companion, Kairatsu. As in the original tale, after the battle on Earth, Vegeta had learned to control and perceive energy. Before long, Raditz and Kairatsu arrived at Vegeta's location in succession. Ah, Vegeta! It has been a while, Raditz declared as he landed near him, holding Bulma. Our Raditz. Vegeta hissed through gritted teeth, his furious expression suggesting he wished to consume Raditz whole. Raditz, you insufferable fool. Have you come as well? Kairatsu hovered in midair, casting a disdainful glance at Raditz. Raditz looked up, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he addressed Vegeta in a low voice. Vegeta, this pest has caused us considerable suffering in the past. I offer you a chance to eliminate him. Humph, Vegeta scoffed. Raditz, do not command me. I am the prince of the Saiyans. Very well. If you will not, then I shall take it upon myself, for I seek to relieve my grievances, Raditz said, lowering Bulma and gradually ascending. Observing Raditz's determined demeanor, Kairatsu instinctively swallowed hard. He had heard that Raditz had defeated Vegeta on Earth, and at first he had been skeptical. Now, witnessing Raditz's attitude towards Vegeta, it seemed plausible, though he was uncertain about Raditz's growth in combat strength. Consequently, Kairatsu activated his scouter. Previously, when Raditz unleashed his energy and destroyed Frieza's crew's scouters, Kairatsu had been in outer space, so his device remained intact. Upon observing the scouter's reading halt at 1500, a serious expression transformed into one of relief, and he disdainfully remarked, What? A mere 1500 in battle power? Vegeta, how could you lose to such a weakling? You are truly pathetic. In response, Vegeta did not exhibit any displeasure. Instead, he regarded Kairatsu with keen interest, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. For Vegeta understood that Raditz was merely suppressing his energy. He had clearly sensed Raditz's terrifying battle power moments ago, and now wished to quietly observe as Kairatsu faced the truth. As he observed Vegeta's silence, Chio-E smugly assumed that Vegeta was intimidated. Spitting disdainfully, he scoffed, Humph, the prince of the Saiyans, reduced to trembling before a mere piece of trash. How utterly disgraceful. After uttering these words, he glanced at Raditz, noticing that the readings on the scouter indicated no change in Raditz's energy, which emboldened him further. Hey, Raditz, I'll offer you a chance. Go and eliminate Vegeta. I might consider speaking a good word for you with Lord Frieza, allowing you to rejoin our Frieza force. What do you think? Upon hearing this, a look of disdain crossed Raditz's face as he turned to Chio-E and coldly retorted. Who do you think you are to issue orders to me? What did you say? Xiao Yi's anger flared at Raditz's response. What did I say? Oomph. I said you are garbage, and you ought to remain in the trash bin rather than flaunt your insignificance before me. You bastard, you're courting death. He shouted furiously, unleashing a wave of energy towards Raditz. With a thunderous explosion, smoke enveloped Raditz. Chapter 30, Gohan takes action. Raditz, Bulma cried out. Hearing her voice, Vegeta glanced over, rolling his eyes dismissively at Bulma, muttering, "Humph, a lowly woman. Humph, I thought you possessed some unique skill. But it turns out you remain the same. Nothing but a feeble piece of trash," Xiao Yi remarked with a scoff. Humph, a self-important fool unaware of his impending doom. How pitiable. What did you say? Xiao Yi glared down at Vegeta, displeased. What did I say? Look above your head, Vegeta replied in a tone laced with pity. At Vegeta's words, Xiao Yi looked up to see Raditz staring down at him. Humph, a worthless piece of trash? Today, let me show you how this trash can send you to hell. Raditz scoffed, raising his right hand high as a massive energy sphere rapidly expanded, reaching several meters in size. With a swift motion, Raditz hurled the energy sphere downwards towards Xiao Yi. What? Xiao Yi exclaimed in shock, and realizing it was too late to escape. He raised both hands to brace against the descending explosive orb. However, the next moment, an overwhelming pressure bore down on Xiao Yi, forcing him closer to the ground. Damn it. Didn't you only have a power level of 1500? How could you possess such strength? Qui questioned in confusion. 1500? Just take a good look. My battle power is far greater than that, Raditz declared as he unleashed his full energy. Beep, beep, beep. The reading on Xiao Yi's scouter skyrocketed from 1500, 2000, 3000, 5000, 10,000, 100,000. What? 100,000? It's still rising. 110,000, 120,000, 200,000, 210,000, 220,000, 230,000, followed by a resounding explosion. As Raditz's power surged to 230,000, Kaiatsu's scouter instantly exploded. No, it can't be. This is impossible, ah beast. With a tremendous bang, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Kaiatsu was reduced to mere dust along with the billowing smoke. Once the haze dissipated, Raditz turned to Vegeta and remarked, Vegeta, what do you think? My power is quite impressive, isn't it? Vegeta, gritting his teeth, glared fiercely at Raditz and spat, You bastard, enraged by Raditz's words, which he perceived as blatant mockery. Vegeta charged at him. With a swift motion, Raditz evaded Vegeta's attack, delivering a powerful knee strike to his abdomen. Blood erupted from Vegeta's mouth. Subsequently, Raditz slammed Vegeta to the ground with a ferocious blow and declared, Vegeta, you are no match for me at present. Train hard, and when you grow stronger, come challenge me again. As Raditz spoke, he slowly flew towards Bulma, embracing her in front of Vegeta, and headed in the direction of Goku and the others. How detestable! How utterly loathsome! Vegeta seethed as he watched Raditz depart with indifference. The fury swelling within him was shameful, causing his energy to erupt like a breached dam, cracking the ground within a radius of several dozen meters. Meanwhile, Goku, Gohan, and Krillin had arrived at a rocky mountain near the village. Due to the destruction of Frieza's scouter by Raditz's energy, they remained undetected. At that moment, Dodoria approached the two Namekian children and coldly inquired, Hey, children, tell me where the remaining Dragon Balls are. I don't know. One of the children stammered, trembling. Really? You're Namekians. You should know. Speak up, or I will kill you. Dodoria threatened menacingly. The two children were instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, sharp-eyed Krillin noticed the Dragon Ball clutched under Cyberman's arm and urgently alerted, Goku, Gohan, look, isn't that a Dragon Ball in his hands? Upon hearing this, Goku and Gohan followed Krillin's gaze, observing that the orb in Cyberman's possession, albeit larger, bore a striking resemblance to the Dragon Balls of Earth. Could it be a Dragon Ball of such size? Goku marveled. What should we do, Goku? They've already found the Dragon Ball, Gohan said, his brow furrowed with concern as he looked at Frieza's group. Let us hold on for a moment. My brother is on his way. We will act once he arrives. Goku replied, But Dad, those two children. If we don't act soon, they will be killed. Gohan clenched his fists. Worry etched across his face as he gazed at the two Namekian children. Indeed, Goku, I cannot bear to stand by and watch them perish, Krillin echoed in agreement. Just as Krillin finished speaking, a deafening explosion resonated through the air. The three individuals turned their gaze towards the sound, only to witness one of the children enveloped in black smoke, collapsed on the ground, devoid of any breath. Father, I can no longer endure this. Gohan, wait a moment. Your uncle is nearly here. Sun Wukong firmly restrained Gohan, although I'm also eager to rush out. Our current strength is insufficient to confront the one seated in the airship. At that moment, Dodoria aimed his hand at the remaining child, threateningly declaring, "Speak quickly. My patience is limited." "No, I don't know," the other child whimpered before breaking into tears. "What? You dare to utter, I don't know? Then you shall perish," Dodoria exclaimed, gathering another energy blast in his hand. "I shall grant you one more chance. Speak now, or I will end your life." On the Rocky Mountain, Gohan observed Dodoria's intimidation tactics, his fury reaching its zenith. Raditz's words echoed in his mind. When one can no longer bear it, there is no need to endure. Without hesitation, Gohan broke free from Sun Wukong's grasp, stood tall, and shouted, "Cease this at once." Upon hearing his words, Dodoria turned to see Gohan's figure flicker on the mountaintop. In an instant, Gohan appeared before Dodoria, delivering a powerful flying kick that sent Dodoria sprawling. He then scooped up the remaining child and soared swiftly towards the Rocky Mountain. Just then, holding the Dragon Ball, Sabo appeared, blocking Gohan's path. With a thud, Sun Wukong delivered a flying kick from behind, sending Sabo flying. Simultaneously, the Dragon Ball slipped from Sabo's grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin dashed in, catching a Dragon Ball midair and shouting, "Goku, Gohan, hurry!" Chapter 31, Pursuers. The three exchanged glances, an intense aura emanating from them as they sped away into the distance. Frieza, noticing the sudden appearance of the trio, furrowed his brow, his figure flashing as he positioned himself directly in front of Sun Wukong and the others, coldly stating, "Where do you think you're going?" Sun Wukong was taken aback, internally lamenting, "Such speed, he surpassed us in an instant." "Return my Dragon Ball," Frieza demanded icily once more. Sun Wukong looked at Krillin, their expressions shifting as he raised his hands beside his temples, shouting, "Solar Flare." Instantly, a blinding light erupted, causing Frieza to instinctively shut his eyes. "Now Krillin, Gohan, flee." With that, the three, carrying the Namekian child, surged past Frieza, racing away at breakneck speed. My eyes, ah!" Frieza cried out in agony, shielding his face with his hands. Dodoria, having risen from the ground, swiftly approached Frieza's side. "Lord Frieza, how are you?" After a considerable time, Frieza slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, only to discover that Goku and his companions had long since vanished. How infuriating! How could I, the Emperor of the Universe, be left in such a disheveled state? Who on earth are these individuals? Frieza gritted his teeth, seething with rage. "Lord Frieza, their battle attire seems similar to ours. Could they possibly be allies of Vegeta?" Dodoria suggested. "Vegeta?" Frieza's anger surged, his teeth grinding in fury. "Dodoria, Zarbon, you must pursue them immediately. Even if it means turning this planet upside down, you must retrieve both the Dragon Balls and those intruders, or you shall face dire consequences." "Yes, Lord Frieza," both Dodoria and Zarbon replied in unison, their faces drenched in cold sweat from sheer terror. "Then what about the Dragon Balls?" Zarbon timidly inquired. "You useless fool, just abandon it. Hurry and chase them." Frieza bellowed at Zarbon. "Yes, follow me, you lot." Zarbon instructed as he placed the Dragon Ball on the ground and led the group towards the direction where Goku had disappeared. "Useless, a bunch of useless fools." Frieza cursed vehemently, addressing the remaining minions. "Go, contact the Ginyu Force and instruct them to bring the latest tracking devices to Namek." "Understood." One of the dog-headed creatures scurried forward, responding respectfully to Frieza. At that moment, Goku and his companions, having seized the Dragon Ball from Frieza and rescued a young Namekian child, were racing towards the energy signature of Raditz. Meanwhile, Raditz sensed the rapid approach of Goku and the others, feeling an unsettling urgency. Something must have occurred for them to be in such haste. Thus, Raditz quickened his pace alongside Bulma. Before long, the two parties converged at a rocky outcrop. "Raditz, it's Goku and the others," Bulma exclaimed, pointing towards the swiftly approaching figures. "Indeed, it is them." "Bulma, let us proceed," Raditz responded, accelerating his speed. "Goku, what has happened? Why are you in such a rush?" Raditz asked, positioning himself protectively in front of Goku and the others while holding Bulma. Upon seeing Raditz, Goku and the others sighed in relief. "Brother, it's a relief you're here. We managed to snatch a Dragon Ball from Frieza and saved a child, but his subordinates are now in pursuit of us," Goku explained. "Is that so?" Raditz inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. "Absolutely. Here, look," Krillin said as he presented the soccer-sized Dragon Ball to Raditz. Raditz glanced at the Dragon Ball in Krillin's hand and then at the Namekian child cradled in Gohan's arms. If memory served correctly, the child in Gohan's embrace was none other than the future guardian of Earth, Dent. Fear not, I shall handle Frieza's subordinates. Without their tracking devices, they are effectively blind. We need not fear them. Indeed, I too believe that Frieza's two subordinates lack strength. It is only Frieza himself who poses a challenge, Goku remarked. So, Goku, shall we each take one? Sounds good. I haven't had the chance to stretch my legs on Namek yet. It's the perfect opportunity to hone my skills. Goku replied with palpable enthusiasm. As long as Frieza does not intervene, Goku possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to defeat Frieza's minions. Who are you? Just as Goku was reveling in his thoughts, the Namekian child cradled in Gohan's arms suddenly spoke. Raditz exchanged glances with the others before turning to the child, smiling gently. Little one, do not be frightened. We hail from Earth and seek to borrow your Dragon Balls. Earth? The child inquired with confusion. Indeed, we too have Dragon Balls where we come from. Unfortunately, the creator of our Dragon Balls, Piccolo, was slain by villains, and thus the Dragon Balls have lost their luster. That is why we have come to Namek, to request the use of your Dragon Balls to revive our companion, Raditz explained. Piccolo, who is he? And how could he create Dragon Balls? The child asked warily. Dear brother, there is no need for fear. Uncle Piccolo is also a Namekian who sought refuge on Earth. Our purpose here is to resurrect Uncle Piccolo, Gohan said, releasing the child and smiling warmly. Seeing the kindness in Gohan's smile, a hint of hesitation crossed the child's face. Seizing the moment, Raditz inquired, What is your name, little one? I am called Tien, the child replied. Upon hearing this, Raditz smiled again, recognizing that this child was indeed Tien, who replaced Piccolo as the guardian of Earth in the original story. Greetings, Tien. I understand that you may still harbor doubts about us, but I can assure you with my life that we are not like those who would invade your planet. We merely wish to save our companion. You will not have that opportunity. No sooner had Raditz spoken than a sharp voice rang out from behind him. Turning around, he saw Dodoria and Zarbin leading a group of soldiers who had pursued them. Gohan, Krillin, protect Tien, and Bulma, Raditz instructed, handing Bulma, who was in his arms, to Krillin. All right, I entrust Tien and Bulma to you, Krillin said as he retreated a few steps with Gohan. K. Krillin, please make sure to protect me, Bulma said, her eyes wide with fear as she glanced at the fierce expressions of Dodoria and Zarbin. Aunt Bulma, do not worry. These foes are no match for my father and uncle, Krillin reassured her. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy, Bulma stammered. Chapter 32, Silly Little Brother. Raditz turned to Goku, a playful smile gracing his lips. Goku, it is your choice. Whom shall you engage? At these words, Dodoria and Zarbin exchanged curious glances. Raditz, what do you mean by choice? Hurry and return the Dragon Balls to me. Dodoria bellowed in anger. Raditz stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Dodoria, and declared, The Dragon Ball lies just behind me. If you desire it, come and take it yourself. Yet, I doubt you possess the requisite strength. What did you say? You worthless trash. Do not presume that defeating Vegeta grants you the right to flaunt your power. In my eyes, you are merely a piece of useless debris. Dodoria retorted arrogantly, his demeanor exuding an air of superiority as if he regarded Raditz and his companions with utter contempt. Whether I flaunt my power or not, you shall find out for yourself, Raditz responded, swiftly adopting a combat stance. In a single stride, he unleashed a powerful punch that connected with Dodoria's face. With a resounding thud, Dodoria was sent flying, caught off guard by the sudden impact. Observing this, Zarbin shouted and rushed towards Raditz. Instantaneously, Goku appeared before Raditz, intercepting Zarbin with a fierce punch. The two adversaries staggered backward, each retreating several meters from the force of their collision. Ah, how formidable! Truly a worthy opponent, Goku exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. Meanwhile, Zarbin, regaining his footing, displayed a look of incredulity. The strength of this individual was unexpectedly on par with his own. In an instant, Zarbin charged at Goku once more. Without hesitation, Goku met him head-on, and soon the two were engulfed in a fierce exchange of blows, their fists colliding with thunderous force. Raditz glanced at the still-reeling Dodoria and beckoned him with a finger. The provocation only deepened the scowl on Dodoria's face, which was already twisted in anger. Gritting his teeth, he charged at Raditz again, his expression fierce. Raditz, exuding nonchalance, met him with ease. With another loud crash, Dodoria was once again sent reeling, crashing against a rocky outcrop. This is impossible. How can this worthless trash possess such power? Dodoria seethed, realizing that Raditz's strength was formidable. Fueled by rage, he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of blue energy that shattered the mountain behind him. With a menacing glare fixed on Raditz, he surged forward in an instant, closing the distance of several meters. Dodoria launched a powerful punch, but Raditz deftly sidestepped the attack. In retaliation, Dodoria attempted a side kick aimed at Raditz's head. Raditz raised his hand to block the strike and countered with a heavy punch that landed squarely on Dodoria's face. Following this, he executed a flying kick that sent Dodoria crashing to the ground, the impact fracturing the earth and sending dust soaring several meters into the air. Excellent, well done, Raditz. Give that repugnant fatso, Dodoria, a good beating, Bulma exclaimed, perched on Krillin's back, her hand raised in excitement. Raditz turned his gaze towards Bulma, a charming smile gracing his features, before directing his attention to the fallen Dodoria on the ground. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful energy wave. A resounding explosion echoed through the air, engulfing the surroundings in a thick cloud of smoke. Moments later, as the haze dissipated, Dodoria was revealed, sprawled helplessly in a gaping pit, his eyes filled with indignation as he glared at Raditz. Damn you! Were you merely pretending all this time? Raditz let out a cold huff and approached Dodoria with a chilling demeanor. Do not speak of the past. I'm no longer the worthless trash you once knew. I am Raditz, a Saiyan. Remember that. With those words, Raditz fired another energy wave from his hand. No. Dororia's protests were abruptly silenced as the fierce energy wave consumed him. Sabo, witnessing this, shouted in alarm, but the next moment, Goku's fist collided with his face. Damn it! Sabo steadied himself, casting a cold glare at Goku. Hey, Goku, need a hand? Raditz inquired, glancing up at Goku hovering above. Goku chuckled, responding, no need. I'm just getting started. Please, don't interfere, big brother. At this, Raditz shook his head in exasperation. Goku's nature remained unchanged, eager for a fierce battle whenever faced with a formidable opponent. Deciding to disregard Goku, Raditz settled himself on a nearby rock, leisurely watching the unfolding drama. After all, on Namek, even Frieza was no match for him. Having been resurrected, he certainly wouldn't arrive unprepared on this planet. Sabo, observing Raditz's relaxed demeanor, realized he might not escape this encounter easily. Wiping the blood from his lip, he glanced at the group of henchmen behind him. You lot, charge! At his command. The henchmen trembled. If even Sabo couldn't defeat Raditz, how could they hope to succeed? However, under Sabo's fierce gaze, their resolve wavered. They understood that failure could lead to their immediate demise. Reluctantly, they steeled themselves and rushed towards Goku. Goku, seeing the swarm of henchmen charging at him, couldn't help but smirk, a glint of pride in his eyes. With a powerful leap, he soared backward, creating distance before dashing forward, swiftly dispatching the group with ease. Seizing this opportunity, Sabo unleashed his own energy, a fierce aura enveloping him as he turned to flee at high speed. Trying to escape? Not so fast. Goku smirked, a red aura igniting around him. Kaioken. With a sudden burst of speed, Goku shot past Sabo. Hey, where do you think you're going? Our battle isn't over yet. Sabo glared at the figure of Sun Wukong blocking his path, his face turning a shade of green with frustration. What exactly are you trying to cling to? He bellowed. Taken aback, Sun Wukong paused, realizing that perhaps he had indeed gone a bit too far. With an awkward chuckle, he replied, my apologies. I merely wish to engage in battle with you. Just once, I implore you. With his hands clasped together, Sun Wukong beseeched Sabo. Raditz observed Sun Wukong's naivety with a sigh, pondering how he could have such a foolish younger brother. You scoundrel! Sabo shouted angrily, launching a fist toward Sun Wukong. Chapter 33. The Defeat of Sabo. Sun Wukong met the punch head-on, the force sending Sabo hurtling backwards. With a resounding crash, Sabo's body slammed into the rocky mountain, embedding him deeply within its surface. Damn it, it seems I have no choice but to transform, Sabo declared, his gaze sharpening as his features contorted, muscles swelling dramatically, and his energy surging to new heights. Your power has increased significantly, Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Sabo glared fiercely at Sun Wukong, stating, I had no desire to take this form, but you have forced my hand. With that, a powerful aura erupted around Sabo as he charged at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his hand, releasing a wave of energy. Sabo swatted it away with a sweeping motion and stepped forward, closing the distance in an instant. He delivered a crushing blow. Bang! Sun Wukong cried out, struck by Sabo's fist, and was sent flying backwards. Dad! Gohan shouted, rushing forward. However, Raditz swiftly intervened, shaking his head. Gohan, stay back. Your father is merely enjoying himself. Gohan paused, glancing back in confusion. He then saw Sabo gathering a formidable energy in his hands, aimed at the retreating Sun Wukong. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the energy wave struck Sun Wukong squarely, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. After the blast, Sabo gasped heavily. So, have you come to understand my strength? Ah, is this truly your full power? Sun Wukong's voice emerged from the smoke, laced with skepticism. What? Sabo gasped in surprise. As the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong stood unscathed, a smug smile gracing his face. No, this cannot be. I used all my strength just now. How could you possibly remain unharmed? Ah, I was startled too, but it seems your power is quite underwhelming. I'm truly disappointed, Sun Wukong remarked with a look of dejection. Ah, you scoundrel. You absolute scoundrel. Sabo seethed, feeling as if struck by 1,000 blows, and charged furiously at Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong observed Sabo charging towards him, he quickly discerned that the latter's strength was rather mediocre, leading to a waning of his initial interest. Very well, I shall end this with a single move, Sun Wukong declared, slightly lowering his stance, his hands resting at his waist. He enunciated with deliberate clarity, Kamehameha. In an instant, a vibrant blue wave of energy surged forth from his palms. What? Sabo exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Before he could react, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha engulfed him entirely. Once the energy subsided, Sabo stood weakly, only to subsequently collapse to the ground. Descending slowly beside Sabo, Sun Wukong coldly remarked, "You would do well to reconsider your actions and refrain from wrongdoing in the future." "Dad, you're amazing," Gohan exclaimed, rushing towards Sun Wukong with a jubilant expression. "Indeed, Wukong, your prowess is commendable," Bulma praised, giving a thumbs up. "Of course he is formidable. He is Sun Wukong," Krillin added proudly. Having such a friend like Sun Wukong instilled a profound sense of security in him. Now that our troubles are resolved, I shall seek the Dragon Balls. Tion, can you now place your trust in us? Raditz inquired, looking at Tion. Are you truly not villains? She questioned hesitantly. Raditz sighed, responding with a solemn tone. If we were truly malevolent, we would not need to resort to such measures. Raditz speaks the truth, young one. We possess the means to locate all the Dragon Balls. Bulma interjected, stepping forward with the Dragon Ball radar in hand, waving it before Tion. Do you know what this is? It is a radar that can detect the locations of the Dragon Balls. If we were villains, we would have no need for such a device. As she pressed a button on the radar, the positions of the 7 Dragon Balls became instantly clear. Observing the radar, Tion recognized that the indicated locations corresponded to the village where the Dragon Balls resided. Thus, Bulma's assertions were indeed valid. There was no need for them to act in such a manner. After a moment of contemplation, Tion replied, "Very well, I shall guide you to the Elder." "Elder?" Sun Wukong inquired with a puzzled expression. "Yes, the Elder is the most senior among us. You may speak to him regarding the Dragon Balls," Tion explained. "All right, let's proceed swiftly," Sun Wukong urged. With a nod, Tion responded, "Follow me." Gradually, her body began to levitate, enveloped in an aura of energy, as she led the group away at a rapid pace. Once Raditz and the others had departed, Vegeta emerged from behind a rocky outcrop, observing the incapacitated Sabo on the ground. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he approached. "Well, if it isn't Sabo, the favored subordinate of Frieza?" Sabo, struggling to turn his head, felt his heart sink upon recognizing Vegeta. "Vegeta." "Indeed, it is I, the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta. What do you intend to do?" Sabo inquired. "Humph." With a derisive snort, Vegeta cast a scornful glance at Sabo and retorted, "What do I intend to do? Previously, you disregarded me, basking in Frieza's favor. Now that you are incapacitated, what do you think I might desire? Are you not afraid that Lord Frieza will seek retribution against you?" Sabo attempted to intimidate Vegeta with Frieza's name. Yet, the ever-proud Vegeta had never regarded anyone with respect. Thus, he dismissed Sabo's threat, sidelong glancing at him as he coldly remarked, "That is my concern, not yours." With that, Vegeta directed his right palm towards Sabo, unleashing a violent wave of energy. "Ah, to perish at the hands of this wild monkey. I cannot accept this fate." Boom! With a thunderous roar, Sabo's body was obliterated into a myriad of fragments. "Ugh, worthless trash, you got what you deserved," Vegeta spat disdainfully at Sabo's remains. Glancing into the distance, he murmured to himself, "It seems I must hasten my efforts." With that, an aura of energy enveloped Vegeta, as he ascended into the air, swiftly heading toward a specific destination. On an unknown planet, a sense of urgency filled the air. Hurry, prepare the spaceship. The Ginyu Force is about to embark. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 launch. Chapter 34. Target, Frieza. Raditz and his companions were swiftly making their way to the Grand Elder's abode. While soaring through the sky, Raditz suddenly pondered, why am I seeking the Grand Elder? Having already gained Tien's trust, and considering our intentions are not malevolent, but merely a desire to borrow the Dragon Balls, what is the point? The only dilemma lies with that scoundrel Frieza, who is also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls and likely possesses 2 already. Why not confront Frieza directly, defeat him, and seize his Dragon Balls? Realizing this, Raditz scolded himself for being foolish. Goku. Raditz abruptly called out to Goku and his group. What is it, big brother? Goku paused and turned to Raditz inquiringly. It's nothing. You all go ahead. I have a pressing matter to attend to, and we'll catch up shortly. Ah, big brother, what is it? Goku asked, puzzled. It's nothing. You go on ahead. I will join you soon, Raditz replied with a smile. Observing Raditz's insistence, Goku did not press further. With a resigned sigh, he replied, all right, just be careful. Yes, don't worry, Raditz nodded. Subsequently, Goku and the others resumed their journey toward the Grand Elder's location. As he watched them depart, a slight smile crept across Raditz's lips as he gazed in the direction of Frieza's energy, saying, Frieza, are you prepared to meet your demise? Instantly, a formidable aura erupted from Raditz, a white flame of energy fiercely igniting around his body. Raditz swiftly altered his course, propelled by a trail of white flames towards Frieza. Simultaneously, Vegeta reached his destination, a village inhabited by Namekians. The Namekians, engaged in their labors, turned their curious gazes towards Vegeta's sudden arrival. Who are you, and what brings you here? Inquired a middle-aged Namekian. With a sly smile, Vegeta cut straight to the chase. The Dragon Balls, hand them over. What? An elder approached, astonishment etched on his face. Who are you? How do you know about the Dragon Balls? So, the Dragon Balls are indeed here. Hurry, surrender them, and I may spare your lives, Vegeta replied coldly. Who do you think you are? Do not get too arrogant. A battle-ready Namekian, unable to tolerate Vegeta's haughty demeanor, shouted as he charged at him. Seeing the Namekian rush towards him, a look of disdain crossed Vegeta's face. He raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy. With a resounding explosion, the Namekian was obliterated into fragments. Sound! Another Namekian shouted, fury flashing in his eyes as he and several others rushed towards Vegeta. A Namekian fired an energy blast at Vegeta, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. However, such an assault was merely a trifling annoyance for Vegeta. From within the smoke, a beam shot forth, piercing the heart of the assailant. In a blur, Vegeta darted about, swiftly dispatching the remaining Namekians, surveying the ground strewn with corpses. He spat disdainfully before entering a nearby building. Upon entering, he spotted a Dragon Ball, the size of a soccer ball, prominently displayed atop a cabinet directly opposite the door. Fortune favors the diligent. I have finally found a Dragon Ball, Vegeta declared as he seized the sphere and exited the room. Beside the village lay a verdant lake, where Vegeta casually tossed the Dragon Ball into the water. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he turned to depart. Meanwhile, atop a remote mountain, an oddly shaped white structure stood solitary at the summit. A young Namekian, clad in a blue open-chest robe and adorned with a white scarf around his neck, knelt before a venerable elder whose physique resembled a small mountain, seated in a colossal chair. Elder, yet another village's energy has vanished, the young Namekian reported. The elder sighed wearily. It seems this is all fate. These outsiders are indeed demons. He coughed several times, unable to suppress his discomfort. The young Namekian, Neru, quickly rose to his feet. I am fine, elder. It appears they return regularly, though we cannot discern if they are friend or foe. Neru turned his gaze towards the distance, speaking in a low voice. Their aura is formidable, yet I sense no malevolence. Indeed, possessing such a powerful presence while emanating righteousness, and spending each day in their company, they cannot be villains, the elder remarked with a hint of calm. Fear not, even if it costs Neru's life. I shall ensure they do not harm you. A gentle smile graced the elder's face upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Raditz was racing at full speed towards Frieza's location. 10 minutes prior, Frieza's energy had suddenly stirred. If all goes as expected, Frieza must have located the Dragon Balls at his previous location and is now heading towards his spaceship. As Raditz advanced swiftly, the voice of King Kai resonated from the skies. Raditz, Raditz, is that you, King Kai? Raditz halted his progress and inquired. Indeed, it is I. I never anticipated you would encounter the cosmic tyrant Frieza. I should have investigated the situation on Namek earlier. You would not be in such a predicament. Haha. Thank you for your concern, King Kai. I had anticipated such a scenario and have made thorough preparations. Frieza is but one foe, I am confident. Raditz replied with a calm smile. What? You are confident, Raditz? Do you comprehend the extent of Frieza's power? King Kai, I once served under Frieza. His strength is well known to me. I have devised a strategy to counter him. So rest assured, Raditz responded with unwavering confidence. Raditz, do not overestimate yourself. If it becomes too difficult, we are fine as we are, merely with an extra circle atop our heads. Yamcha remarked with a self-deprecating chuckle. Haha, it's you, Yamcha. Do not worry. Since I promised to resurrect you, I shall not go back on my word, Raditz assured him. Raditz, are you truly confident? King Kai inquired once more, noting Raditz's self-assurance. Rest easy, King Kai, I am confident. Very well, Raditz, I look forward to your performance. King Kai concluded the conversation. Faced with the cosmic tyrant Frieza, Raditz displayed such remarkable confidence. Who exactly is he? After ending the call, King Kai quietly pondered. Chapter 35. The Malevolent Emperor, Frieza. On board Frieza's spaceship, a muscular bald elder exclaimed, Frieza has returned. The soldiers surrounding the spaceship swiftly gathered around. Frieza sat in his hovering vessel, 2 Dragon Balls levitating beside him, held aloft by an unseen force. Your efforts are appreciated, Lord Frieza. The bald elder bowed deeply. However, Frieza cast a cold glance at him, his voice devoid of warmth. Where are the other 2 Dragon Balls? The elder, sensing Frieza's icy demeanor, broke into a cold sweat and stammered, They are in the command room. Upon hearing this, Frieza cast a glance at the bald man, merely narrowing his eyes at him. In an instant, the bald man's body was lifted into the air by an invisible force. Frieza, what are you doing? The bald man asked, filled with terror. Cowardice has no place in the ranks of my Frieza force, Frieza declared, his gaze hardening. The bald man let out a scream, followed by a resounding explosion as he was obliterated into nothingness. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Truly, the infamous tyrant Frieza remains as wicked as ever. Suddenly, a mocking voice pierced the air from behind Frieza. He turned abruptly to face the newcomer, astonished. Raditz? Indeed, it is I, the Saiyan Raditz, your nightmare, Raditz proclaimed, floating in midair with a grin on his face. Upon hearing this, Frieza was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. Ha ha, a nightmare? What nonsense is this pathetic trash spouting? Have I misheard, or have you lost your wits? Raditz joined in the laughter, gradually descending to the ground. With a serious demeanor, he addressed Frieza. No matter your words, surrender the Dragon Balls, and take your scoundrels with you. I shall overlook this incident. Otherwise, prepare for your demise. Frieza's expression shifted at Raditz's audacity, and he coldly retorted, You wretched fool. Even Vegeta would not dare speak to me in such a manner. What gives you the right? He scoffed. Vegeta is merely a defeated foe, unworthy of comparison. Raditz's defiance amused Frieza, who chuckled darkly. Raditz, you truly are a source of amusement. Lifting my spirits from their gloom. Depart swiftly, and I may consider sparing your life. Frieza dismissed him with a wave of his hand, akin to shooing away a dog. However, Raditz remained unfazed, raising his finger slowly to unleash dozens of blue energy beams, systematically eliminating the surrounding henchmen. With a provocative smile, he faced Frieza, who watched in growing seriousness as his minions fell. Though these henchmen were of little consequence to him, a wise saying rings true. One must always consider the master when dealing with their dogs. You have truly provoked my ire, Raditz, Frieza declared. And in the blink of an eye, he lunged forward. Bang! A powerful punch struck Raditz in the abdomen, sending him hurtling backward for several meters, crashing violently into a rocky outcrop. Frieza disdainfully spat on the ground and turned to leave. Yet, in that very moment, a wave of energy whooshed past his ear, creating a massive hole in the spaceship ahead. Hey, Frieza, are you really just going to walk away? You underestimate me far too much. Raditz's voice rang out once more from behind Frieza. Upon turning around, Frieza's expression instantly darkened. Although his previous punch had not been delivered with full force, it was certainly beyond what the so-called dead weight Raditz could endure. Yet, astonishingly, Raditz rose once more, seemingly unfazed, deliberately sparing Frieza while instead wrecking his spaceship. This sequence of events filled Frieza with an unprecedented sense of humiliation. After all, he was the illustrious Cosmic Emperor, unaccustomed to such provocations. With a steely gaze, he flickered forward, charging once again at Raditz. A powerful punch was unleashed, and Raditz met it with an outstretched hand. The collision reverberated with a tremendous force, sending shockwaves outward and fracturing the ground beneath them. What? Frieza was taken aback. Raditz had managed to withstand his blow. However, Raditz wasted no time allowing Frieza to revel in his surprise, retaliating with a punch of his own. A dull thud echoed as Raditz's fist struck Frieza squarely in the face, the immense impact propelling Frieza several meters away. Another thunderous sound erupted as Frieza's body collided with the spaceship behind him, cleaving it in two. From the shattered vessel, 2 Dragon Balls tumbled forth. Oh, it seems my visit was not in vain after all. You possess 2 Dragon Balls, Raditz remarked with an air of calm amusement. Glancing at the Dragon Balls on the ground, Frieza, undeterred, stood up, brushing the dust from his attire. Raditz, you are indeed full of surprises. Your strength likely surpasses that of Vegeta by now. At this, Raditz merely chuckled dismissively, realizing that Frieza perceived him as someone who had long concealed immense power. What are you trying to say, Frieza? Raditz asked, hands on his hips, his expression one of disdain. How about it? Have you considered becoming my subordinate once more? I could appoint you as the commander of my Frieza force, Frieza proposed, a hint of mockery in his tone. Raditz, unimpressed, scoffed at the suggestion. What a time to be thinking of recruitment. Spare me. I can hardly wait to dismantle you piece by piece. With that, he beckoned for battle, assuming a combative stance. Seeing his attempts at persuasion fail, Frieza's demeanor shifted, and he spoke in a low, grave tone. I offered you a chance, but you squandered it. Do not blame me for what comes next. With that, Frieza spread his legs, lowered his body slightly, and unleashed a primal roar. Hiya! As Frieza's roar echoed, the ground trembled in response, and countless stones began to levitate under the weight of his formidable energy. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions, en route to the Grand Elder's residence, sensed the rising power emanating from afar, alongside Raditz's energy. What incredible aura! With Raditz nearby, could it be that he has encountered Frieza? Krillin expressed his concerns, a hint of worry in his voice. The aura exuded an overwhelming malevolence, likely only comparable to that of Frieza. Yet, why did Raditz's presence remain stagnant? Sun Wukong remarked with confusion. Chapter 36. Raditz and Frieza. This energy, felt by Raditz, was also sensed by Vegeta, who was somewhere on Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. That worthless Raditz believes that merely enhancing his power grants him the audacity to challenge Frieza. He truly knows not the meaning of mortality, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. In Vegeta's eyes, even if Raditz were to triumph over him, he would still lack the strength to confront Frieza. However, mere minutes later, Vegeta would find himself humbled by his own arrogance. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from within Frieza. The tremors of the ground ceased, and the ascending debris fell back to the earth like raindrops. As tranquility returned, Frieza was enveloped in a blazing blue aura that crackled with intensity. Raditz, even now, I shall not forgive you, Frieza declared ominously. Rest assured, Frieza, I too shall not grant you absolution, Raditz replied with a mischievous grin. Such bold words, Frieza retorted coldly, vanishing from sight only to reappear before Raditz in an instant. With a powerful punch, Raditz raised his hand to defend himself. A dull thud resonated as Raditz was sent hurtling backward. The enhanced Frieza was indeed formidable. That single blow propelled Raditz over 100 meters. Frieza then vanished again, ascending into the air, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy blasts upon Raditz. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, with smoke billowing over a vast expanse. Arrogant wild monkey, do you now comprehend the might of King Frieza? He gloated after his onslaught. As the smoke cleared, Raditz was seen shielding his head with his hands, lifting his gaze to Frieza with an eerie smirk. Indeed, the law of the Dragon Balls held true. No harm ensued, aside from some damage to his battle attire. Raditz sustained little injury. Of course, the notion of no harm was merely a trope. It was Raditz's true strength that saved him. Otherwise, had this assault been directed at Krillin, one could only imagine the outcome. Returning to the matter at hand, after enduring Frieza's relentless barrage unscathed, Raditz remained undeterred. Frieza, however, was beginning to lose his composure, glaring at Raditz through gritted teeth. Impossible. How could you remain unscathed? Raditz huffed, lowering his hands from his head. Frieza, take a moment to reflect on your own strength. Without any preparation, I daringly ventured forth to challenge you alone. Am I foolish? What? You claim to have a backup plan? It hardly qualifies as such. I merely undertook some special training prior to this moment. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Raditz spread his legs and slightly lowered his body. A thunderous roar erupted from him, unleashing a formidable aura that surged forth. A brilliant white flame enveloped him instantaneously, causing the ground beneath to tremble violently as countless fragments of rock seemed to be drawn upwards. Vegeta, who had flown a short distance away, abruptly halted, his face betraying an expression of disbelief as he gazed into the distance. No, it cannot be. This energy, is it from that worthless Raditz? Impossible. He does not possess such strength. It cannot be. It cannot be. Vegeta shouted in fury. There must be a mistake. Raditz could not wield such power. Yes, it must be a misunderstanding. I must be wrong. Yet, as he uttered those words, Vegeta's body, betraying his mind, swiftly changed direction, flying towards the source of Raditz's energy. Indeed, you Saiyans are all monsters. Even at this distance, Raditz's power feels as if it is right before me. Uncle Krillin, my uncle's strength is far beyond this. Gohan exclaimed proudly, sensing the distant energy. What? What did you say? Goku, startled, quickly inquired Gohan. Are you saying your uncle's strength exceeds this? Yes, Dad. I spent a year with Uncle in the hyperbolic time chamber, and I understand his power better than any of you. Ah, Gohan, just how formidable is your uncle? Goku asked. Well, I cannot say for certain, but I know my uncle's strength goes far beyond this, Gohan replied, lowering his head somewhat modestly. Gohan's silence piqued Goku's interest, prompting him to say, Gohan, I think I will forego visiting the Elder for now. Ah, Dad, why? Aren't you going to seek the Dragon Balls? No. The Dragon Balls can be sought at any time, but if I miss witnessing your uncle's battle, I might regret it for the rest of my life. Upon hearing this, Gohan lowered his head and said, To be honest, I also wish to see my uncle fight, but what about Uncle Piccolo and the others? Gohan, go ahead. Just then, a voice from the sky broke in. It was Piccolo. Gohan looked up, surprised, and asked, Uncle Piccolo, is that you? It is I, Gohan. To be honest, if I were in your position, I would want to witness this battle with my own eyes. As for us, you need not worry. After the fight, you can seek the Elder to use the Dragon Balls to revive us. Really? Uncle Piccolo, Gohan asked excitedly. Indeed, go ahead. I have already spoken with the Elder of Namek. If you deal with Frieza and his minions, he will lend you the Dragon Balls. Therefore, defeating Frieza is our utmost priority now, more so than the Dragon Balls. The voice of the King of the North resounded once more. All right, I understand, Lord King. Thank you. Son Wukong exhaled deeply, expressing his gratitude. Hee, Wukong, you cannot contain your excitement when it comes to battle. Your brother is indeed formidable. Far stronger than he was on my King Star. Indeed, that is precisely why I wish to witness it with my own eyes, Son Wukong replied with a smile. Very well, you should hurry, for Frieza's power is not to be underestimated. Perhaps you can even lend a hand to Raditz, the king encouraged. Understood, Lord King. We shall take our leave now. Go then, the king concluded, and the communication came to an end. With the king's assurance, Son Wukong and his companions felt unburdened, swiftly altering their course towards Raditz. Chapter 37, Transformation. With Raditz's furious roar, a brilliant white light radiated from within him. The intense brightness compelled Frieza to shield his eyes. As the glow faded, a white aura began to envelop Raditz. What? You possess such power? Frieza exclaimed incredulously through clenched teeth. Raditz slowly exhaled a cloud of murky breath, gazing at Frieza with a grave expression. All right, let us commence this new round. With that, Raditz took a step forward and charged towards Frieza. His astonishing speed brought him before Frieza in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Frieza, caught off guard, was sent flying several meters away. A wicked smile crept upon Raditz's lips as he vanished and reappeared in front of Frieza once more. Raising his right palm towards Frieza, he unleashed a wave of energy. With a thunderous sound, smoke enveloped the area. Raditz frowned, glancing back momentarily before pivoting sharply and throwing a punch. The tremendous force rippled outward, akin to ripples spreading across a calm surface. In a critical moment, Frieza managed to evade and positioned himself behind Raditz. You wild monkey. You possess some skill, but you are still far from being a match for me, the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. As he spoke, Frieza launched another punch, which Raditz met with his own. The clash of their fists echoed like thunder, a cacophony erupting as they relentlessly attacked each other at blinding speed. The air was devoid of anything but the energy waves generated by their collisions. With another impact, the overwhelming force sent both combatants staggering backward for several meters. Regaining his footing, Frieza's chest heaved violently as he glared at Raditz, raising his hand to fire a blast of energy towards him. Yet, As the wave hurtled forward, Raditz bore no trace of fear. Instead, a thrill coursed through him. The body sank slightly as a fist was raised, striking downwards and deflecting Frieza's energy wave. In the next instant, Frieza's figure appeared before Raditz with astonishing speed. A resounding thud echoed as a punch descended, which Raditz managed to block with an uplifted hand. Frieza's other fist, clenched tightly, struck again. Raditz similarly intercepted it with his other hand. Suddenly, Frieza delivered a powerful headbutt to Raditz's forehead, catching him completely off guard. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a headbutt of his own. A dull thud resonated as both combatants saw stars, staggering backward a few steps. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Raditz focused, only to see Frieza's fist hurtling towards his face. Without any warning, he was sent flying. "You damn wild monkey. Worthless trash. Prepare to meet your demise." Frieza hovered in the air, raising his right hand high as a massive energy sphere quickly formed. "Go to hell," Frieza bellowed, hurling the enormous energy ball towards Raditz. Lying amidst the rubble, Raditz gazed at the descending energy sphere, his expression sharpening as he shouted, "Kaioken." In an instant, a crimson aura enveloped him, the ground beneath him crumbling under his fierce energy. With a sudden leap, Raditz sprang up, declaring each word with conviction. "Kamehameha!" Instantly, a blue-white energy wave erupted from his palms. A thunderous clash resounded as the two energies collided, resembling two lions battling fiercely. "Ah! You wretched wild monkey cannot possibly triumph over me, the mighty emperor of the universe, Frieza. Cease your disgusting laughter. It makes me want to vomit. What utter nonsense about being the emperor of the universe. Before me, Raditz, it is all meaningless." Triple Kaioken. In an instant, the red aura around Raditz intensified, accompanied by a surge in his power. The Kamehameha pushed Frieza's energy sphere upward. "What?" Frieza exclaimed, astonished as he saw the energy wave being pushed back, prompting him to reinforce it with more power. Sensing the increasing pressure, Raditz smirked disdainfully, saying, "It's futile. The strength you possess in this form is all you have. Without transforming, you cannot hope to defeat me." At these words, shock filled Frieza's eyes. Surely Raditz couldn't know his secret ability to transform. How could he? Could it be? Realizing his secret was exposed, Frieza decided to abandon resistance, his figure vanishing in an instant. Without Frieza's control, his formidable energy blast was repelled by Raditz's Kamehameha, soaring into the stratosphere. With a resounding explosion, a brilliant light eclipsed the sun, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. Moments passed, and the brilliance gradually subsided. Vegeta lowered his arm, shielding his forehead, gazing into the sky. What on earth has that scoundrel Raditz done? Upon uttering these words, a powerful aura erupted from Vegeta as he swiftly soared forward. "Father, Uncle is already engaged with Frieza. We must hasten." "Very well, Gohan. Let us accelerate," replied Goku, unleashing a potent energy that propelled him forward in an instant, trailing a white tail of flames. "How do you know I can still transform?" Frieza hovered in midair, looking down at Raditz with a perplexed expression. Raditz casually dug at his ear with his pinky and replied nonchalantly, "Stop prattling. If you don't transform soon, I won't hold back." At these words, Frieza's brow furrowed, rage igniting within him. In a flash, he descended to the ground, his expression fierce as he observed Raditz. Yet mere moments later, Frieza wore a sinister smile and said, "Raditz, you possess quite the courage. Do not grow complacent just because you can withstand my physical attacks. Since you are so eager for me to transform, I shall oblige. However, should I end your life, do not blame me. Why are you dragging your feet? Transform quickly, and stop behaving like a coward." "Oh, wait, you are a coward," Raditz taunted. "What did you say?" Frieza seethed with fury, an aura erupting from within him. His diminutive form swelled, the angles of his head curving ominously. His battle armor burst apart as his body grew to over 3 meters in height. Chapter 38, The Dying Light. As Frieza completed his transformation, Raditz furrowed his brow slightly. Although his strength had notably increased, something still felt amiss. "You asked me to transform, so don't blame me later," he warned. Before Frieza could finish his sentence, Raditz landed a powerful punch to his abdomen. The pain forced Frieza to stagger backward several paces. This scene was witnessed by the arriving Vegeta. "Is that truly the worthless Raditz?" Vegeta questioned, observing the potent energy radiating from Raditz, who had just sent Frieza reeling with a punch. He momentarily doubted his own vision, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He confirmed that it was indeed Raditz. the very same whom he had previously scorned. At last, I understand what is lacking. Frieza, your power is insufficient, Raditz remarked, tilting his head and sighing. What? Insufficient? What do you mean? A mere utterance from Raditz was enough to instill doubt even in Frieza. The implication was clear. Your power remains insufficient. Transform once more, lest you meet your demise. As Raditz spoke, his tone turned icily resolute. Hey, Raditz! At that moment, Vegeta bellowed, his frustration palpable as he strode up to Raditz, seizing his battle attire with fervor. You scoundrel! Where did this power of yours originate? You must have possessed such strength long ago. Were you deceiving me all this time? Faced with Vegeta's fury, Raditz impatiently shoved him aside, his voice low and stern. Vegeta, what nonsense are you spouting? I have no time for your trivialities. Then how do you account for your power's remarkable increase over the past year? Don't tell me it's merely the result of your arduous training. With a flicker of disdain in his eyes, Raditz replied coldly, Vegeta, my strength is indeed the fruit of my training. Spare me your baseless accusations. We can discuss this once I've dealt with Frieza. With that, Raditz waved his hand dismissively, conjuring a fierce gust that sent Vegeta hurtling away. Ah! Vegeta cried out as he was propelled several meters back. Frieza, transform at once, or I shall end you immediately. Raditz, incensed by Vegeta's antics, turned his ire towards Frieza, shouting vehemently. What did you say, you wild monkey? What gives you the audacity to shout at me? Just this. With a resounding thud, Raditz's fist struck Frieza's abdomen once more. Then, with a powerful leap, he delivered a kick that sent Frieza flying dozens of meters away. Frieza crashed heavily to the ground, raising his head to glare at Raditz. You insufferable wild monkey. You have forced my hand. Frieza gritted his teeth as he stood, his gaze seething with fury, the repeated provocations having pushed him past his breaking point. Wild monkey, you shall regret inciting my wrath. With a thunderous roar, Frieza's energy surged to a terrifying level. As his power escalated, the ground beneath him began to crack, and the very planet trembled under the weight of his might. Observing Frieza's escalating power, Raditz's face broke into a smile once more, embodying the Saiyan's innate thrill for battle against formidable foes. This was precisely why Raditz had not dispatched Frieza at the outset, but rather urged him to transform repeatedly. The sudden, violent tremors astonished Goku and the others. This is Frieza's energy. His power has increased. What is transpiring over there with Raditz? Qu'un, sans signe Frieza est overwhelming Yoha? Asked in bewilderment. What? Kr Krillin, are you suggesting that this earthquake is caused by that individual named Frieza? Bulma inquired anxiously. Let us hasten our pace. For Frieza's formidable energy indicates that Brother Raditz surely requires our assistance. Without uttering much, Son Goku summoned his strength once more and swiftly soared ahead. Naru, this aura is indeed terrifying. You should lend your aid as well, the Grand Elder instructed, seated upon his grand chair, addressing Naru. But Grand Elder, your health. Naru began. I am aware, Naru. My life is drawing to a close. Should I perish, the Dragon Balls will vanish alongside me. Therefore, take this Dragon Ball and seek out the individuals the Ko-sama has mentioned, the Grand Elder urged. Grand Elder, please do not say such things. You must take care of yourself, Naru replied, biting his lip. I shall return promptly. With that, he accepted the Dragon Ball from the Grand Elder's hands, an intense energy erupting from within him as he swiftly exited the chamber. As Naru departed, a smile creased the Grand Elder's weathered face, and he reached out through telepathy. Calling, Tian Tian, can you hear me? Tian Tian, who was flying at full speed, abruptly halted and exclaimed, Is that you, Grand Elder? Tian Tian, what is it? Son Goku inquired, noticing the sudden pause. It is the Grand Elder. He is communicating with me. Tian Tian responded. Tian Tian, I am currently conversing with your heart. The Grand Elder continued. Grand Elder, do you have something to instruct me? Tian Tian asked. Tian Tian, listen carefully. My life is nearing its end. What? How can this be? Tian Tian gasped in astonishment. Tian Tian, do not fret. Just listen to what I say. Naru has taken the one-star Dragon Ball to find you. You must strive to gather the remaining Dragon Balls during this time. Before my life concludes, you must make a wish. Do you understand? Yes, Grand Elder, I understand. Tian Tian replied, her voice thick with emotion. Good. I can hold on for a while longer. You must hurry. With those words, the Grand Elder's telepathic link faded due to his waning strength. Grand Elder, Tian Tian, what has happened? Son Goku asked urgently. Looking up, Tian Tian's face was streaked with tears as she spoke to Son Goku. The Grand Elder said his life is nearing its end, and urged us to quickly gather all the Dragon Balls to fulfill our wish. What? Son Goku exclaimed in shock. How can this be? The Grand Elder is the oldest among us. He has lived for countless years. Now, as he approaches his final moments, it is a tragic inevitability. Tears streamed down Tian's face as she spoke. Chapter 39, Old Man Bai. Upon hearing this, Son Goku furrowed his brow, realizing that if the Grand Elder were to die, the Dragon Balls would disappear as well. What should they do now? Just then, Bulma stepped forward and said, Goku, quickly use the Dragon Radar to check the locations of all the Dragon Balls. Indeed, Bulma is correct, Goku remarked. Gohan, you have the Dragon Radar, don't you? Quickly, bring it out. Gohan nodded and retrieved the Dragon Radar from his battlesuit, revealing the positions of the 7 Dragon Balls at a glance. Dad, one of the Dragon Balls is approaching us rapidly, Gohan exclaimed in surprise. That must be Uncle Neru, Tian interjected. Let me take a look, Bulma said as she took the Dragon Radar from Gohan's hands. The stationary Dragon Ball is the one in Krillin's possession, while the moving one is indeed Neru. Drawing nearer to us, and these 4 clustered together, their direction leads to Raditz and Frieza. They must be the 4 Dragon Balls collected by Frieza, Krillin observed as he leaned in for a closer look. Yes, and as for the last one, Bulma pressed a button on the Dragon Radar again, indicating the location of the final Dragon Ball, which was quite distant. This one is far away. Goku, Gohan, and Krillin, who will retrieve it? I'll go, Gohan volunteered. Goku hesitated, unsure of what to say. Sensing her father's dilemma, Gohan proactively added, Dad, I understand. You go assist Uncle. Well, I'll find a Dragon Ball and join you afterward. Gohan, you truly are a wonderful child. Thank you, Goku said affectionately, ruffling Gohan's hair. Hee, it's only natural. Dad, Gohan replied shyly with a smile. Goku, I'll accompany Gohan. Honestly, a 1 be of much help against Raditz, Krillin suggested. All right, Krillin. I was thinking the same. Goku nodded slightly. Very well, since that has settled, let us split up. Goku, you head to Raditz. While Frieza is engaged with him, you can collect the Dragon Balls. Gohan and Krillin will search for the remaining Dragon Ball, and I will wait here with Tian for, Neru, Bulma directed. Yes, Neru. Tian, and I will await his arrival. Once you secure the Dragon Ball, return to us, and we shall summon Shenron to resurrect Piccolo and the others. What do you all think? I believe Bulma's plan is quite sound. Now that we've come to an agreement, let us proceed with our separate missions. Goku stated as he descended from the air, gently placing Bulma on the ground. All right then, Krillin and I shall take our leave, Gohan said. Be cautious, Gohan. Hurry there and back, Goku urged. I understand, Dad, Gohan affirmed, and with Krillin, they unleashed their energy, setting off into the distance with the Dragon Radar in hand. As for you, Bulma, I shall also take my leave. There shouldn't be any of Frieza's minions left on this planet besides Vegeta, so you should be safe here. Wait for our return, Goku instructed. Okay, Goku, be swift and return safely, Bulma replied, waving goodbye to him. Simultaneously, on the side of Raditz and Frieza bypassed his grotesque transformation and instantly assumed his diminutive, alabaster final form. Ah, so we have reached your ultimate form at last, Frieza. It seems you have finally decided to unleash your full power, Raditz remarked. All of this is thanks to you, Wild Monkey. Today, I shall make you aware of the true terror of Frieza, the mighty king. With that, Frieza unleashed a thunderous roar, a fierce purple aura igniting around him. He charged forward with an overwhelming force directed at Raditz. With a resounding impact, Raditz was sent sliding backward several meters. Before he could regain his footing, Frieza flickered and appeared once more before him, delivering a powerful blow that sent Raditz flying. Now you perceive my strength, do you, Wild Monkey? Frieza gloated, letting out a few triumphant chuckles. Raising his hand, he offered Raditz no opportunity to recover. A series of crimson energy beams shot forth from the tip of his right index finger. The heavy beams struck Raditz's body, causing him considerable pain. In a matter of moments, Raditz's battle attire was rendered tattered and torn. Ha, what do you fear now, foul monkey? Can you withstand the full might of your king? Frieza taunted, relishing in his dominance. This insolent fool deserves his fate. Arrogant and prideful, he ought to be obliterated by that scoundrel Frieza, Vegeta remarked with disdain, observing Raditz, who stood gasping for breath. Suddenly, Vegeta's gaze drifted to the severed space vessel nearby, and to his astonishment, he discovered 4 Dragon Balls lying beside it. His previously sour mood was instantly replaced with elation, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Suppressing his inner jubilation, Vegeta lowered his energy and stealthily approached the broken spacecraft. Maneuvering around a massive rock, The engrossed Frieza and Raditz were entirely oblivious to Vegeta's movements. Before long, the cunning Vegeta reached the vicinity of the spacecraft, gazing at the Dragon Balls within arm's reach. Seizing the opportunity while Raditz and Frieza were entangled in their fierce combat, Vegeta swiftly gathered the 4 Dragon Balls to his chest, darting around to the back of the spacecraft for cover before making his escape. After running several kilometers, Vegeta finally dared to unleash a hearty laugh. Ha ha! What Frieza? What Raditz? They have both fallen prey to the cunning of Lord Vegeta. He roared with glee. Vegeta continued his unrestrained laughter, choosing to maintain a swift pace to avoid detection, fearful of Frieza and Raditz sensing his energy. Once his laughter subsided, he gazed at the 4 Dragon Balls nestled in his arms, quietly calculating. With the one he had previously found, Vegeta now possessed a total of 5 Dragon Balls. As long as he gathers 2 Dragon Balls, he can summon the dragon and obtain immortality. At that time, whether it be Frieza or Raditz, they will all perish at his hands. However, with 4 Dragon Balls in his possession, the target was too conspicuous. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta decided to bury the 4 Dragon Balls on the spot and retrieve the one he had submerged in the lake. Thus, Vegeta found a cave, buried the 4 Dragon Balls within, and after stamping a few times to ensure their concealment, he departed with a sense of relief. Chapter 40, Super Saiyan, Raditz. At this moment, Goku had arrived at the battlefield where Frieza was engaged in combat with Raditz. Upon witnessing Raditz being sent flying by a punch from Frieza, Goku swiftly appeared and caught Raditz. "Brother, are you all right?" Raditz looked up and said, "Goku, brother, take a rest. Let me handle this." Raditz stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and replied nonchalantly, "There's no need, Goku. I finally pushed Frieza to this extent. I'm not done having fun yet." As he spoke, the corners of Raditz's mouth curled into a sinister smile. "Oh, another one. Who are you?" Frieza inquired, gazing at Goku. "He is my brother, Son Goku." Raditz indicated Goku with a thumbs up. "Your brother?" Frieza expressed confusion. "This face. It seems familiar. Have I seen it somewhere?" "Of course. You encountered our father before you annihilated planet Vegeta," Raditz retorted. Hearing this, Frieza was momentarily stunned, recalling events from over 20 years ago, and suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, "I remember now. Your face bears a striking resemblance to that Saiyan Bardock. You are his sons?" "Indeed, Frieza. Today, I shall settle the scores for my father's murder and the destruction of planet Vegeta," Raditz declared with a fierce expression. "Humph, in your current state. What do you intend to avenge? Even if the 2 of you team up, what can you do to me?" Frieza scoffed. "Frieza, do not underestimate us. With my brother by my side, you are certainly no match for us," Goku shouted in anger. "Humph, I hear your boastful words," Frieza coldly retorted, stepping forward as if transcending space, instantly appearing before the 2. Goku and Raditz leaped to the side simultaneously, causing Frieza's punch to miss. He then turned his gaze toward Goku and coldly stated, "Let us start with you." In an instant, Frieza pivoted and charged straight at Goku. Seeing Frieza rushing towards him, Goku furrowed his brow, clenched his fists tightly, and shouted, "Tenfold Kaioken." With a resounding boom, a violent energy erupted from Goku's body, the immense force immediately sending Frieza staggering backward. "What?" Frieza performed a backflip, landing on the ground, incredulous as he stared at Goku. "Goku!" Frieza shouted, his aura swelling as he prepared to attack. "Stop, Goku!" Suddenly, Raditz shouted, halting Goku in his tracks. "Brother?" Goku paused and turned to look. "Wukong, seek out Vegeta. That scoundrel must have seized the Dragon Balls while I was engaged in battle with Frieza," Raditz declared, standing atop the severed remnants of the spacecraft, casting a glance towards Son Goku. Upon hearing this, Frieza immediately turned his attention to the spot where the Dragon Balls had previously fallen, and indeed, 4 of them had vanished. Scanning his surroundings, he realized Vegeta was also missing. This place had only been visited by Vegeta. Thus, the absence of the Dragon Balls could only mean they had been pilfered by him. "Cursed Vegeta, cursed Raditz, it is all your fault." Frieza seethed, his fury reaching a boiling point as he placed the blame squarely on Raditz. With a primal roar, he unleashed a surge of energy, igniting his form in a blazing crimson aura, and hurled a fist toward Raditz. "Brother, be careful," Son Goku shouted in alarm. Raditz, his brow furrowed and face aflame with rage, raised his hand to meet the impending strike. A resounding thud echoed as the energy released rippled outward like waves. "Frieza, do not push your luck," Raditz retorted, his fury palpable. Frieza, taken aback, witnessed Raditz's long hair billowing as a flash of lightning coursed around him. A formidable aura emanated from Raditz's being. How? How is this possible? You possess such hidden power? Frieza stammered, fear creeping into his voice. Are you afraid? Let me tell you, it is too late. Raditz let out a thunderous roar, and with his rising power, the very ground of Namek trembled violently. The sky darkened ominously, as if heralding the end of days. A crack of thunder illuminated the foreboding clouds above. Oh! Raditz continued to bellow. The tempestuous energy he unleashed sent Frieza hurtling back several meters. Brother! Son Goku cried, overwhelmed by the unprecedented strength radiating from Raditz, which was imbued with an undeniable sense of oppression. What an immense power! Is this Raditz? Krillin, en route with Gohan to search for the Dragon Balls, was suddenly astounded by Raditz's formidable energy. Super Saiyan, has my uncle finally attained this form? Gohan mused to himself, gazing into the distance. What? Super Saiyan? What is that? Krillin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Uncle said that it is a legendary warrior among the Saiyans, possessing extraordinary power, Gohan explained. Meanwhile, Vegeta, sensing Raditz's overwhelming aura, halted his advance. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. This potent energy, how could Raditz possess such power? Could it be? Suddenly, a realization struck Vegeta, and with a look of horror, he proclaimed, No, it cannot be. Only I, the Prince of the Saiyans, could become a legendary warrior. A formidable aura emanated from Vegeta's being as he swiftly altered his course and soared back towards Raditz. Ah, no wonder Raditz exuded such confidence. It turns out he had ascended to the realm of Super Saiyan. Alas, he could have informed me beforehand, for I was quite anxious on his behalf. The North Kai wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled a long sigh. This Saiyan is truly a monster. I have never encountered such a potent energy before. Tien placed a hand on the North Kai's shoulder and, with his eyes closed, remarked, Indeed, both brothers are monsters. The North Kai lamented, indeed. On Frieza's spacecraft, Raditz's power continued to surge, veins bulging on his forehead as his pupils gradually vanished. A flash of gold swept through his flowing hair. Crackling electricity coursed through Raditz's body. With another furious roar, a golden light shot into the sky, dispersing the clouds overhead. As tranquility returned, it became evident that Raditz's long hair had transformed into a golden hue, slightly lifting at the ends. A golden aura enveloped his form, his eyebrows glinting gold, and his pupils of vibrant green, exuding an air of regal might as though he had undergone a transcendence. Chapter 41. The Method of Transforming into a Super Saiyan. What is this? Frieza collapsed to the ground, his expression one of sheer terror. Raditz cast a glance at Frieza, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, and declared, Super Saiyan. What? Super Saiyan. Indeed, for an unprovable notion, an entire Saiyan planet was obliterated. But Frieza, you never anticipated that the Super Saiyan who would instill fear in you would be me. No, it cannot be. You are merely the descendant of a lowly warrior. How could you possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan? Anything is possible. Frieza, prepare to meet your demise. With that, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself like an arrow towards Frieza. In an instant, he appeared before Frieza and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! Blood spewed from Frieza's mouth as his body rocketed backward like a cannonball. Raditz's form flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared in front of Frieza once more. Bang! A swift kick sent Frieza flying again. Bang! His body crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Puffed. Frieza spat blood, gasping for air. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. I, King Frieza, am the strongest being in the universe. How could you, a wild monkey, ever hope to defeat me? Bang! No sooner had Frieza uttered his words than Raditz delivered another crushing kick, sending him flying once more. Do not utter foolish words. A defeat is a defeat, and this you must acknowledge. Frieza, with his hands braced against the ground, lifted his head and glared fiercely at Raditz, his eyes brimming with resentment. I curse your very existence. Frieza bellowed, rising to his feet in a fit of rage and charging at Raditz. A powerful punch was thrown, but Raditz deftly sidestepped, delivering a knee strike that landed heavily in Frieza's abdomen. Ugh! Frieza spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could register the pain, Raditz spun around and executed a lateral kick that sent him flying several meters away. You are not only malicious, but your words are as foul as excrement, utterly repugnant. Frieza, consumed by fury, uttered these words, and in an instant, his form flickered and soared into the air. Raditz, you have forced my hand, he proclaimed, planet destruction ball. In an instant, a colossal sphere of energy coalesced in Frieza's raised right hand, which he hurled down towards the earth. Raditz, gazing up at the descending energy sphere, displayed no hint of fear. He merely lowered his body slightly, placing his hands firmly at his waist, and his golden aura ignited with fervor. Kamehameha! In that moment, a wave of blue and white energy erupted from Raditz's palms. Upon colliding with Frieza's planet destruction ball, a muffled explosion resonated as the two forces clashed. Brother, get your all. Do not let him defeat you, Son Goku shouted with fervor. Hearing this, Raditz furrowed his brow, and his golden aura surged even more intensely, amplifying the energy of the Kamehameha. Sensing the sudden increase in pressure, Frieza realized he might meet his end this time. Thus, he summoned all his strength, intensifying the energy of the planet destruction ball. Frieza, cease your futile resistance. Allow me, Raditz, to bring an end to your wicked existence. With that, Raditz too escalated the energy of his Kamehameha. In an instant, the Kamehameha surged forward, overwhelming Frieza's planet destruction ball. What? No, it cannot be. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Frieza cried out in disbelief. Boom! With a tremendous roar, an explosion erupted in the sky above Namek. The brilliant flames illuminating the night as if celebrating the return of tranquility. We won. We won, brother. This is wonderful. You have triumphed. Son Goku exclaimed as he soared towards Raditz, embracing him jubilantly. Raditz, however, pushed Goku away with a look of disdain, saying, "What kind of spectacle is this? Two grown men embracing? Step aside." Ha ha ha. Son Goku laughed heartily, releasing Raditz. Cursed be that form, that very form. Could it be the Super Saiyan? Vegeta seethed through gritted teeth, glaring menacingly at Raditz. Sensing a flow of energy, Raditz turned his gaze and immediately spotted Vegeta, who was staring intently at him. I wonder who it was. It turns out to be you, Vegeta. How fortuitous, as it saves me the trouble of seeking you out. With that, Raditz relinquished his Super Saiyan form and gradually approached Vegeta. Hand over the Dragon Balls, or do not blame me for what follows, he warned, raising his hand towards Vegeta. Vegeta displayed no fear. Instead, his expression was one of defiance and fury. Striding towards Raditz, he inquired in a low voice, "Is that form of yours the legendary Super Saiyan?" Seeing Vegeta's unyielding demeanor, Raditz sighed in resignation, retracting his hand. "Indeed, that is the Super Saiyan, a being born only once in a millennium according to Saiyan legend. How does one achieve it?" Vegeta asked directly. "Oh, you wish to learn? I might teach you." Raditz replied with a hint of amusement. "Speak quickly. What must I do to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan?" "First, you must surrender the Dragon Balls to me. Otherwise, our discussion is moot," Raditz asserted firmly. "You? What do you mean you? If you desire to know how to become a Super Saiyan, you must exchange the Dragon Balls you possess. Otherwise, I see no reason to instruct you," Raditz thundered without mercy. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta relented. "Fine, I will give them to you. Follow me." Raditz scoffed, as if I cannot handle you. Subsequently, Vegeta guided Raditz to the location where he had buried the Dragon Balls alongside Goku. Without uttering another word, Vegeta unearthed the 4 Dragon Balls. "Here are the 4 Dragon Balls. Now, tell me how to become a Super Saiyan." Appreciating Vegeta's willingness, Raditz responded without hesitation, "To transform into a Super Saiyan, the key lies in your rage. When your anger reaches a certain threshold, the Saiyan blood within you will awaken." "Rage?" Vegeta questioned, perplexed. "Yes, rage. I have imparted the method to you. Whether or not you can awaken it depends solely on you." Vegeta. Chapter 42. Naru delivers the Dragon Balls. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" Vegeta asked Raditz, skepticism etched on his face. "I have shared the method. Believe it or not, the Dragon Balls are mine now," Raditz remarked, casting a dismissive glance at Vegeta. With a flick of his finger, an unseen force lifted the 4 Dragon Balls from the ground. "Goku, let us depart." Raditz, casting one last disdainful look at Vegeta, soared into the sky alongside Goku, heading in the direction of Bulma and Tian. As Raditz and Goku departed, a smirk of disdain appeared on Vegeta's face. Without my other Dragon Ball, let us see how you summon the Eternal Dragon." "Raditz, Kakarot, just wait. Once I too become a Super Saiyan, I shall show you both what I am capable of." Vegeta disdainfully spat on the ground before swiftly soaring into the distance. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, 5 spherical spacecraft sped through the tranquil void, hurtling towards Namek at an alarming pace. In a village on Namek, Gohan and Krillin gazed at the scattered bodies of the Namekians, their faces etched with astonishment and fury. Could this atrocity also be the work of Frieza's minions? This is utterly despicable. Gohan shouted in anger, a surge of energy emanating from him due to his emotional upheaval. Calm down, Gohan. Once we gather the Dragon Balls, we can bring them back to life, Krillin said, placing a hand on Gohan's shoulder, his voice tinged with sorrow. Wait a moment, that energy... Is it Kakarot's son? This direction. No, that is where I hid the Dragon Balls. As he soared through the air, Vegeta sensed Gohan's energy and felt a wave of unease wash over him. Instantly, an aura of blue energy flared around him as he darted towards Gohan's location. On a flat expanse of Namek, Goku and Raditz had just landed, and Goku turned his gaze towards the distance. Brother, it seems Vegeta is heading in Gohan's direction. Raditz glanced over nonchalantly before turning away, replying, "It's nothing to worry about. With Gohan there, Vegeta won't cause too much trouble. Let's go find Bulma instead." "Ah, brother, do you think Gohan can handle Vegeta?" Goku inquired, stepping closer, puzzled. "Rest assured, Gohan is not as weak as you might think," Raditz chuckled, each holding 2 Dragon Balls as they made their way towards a nearby hemispherical house. "Goku, Raditz, you're back." As they approached the door, Bulma excitedly swung it open and dashed out. "Yes, we are back, Bulma. Are you all right?" Raditz asked. "I'm fine. Raditz, I heard from Tien that you've become incredibly powerful, defeating that Frieza character. Is that true?" "Tien." Raditz frowned, recalling that Tien had replaced Piccolo as Earth's guardian in the original story. Yes. You haven't met him yet. Come, let me introduce you." Bulma exclaimed as she reached out to grab Raditz, only to realize he was cradling 2 Dragon Balls the size of soccer balls. You found Dragon Balls?" Bulma jumped with excitement. "Yes, they almost fell into Vegeta's hands, but fortunately, we managed to secure them in the end," Raditz replied. "Wow, Raditz, you're amazing. Absolutely impressive," Bulma declared, a starry-eyed admiration evident as she playfully tapped Raditz's arm. Observing Bulma's infatuated demeanor, a subtle smile graced Raditz's lips as he remarked, "It's nothing extraordinary. Are you going to introduce me to someone?" "Where are they?" Upon hearing this, Bulma regained her composure, offering an awkward smile as she pointed to the child behind her. "Indeed, that is Tien. Raditz turned to see a Namekian child clad in a white robe with a brown overcoat, who approached him swiftly, bowing deeply and expressing, "Mr. Raditz, thank you for vanquishing the villains threatening our Namekian home." Raditz chuckled, feeling a newfound fondness for Tien, and replied, "No need for thanks. It was merely a matter of convenience." Just as Raditz finished speaking, another Namekian in blue attire landed nearby, panting heavily. The crowd turned to see Tien excitedly exclaim, "Uncle Neru!" Neru, his chest heaving, descended to the ground and presented a Dragon Ball he held. "This is the Dragon Ball entrusted to me by the Elder. Have you gathered the others?" Tien responded, "With the one you brought, we now have 6 in total. Another has already been retrieved. You must act swiftly, for the Elder's life draws to a close, and with his departure, the Dragon Balls will lose their radiance," Neru warned. Startled, Raditz realized he had overlooked this critical matter. "Understood. Thank you, Mr. Neru." Neru gazed at Raditz with curiosity, inquiring, "The one who exuded such a formidable aura earlier. Was that you?" "Indeed, it was." Raditz affirmed with a nod. "Excellent. I appreciate your assistance in resolving our crisis. I must return to the Elder now, but I have a request. Would you be willing to engage in a duel with me after this matter concludes? I have never encountered someone with such immense power and am eager to gauge the difference between us." "Certainly. After this is resolved, I shall seek you out," Raditz replied with a slight smile. Neru nodded and instructed Tien, "Remain here to assist them in summoning Shenron. I cannot leave the Elder unattended." "Understood, Uncle Neru," Tien replied with a nod. Neru returned Raditz's gaze and asked, "By the way, what is your name?" "Raditz," he answered. "Raditz? Very well, I shall remember that." With that, a surge of energy emanated from Neru as he leaped into the air, swiftly departing into the distance. With the Dragon Balls bestowed by Neru, Raditz and his companions now possessed 6 in total. Together with the one Gohan and the others were seeking, they would soon be able to summon Shenron. However, with the Elder nearing the end of his life, Raditz proposed, "Everyone allow me to suggest the following." Chapter 43, The Surge of Son Gohan. Let us directly seek out Gohan with the 6 Dragon Balls and summon Shenron forth. "Very well, Raditz, your word is law," Bulma stated, approaching the half-spherical house and transforming it back into a capsule. "All right, let us depart," Raditz declared, striding towards Bulma and cradling her in his arms. Casting a sly grin at Goku. Goku, the Dragon Balls are entrusted to you. With that, Raditz soared into the sky, carrying Bulma towards Gohan's direction. Hey, brother. How am I supposed to carry these 6 Dragon Balls? Goku called out to the retreating Raditz. I can assist you with that, Tien chimed in, clutching 2 of the Dragon Balls under his arms, gradually lifting off the ground. Mr. Goku, the remaining 4 are yours to handle. With that, Tien also took flight. Goku gazed at the 4 Dragon Balls on the ground, scratching his head. Fine, it shall be as it is. He bent down, opened his arms, and awkwardly gathered the 4 Dragon Balls into his embrace, slowly ascending into the air. Meanwhile, in the village, Gohan and Krillin arranged the bodies of the slain Namekians, bowing deeply in respect. Gohan, we should hasten our search for the Dragon Balls, so they could be revived sooner. Gohan nodded, retrieving the Dragon Radar and pressing a button. The display indicated that the last Dragon Ball was nearby. Strange, we searched this area thoroughly and yet found no Dragon Ball, Gohan remarked, looking around in confusion. Krillin scratched his bald head and scanned the surroundings, and upon noticing the green lake, he suggested, Gohan, could the last Dragon Ball be submerged within this lake? Upon hearing this, Gohan approached the lake's edge with the Dragon Radar, examined the reading, and solemnly stated, Uncle Krillin, I will dive down to investigate. Please wait for me here. With that, Gohan plunged into the lake with the Dragon Radar in hand. Oh, Gohan, this child is truly anxious, Krillin sighed in resignation. After sitting by the lakeside for a while, Krillin suddenly sensed a powerful aura swiftly approaching them. This energy, it is Vegeta, Krillin exclaimed, momentarily flustered. He realized that he lacked the strength to confront Vegeta and, in a panic, covered his mouth and leaped into the lake. Before long, Vegeta's figure appeared at the lake's edge. Indeed, this energy belongs to Kakarot's son, but why are they in the lake? Could it be related to the Dragon Balls? Vegeta was taken aback, his form flickering as he ascended into the air, pointing his hand towards the lake. How dare you covet my Dragon Balls, Kakarot's son? You possess quite the audacity. With that, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the lake surface. In the next moment, just as Vegeta's energy wave was about to make contact with the water, the lake erupted violently, a golden energy wave surging forth to counter Vegeta's attack. What a surprise, Vegeta, he exclaimed, still in shock. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, 2 figures leaped out of the water and landed gracefully on the shore. Kakarot's son, it appears your strength has significantly increased during our brief separation, Vegeta remarked with a sly grin. What is your intention, Vegeta? Gohan asked, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the figure hovering above. What do I intend? The real question is, what do you intend? Why did you seize the opportunity to steal my Dragon Balls in my absence? Your Dragon Balls? Gohan inquired, curiosity etched on his face. Indeed, these are the Dragon Balls I painstakingly acquired after annihilating an entire village. I shall not relinquish them to you, Vegeta declared. What? Annihilated a village? Gohan's brow furrowed as he glanced at the remains of the Namekians behind him, his voice heavy with dread. Did you kill them all? Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed heartily. What was I to do when they refused to hand over the Dragon Balls? I had no choice but to eliminate them. Truly, you remain as ruthless as ever, Vegeta. I will not let you get away with this. Gohan seethed, his rage nearing its peak upon discovering that the Namekians had fallen victim to Vegeta's cruelty. A surge of white energy enveloped him as he lunged toward Vegeta. With a resounding thud, Gohan unleashed a powerful punch, which Vegeta barely managed to block. In an instant, the smile vanished from Vegeta's face as he staggered back several paces. What? Your strength. How can this be? Before Vegeta could finish his thought, Gohan struck again with another punch. Vegeta swiftly countered with his own fist. The tremendous impact sent both warriors reeling backward for several meters. No, this is impossible. How do you possess such power? Vegeta asked, bewildered as he gazed at Gohan. Is it truly so surprising? Gohan replied coldly. Vegeta's heinous actions, slaughtering an entire village, sparing not even the children, were utterly infuriating. Ha ha! Vegeta chuckled, looking at Gohan with amusement. Listen, boy, do not presume that just because you have gained a modicum of strength, you can act with impunity. I, Vegeta, have clawed my way back from the brink of death. My power far surpasses anything you encountered on Earth. And what of it? You have committed unspeakable atrocities by slaughtering the innocent. Your crimes are unforgivable, Gohan retorted, his gaze unwavering, filled with a murderous intent. As he regarded Gohan, Vegeta felt an indescribable sensation. Was it fear? Impossible. How could I feel fear toward a mere child? Shaking his head to dispel the thought, Vegeta regained his composure and flashed Gohan a wicked grin. With hands placed firmly on his hips, he declared, "Boy, if you possess any real skill, then face my attack." Final flash. In an instant, the energy radiating from Vegeta surged to a terrifying level, causing the previously calm lake to become turbulent. Bolts of electricity crackled around Vegeta, producing a cacophony of sound. "Gohan, get away from there. We need to find Goku," Krillin shouted, clutching a Dragon Ball tightly in his hands. Yet, in contrast, Sun Wukong remained unfazed by Krillin's words. Slowly lifting his head, he spoke, "Uncle Krillin, do you not wish to know the extent of my power?" Krillin was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Gohan, what are you talking about?" "Fear not, Uncle Krillin. I have finally comprehended the true meaning of what Uncle Raditz said. When one can endure no longer, there is no need to endure." With those words, Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened as he let out a mighty roar. "Aya!" With that furious cry, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him, causing the very ground of Namek to tremble violently. "Is this power, Gohan?" Goku said, his forehead slick with sweat. Chapter 44. The Awakening of Gohan and Vegeta. It seems Vegeta has succeeded in provoking Gohan. This will be quite the spectacle, Raditz remarked with a sly smile as he accelerated forward. "Aya!" Gohan continued to roar, a flash of gold momentarily glinting through his dark, shoulder-length hair. In the sky, ominous clouds rolled in, swiftly enveloping the entire area. A thunderclap resounded, illuminating the oppressive darkness above. A beam of golden light surged from Gohan, causing his black hair to stand on end, transforming into a radiant gold. "What?" Both Vegeta and Krillin gasped in astonishment. Vegeta stared at Gohan, bewildered, as if struck by countless blows plummeting from the sky. "No, this is impossible. I am the strongest warrior of the Saiyans," he shouted in disbelief. Kneeling on the ground, Vegeta let out a pained roar, a powerful energy erupting from within him, sending everything within a dozen meters flying. In less than an hour, he had suffered a dual blow. Wasn't Gohan's appearance that of a Super Saiyan? Gohan bellowed, stepping forward as if transcending space, instantly appearing before Vegeta. A heavy punch landed squarely on Vegeta's face. Bang! The sound echoed as Vegeta was sent flying 100 meters away, crashing heavily into a rocky mountain. "Gee, Gohan, what has happened to you?" Krillin asked, utterly perplexed by Gohan's transformation. "Uncle Krillin, this is the Super Saiyan." As he spoke, Gohan recalled his training with Raditz in the hyperbolic time chamber. "Aya!" Raditz roared, a golden light bursting forth. Awakened from slumber by the roar, Gohan sat up to see Raditz standing in the endless expanse of white, his hair gleaming gold. "Uncle!" Gohan shouted, rushing to Raditz's side. "Uncle, what has happened?" Raditz, looking down at himself as a Super Saiyan, spoke calmly. "Super Saiyan? Uncle, is this the legendary warrior you spoke of?" Gohan inquired. "Indeed, Gohan, I have finally transcended," Raditz replied. "Uncle, your energy is so powerful. I wish to become like you," Gohan exclaimed. Raditz looked at Gohan with a resigned smile and said, "Gohan, have you truly not realized?" "What?" Gohan asked. Raditz exhaled slowly, shedding his Super Saiyan form, and spoke in a solemn tone. "You actually transformed into a Super Saiyan before me. You simply failed to notice." Gohan responded, bewildered. Raditz turned, placing his hands behind his back, and continued, "That day while training with me, your anger inadvertently pushed you beyond your limits, causing you to attain the Super Saiyan state. However, you were so exhausted afterward that you fainted and remained unaware." Gohan murmured again, speaking earnestly. "Uncle, is that truly the case?" "Of course. If you doubt me, elevate your power to its zenith and attempt to break through." Gohan, encouraged by Raditz's conviction, decided to give it a try and began to amplify his strength. As his power surged, he soon reached his limits. "Gohan, do not stop. Continue to elevate and break this barrier," Raditz urged. Gohan nodded, With a resounding crash, a golden light erupted, accompanied by a fierce whirlwind. Once tranquility returned, Gohan beheld the golden aura enveloping him. His shoulder-length hair transformed into a radiant gold. "Is this truly me?" he asked incredulously, gazing at his transformation. Raditz turned to him, affectionately ruffling his hair, and said, "Indeed, it is you. Do not doubt. Saiyan blood flows within you." Observing his own metamorphosis, Gohan lowered his head and earnestly implored Raditz, "Uncle, could you refrain from telling my father about my transformation into a Super Saiyan?" "Why?" Raditz asked, momentarily taken aback. "Because Because my power has suddenly surpassed my father's, and I fear for him, Gohan admitted. Raditz shook his head with a sigh, recognizing Gohan's inherent kindness, always considering others first. Pleased with Gohan's character, Raditz nodded. Very well, I promise you. No, it cannot be. I am the one who should become a Super Saiyan, not Raditz or Kakarot's son. Vegeta struggled, extracting his body from the embedded rock and falling to the ground. No, I refuse to accept this. I am the mightiest warrior of the Saiyans. The Prince of the Saiyans. Why? As he spoke, tears of frustration welled in Vegeta's eyes, a fierce sense of resentment and anger swelling within him. I am his strongest warrior. You all shall perish. Vegeta clutched his head, consumed by an overwhelming fury and resentment that ignited the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. A powerful aura gradually emanated from his being. Son Gohan furrowed his brow, perplexed. Vegeta's energy is surging. Gohan, Raditz, ishal on you. A primal roar erupted from Vegeta, a golden light erupting skyward in an instant. How is this possible? Has Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan as well? Krillin observed the golden hair and aura enveloping Vegeta, his emerald eyes wide with astonishment. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Gohan. Gohan! Vegeta suddenly lifted his head, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and in a heartbeat, he lunged towards Son Gohan. Bang! A devastating punch landed with ferocity. Caught off guard, Gohan was sent flying by Vegeta's blow. Gohan! Krillin shouted in alarm. Just as he turned, Vegeta's heavy fist struck him squarely in the abdomen. Thud! A muffled sound reverberated as Krillin spat blood, Vegeta's fist having pierced through his body. Uncle Krillin! Gohan lay on the ground, witnessing Vegeta's grip on Krillin, shouting in despair. You bald-headed fiend, how despicable! In a frenzied rage, Vegeta became akin to a rabid dog, attacking anyone in sight, with Krillin becoming his unfortunate victim. Chapter 45. The Battle of Super Saiyans, Son Gohan and Vegeta. Uncle Krillin! Gohan cried out, rising from the ground, a torrent of ferocious energy erupting from him like a geyser. Gohan's figure flickered, delivering a powerful kick that sent Vegeta sprawling as he caught Krillin's limp body. Uncle Krillin, hang in there. Gohan, protect the Dragon Balls. Krillin gasped before his body went slack. Krillin's energy, it's fading. Son Goku halted, gazing into the distance in shock. Krillin, he called out, activating the Kaioken and swiftly darting towards the horizon. Goku! Raditz exclaimed, watching the rapid figure of Goku pass by. Frowning, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and pursued Goku closely. Vegeta! Gohan gritted his teeth, turning his gaze towards Vegeta. A fierce resolve etched on his face. In a flash, he appeared before Vegeta, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches upon him. Hey, you little brat, don't get too cocky. Vegeta gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and with both hands, he aimed to strike at Gohan's head. In the next moment, however, Gohan's form flickered, causing Vegeta's punch to miss entirely. What? Vegeta gasped, caught off guard, only for Gohan to deliver a side kick that sent him reeling once more. Bang! Vegeta's body collided with a distant rocky mountain, producing a resounding crash that caused the mountain to collapse instantaneously. Vegeta, I want you to accompany Uncle Krillin to his grave. The powerful energy, known as the Magic Flash, coalesced as Gohan pressed his hands together upon his forehead, a surge of golden energy forming in an instant. Gohan shouted, unleashing the Magic Flash towards Vegeta's position. With a thunderous boom, smoke billowed into the air. Gohan, panting heavily, fixed his gaze intently in Vegeta's direction. Something was amiss. Vegeta's energy had not diminished, startling Gohan. Once more, he gathered energy in his hands and directed it towards Vegeta. Another deafening explosion echoed as Gohan barely had time to react before a swift kick from behind struck him. With a resounding thud, Gohan was sent flying by Vegeta's kick. Raising his hand, Vegeta retaliated with a wave of energy directed at Gohan. The blast reverberated once more, sending Gohan hurtling backward for several meters. Coughing amidst the rubble, Gohan gritted his teeth, recalling the image of Krillin's demise just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness. A surge of fury erupted within him. Gohan roared in anger, a torrent of energy exploding forth from within him. Rising to his feet, he looked up at Vegeta, his wrath fueling his determination as he took a step forward. You worthless cur, with your current power, how could you possibly stand against me? The Super Saiyan Vegeta? I shall eliminate you now, and then proceed to eradicate your father and that traitor Raditz. I will not allow you to succeed. I will stop you. Stop me? You lack the strength. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, charging towards Gohan. In the next moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Waves of energy rippled outward, yet the figures of Gohan and Vegeta were nowhere to be seen. Oh dear, how could this be? I just defeated one Frieza, and now another Vegeta appears. And a Super Saiyan at that. Raditz, Goku, what on earth is happening? The North Kai lamented on North Kai's planet, his face etched with worry. With a powerful punch, Vegeta struck, and Gohan met it with a fist of his own, the tremendous force sending them both reeling. Steadying themselves, they gasped for breath. You little brat, I truly underestimated you. To think you could hold your own against me, Lord Vegeta. I suppose I owe you a debt of gratitude. Had you not pushed me to become a Super Saiyan, I might not have awakened so quickly. As a token of my appreciation, I shall conclude this with my most formidable move. With that, Vegeta slightly turned his body, energy coalescing between his hands. Gohan, prepare to meet your end. Super Electric Flash. Boom. A surge of violet energy surged forth, racing towards Gohan. Vegeta, I shall not allow you to prevail, Gohan declared, his body slightly bending as he placed his hands upon his hips, gazing intently at the oncoming super electric wave. Kamehameha. The blue and white energy wave erupted from Gohan's hands. The two forces collided, producing a dull thud as they began to clash. Haha, surrender. You're no match for me. Vegeta laughed heartily. How can one know without trying? I refuse to concede, Vegeta, Gohan exclaimed, taking a deep breath as he amplified the energy of the Kamehameha. Feeling the mounting pressure, Vegeta smirked disdainfully. A futile struggle. With a scoff, he too increased the potency of his super electric wave. Gohan found himself straining under the pressure, as Vegeta's energy slowly began to overpower his Kamehameha. Damn it, we are both Super Saiyans. Why am I not as powerful as Vegeta? Gohan gritted his teeth, unwilling to yield. At that moment, Goku finally arrived. Dad, Gohan looked up, momentarily relaxing his grip on his energy. In that fleeting instant, Vegeta seized the opportunity. What a chance. Gohan, it's time for you to meet your end. Vegeta shouted, instantly heightening his energy output. What? Gohan gasped, caught off guard by the incoming energy. Just then, Raditz placed Bulma down and swiftly appeared behind Gohan. Kamehameha. A resounding boom echoed as the blue and white energy wave shot forth from his hands, intercepting the fatal blow aimed at Gohan. Vegeta, I never imagined you would transform into a Super Saiyan so swiftly, Raditz remarked coldly, observing Vegeta. Ha! It is thanks to you and Gohan that I achieved this transformation so quickly, Raditz. Without your provocation, I would not have attained this power, Vegeta replied, a wicked grin forming on his lips, reveling in his triumph. Indeed, you owe us gratitude, but not at the expense of a child. Raditz thundered, intensifying his output. Chapter 46. Summoning the Dragon. What? Vegeta's expression turned to one of surprise at this sudden surge of energy. Vegeta, cease at once. Raditz commanded sharply, exerting his strength once more. Boom! Vegeta cried out in anguish, propelled backward amidst the explosion. Raditz, in a flash, delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Gagging. Vegeta staggered back a few steps, blood spilling forth as his Super Saiyan form dissipated, collapsing to his knees with a thud. No, this cannot be. As Vegeta's eyes glazed over, his entire body softened and collapsed onto the ground. Taking a deep breath, Raditz glanced at the fallen Vegeta and approached Gohan. Are you alright, Gohan? Gohan knelt on the ground, looking up at Raditz. Uncle. Raditz extended his hand, encouraging, come on, get up. Raditz-san quickly summoned the Eternal Dragon. At that moment, Tian, who had been lagging behind, finally caught up and shouted to the group. Yes, hurry and summon the Eternal Dragon. Gohan, where's your Dragon Ball? It's with Uncle Krillin. Gohan replied, turning to see the 4-star Dragon Ball scattered around Krillin's body. In a flash, Raditz appeared beside Krillin, observing the gaping wound on his back, and solemnly said, Krillin, hang in there. I will resurrect you soon. He then swiftly returned to his previous position, gathering the 7 Dragon Balls together. A low hum resonated as the 7 Dragon Balls drew together, emitting a brilliant glow and a buzzing sound. Tian quickly summoned the Eternal Dragon. Raditz urged. Tian stared at Raditz momentarily before rushing forward. Invoking in the Namekian language, Arise Purunga, as her words echoed, the sky over Namek darkened abruptly. A golden light surged forth from the 7 Dragon Balls, soaring into the heavens. It transformed into a colossal dragon, stretching over 100 meters, with 2 robust arms, resembling a frog adorned with 4 black horns. Wow, it's enormous. Raditz marveled at the sight of the Namekian dragon, overwhelmed by the difference between reality and the portrayal he had seen on television during his past life. The dragon's majestic form seemed to transcend the boundaries of this world. Raditz, you must make your wish quickly. The Namekian elder's life is waning. The urgent voice of King Kai resonated from the sky. Master Kai, Raditz glanced upwards and instructed Tian, make your wish to the dragon. All right. Tian nodded, shouting Purunga. The Namekian dragon, Purunga, looked down at her, his voice deep and resonant. Speak forth your wish, and this dragon shall grant you 3. What wish will you make, Raditz-san? Tian inquired eagerly. Raditz hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words as the moment of wishing approached. I wish for him to be resurrected. At that instant, the voice of Piccolo echoed from the heavens. Yes, Piccolo. Tian. Tell Purunga to resurrect the Namekian warrior Piccolo on Earth. Understood. Tian nodded, articulating in the Namekian tongue. Purunga, please resurrect the Namekian warrior Piccolo on Earth. With a resonant hum, the dragon awaited the fulfillment of their wish. As the crimson eyes of Purunga gleamed with a flash of red light, he declared, Your wish has been granted. You may now bestow 2 additional wishes. Raditz, exclaimed Tien, let us resurrect the Namekian slain by Frieza's minions. Before Tien could finish his thought, Raditz interjected with his second wish. Tien was momentarily taken aback. Hurry, Raditz urged. Though puzzled by Raditz's intent, Tien proceeded to articulate the second wish. As Purunga's eyes shimmered once more, a multitude of Namekian life forces materialized from thin air. Very well, the second wish has been fulfilled. Now, speak your final desire. Tien, for the last wish, proposed, let your elder regain his youth. No, kind-hearted Saiyan, the voice of the Namekian elder resonated. It is indeed I, Tien exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it is I, Tien, do not wish for my youth to be restored. Why not, elder? Raditz inquired. I have lived long enough. My departure is a natural progression, so there is no need for concern. Let this final wish instead bring back those Namekians slain by another Saiyan. The elder spoke with heartfelt gravity. Another Saiyan? Son Goku inquired, his face a mask of confusion. However, Raditz understood the elder's meaning and addressed him. Elder, are you truly certain of this? Thank you, kind-hearted Saiyan. Let us resurrect the villagers from the village of Elder Zeno, who was slain by one called Vegeta. After a moment of silence, Raditz conceded, very well. We shall proceed as the elder suggests. Is that permissible? Tien asked with uncertainty. Yes, let Krillin and the others wait for their resurrection after this. For Piccolo has already been revived, and the Dragon Balls of Earth should be operational as well. Raditz affirmed with a solemn nod. All right, Tien acquiesced, nodding as he directed his final wish to Purunga. With a hum, as the light in Purunga's eyes flickered once again, the bodies of the Namekians, arranged by Krillin and Gohan by the lakeside, were resurrected. What is happening? Were we not dead? An elderly Namekian gazed at himself in confusion. Your wishes have all been fulfilled. I take my leave, declared Purunga, transforming into a beam of light and soaring in 7 directions alongside the 7 Dragon Balls. The dim sky brightened once more with Purunga's departure. Tien, at that moment, the recently revived Namekian elder called out, his voice laced with curiosity. Elder Zeno, Tien turned, joy illuminating his face. Just then, the elder coughed violently and stated, Can all the elders of the 7 villages hear me? In the village where Tian resides. Elder Mulin, adorned in a crimson robe, gazed skyward and replied, Great elder, I can hear you. Soon, several more elder voices echoed in response. The great elder, seated upon his grand chair, released a slow breath and spoke. Chapter 47. Raditz, you are so handsome. My children, my days draw to a close. Mulin, you shall inherit the position of great elder after my passing. As he spoke, the great elder slightly raised his hand, and a beam of light emanated from his forehead, seemingly transcending space, and instantaneously reached Mulin, penetrating his being. Now, Mulin, you should have received my power. It won't be long before the Dragon Balls regain their brilliance. When that time comes, you must wield them wisely. With tears welling in his eyes, Mulin knelt upon the ground, exclaiming, I will cherish your legacy. Ah, my children, to depart this world at the end of my days brings me joy. Upon finishing his words, the great elder sat in his chair, his form gradually becoming transparent until he completely vanished. The great elder's presence had dissipated, and Zeno rushed into the room, breathless, yet arrived too late. his form had already disappeared. Concurrently, everyone on Namek felt a formidable energy dissipate. Zeno cried out in anguish, kneeling down in sorrow. The Great Elder's departure left Tian choking back tears as he wiped his eyes, grief-stricken. Observing the mournful Namekians, Raditz felt a pang of sorrow within his heart. Raditz? Was there someone significant to them who has passed away? Although Bulma could not sense the Great Elder's vanishing essence. Witnessing the newly revived Namekians weep so profoundly stirred an indescribable sorrow within her. Raditz remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Days passed, and gradually, the sorrow of the Great Elder's departure began to lift from the hearts of the people. As they needed to utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek, Raditz and his companions decided to linger there for a while. In Mulin's village, all the Namekians gathered alongside Goku and the others. Opposite them, Neru panted heavily, his chest rising and falling dramatically. "I concede, Raditz," he exclaimed, catching his breath. Raditz exhaled softly and smiled. "You admit defeat, Neru." "No, Raditz, it was my overconfidence. I never anticipated that I would not last 3 rounds against you." It's good that you understand. It was a sheer waste of time." Vegeta, rising from a nearby rock, fixed his gaze upon Raditz, frowning. "Hey, Raditz, let us have a match." "What did you say?" Neru exclaimed, incensed. Raditz swiftly intervened, turning to Vegeta with a mocking tone. "If you wasted time, how many rounds do you think you could last against me? You arrogant fool, Raditz. One day, I shall surpass you. Then we shall see when that day arrives," Raditz replied dismissively. "Verily, Vegeta, your lack of gratitude is astounding. You have slain Krillin, yet thanks to the Dragon Balls, he could be resurrected. Otherwise, Raditz would have avenged him long ago." Bulma, with her arms crossed in disdain, declared, "Tisich, that lowly woman." Vegeta scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Bulma, though he felt a twinge of shame as a fierce aura erupted from him, propelling him into the distance. What is so impressive about you? Acting as if you're above everyone else, unlike Raditz, who is so understanding, right, Raditz?" Bulma leaned against Raditz, winking at him. Raditz, taken aback, pushed Bulma away and said, "I need to wash up after sweating from my battle with Nappa." With that, he soared into the air, departing swiftly. "Hey, Raditz, where are you running off to?" "I want T-Bite," Bulma lamented, stamping her foot on the ground. On the planet Namek, where 3 suns perpetually illuminated the sky, darkness was a rare occurrence. Yet, hunger remained a reality. Raditz arrived at the edge of a lake, shedding his battle attire to reveal his muscular physique. With a resounding splash, he leaped into the water. Moments later, the tranquil surface erupted as a gigantic, monstrous fish was flung from the depths. Caught by Raditz's grip on its tail, emerging from the lake, glistening and bare-chested, he gazed at the creature he had cast onto the shore, muttering to himself, "This sizable fish should suffice for everyone, no?" Dressing swiftly, Raditz hoisted the enormous fish onto his shoulder and took flight toward Mulin's village. Before long, he announced, "I'm back," as he dropped the fish, measuring over 10 meters in length, onto the village's open ground. "Wow, what a colossal fish," Bulma exclaimed, stepping out of her house to behold the catch. "How shall we prepare it?" Raditz inquired, turning to Bulma. "Let us grill it. Grilled fish is the best." Goku and Gohan emerged from the house, chiming in. "All right, grilled fish it is. Such a large specimen should taste delightful," Bulma said, licking her lips. "Good. Then let us get to grilling." Soon, Raditz gathered some wood and expertly roasted the oddly shaped fish. Tearing off a sizable portion, he offered it to Bulma, stating, "Bulma, this first piece is for you." "Really? I want to hold back then," Bulma replied, accepting the grilled fish and starting to eat. "Delicious, but it seems to be missing something," she pondered, placing her finger to her lips thoughtfully. "What could it be?" Raditz asked as he handed a piece of fish to Gohan. Bulma tilted her head in contemplation before exclaiming, "I know." With that, she set down the fish, retrieved a universal capsule from her belongings, pressed it, and tossed it onto the ground. As a haze dissipated, a large crate of red wine came into view, captivating the villagers of Mulin. "Miss Bulma, what is this?" Mulin inquired with curiosity. Bulma smiled gently. "Lord Mulin, since you do not consume fish or meat and only drink water, will you be able to enjoy this wine?" "Ah, Bulma, are you planning to host a banquet?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, leaping from the ground. "Ha ha ha, having just defeated that villain Frieza, we certainly must celebrate." Bulma laughed heartily. "I too believe a celebration is in order. Let's commence the banquet," Sun Wukong said with delight. "A banquet?" Mulin responded, a smile gradually breaking through the wrinkles of his face. Thus, in such an atmosphere, the banquet commenced. With no night to signify the passage of time, it was unclear how long the celebration lasted. All that was known was that the wine Bulma brought from Earth had been entirely consumed. Everyone, including the Namekians, was thoroughly intoxicated, lost to the effects of alcohol. Bulma leaned against Raditz, finishing the last sip from the wine bottle, and turned to him with a mischievous grin. "Raditz, you are so handsome." Burp. Raditz let out a drunken belch, looking down at Bulma with a grin. "You are quite beautiful as well, Miss Bulma." "Ha ha ha, Raditz, you truly know how to flatter." Bulma, in a tipsy state, playfully patted Raditz. Uncontrolled by his inebriation, Raditz toppled backward from her touch, causing Bulma to fall into his embrace. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere shifted into something peculiar. Bulma's cheeks flushed as she gazed at Raditz, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Raditz, you really are very handsome." With that, she puckered her lips and unexpectedly kissed him. Raditz, already inebriated, pushed Bulma away, mumbling, "Bulma, what are you doing? There are so many people here. What does it matter? They are all drunk. That still doesn't mean we can do this here. Come, let's find another place." With that, Raditz staggered to his feet, scooped Bulma into his arms, and took to the skies toward a distant mountaintop. A gentle breeze stirred, raising a bit of dust from Namek. In the water, a pair of fish chased each other playfully, while on the shore, a pair of short-tailed frogs pursued their partners. The air was suffused with the essence of spring. After an indeterminate period, Bulma opened her eyes to behold a handsome, delicate face. Raditz, bare-chested, revealed his perfectly muscled physique. "Oh," Bulma gasped, taking in the sight of the man before her, struggling to recall the events that had transpired, only to find her mind blank. She vaguely remembered having kissed Raditz with fervor. "Oh my goodness," Bulma exclaimed, her hands covering her face in utter embarrassment. Peering through her fingers at Raditz, she noticed he was still asleep. Without hesitation, she donned her clothing and quietly slipped away from the scene. Shortly after her departure, Raditz gradually opened his eyes, surveying his bare form. Frowning, he murmured, "How did I end up here? Wasn't I drinking with Bulma and the others?" Raditz strained to recollect the events of the previous evening, vaguely recalling that Bulma had kissed him in a drunken stupor. Then, he had flown away with her. Goodness gracious, Raditz thought, suddenly shouting, "Oh no, what if something happened between us?" He quickly scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of Bulma. However, when he inadvertently looked down, he gasped sharply, "What on earth am I to do?" He stood frozen for a moment before hastily dressing himself. Just as he intended to seek out Bulma, to clarify the situation, an extremely sinister aura pierced his nerves from the sky above. Upon closer inspection, he discerned 5 individuals whose presence was hardly a concern for them at this moment. "Huh, the Ginyu Force. How amusing," Raditz scoffed, taking his time to adjust his attire before leisurely flying towards the village of Mori. Upon his arrival, he found Goku and the others already waiting there. As Raditz approached, Goku waved at him. "Hey, big brother, do you sense that wicked energy?" "Yes, it's Frieza's minions, the Ginyu Force. Merely trash," Raditz replied nonchalantly as he descended before Goku. His gaze quickly fell upon Bulma, standing behind the others. Her averted eyes only served to solidify Raditz's suspicions that something had transpired between them. Nevertheless, with so many witnesses present, he chose to feign indifference, looking skyward and saying, "Gohan, here's your chance for some real combat. These 5 are yours." Gohan smiled slightly. "All right, let me take care of this, Uncle. Dad wants to get in on the action too. Why don't you let me take on a few of them?" Goku chimed in, casting an eager glance at Gohan. Since their arrival on Namek, he had hardly fought, particularly as Raditz and Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyans, igniting his own desire to test his strength. Now, among the Saiyans, he remained the only one who had not achieved the Super Saiyan form, and even Vegeta had awakened to it. He was keen to gauge the true power of a Super Saiyan. As they spoke, 5 spherical spaceships burst through the clouds, descending upon Namek. "Mr. Raditz, Mr. Goku, we must trouble you once more to help us with this crisis," Mori stated. "The Elder, rest assured, should any matters arise, I, Raditz, shall assist you within my capabilities." "Ah, I am immensely grateful to you, Mr. Raditz," Mulin expressed, bowing respectfully to Raditz. "There is no need for such formalities, Mulin. This is simply our duty," Raditz replied, helping Mulin to his feet before addressing Son Gohan and Son Goku. "Goku, Gohan, let us be on our way." Indeed, the father and son exchanged a glance and nodded, a surge of white energy enveloping them as they soared alongside Raditz toward the descending location of the Ginyu Force. Once Raditz departed, Bulma exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her at the sight of him. "Oh, Bulma, how could you let yourself succumb to such reckless behavior after drinking?" Boom, boom, boom. With 5 resounding crashes, 5 spherical spacecraft landed forcefully, creating large craters upon impact. The 5 members of the Ginyu Force emerged from their ships. Following a series of exaggerated and grotesque poses, they shouted in unison, "Ginyu Force." Suddenly, a loud laugh interrupted them. With purple skin and horns protruding from either side of his head, Ginyu turned to see Vegeta standing atop a nearby rock formation, arms crossed, watching the Ginyu Force with amusement. "Vegeta?" Ginyu questioned, perplexed. Why did the scouter not react? "Ha ha, Ginyu, what are you all doing? Is this a clown act?" Vegeta mocked. "You wild monkey, what do you know? This is art. Do you understand art?" Gerudo, a stout figure with 4 eyes and green skin, stepped forward, indignantly reprimanding Vegeta. Vegeta furrowed his brow and coldly retorted, "What did you call me? Wild monkey, what of it?" Gerudo sneered defiantly. "Call me again," Vegeta threatened, his expression darkening as he glared at Gerudo. Wild monkey, what can you do to me?" Chapter 49, The Annihilation of the Ginyu Force. Boom. Just as Gerudo basked in his arrogance, a sudden energy wave shot forth from Vegeta, catching the complacent Gerudo off guard and obliterating him into dust. "Gerudo!" bellowed the tall, muscular figure of Rikuum, his red pineapple-like hair standing out as he turned toward Vegeta, anger etched across his face. "Vegeta, you dare to kill Gerudo?" With a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Vegeta replied, "Huh, and what of it? Not just him. You all shall perish as well." At this, the remaining 4 members of the Ginyu Force were filled with rage, for they had just lost one of their own upon arriving on Namek. How could they remain calm? Rikuum pressed the scouter over his eyes, and as the numbers fluctuated, fear began to creep into his expression. W what? 100, 000, 110, 000, 120, 000. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Lycum's detector was obliterated in an instant. "No, it can't be. How can you possess such immense combat power?" Lycum retreated several steps, his face etched with terror. A pair of large, violet hands rested on Lycum's shoulders, the voice calm as it inquired, "Lycum, what is Vegeta's combat power?" Turning to face Ginyu, Lycum swallowed hard and replied, 550,000. What? The news stunned Ginyu, along with the red-skinned, white-haired G's and the blue-skinned Berta. "Vegeta, you are remarkable. Your battle prowess is nearly on par with Lord Frieza. I find it utterly thrilling." Ginyu, initially taken aback, soon transformed into a state of exhilaration. "Frieza? What is Frieza to us? Have you not realized that Frieza's presence has vanished?" Vegeta scoffed. At this, the smile on Jinyu's face faded instantaneously, and he hastily checked his detector. While several formidable power levels were identified approaching their location, none belonged to Frieza's forces, casting a shadow over his expression. "Stop searching. Allow me to enlighten you. Frieza is dead, along with all his subordinates." "What did you say?" Jinyu and the others regarded Vegeta with disbelief in their eyes. "I knew you wouldn't believe me, but it is of no consequence. You may inquire in hell." As Vegeta spoke, his expression morphed into a menacing snarl. In an instant, he vanished, and before Jinyu could employ his body switch, Vegeta's fist pierced through Jinyu's abdomen. Moments later, a wave of energy erupted within him, disintegrating Jinyu into mere fragments. "Jinyu!" Jeez cried out, his gaze fixed on Vegeta in shock. "When did Vegeta become this powerful?" "Do not fret. Your turn is imminent," Vegeta declared, raising his hand toward Jeez and unleashing another energy blast, which met Jeez's fate as well. Observing this, Berta's face glistened with cold sweat. "Oh!" He screamed in terror, abandoning Lycum and fleeing. Known as the fastest in the universe, Berta thought to himself that given the chance, his speed would prevent Vegeta from catching up. Yet, reality proved to be far harsher than his aspirations. Vegeta's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as he vanished, reappearing directly in Berta's path. "What?" Berta gasped, astonished at Vegeta's astonishing speed. Before he could ponder further, Vegeta raised his hand once more, firing another energy blast. "No, please. No," Berta pleaded, but it was too late. With a thunderous explosion, he too was reduced to nothingness. Seated on the ground, Lycum felt a warm liquid trickling down, a testament to his overwhelming fear. Witnessing the swift and decisive actions of Vegeta, his opponent found himself paralyzed by fear, his legs trembling, rendering escape an impossibility. A sinister smile graced Vegeta's lips as he glided towards the quaking Rikuum. Vegeta, I was wrong. Please spare me. I'm willing to serve you. To heed your every command. Just grant me my life." "Die," Vegeta retorted, lifting his chin and regarding Rickwam with an air of disdain. What? Rickwam looked up in disbelief. I said die. With a resounding boom, another energy blast erupted, obliterating Rickwam into mere shards. At that moment, Raditz and the others arrived on the scene, witnessing Vegeta's merciless victory. It's over. Vegeta has claimed the kill. Goku, why don't you challenge him? Raditz suggested, a playful glint in his eye as he turned to Goku. Sure. Vegeta, let us have a match. Goku exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he soared toward Vegeta. Upon recognizing Goku, Vegeta's demeanor softened slightly, but he replied coolly, who wishes to fight you? If a battle is to occur, it shall be with Raditz. You aren't even a Super Saiyan. Do you wish to be annihilated? At these words, Goku halted abruptly, scratching his head in embarrassment as he retreated. Raditz, Gohan, and Vegeta had all attained Super Saiyan status, while Goku remained unawakened. Vegeta's words struck a chord, leaving Goku feeling somewhat ashamed. Hey, big brother, you must train me afterward. I want to become a Super Saiyan too. Goku implored, his expression one of earnestness as he approached Raditz. Raditz's lips twitched slightly. In this situation, Goku indeed appeared rather pitiable. He finally understood why Gohan had wished for him to keep Goku in the dark about his transformation. All right, I'll assist you, Raditz sighed, a wry smile gracing his face. In truth, Goku merely needed an opportunity. Once it presented itself, his power would surely rival that of any of them, given his foundational strength. Observing the camaraderie among Raditz and the others, Vegeta felt an unfamiliar sensation wash over him. With a disdainful snort, he soared off into the distance. As Raditz watched Vegeta's retreating figure, he perceived a profound solitude emanating from him, stirring a sense of compassion within his heart. Now that the Ginyu Force has been vanquished by Vegeta, shall we return? Raditz proposed. Sure, big brother. When we return, please help me train. Goku replied eagerly. Of course, I'll assist you along with Gohan, Raditz chuckled. Upon their return to the village of Murin, they found Murin and his companions waiting expectantly. Raditz, how did it go? Why are you back so soon? Murin inquired. By the time we arrived, Vegeta had already dealt with Frieza's minions, so we decided to return, Raditz explained as he descended before Murin. Ah, Murin responded, his face a mask of confusion at the mention of Vegeta. Indeed, his strength lay therein. Those individuals were not particularly formidable, and he swiftly dealt with them. Raditz explained. Chapter 50, Frieza's father, King Cold. So, but Raditz, is it truly wise to leave Vegeta unattended? Lin inquired. Fear not, I shall keep him in check. Raditz gazed into the distance, where Vegeta's aura resided, and spoke earnestly. Very well, he has struck down Frieza's minions, thus ridding Namek of some peril. I shall leave it to you. Lin contemplated for a moment before responding. Thank you, Elder. Raditz nodded slightly. It is nothing. Lin smiled and gestured to everyone, saying, all right, everyone may disperse now. At Lin's command, the villagers began to depart. Bulma. Suddenly, Raditz called out to Bulma, who was leaving with the crowd. What? What is it? Bulma turned, her gaze slightly evasive. Nothing at all. Raditz intended to clarify matters with Bulma, yet upon seeing her, the words faltered on his lips. If there is nothing else, I shall return to sleep. Raditz pressed his lips together and nodded. After Bulma departed, Sun Wukong approached, saying, Brother, it seems you have something going on with Bulma. What matter? What business? Raditz shot Sun Wukong an exasperated glance before taking flight from the scene. Hey, brother, why are you leaving? Did you not say you would help me train intensively? Let your son assist you. I'm otherwise occupied, Raditz said, suddenly quickening his pace, gradually vanishing from Sun Wukong's sight. Several hours later, amidst the vastness of space, another disc-shaped spacecraft materialized within Namek's orbit. Inside the command room, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose, adorned with a pair of curved black horns and draped in a purple cloak, sat with a wine glass in hand. At that moment, a lizard-like being busily working at the control panel suddenly displayed a look of shock. King Cold, it is Lord Frieza. As he spoke, the lizard-like creature projected Frieza's image, floating in space, onto the command room screen. The image revealed Frieza's form, battered and broken, particularly the head, which was missing half of its skull. Yet, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Quickly, we must rescue him. Frieza still lives. King Cold rose abruptly from his chair. Meanwhile, Raditz, who was flying, suddenly halted, raising his gaze towards the cosmos. No way, another one? Sensing the aura reminiscent of Frieza's, Raditz understood that Frieza's father, King Cold, had come to seek him. In the original story, Frieza was cast into the outer reaches of space by Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. Severely injured yet resilient, he survived, ultimately being transformed into a cyborg by the scientists of Frieza's army. Could it be that Frieza, as depicted in the original narrative, still endures? Father. This energy feels reminiscent of Frieza's Gohan, drenched in perspiration, remarked as he gazed skyward while training with Goku. Indeed, this power surpasses even Frieza's, Goku replied, lifting his gaze as well. What is happening? Is Namek once again facing peril? Jiren and the other Namekians murmured, their eyes cast toward the heavens. Frieza's father. Is it? What a fortuitous arrival. Let us settle both new and old scores today, Vegeta declared, a golden light radiating from within him, transforming his once black hair into a brilliant gold. With a smirk of disdain, he soared into the sky, heading straight for Namek. Raditz looked up at the heavens, observing a golden light ascending rapidly. Vegeta? That rascal isn't thinking of confronting Cooled, is he? He pondered aloud, transforming into a Super Saiyan and hastily following suit. Perceiving the sudden surge of energy, Vegeta turned to see a distant golden point racing towards him. Raditz, you must not interfere. Cooled will meet a gruesome end at my hands, he asserted. Rest assured, since you wish to fight, I shall refrain from intervening. This is your battle, Raditz replied. Having already caught up with Vegeta, Dad, it's Uncle and Vegeta, Gohan observed, hovering in the air and watching the two golden figures above. Gohan, let us follow them, Goku declared, activating his Kaioken and joining Gohan in pursuit. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, Frieza had been rescued and was now submerged in a healing pod filled with green liquid. King Cooled, the spaceship's sensors indicate 4 energy signatures rapidly approaching, a frog-like creature at the control panel reported. Oh, what are power levels? Cooled inquired. The frog-like creature frantically typed on the keyboard, his eyes widening in horror as he read the displayed figures. 3 of them possessed battle powers exceeding 1 million, and the weakest still boasts a power level of 800,000. What? Cooled exclaimed in shock, hastening to verify the information. While he could contend with 1 individual of such power, facing 3 with battle strengths over 1 million was insurmountable. Quick, change course. We must flee, Cooled commanded decisively. Understood. The frog-like creature replied, and along with several others aboard the spaceship, they deftly maneuvered the craft to escape the area. This is not good. They're attempting to flee. Vegeta sensed their retreating energy and hastened his speed. By the time he reached space, Cooled and his companions had already vanished. Damn it, they managed to escape, Vegeta lamented, filled with frustration. Never mind, if he has fled, so be it. We shall meet again, Raditz remarked, standing behind Vegeta. According to the original narrative, Frieza and Cooler would undoubtedly seek vengeance, hence there was no need for haste. Uncle, Gohan called from behind. Raditz turned, smiling slightly. Gohan, Goku, you have arrived as well? Brother, who was that formidable presence? It felt reminiscent of Frieza's energy. Gohan inquired, scratching his head. Is Frieza's father, Cooler, Raditz replied. Frieza's father? I sensed Frieza's faint aura earlier. Is he not dead? Goku asked, perplexed. Yes, he should still be alive, Raditz confirmed. This is all your fault, Raditz. You failed to eliminate Frieza, allowing him to escape, Vegeta chastised with a scoff. Raditz shot Vegeta a glance of disdain, disregarding him, and soared back to the ground. Chapter 51. Departure from Namek. 130 days later, the Dragon Balls of Namek regained their radiance. With a call from Dend, Purunga reappeared on Namek. The 3 wishes this time were to resurrect Ten, Kaiatsu, and Krillin. As for Yamcha, he had been revived using the Dragon Balls of Earth after Piccolo's resurrection. Watching the Dragon Balls scatter after granting their wishes, Raditz bowed deeply to Guru. Thank you for your Dragon Balls, Guru. Our friends have been brought back to life. Ha. Raditz, there is no need for such formalities. Without you, our Namek would have been obliterated by that scoundrel Frieza long ago. Raditz smiled gently. It is merely our duty. Elder, we have lingered on Namek long enough. It is time for us to return to Earth. Oh, you are leaving already? Guru inquired. Indeed. We have made our arrangements and will depart now. Raditz nodded. Very well, then I shall not keep you. Until we meet again. Indeed, until we meet again, Raditz responded with a smile. Bulma retrieved the capsule for the spaceship from her pocket, pressed it, and tossed it to the ground. After a cloud of smoke, a spaceship towering like a house appeared before everyone. Goodbye, esteemed Namekians. You are always welcome to visit us on Earth, Bulma said with a smile. Thank you, Miss Bulma. And we look forward to your next visit to Namek, the elder replied. Absolutely, Bulma waved cheerfully at Guru. 10-10, I am leaving. Until we meet again. Yes, go on. Thank you all, 10-10 nodded. Ah, we are finally returning to Earth. To be honest, the taste of death is quite unpleasant, Krillin sighed in resignation. Do not worry. Krillin, I will protect you from now on and ensure no one harms you again, Goku assured, placing a hand on Krillin's shoulder with a smile. As Clinton was deeply moved by the words of Sun Wukong, he cried out, Is it true, Wukong? Indeed, Sun Wukong affirmed with a vigorous nod. That's wonderful, Wukong. Thank you, Clinton exclaimed, enveloping Sun Wukong in a heartfelt embrace. Observing the camaraderie between Clinton and Sun Wukong, Raditz smiled faintly and remarked, Wukong, Gohan, you should escort Bulma and Clinton back to Earth. What about you, brother? Sun Wukong inquired. I shall be venturing elsewhere for a while, but I will return to Earth on my own once my matters are settled. Ah, understood. Brother, are you planning to go off and train alone again? You cannot possibly think of leaving me behind this time, Sun Wukong declared, draping an arm over Raditz's shoulders and pulling him into a tight embrace. Oh dear, let go. Enough of this, Raditz protested, pushing Sun Wukong away with an exasperated expression. Yet, in the next moment, Sun Wukong clung to Raditz once more, determined to accompany him on his training journey. Faced with the weight of his brother, who resembled a hefty infant, Raditz sighed in resignation and said impatiently, All right, I will take you along. Now hurry and let go. Really? Ha, that's splendid. Sun Wukong laughed heartily as he released Raditz. Alas, my foolish brother, Raditz sighed helplessly. Dad, if you don't return with us, will Mom be angry? Gohan asked, scratching his head. Hee, Gohan, you must keep this a secret from me. Just say that I have matters to attend to with your uncle, but do not mention anything about training. Gohan, looking somewhat defeated, thought that lie might be a bit beyond his capabilities. I say, are you all going to board or not? If you don't hurry, I shall return to Earth. Bulma called from the window, her expression one of irritation. Gohan, go on. Your father and I will return within a year at most. Remember to look after Bulma and Clinton, Raditz instructed, casting a glance at Bulma. I understand. Uncle, father, take care, Gohan waved before boarding the spaceship with Clinton. Raditz. Bulma suddenly called out. Raditz. She reiterated. Some matters are best left in the past. Do not dwell on them. Consider it a beautiful encounter, she advised. Raditz was momentarily taken aback. Farewell. I will await your return on Earth. Bulma smiled brightly at Raditz before closing the hatch. It felt as if everything had reverted to the way it once was. Farewell, Bulma. Raditz waved, and at that moment, clarity washed over him. After Bulma and the others departed, Sun Wukong asked, Brother, where are we headed now? Follow me, Raditz replied, leading Sun Wukong to the location where the Ginyu Force had landed. Brother, why have you brought me here? Sun Wukong inquired, spotting the Ginyu Force's spaceship. I am taking you to a planet where you can learn unique skills. Really? Is that true? Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, inquired of course. Raditz chuckled as he activated a ship from the Ginyu Force, setting the coordinates for Wukong. Wukong, you may board now. Just press that red button to take off. All right. Wukong responded eagerly, climbing aboard. After sealing the hatch, Raditz took his place in another spacecraft and communicated with Wukong via the ship's intercom. Wukong, we are departing. Okay. Wukong replied, pressing the launch button. Soon, the two spherical ships ascended from Namek. Meanwhile, on an unknown planet, in a surgical room, a group of scientists clad in white lab coats gathered around an operating table, affixing mechanical components to Frieza's body. Kurter stood outside the surgical room, quietly observing through the window. At that moment, a frog-like creature approached Kurter, bowing respectfully. Report, King Kurter. We have established contact with Lord Gula. He will return here to meet you in 6 months. Understood. You may leave, Kurter replied with indifference. At this juncture, Frieza's modifications neared completion. As the final piece was secured onto his head, a formidable aura emanated from the surgical room. Suddenly, Frieza opened his eyes wide, sitting up on the table, and coldly gazed at Kurter. Father, I wish to go to Earth. Kurter, unperturbed, glanced at Frieza, foreseeing this moment. He calmly replied, There is no rush. We shall wait for your brother Gula to return before we proceed. Chapter 52, Planet Adatra. Days later, Sun Wukong and Raditz arrived at a cerulean planet, reminiscent of Earth. With a thud, their spacecraft landed in a secluded valley. Wukong and Raditz disembarked in succession. Brother, where are we? Wukong inquired. This is Planet Adatra. Raditz answered with a smile. Planet Adatra? What are we doing here? We are here to learn, Raditz replied, ascending slowly and gliding toward the distant city alongside Wukong. In the technologically advanced city, a group of Audetran inhabitants, characterized by their pink skin and light blue-spotted, octopus-like heads. Sensed two unfamiliar energies approaching and instinctively turned to the direction of Wukong and Raditz. Soon, 2 points of light emerged in their sight. In an instant, the Audetran scattered in all directions, seeking refuge. Raditz and Wukong touched down on the desolate street. Sensing the hidden Audetrans around them, Raditz spoke gently, "Fear not, esteemed beings. We hail from the northern edge of the galaxy, a planet known as Earth, and our purpose here is to learn from you." He endeavored to sound amiable, hoping not to frighten the Audetrans further. At that moment, a curious child peeked out from behind a chair. Raditz noticed the child and crouched down, waving his hand. "Come here, little one." The child hesitated. Raditz beckoned once more. "Do not be afraid. Approach me." Observing the gentle smile on Raditz's face, the child cautiously moved closer. "Who are you?" the child inquired. "I am Raditz, and this is my brother, son Wukong. We hail from Earth, here to learn the art of instant transmission." "You are not bad people, are you?" the child asked again. "Ah, certainly not. We have just saved Namek," son Wukong exclaimed, hands on his hips, beaming with pride. "Namek, is that true?" "Indeed. We helped them defeat the evil cosmic tyrant, Frieza." "What? You vanquished Frieza?" the child gasped. For Frieza's notorious reputation echoed throughout the universe. "Did you truly defeat Frieza?" At that moment, a young Ardetra alien stepped forward, skepticism evident in his voice. "Of course. Why would we deceive you?" Son Wukong replied, slightly annoyed. "I can sense a powerful energy from you both, yet there is no trace of malevolence. Come with me. I shall take you to meet our Grand Elder." "Really? Thank you so much," Raditz responded, bowing respectfully to the young man. Taken aback by Raditz's sincere gesture, the young man's impression of the two grew more favorable. "All right, follow me," he said, nodding slightly before gracefully rising into the air. Son Wukong and Raditz employed their flight technique, trailing behind the young man as they ascended. In no time, the trio arrived before a grand house atop a mountain. 2 Ardetra guards stationed at the entrance approached them promptly. "Ahui, you're back. Who are these two? They do not appear to be of our kind." "Binkas. These are esteemed guests from afar who claim to have saved Namek and wish to meet the Grand Elder," Ahui replied. "Guests?" Binkas regarded son Wukong and Raditz with curiosity. As a guardian of the Grand Elder, he was duty-bound to be vigilant. "Greetings, I am Raditz from Earth. Rest assured, we bear no ill intentions." After considering Raditz and son Wukong, Binkas stated, "Please wait here while I inform the Grand Elder." With that, Binkas pushed open the grand door and swiftly entered. Shortly after, he returned, saying, "The Grand Elder has instructed you to enter." "Thank you," Raditz nodded slightly and followed Ahui inside. At the entrance of a vast chamber, Ahui knocked on the door. "Come in," a hoarse yet aged voice resonated from within. Pushing the door open, one finds an elderly man seated in a chair directly opposite the entrance. He stands less than a meter tall, yet his age is evident, with a long white beard adorning his face. Ahui first bows slightly to the elder before addressing the two brothers. "Gentlemen, this is the Great Elder." "Greetings, Great Elder." Raditz and son Wukong respond in unison with a bow. "Welcome, esteemed guest from afar. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" the Great Elder inquires. Ahui, standing beside the elder, quietly informs him this gentleman claims they have just rescued planet Namek and defeated Frieza. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of curiosity crosses the Great Elder's face as he slowly floats from his chair towards the two. He extends his hand and places it upon son Wukong's head, soon breaking into a satisfied smile. He then rests his hand on Raditz's head. A look of astonishment appears on the elder's face as he gazes at Raditz, his expression one of disbelief. "You, it cannot be you." Raditz furrows his brow, wondering if the elder has discerned something. However, the Great Elder chuckles, returning to his seat. "Your arrival may indeed be the greatest redemption for him. Raditz, you must wisely wield his power." Realizing his secret has been uncovered, Raditz suspects the elder must have perceived his memories during their brief contact. Have you delved into my memories?" Raditz inquires. "Rest assured, this matter is known only to the heavens, the earth, you, and me," the elder replies. Raditz forces a bitter smile, regretting allowing the elder to touch him, but is relieved that the elder respects his discretion. "May we learn your instant transmission technique?" Raditz asks. "Indeed, you may," the Great Elder replies with a smile. Turning to Ahui, "Ahui, you shall instruct them." "Yes, Great Elder," Ahui responds with another deep bow. "Gentlemen, Ahui is my guardian and also my disciple. You shall learn from him." "Thank you, Great Elder," Raditz and son Wukong expressed their gratitude once more. With the elder's endorsement, Ahui commenced teaching Raditz and son Wukong the art of instant transmission that very afternoon. Upon arriving in the Dragon Ball world, Raditz had longed to master this technique. He had studied for a year under King Kai due to Vegeta, and on his way to planet Namek after defeating Vegeta, Raditz had planned to learn instant transmission on Yardrat. He had anticipated this would be a challenging endeavor, yet he found it surprisingly effortless to gain the Great Elder's consent. Chapter 53. Vegeta returns to Earth. In the open space outside the Great Elder's residence, Ahui addresses them. All right, Mr. Sun Wukong, Mr. Raditz, to utilize instant transmission, you must first learn to sense ki. This should be within your capabilities, correct? Yes, that poses no issue. Raditz nods in agreement. Good. The principle of instant transmission is to first lock onto an individual's ki, then use it as a target for your movement. After uttering these words, Ahui placed his index and middle fingers on his forehead, and with a swift whoosh, he vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, Raditz and son Wukong sensed Ahui's energy manifesting from a considerable distance away. Then, with another whoosh, Ahui reappeared beside them. Wow, how impressive. Just moments ago, your energy was far away, and now you are right back here, son Wukong exclaimed with palpable excitement. Indeed, not only for training, but this technique could prove invaluable in critical moments, Raditz remarked with a slight nod. Master Ahui, we shall now trouble you with our training, he added. Oh no, you mustn't call me master. Your strength far exceeds mine. Just call me Ahui, he replied modestly. Very well then, since that is the case. You need not stand on ceremony. Feel free to address us by our names as well, Raditz suggested. Certainly, Ahui acknowledged with a slight nod. Thus, for the next 3 months, Raditz and son Wukong diligently followed Ahui, learning the art of instant transmission. As several months passed on Earth, Bulma and the others returned from Namek after an absence of more than half a year. At that moment, tranquility enveloped the Earth. Suddenly, a familiar energy signature appeared in the skies above. Son Gohan, seated by the window and engrossed in his homework, abruptly looked up at the sky. This energy, it belongs to Vegeta. With a furrowed brow, Gohan shot out of the window and soared into the air. Gohan, where are you going? Cried Chi-Chi, who was hanging laundry outside, as she watched him depart. However, Gohan seemed oblivious to her call as he flew off into the distance. That rascal Vegeta has returned to Earth. To be honest, I am quite apprehensive, Krillin said nervously as he sensed the fearsome energy emanating from the Hermit's hut. That scoundrel Vegeta is back on Earth. Tien, let us go. Right, Tien replied, as he and Kaiotsu, training beneath a waterfall, ignited with a fiery white aura and took off towards the horizon. Vegeta, this time I will not be caught off guard as I was before, Piccolo declared resolutely while standing in the open fields of the otherworld. Meanwhile, in the western desert of Earth, a spherical spaceship burst through the clouds, crashing heavily into the sands below. The tremendous impact sent sand flying dozens of meters into the air. Vegeta emerged from the battered spacecraft, his battle suit in tatters, and gazed to the side. This energy belongs to Son Gohan. My suspicions were correct. They have returned to Earth. Ah, the energy of the Namekians and that bald-headed fellow. It seems they have all been fully resurrected via the Dragon Balls, Vegeta mused. Moments later, he noticed a white light racing towards him from afar. Gohan, he shouted, prompting Gohan to accelerate and land directly in front of Vegeta. Well, Gohan, long time no see. Vegeta, what brings you to Earth again? Gohan exclaimed in anger. You insolent brat, it's none of your concern why I am here. Tell me, where are Kakarot and Raditz? Have you not been beaten enough by Raditz? Piccolo's voice suddenly resounded. Gohan looked up Uncle Piccolo. Gohan, you are here too, Piccolo said as he appeared beside Gohan. Uncle Tien, Uncle Krillin, and even Dend. Everyone is here, Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Well, little bald head, you still dare to show up? Quite brave of you, Vegeta scoffed. I will not allow you to harm Uncle Krillin again, Gohan declared, immediately stepping in front of Krillin. Ha! Vegeta laughed heartily at the sight of them. Trash. Killing him would only dirty my hands. I am here for Raditz, and you all are of no interest to me. With that, a surge of energy enveloped Vegeta as he disregarded Gohan and flew off into the distance. Come on, let us follow him, Piccolo shouted, leading the charge. Fearing Vegeta's potential mischief, the others followed suit. Vegeta glanced back at the pursuing group, but paid them no mind as he continued on his path. After flying for a while, Vegeta spotted a large city ahead, a smirk creeping onto his face as he sped towards it. What business does he have in West City? Piccolo pondered. He would dare go on a rampage there, would he? Bulma is still in West City, Krillin replied, concern etched on his face. I won't let him do as he pleases, Gohan said resolutely, instantly increasing his speed. Vegeta descended into the streets of West City, inhaling the air with a discerning nose. His tattered battle suit and grimy face drew strange looks from passers-by, but he seemed oblivious to their stares. Then, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, and a rare smile appeared on his otherwise cold visage. With a sudden leap, he soared towards the source of the enticing scent. At the entrance of a noodle shop, he peered through the glass at the patrons enjoying their meals, saliva pooling in his mouth. Without hesitation, he pushed open the glass door and dove into the shop, snatching a steaming bowl of noodles from the server and devouring it voraciously. This bizarre behavior caused the surrounding customers to recoil in shock. Only in a corner, with her curly hair styled, Bulma gaped in disbelief at the sight of Vegeta. Is that really Vegeta? Hey, Vegeta! Bulma shouted, rising to approach him. An overwhelming odor of sweat hit her, as she instinctively took a step back, waving her hand near her nose. Vegeta, how long has it been since you last bathed? You smell terrible, she exclaimed, her face contorted in distaste. Upon hearing those words, Vegeta turned his gaze. The inferior woman of Earth. He scoffed. I am Bulma. Not some lowly woman, Bulma retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Hey, bring me another bowl, she commanded. No sooner had she spoken than Vegeta finished his first bowl of hot noodles. Miss Bulma, do you know this individual? A middle-aged man approached and inquired. What is the matter? She appears quite tattered. How can she afford this meal? Chapter 54. Vegeta and Bulma. Did you not hear me? I asked for another bowl. Vegeta bellowed angrily, noticing the proprietor's attention fixated solely on Bulma. What are you shouting for? Bulma exclaimed, startled by Vegeta's outburst. She shot him an annoyed glance and addressed the owner. Serve him. Whatever he eats, I shall pay for. With Bulma's assurance, the proprietor felt emboldened. In West City, who does not know that the Capsule Corporation belongs to Bulma's family? As the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Ball universe, this expenditure was but a trifling sum for her. Very well, with Miss Bulma's words, I shall bring you anything you desire today, the proprietor declared. Soon, bowls of noodles, both large and small, filled the table to the brim. Is that Aunt Bulma? Gohan whispered from outside the noodle shop. Yes, it's Bulma. Gohan, if Vegeta makes a move against her, it will be up to you, he was advised by Tien. Don't worry, Uncle Tien, Gohan nodded earnestly. Inside the shop, Vegeta surveyed the assortment of hot noodles before him, his stomach growling as he hadn't eaten in several days. He seized his chopsticks and began to devour the food voraciously. Delicious, so delightful, utterly satisfying, he exclaimed. In less than half an hour, he consumed over 10 bowls, even savoring the broth. Clang! Another bowl. Vegeta slammed his empty bowl onto the table, licking his lips and calling out. Bulma swallowed hard, her eyes widening at Vegeta's immense appetite. Hurry, bring me more food. I'm still hungry. She signaled to the owner to continue serving. After another half hour, Vegeta polished off nearly 20 more bowls of hot noodles, again drinking every last drop of broth. What a gratifying feeling to be full. Vegeta sighed contentedly as he reclined in his chair. You can really eat. Your appetite rivals Goku's, Bulma remarked in astonishment. Casting a glance at Bulma, Vegeta prepared to depart. Hey Vegeta, where are you going? She called out. I'm off to find Raditz. I must defeat him to prove that I am the strongest Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Bulma smiled calmly, finally understanding Vegeta's presence in this place. This might disappoint you, she cautioned. What did you say? Vegeta turned back to Bulma, confusion etched on his face, as Raditz had parted ways with son Wukong on Namek. A sense of confusion enveloped the atmosphere. What? Where have they gone? Vegeta grasped Bulma's arm, inquiring with intensity. This scene led to misunderstandings among the onlookers, particularly Gohan. Feeling a surge of powerful energy within him, burst into the noodle shop, exclaiming, Vegeta, let go of Aunt Bulma. Hey Gohan, what brings you here? Bulma tilted her head, glancing at him with curiosity. I have no interest in this inferior woman, Vegeta scoffed, releasing Bulma before leaping effortlessly through the roof of the noodle shop, departing with a dramatic flair. His violent display startled all present. With a sigh of relief, Krillin remarked, Phew, Vegeta has finally left. Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, and Kaiatsu, what brings you all here? Bulma asked, puzzled by the sudden influx of familiar faces. It was Vegeta. He nearly scared me to death just now, Krillin confessed. Oh, so you were worried Vegeta might harm me? Thank you all, Bulma smiled appreciatively. We had no idea you were here. We just happened to run into you, Piccolo replied. Miss Bulma, regarding the bill for the noodles and the damage to the roof, the opportunistic owner approached, gesturing toward the gaping hole above. You can settle your account and collect the money from Capsule Corporation. Please don't disturb my conversation with my friends. Bulma, slightly irritated, responded before turning to her companions. Everyone, let us head to my house for a chat, she suggested with a grin. Meanwhile, Vegeta had returned to the site where his spaceship had landed, muttering curses under his breath. Damn Raditz, I should have never left Namek so soon. He and Kakarot must be training on another planet, but I will not concede. With that, Vegeta boarded his spaceship and departed Earth. Is Vegeta's energy leaving Earth? Piccolo remarked, gazing skyward in Bulma's living room. He should have left long ago. If he hadn't tea, I wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully, Krillin responded. After being killed by Vegeta on Namek, he genuinely fears him. Let him go. It's for the best if he doesn't return, Tien added, arms crossed in irritation. I actually feel a bit sorry for Vegeta. All alone, Bulma mused, prompting the others to look at her in unison. On planet Yardrat, Gohan and Raditz sat cross-legged atop a lofty mountain. Beneath a crescent moon, Raditz suddenly opened his eyes, determination flashing within them. Placing his index and middle fingers to his forehead, he concentrated. Move. In an instant, Raditz's figure became blurred before vanishing completely. After Raditz vanished, Sun Wukong opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, Brother, wait for me. With a similar motion, he performed the same action and uttered the phrase movement. In an instant, he disappeared from his location. In the residence of the Grand Elder on planet Yardrat, Raditz appeared in the courtyard with a whoosh. I'm back, he announced. Ahui sat in the courtyard alongside the Grand Elder, who inquired calmly, You have returned? Raditz placed his hand over his heart and bowed respectfully to the Grand Elder and Ahui, replying, I have returned. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong materialized in the courtyard. In contrast to Raditz's courteous demeanor, Wukong greeted them in a more casual manner. Hey, Grand Elder. Ahui, how are you? Ha ha ha, Wukong. You and your brother are truly prodigies. In just a few months, you have both mastered instantaneous movement. It is indeed impressive, the Grand Elder remarked. Ha ha ha. Grand Elder, it is all thanks to Ahui's excellent teaching that we learned instantaneous movement so swiftly, Raditz replied. No, we learned from each other. I am very pleased with Raditz's explosive wave and Wukong's Kamehameha, Ahui said, observing the humility between the two. Over the course of 3 months, Ahui not only instructed them in instantaneous movement, but also, at Raditz's request, taught them the fusion dance. In return, Sun Wukong and Raditz shared their signature techniques with Ahui, creating a mutually beneficial exchange. Chapter 55, Frieza, Cooler, and Gula. Time flew by, and swiftly a year had passed. One day, Bulma sat in the courtyard sipping tea, as usual. Suddenly, a spherical spaceship descended abruptly into her spacious yard. The impact generated a shockwave that overturned both Bulma and her coffee table. Who is it? Bulma exclaimed, rising from the ground, her face smeared with dirt, her voice laced with anger. Emerging slowly from the crater created by the spaceship was Vegeta. Vegeta? Bulma stared at him in astonishment. TCH, it's just you, this inferior woman. Vegeta replied, arms crossed disdainfully. What the heck, Vegeta? That's dangerous, you know. She retorted. Well, it didn't hit anything, did it? Quit your nagging. I'm hungry and need to eat. Eat what? Look at the state of my yard and your clothes. Bulma exclaimed, moving closer to sniff him. Vegeta, you're disgusting. You smell terrible. Go wash yourself. Bulma pinched her nose and retreated several meters. Observing her distasteful expression, Vegeta raised his arm to take a whiff and promptly mirrored her disgust. With no other option, Vegeta begrudgingly headed off to take a shower. Outside the bathroom, Vegeta, I placed your clothes outside. They're the kind worn by you Saiyans. Please retrieve them yourself. With that, Bulma turned to leave. As she reached the balcony, she caught sight of Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and others approaching her in flight. Aunt Bulma. Gohan waved as they landed on the balcony. Bulma, has Vegeta arrived? What does that guy want on Earth this time? Tien Shinhan inquired, his face etched with anger. It's nothing. He hasn't caused any trouble, just smells quite foul. I sent him to wash up, Bulma replied, making a face of disgust. Before long, Vegeta emerged, freshly washed. His sleeveless battle suit fit him as if tailored specifically for his physique. Earth women sure know how to make decent battle gear. It aligns perfectly with my taste. He remarked, What do you mean by Earth women? I have a name, you know. It's Bulma. Haven't I told you? Bulma retorted, her fists clenched in fury as she shouted at Vegeta. Chuckling, Vegeta regarded Bulma, the veins on his forehead bulging as if he were on the verge of losing his temper. Gohan and the others braced themselves for a confrontation, but to their surprise, The anger on Vegeta's face dissipated in an instant. With a huff, he leaped from the balcony into the courtyard, declaring, "I'm hungry. I want something to eat." The group was taken aback by his unexpected calmness. "Hey, who are you talking to?" "I have a name," Bulma exclaimed. At her words, Vegeta's expression contorted as he wrestled internally before reluctantly uttering, "BB Bulma." The others stared at him in disbelief. "Now that's more like it," Bulma said with a slight smirk, her pride evident. Soon after, Bulma instructed the kitchen to prepare a lavish feast for him. Vegeta sat alone at the table, devouring the spread with gusto. "I truly cannot fathom what Saiyan stomachs are made of. They can consume so much. Ha ha, Uncle Yamcha. It must have something to do with their physiology. My dad and uncle can eat a lot too," Gohan added. "What about you, Gohan?" Yamcha asked. "Me? Sometimes I can eat a lot too, especially after a day of training. My appetite is astonishing," Gohan chuckled. The group settled on Bulma's balcony, watching Vegeta's eating spree while engaging in casual conversation. Suddenly, almost in unison, their gazes shifted skyward, revealing expressions of shock. "What ominous energy!" Krillin exclaimed. "It's Frieza and his father, along with Cooler." Vegeta's eyes widened in alarm. "Hey, when will Kakarot and Raditz return?" Vegeta shouted at the group. The crowd lowered their heads to gaze at Vegeta, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing their silence, Vegeta set down the chicken leg he held, soared towards the balcony, and seized Krillin by the collar with fury, demanding, "You bald-headed fool, tell me when Raditz and Kakarot will return." "And no, I don't know," Krillin stammered, trembling from a memory of that devastating punch on Namek, which left him in a state of dread towards Vegeta. "Vegeta, release Krillin. He was fine just a moment ago." "What is this all about?" Bulma interjected, stepping forward to pry Krillin from Vegeta's grip. "Goku and Raditz said they would return in a year, and considering the time, they should be back soon. Why are you taking your anger out on Krillin?" "Bulma, you may not sense it, but there are indeed 3 formidable and malevolent energies approaching Earth," Piccolo stated with a grave expression. "Energies? Who are they?" Bulma inquired. "Frieza, along with his father, and a third presence I have yet to encounter," Gohan said, furrowing his brow. If it were just Frieza, he would feel confident, but now, with 3 powerful foes arriving, his certainty wavered. "The third is Frieza's brother, Cooler," Vegeta declared somberly. "Cooler?" The group was taken aback. "Indeed, this individual is as dangerous as Frieza himself," Vegeta affirmed. "What shall we do now?" Tien inquired. "What can we do? We have no choice but to fight to the last," Tien responded, lifting his head high, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Very well, let us go. I will not allow them to wreak havoc before my father and uncle return." With that, Gohan ascended into the air and flew off. I must make it clear, this time, it is not just Frieza we face on Namek, but Frieza along with his father and brother. Those lacking strength should refrain from being a burden, Vegeta asserted, a fierce aura enveloping him as he followed Gohan into the skies. "I refuse to sit idly by and await my demise," Piccolo declared, joining the fray. "Piccolo, wait for me. I am coming with you," Tien said, contemplating his decision. "If death is inevitable, I would rather face it alongside my comrades." With resolve, Yamcha summoned his own white aura and prepared to take flight, only to be halted by Bulma's firm grasp. Chapter 56, The Mysterious Boy. "Wait, I want to go too," Bulma asserted. "You? Bulma, this is not a game. You should stay behind," Yamcha replied. "Why? Are you discriminating against women?" Bulma retorted. "And no, I'm just concerned for your safety," Yamcha stammered, waving his hands in protest. "If the Earth is to be destroyed, there will be no escape anywhere. So I might as well see it for myself," Bulma said, leaping onto Yamcha's back. "Let us go, Yamcha." "Ah." With a resigned expression, Yamcha ultimately decided to accompany Bulma. Meanwhile, atop a rocky mountain in a remote part of Earth, Vegeta and his companions stood at the peak, gazing up at the sky. "Do not say I didn't warn you. Frieza and his cohorts possess energy detection devices. If you wish to remain undetected, swiftly conceal your energy," Vegeta commanded. The group, understanding the gravity of the situation, complied without objection, suppressing their energy to the best of their abilities. Before long, a colossal disc-shaped spaceship broke through the clouds, descending towards Earth. "It's here," Piccolo shouted, observing the immense spacecraft glide overhead. "No energy use. We must approach quietly," Vegeta asserted, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the ship above. He could distinctly sense that Cooler and Gula's energy levels were significantly stronger than Frieza's. With Raditz and Kakarot absent, he and Gohan stood little chance against the 3 foes. As for Piccolo and the others, Vegeta did not underestimate them. They could easily handle Frieza's minions. But against Frieza and his formidable family, victory was utterly unattainable. With a thunderous roar, Frieza's spaceship landed, shaking the ground beneath them. Once the vessel settled, a swarm of Frieza's henchmen erupted from the ship like agitated hornets. So this is Earth. A delightful little excursion to such a remote planet is quite refreshing, Kurta remarked leisurely as he floated out of the spacecraft, surveying the surroundings. This planet appears quite promising. It should fetch a handsome price. Gula commented indifferently from his hovering vehicle, accompanied by a striking young man clad in purple battle attire, named Frieza, as well as a brown-skinned creature with a frog-like head, Nez, and a burly green-skinned warrior, Dre. The trio was known as Gula's Mecha Squad, renowned for their formidable prowess. First, let us eliminate all the inhabitants of this planet. I want Raditz and Goku to return and witness the devastation, the half-machine Frieza declared, clenching his fists with malevolent determination. Frieza, Nez, Dre, you three shall lead this mission. Go forth and annihilate the Earthlings. Yes, Lord Gula, Frieza replied with a bow before bellowing to the airborne soldiers. Let us set out and create chaos. Instantly, a chorus of cheers erupted as hundreds of soldiers, brimming with pride, dispersed in all directions. Behind a rocky outcrop, a blue-haired youth, brandishing a long sword on his back, turned to his shoulder-length blue-haired companion and said, "Brother, shall we engage?" "Yes, Trunks," came the response. The long-haired youth replied softly, his form flickering alongside that of the short-haired boy. A flurry of sounds ensued, swishing blades and the impact of fists clashing. Hundreds of soldiers fell from the sky like raindrops, crashing to the ground. In the distance, Son Gohan and his companions looked up, their faces registering shock. What is happening? Bulma, perched on the back of a tea-drinking companion, inquired with confusion, noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces. Many lives vanished in an instant, Yamcha explained, his own countenance still tinged with astonishment. What does that mean? Bulma asked, bewildered. Impossible. Those two presences belong to Saiyans? Vegeta mused, sensing the sudden surge of energy, internally dismissing it as improbable. Meanwhile, on Frieza's side, the two youths, having dispatched over 100 of Frieza's soldiers, slowly descended before the massive spaceship, casting a disdainful glance at Frieza and his companions. "Who are you?" Kudo inquired coldly, observing the two boys clad in identical gray overalls, blue jackets, and black vests. "We have come to eliminate you," declared Trunks, the short-haired boy bearing a longsword. "What did you say?" Kudo questioned incredulously. "I said, we have come to eliminate you," Trunks reiterated, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he gazed at Kudo. "He says he is here to kill us, father," Frieza remarked, exchanging a glance with Kudo before scoffing. "Ignorance is indeed bliss. I am aware of your name, Frieza. Is that correct?" Upon hearing this, Frieza was taken aback. "There is no need for such surprise. Our kin are well informed of your deeds," Trunks stated coolly, fixing his gaze on Frieza. "It is an honor indeed. I never imagined my name would reach the far corners of the universe. However, it is unfortunate that you seem unaware of my true strength, which surpasses all in the cosmos," Frieza declared, pride saturating his tone. "Huh, I know you will meet your end here," Trunks retorted with a derisive smile. Frieza's fury ignited upon hearing this, his gaze piercing at the two before him. Yet he soon regained composure, smiling indifferently. "Do as you wish. Can Frieza take care of them for me?" At this, Frieza turned to Gula, who nodded slightly, saying, "Make it swift. The three of you go together." "Understood, Lord Gula." The trio responded in unison before leaping from the top of the spaceship. "Brother, take a breather. Allow me to handle these miscreants," the long-haired youth said with an icy tone. Trunks turned to the long-haired boy, solemnly stating, "Then, brother, I shall rely on you." The long-haired youth merely nodded in silence. Stepping forward, "Let the three of you come at me together." What a shocking revelation for Frieza, for such words were a tremendous provocation to their Gula Mecha Corps. "You insolent brat, do not be so arrogant," Nizi rebuked, activating the sensors over his eyes to assess the combat capabilities of the two. Observing the displayed values on the device, Nizi scoffed, "I expected something formidable, yet your combat power is merely a pitiful 5. Just endure a little longer. It will soon be over." With that, Nizi raised his hand and launched a ki blast towards the long-haired youth. Chapter 57. The Other Two Super Saiyans. With a resounding boom, the ki blast struck the long-haired youth squarely. "Humph, trash is merely trash, unable to withstand even a single blow. Is that so?" Before Nizi could finish, from within the smoke of the explosion, the voice of the long-haired youth emerged, icy and resolute. What? Nizi was taken aback. Through the dissipating smoke, the long-haired youth casually waved his hand, dispersing the mist that enveloped him. Casting a sidelong glance at Nizi, a sinister smile crept onto his lips as his figure flickered. Bang! A powerful fist pierced through Nizi's body. Nizi! Cried Dre, with green skin, as he rushed towards the long-haired youth. In a flash, the youth soared into the air. Dre caught the collapsing Nizi and shouted, "Nizi, pull yourself together. Plapava to die." No sooner had Dre spoken than the long-haired youth released a key blast from his hand. What? Dre turned, only to find the youth's energy was already upon him. No. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, smoke billowed up, and both Dre and Nizi were reduced to mere remnants. Has it begun? Behind a rock, Vegeta observed the rising smoke and remarked, "Two more presences have vanished. It appears the battle has commenced. Everyone, let us move quickly," Gohan urged. With that, they all took off in haste. Dre, Nizi. On Frieza's side, Saviz's face twisted with fury upon witnessing the demise of Dre and Nizi. A surge of energy enveloped his right arm, forming a sharp keyblade, which he swung down at the long-haired youth. Crack! The blade struck the youth's shoulder, shattering like glass against stone. "Is it all you've got?" The youth glanced at his shoulder, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He retaliated with a punch. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Saviz's body was instantly pierced through. Subsequently, energy erupted within him, leaving him in ruins. Observing this, Gula furrowed his brow, rising from his hovering craft, and directed an irate gaze at the long-haired youth, saying, "You possess quite the skill, having dispatched my mecha core in an instant. Now, it is your turn to face the three of us." Ha ha ha! Such grandiose arrogance. Frieza, Gula, he truly believes himself to be of significance. Cooled sneered dismissively. A pretentious fool, a mere spark of power swelling his ego, often hastening his own demise. Frieza retorted with disdain. To them, the audacity of the individual before them to utter such words was tantamount to signing their own death warrant. Are you speaking of yourself? Reduced to this pitiful state by others, and yet you shamelessly come to Earth to meet your end. Ha ha ha, such a brazen little punk. It seems a lesson is in order. Frieza clenched his teeth, his voice dripping with malice. Spare us your nonsensical drivel. Allow me to be frank. I shall extinguish your lives in an instant. In an instant? On what grounds? Frieza demanded furiously. The long-haired youth scoffed, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. On what grounds? On the fact that there are more Super Saiyans than just Goku. Here, there are two. As he spoke, Trunks stepped forward, standing beside the long-haired youth, and declared solemnly, "Brother, let us unleash our full might. Indeed, let them witness our true prowess." The long-haired youth exchanged a glance with Trunks, a flicker of pride passing between them. What? At this, Frieza and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon further reflection, they could not help but erupt into sinister laughter. Ha ha ha! How utterly astonishing, reduced to such desperation as to threaten with baseless claims. Ha 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 ha! Frieza chuckled, and Cooled and Gula joined in, for planet Vegeta had long since been annihilated. Apart from Raditz and Vegeta, there were no other Saiyans left. The long-haired youth and Trunks exchanged faint smiles. An overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from their beings. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others en route were abruptly struck by the powerful energy radiating from the two, leaving them stunned. This energy, it resembles that of a Super Saiyan, Gohan exclaimed, astonished. What? Could it be that Raditz and Goku have returned? Krillin inquired. No, it is not, though this is indeed the energy of a Super Saiyan. It is neither Kakarot nor Raditz, Vegeta asserted. At this moment, he too was perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. Clearly, apart from himself and Gohan, Raditz was the only other Super Saiyan. Whether Goku was alive or not remained uncertain. What, then, could account for this sudden emergence of Super Saiyan energy? With the furious roars of the two brothers, their energy surged further. Their hair stood on end, enveloped in a golden aura, their pupils transformed into sharp green orbs. Yes, it is that very gaze. Frieza observed their eyes, recalling the same expression he had seen on Raditz's back on Namek. Observing the slightly anxious demeanor of Frieza, Cool turned his curious gaze towards the two figures opposite him. Suddenly, a radiant golden light surged forth, and the brothers' hair transformed into a brilliant gold. Ha, you bastard! You truly are Super Saiyans. Frieza ground his teeth and spat venomously. Brother, leave Frieza to me, Trunks shouted, his figure flashing instantaneously to stand before Frieza. With a resounding thud, he struck, sending Frieza hurtling backward several dozen meters. Frieza, Cooled shouted, about to intervene, when a figure appeared directly before him. Your opponent is me. Bang! The long-haired youth unleashed a punch that sent Cooled flying. Raising his hand, he released a wave of energy. Father, Gula, witnessing this, instantly dashed to shield Cooled, a fierce aura enveloping him as he waved his hand, deflecting the incoming energy blast. Boom! An explosion echoed in the skies above, smoke quickly enveloping the area. Father, they are not ordinary foes. You must transform quickly. I will hold them off. All right, Gula, hold on a moment. I will transform immediately. Huh! Cooled clenched his fists tightly and roared, an explosive surge of energy erupting from within him. Ah, such powerful energy. No time to waste. I must join the fray. Gohan declared, a golden aura enveloping him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, soaring towards the battlefield. Chapter 58, The Annihilation of the Frieza Family. Huh! Boom, 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 boom. Gula shouted, unleashing countless energy blasts from his hands towards the long-haired youth. Calmly, the youth raised his hands and effortlessly absorbed all the energy blasts sent by Gula. No rush. I await your transformation. What? Gula was taken aback, bewildered by such confidence. What is the matter? Surprised, are you? To be honest, the perils we have faced far exceed the hardships of this earth, teaching us to unleash our full power from the very beginning. In other words, we do not indulge in protracted battles. Allowing you to transform is merely a means to grant you a swift demise. Ha! Your boasting truly astonishes me. You are indeed exceptional, Gula chuckled. Do you think I am boasting? The long-haired youth replied with an expressionless face. Is it not so? Gula questioned. Ah, just as Gula finished speaking, he saw Frieza let out a loud cry as he flew past him. Bang! With a tremendous roar, Frieza's body crashed into the spaceship behind Gula, creating a massive hole. In the next moment, Frieza's form soared from the wreckage into the sky. Frieza! A shout echoed as Gula looked up. Trunks drew the long sword from his back, his figure flickering as he appeared above Frieza, striking down with a single, decisive blow. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and Frieza's gaze widened as he saw Trunks before him. His body was instantaneously cleaved in two. Without hesitation, Trunks swung his sword once more, delivering several swift strikes that reduced Frieza's bisected form into countless fragments. With a resounding explosion, Trunks unleashed a wave of energy, obliterating the remnants of Frieza into mere dust. How is this possible? Gula stumbled backward, cold sweat streaming down his face. Do you believe now? The long-haired youth's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward. With a powerful punch, he struck Gula in the abdomen. Gula doubled over, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed before the young warrior. Die, the boy declared, directing his palm toward Gula, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. A final, agonizing cry echoed as Gula met his end, his wicked life extinguished. Witnessing the swift demise of his two sons, even in his ultimate form, Cooled was paralyzed by the presence of two Super Saiyans. Trunks and his brother exchanged a knowing glance, a sinister smile gracing their lips as they turned their attention to Cooled, simultaneously launching a combined energy wave. The ensuing explosion sent smoke billowing in all directions, leaving Cooled reduced to mere remnants under their onslaught. At that moment, Gohan arrived, witnessing the brothers dispatch Cooled. Sensing Gohan's energy, the long-haired youth looked up, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he reverted from his Super Saiyan state. Mr. Raditz and Mr. Goku will arrive on Earth in 3 hours. We must go to their landing site. Will you join us? Wait, do you know my dad and my uncle? Gohan asked, puzzled. Yes, Gohan. Krillin and the others had caught up at that moment. Uncle Krillin, they know my dad and uncle. Gohan exclaimed, prompting Krillin to gasp in surprise. Everyone, Mr. Goku will land at the coordinates 57318220. We must hurry there, Trunks urged, taking to the skies alongside his brother toward the specified coordinates. What should we do now? Should we follow them? Krillin inquired after watching the two ascend. They defeated Frieza and are familiar with Raditz and Goku. They must not be villains, Piccolo decided, taking the lead. Let us go, Krillin. We should see for ourselves, Tien added. All right, let's go, Tien, Krillin agreed. Subsequently, everyone followed the two young boys as they soared towards the coordinates of 57318220. In no time, they landed in a flat area. Trunks retrieved a small box from his jacket pocket and, from within it, produced a universal capsule which he cast upon the ground. Before their eyes, a compact refrigerator materialized. With some time still remaining before Goku and Mr. Raditz arrived on Earth, Trunks announced, "There are drinks available. Feel free to help yourselves." He then took out 2 bottles of soda, handing one to the long-haired boy beside him. "Is it all right? I'm quite thirsty, so I suppose I'll give it a try." Krillin replied, slowly approaching the two. He opened a bottle and took a sip. "Hey, this is quite good. Gohan, would you like to try?" Krillin exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. "Really? Then I shall also sample it," Gohan responded, walking over to join them. At that moment, Krillin, with his keen eyes, noticed that both boys were clad in garments adorned with the Capsule Corporation logo. "Hey, Bulma," he asked, wearing your family's Universal Group insignia. Upon hearing this, Bulma turned her gaze towards the 2 boys, spotting the logo emblazoned on their sleeves, her expression one of confusion. "Young lads, are you employees of my family as company?" Trunks and his brother exchanged glances, lowering their heads before shaking them in denial. This piqued Bulma's curiosity. If they were not employees, why sport the company logo? "Did you just transform into Super Saiyans?" Gohan inquired. The boys lifted their heads, nodding in unison. "Impossible. Aside from me, Kakarot, and Raditz. The only part Saiyan here is this little earthling," Vegeta bellowed in disbelief. "Moreover, Saiyans all have black hair. How could you possibly be Saiyans?" Faced with Vegeta's challenge, the boys remained silent, unsure of how to respond. But the energy we sensed was undoubtedly that of a Super Saiyan, Krillin interjected. At this, Vegeta found himself at a loss for words, as the energy they had felt was indeed that of Saiyan. "Young lad, how old are you and what are your names?" Bulma asked. Trunks glanced at his brother, who shook his head in mild resignation. Understanding her intent, Trunks replied, "We cannot disclose our names, but I can tell you that I am 17 years old and my brother is 19. "Oomph. A boy who cannot even reveal his name is the most suspicious of all," Vegeta retorted angrily. Chapter 59, Goku and Raditz return. In response to Vegeta's scrutiny, the boys remained silent, offering no rebuttal. However, Trunks' demeanor suggested a hint of evasion. Soon enough, 3 hours passed. The group seated on the ground suddenly lifted their heads in unison. "I can sense it. It is the energy of Goku and Raditz," Krillin exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Soon after, 2 spherical spaceships burst through the clouds, landing violently not far from Krillin and the others. "Goku! Dad!" Gohan shouted simultaneously with Krillin, as they flew towards the spot where Goku's ship had fallen. Goku and Raditz emerged from their respective spacecraft. "Hey, what are you all doing here?" Goku inquired, puzzled, as he observed the group standing at the edge of the crater created by the spaceship's impact. "Dad!" Gohan exclaimed, rushing into Goku's embrace. "Isn't anyone here to welcome me?" Raditz lamented, stepping out of his spacecraft with a forlorn expression. "Mr. Raditz, it's finally a pleasure to meet you," someone called out. Raditz looked up to find 2 boys with blue hair standing at the edge of the crater, smiling at him. "Trunks," he blurted out. "Huh?" Trunks exchanged a glance with the long-haired youth, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Mr. Raditz, how do you?" he began to ask. Upon hearing this, Raditz realized that according to the original story, Trunks should not reveal his identity at this moment. It's nothing. You must have misheard. Who are you?" Raditz chuckled awkwardly. Trunks paused, wondering if he had indeed misheard. "You all?" It was then that Raditz comprehended that he was standing before 2 youths. He recognized Trunks and understood his purpose for being there, but the long-haired boy beside him was an enigma. Could he be the second son of Vegeta? A consequence of a deviation in history? "Dad, it's them." Gohan pointed at Trunks and his brother. Trunks and his brother turned to Goku, nodding slightly. "Mr. Goku, it's a pleasure to meet you. We hope to receive your guidance." "Who are you?" Goku asked, perplexed. "Gohan mentioned that you know me and my brother, but I don't recall knowing you." "Mr. Goku, please don't mind that. Could we have a private conversation?" Trunks suggested. Gohan had already briefly explained the previous events to Goku, and Goku nodded in agreement. "All right, let us go over there." He then flew towards a distant rock, with Trunks and his brother following closely behind. Raditz, observing their retreating figures, pondered who these unexpected characters, not from the original narrative, could possibly be. "All right, just tell me what you have to say," Goku said as the 3 of them landed. Trunks and his brother exchanged nods, and Trunks slowly spoke. "Mr. Goku, may I ask if you could transform into a Super Saiyan now?" "Well, it was only 6 months ago that I could transform into Sun Wukong," he said, scratching his head awkwardly. After all, Gohan and the others had already mastered their transformations. "May I see your power?" Sun Wukong looked at Trunks, momentarily taken aback. "Please." Trunks and his brother bowed earnestly. "All right, how would you like to see it?" Sun Wukong observed their sincere bows and ultimately agreed. Can we witness your Super Saiyan form? That is not an issue. With that, Sun Wukong focused his gaze, and a radiant golden light surged forth. What immense energy! Has he finally become a Super Saiyan? Gohan exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and excitement. Haha, that rascal Kakarot has also transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his power doesn't seem inferior to mine, Vegeta grumbled, his expression one of displeasure. Indeed, as the legends foretold, your strength is remarkable, Trunks remarked with a slight smile. Well, compared to my brother, I still fall a bit short, Sun Wukong said, glancing at Raditz with subtlety. Is he truly that powerful? The long-haired youth involuntarily gazed at Raditz in the distance. Hey, uncle, he's looking at you. Gohan noted. Me? What is there to see? Raditz replied disdainfully. Speaking of which, Gohan, don't you think that long-haired youth bears some resemblance to Raditz? Krillin suggested. Not only him. The short-haired boy seems somewhat similar to Vegeta as well, Cheng Xinyuan added. What? Raditz felt an unsettling sensation and instinctively turned his gaze towards Bulma. Gohan, has Bulma changed in any way since your return from Namek? Not all, uncle. Aunt Bulma is just fine, Gohan assured him. Is that so? Of course, he confirmed. With Gohan's confident response, Raditz finally exhaled in relief. Certainly, my brother possesses extraordinary strength and seems to have a knack for knowing things in advance. It's quite extraordinary, Sun Wukong said, pride evident on his face. Is that so? The long-haired youth smiled slightly upon hearing this. Brother, let us return to the matter at hand. The long-haired youth nodded and turned to Sun Wukong, saying, Mr. Sun Wukong, please allow us to transform as well. Oh, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, and before he could respond, he witnessed the golden aura surrounding the two youths surge dramatically as they transformed into Super Saiyans. Wow, I heard from Gohan that you both could transform into Super Saiyans. It turns out to be true. Who exactly are you two? Mr. Sun Wukong, allow me to fight you just once. Before Sun Wukong could react, the long-haired youth's fist came crashing towards him. Fortunately, Sun Wukong, possessing extensive combat experience, swiftly stepped back and raised his hand to block the punch from the long-haired youth. In the next moment, Trunks drew his sword and struck at Sun Wukong once more. Frowning, Sun Wukong effortlessly caught Trunks' slash with his other hand. As they engaged in battle, Raditz, observing the scene, asked anxiously, Do you need assistance? No, they mean no harm, Raditz replied, fully aware of the circumstances, with the exception of the long-haired boy, whom he regarded with keen insight. You're not too shabby yourselves, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile. The two brothers exchanged glances, chuckled, and sheathed their weapons, relinquishing their Super Saiyan forms. Chapter 60. The Identity of the Youth. Is this sufficient? Sun Wukong inquired, noticing the absence of hostility in the two. Yes, this will suffice. Trunks nodded, continuing, Mr. Sun Wukong, what we are about to discuss is of utmost importance, and I hope you can keep it close to your heart. Rest assured, my lips are sealed, Sun Wukong responded with a grin. This is my brother, Trunks said. You may find it hard to believe, but we traveled through time from 20 years in the future to this timeline. Future? 20 years later? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Trunks. Simultaneously, from a distance, Piccolo, with his keen hearing, caught every word and also exhibited a look of astonishment. Indeed, my name is Trunks, and my brother's name is Neldos. If you wonder why we possess Saiyan blood, it's because that man over there, Vegeta, is my father. What? Sun Wukong gasped in shock, quickly turning to Vegeta. Now that you mention it, you do bear a striking resemblance. So, you two are truly Vegeta's sons? No, not exactly. My father is Raditz, Neldos interjected. Sun Wukong's eyes widened even further as he turned to Neldos. What did you say? Raditz is your father? Yes, Trunks and I are half-brothers, Neldos clarified. Sun Wukong inhaled sharply. This is utterly mind-blowing. Equally astonished was Piccolo, who, hearing Neldo's revelation, appeared equally stunned. So who is your mother? Sun Wukong stammered. That would be Bulma over there, Neldos replied. Sun Wukong lost his balance and fell to the ground. What has happened to Goku? Did he hear something extraordinary? Bulma, oblivious to the unfolding events, asked with a bewildered expression. What is going on? Sun Wukong asked urgently. This all traces back to a banquet on Namek. My mother got drunk and had an encounter with my father, Neldos explained. Upon my mother's return from Namek, she discovered that she was with child. Although my conception was the result of a chance encounter deemed unfortunate, my mother insisted that the child was innocent. Thus, she concealed the truth from everyone and bore me. Later, she fell in love with my lonely father, and 2 years after Trunks, was born. Following Neldo's words, I inquired, does Vegeta know of your brother's existence? Yes, my father is aware, I replied. Yet, has he not expressed anything? No, but he harbors an inexplicable animosity towards Uncle Raditz. I see, Goku said, a look of resignation upon his face, genuinely at a loss for words regarding such matters. But Uncle Goku, we did not come here merely to share this. Oh, is there more? Goku asked, intrigued. Indeed, on May 12th, approximately 3 years from now, at 10 in the morning, a formidable duo will appear on an island 9 kilometers southwest. Their power is astonishingly terrifying, far beyond that of any beings from this world. They belong to a category of extraordinarily powerful creatures. What aliens? Goku queried. Not quite. They are artificial beings created by humans, known as androids, devised by the deranged scientist Dr. Gero of the former Red Ribbon Army. The Red Ribbon Army? The one I dismantled? Goku asked. Yes, although the Red Ribbon was destroyed. Dr. Gero survived and continued his research. What is his objective? To reign over the Earth once more. I am uncertain. Perhaps that was his intent, yet ultimately, he was slain by the very androids he had created. In any case, these androids are relentless killing machines that revel in slaughter and destruction, Trunks explained. They are capable of vanquishing Frieza and even you, in your Super Saiyan form, which speaks volumes of their extraordinary strength. Goku's expression turned grave. Indeed, we have faced them. However, even in one-on-one combat, we found it exceedingly difficult to escape. What do you mean, one-on-one? What about your allies? Goku asked. Trunks and Neldos bowed their heads, fists clenched, expressing their deep-seated frustration. Everyone perished in the battle against the androids 3 years hence. Father Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, Ten, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha all lost their lives. The only one capable of standing against them, Uncle Raditz, was also slain while saving Mother from an ambush by the androids. Gohan, who barely escaped, became a mentor to my brother and me. Yet tragically, for years ago, he too fell victim to the androids. Trunks wiped away a tear and continued, as you know. With Piccolo's demise, the Dragon Balls vanished as well, leaving no one to resurrect those we lost. And what of me? What has become of me? Goku inquired. Uncle Wukong, you passed away from viral heart disease a year later, Nildos remarked. How could this be? Son Wukong asked, his face etched with disbelief. There is nothing that can be done. At your time, there is no effective remedy for viral heart disease, came the reply. But Uncle Wukong, 20 years hence, a specific treatment for heart disease will have been developed, and you may take this remedy when you feel unwell. With that, Trunks produced a vial of pills from his pocket and handed it to Son Wukong. Really? Is that true? Son Wukong exclaimed, his sorrow transforming into joy as he looked at Trunks and Nildos, a grin spreading across his face. Trunks and Nildos exchanged glances, sharing a quiet smile. Then, Uncle Wukong, we shall return to 20 years in the future. Remember to take the special medicine when you fall ill. Also, please keep our identities confidential, as any revelation could jeopardize my existence, Trunks instructed. Rest assured, I will remember. Thank you, Trunks, Nildos, Son Wukong replied with a smile. In 3 years, we will return to assist you. Until then, take care of yourselves. With a wave, Son Wukong watched as the two brothers piloted their time machine away. How should I explain this to them? He pondered, scratching his head in confusion after their departure. Chapter 61. The father of the child is Raditz. Father, what did those two brothers say? Gohan inquired, flying over with a concerned expression. They mentioned that 2 androids would appear soon, Son Wukong replied, having completely forgotten Trunks' warning. Fortunately, Piccolo, with his keen ears, had overheard their conversation. He sighed, then cleverly relayed the information to everyone in a manner that sounded plausible while keeping Trunks and Nildos' identities concealed. Damn it, I was killed. I can't accept this. Vegeta fumed, his face a mask of frustration and anger. At least you fought. I perished without even battling. I am equally aggrieved, Vegeta, Son Wukong said, a look of regret crossing his face. Let us train diligently and alter this fate, ensuring we survive the battle 3 years from now. Indeed, Piccolo speaks wisely. I shall survive the conflict in 3 years, Tien Jinhan declared, his fists clenched, determination gleaming in his eyes. Very well, let us convene 3 years hence, on an island 9 kilometers southwest of the southern region. Agreed, we will undoubtedly survive, Son Wukong affirmed, casting a confident smile at Tien Jinhan and the others. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone gradually departed. In the pursuit of survival against the artificial beings, everyone was fervently honing their skills. striving to elevate their powers as much as possible within the span of 3 years. On the secluded island of Master Roshi, Krillin stood solitary along the shoreline, a formidable aura coalescing in his grasp. With deliberate enunciation, he intoned, "Came, Haim, Ha." In an instant, a wave of azure and white energy surged forth, detonating in the depths of the ocean 100 meters away, sending towering waves crashing skyward. This power was still insufficient. I must become even stronger. Ah, ah, ah. Krillin resumed his training with fervent determination. Meanwhile, within the vast confines of Bulma's spacecraft, Vegeta had requested her assistance in constructing a gravity device, which he promptly set to 100-fold gravity. He embarked on his solitary training, having already rendered countless combat robots into disrepair. In her laboratory, Bulma surveyed the pile of oval-shaped robots, over a meter high, that Vegeta had demolished. Veins throbbed on her forehead, her expression a mix of exasperation and disbelief. That insufferable Vegeta, just when I had repaired them, he goes and breaks them again. Why on earth did I take in this battle-obsessed maniac? In that moment, regret began to seep into Bulma's thoughts. At the same time, on the towering Bowsy Mountain, Goku had invited Piccolo to train alongside him. Goku, Raditz, Piccolo. And Gohan divided into 2 teams. Raditz and Gohan partnered together, while Piccolo and Goku formed the other duo, engaging in a spirited sparring session. The rhythmic sounds of their fists colliding echoed across the mountain like thunder, as each of them diligently prepared for the impending crisis. In such an atmosphere, time swiftly advanced to 3 years later. "Chi-Chi, we must take our leave," Goku said, casting a gentle smile at his tearful wife. "Goku, please ensure Gohan's safety. He must not encounter any danger. Rest assured, I will look after Gohan." "Chi-Chi, wait for our return," Goku assured her, his body gradually ascending into the air. "Mom, I'm leaving now. Don't worry, I will take care of myself." "Goodbye, Mom," Gohan added, waving his hand. As Chi-Chi watched the retreating figures of father and son, she could no longer contain her sorrow, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Goku, Gohan, you must return safely." At that moment, en route to the island located 9 kilometers southwest, 10, Yamcha, Piccolo, and Raditz had already gathered, awaiting Goku and Gohan's arrival. "Here they come," Yamcha remarked, observing 2 luminous dots approaching from the distance. "Dad, it's Uncle and the others." "Indeed, Gohan, I'm hurrying over," Goku replied as he quickened his pace. "Old man, you're too slow," Piccolo teased. "My apologies. I was delayed because Chi-Chi was particularly worried about Gohan, and I had to reassure her," Goku responded, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "It is precisely due to these reasons that I chose to depart with Piccolo. Therefore, my dear brother, you are exceedingly cunning. No matter how you phrase it. We must take our leave now." As Raditz spoke, a surge of white energy enveloped him as he soared into the sky. "Raditz, wait for me," Piccolo called out, swiftly following him alongside the others. Along their journey, they encountered Krillin, who was also on the move, and together, they ascended towards an island located 9 kilometers to the south. Upon reaching the highest point of the island, they gazed down at the city below, which appeared serene and undisturbed. Suddenly, the distant rumble of engines echoed through the air. Upon hearing it, Krillin furrowed his brow and remarked somberly, "Is that Bulma?" "Hey, everyone!" Bulma shouted as she brought her flying car to a halt before them. "Bulma, what are you doing here?" "This is quite dangerous," Krillin cautioned. Bulma stepped out of the vehicle, cradling a child of about 1 year old in her arms, while holding the hand of a 3-year-old child with long hair. With a smile, she announced, "Of course, I came to see the androids." Bulma, who are these 2 children?" Krillin asked, his expression perplexed as he glanced at the little ones beside her. They're obviously my sons," Bulma replied with a proud grin. "What? You got married? Who is the father of the children? Yamcha?" Krillin inquired, curiosity evident on his face. "No way, Krillin. We broke up ages ago," Yamcha interjected, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Krillin responded, momentarily taken aback. "Then who is their father?" At this, Yamcha chuckled mischievously. "Well, you certainly don't know, do you? If you found out who the father of these 2 children is, you would be utterly shocked, especially you, Raditz." Upon hearing this, Raditz felt a sudden tightening in his chest as he gazed at the child Bulma was holding, swallowing hard. "How does it feel, sweating bullets?" Yamcha teased, raising an eyebrow at Raditz. "Oh, dear brother, the child that Bulma is holding is your son, Nildos. ISNT that right, Bulma?" Raditz staggered back, and the others were equally taken aback. Raditz's lips trembled as he stammered towards Bulma. "BB Bulma, this can't be true. Can it? Are you trying to deny it, Raditz?" Bulma asked sternly, fixing her gaze upon him. What in the world is going on? When were you and Bulma together? So, that child is also yours? Krillin questioned. Chapter 62, Raditz est son. No, no. He is Vegeta's son, Trunks. Raditz quickly waved his hands in denial. Just moments ago, it was Raditz who was astonished. Now, it was Bulma who found herself in disbelief. Raditz, how did you come to know? Just now, Goku also mentioned Nirdos. And I recall that I never disclosed this to you. Are you two brothers aware of something? No, you must be mistaken. The two brothers waved their hands in unison. Son Wukong feared exposing Trunks, but at this point, it hardly mattered, as Trunks had already been born. Raditz, on the other hand, was concerned about inadvertently revealing his own affairs to avoid complications, yet it seemed he had already done so. So how did you find out? Bulma inquired, her face adorned with confusion. Well, Bulma, how could you discuss such matters with a child? Can he truly comprehend it? Raditz promptly shifted the topic. Raditz, do not divert the subject, rather than waiting until he grows up to tell him and burden him with worries. It is preferable to inform him while he is still young and unaware. This way, as he matures, he will naturally accept this reality, Bulma smiled. Speaking of which, Bulma, where's Vegeta? I have yet to see him, Piccolo interjected, his expression grave. Well, I am unsure. It appears he has gone off to train in the universe again. Bulma replied, Hey, son Wukong. At that moment, a distant flying car approached, and a plump figure with long hair, dressed in a kimono and adorned with a red scarf around his neck, leaned out of the vehicle. It was Yachirobe, waving his hand. Soon, Yachirobe's flying car came to a halt before the group. Bulma's attention shifted from the Raditz brothers to Yachirobe. Yachirobe, what brings you here? Are you also here to lend a hand? Son Wukong asked. How could I possibly partake in such a perilous affair? Then why are you here? I have come to deliver Senza beans. Once I distribute them, I shall return. As he spoke, Yachirobe pulled a cloth bag from his attire and tossed it to Son Wukong. Without lingering even a minute longer, he hopped back into his flying car, intending to return to Master Roshi. Hey, are you truly not going to stay and help? Bulma feigned concern. Who will want to stay? You all can manage on your own. Farewell. With that, Yachirobe drove away. Shortly thereafter, not far from where he had just departed, his flying car erupted in an explosion and plummeted into the sea. Then, two figures soared back from the site of the explosion towards the city. Yachirobe, Son Wukong shouted, placing his index and middle fingers on his forehead. Instant transmission. With a whoosh, his figure vanished from the spot. Did the android strike? Piccolo said anxiously. Glancing at Bulma and the two children nearby, Raditz stepped forward. Bulma, you must return. This place is far too dangerous, especially with two children in your care. Saying this, Raditz crouched down and affectionately ruffled Nerdos's hair. A chuckle stirred within him. In his previous life, he had never even had a girlfriend. Yet here he was in the Dragon Ball world for merely a few years, and somehow he had a 3-year-old son. As Raditz caressed him, Nirdos did not resist, but instead cast a frosty glare at Raditz. That piercing gaze was undeniably characteristic of a Saiyan, cold and fearless. You are my father? Nirdos asked in a soft yet somewhat detached voice. This question left Raditz momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Nirdos, he is your biological father, Bulma said, crouching to gently pat Nirdos on the head with a smile before addressing Raditz. Now, Raditz, let us clarify. Our encounter was a beautiful mistake, and I have no intention of returning Nirdos to you. He is a part of me, flesh of my flesh, and I intend to keep him close. Furthermore, his innate cold demeanor has garnered the favor of Vegeta, which makes him, in a sense, Nirdos' father. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, Raditz turned to Bulma, his brow furrowing in confusion. So, you're saying my son has no connection to me? Close enough, but not entirely. If you wish to see him, I'll 1T stand in your way, but Vegeta is beyond my control. Raditz scoffed dismissively. Whatever you say, I only need to know he is my son. Raditz, let us save the family matters for later. Our priority is to locate the androids, Piccolo interjected impatiently. Rising to his feet, Raditz glanced at Piccolo and then at Goku, who was rushing to rescue a Kairobe. In the next moment, Goku appeared, carrying a Kairobe, having utilized instant transmission to return to Raditz and the others. A Kairobe, did you see who attacked you? Tien asked. I didn't see anyone, a Kairobe replied with a sneeze. Never mind, let's head to the streets and search for them, Piccolo suggested, and with that, the group soared towards the city below. Bulma, you should take the children back quickly. It could be dangerous here, Raditz urged, casting a final glance at Nirdos with a slight smile before turning to follow the others down the mountain. Bulma, we really need to hurry back. It's truly perilous here, a Kairobe shivered, echoing the sentiment. Oh, what are you afraid of? We'll just take a quick look at the androids before leaving, Bulma replied, opening the door to their flying car and securing Trunks in his child's seat. Neardos, hurry, we're leaving. No need, Mom. I'll fly over. You take my brother in the car, Neardos declared, and with that, a burst of white energy erupted around him as he soared toward Raditz. Hey, Nildos, Bulma complained as she hurriedly took her seat at the helm. Are you coming, a Kairobe? If not, I'm leaving. A Kairobe's mind raced. His flying car had plummeted into the sea, leaving him without any means of transportation. He had no choice but to rely on Bulma, rationalizing that he could persuade her to turn back along the way. Please don't go. I was counting on you to take me back to Master Roshi, he exclaimed, feeling utterly deflated. Has he lowered his energy? Cheng Xinyuan pondered aloud on the bustling city street. No, he is an android. He possesses no energy, Raditz solemnly explained. Hey, Nildos. Son Gohan looked up just in time to see Nildos flying toward them. What brings you here? Nildos glanced at Raditz and replied coolly, rest assured. I am capable of protecting myself. His gaze was devoid of emotion, entirely uncharacteristic of a mere 3-year-old. No way, you're too young. You must return, Raditz insisted. Chapter 63. The android's my father is Vegeta. You have no authority over me, Nildos declared coldly, fixing Raditz with a steely stare. What? Raditz was momentarily speechless, incredulous at the child's defiance. Haha, come on, let Nildos accompany me. I promise to keep him safe, Son Goku chimed in, laughing heartily at the exchange. All right, Uncle Goku, I'll go with you, Nildos interjected before Raditz could respond. Ha, Raditz, it seems you're not cut out for fatherhood, Krillin chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. Baldy, my dad is Vegeta, Nildos proclaimed. What? Baldy? Krillin was left in a state of disbelief on the verge of tears. Boom! At that moment, a distant explosion erupted. It's the androids, we must hurry, Piccolo frowned and shouted, a surge of energy enveloping him as he raced towards the source of the blast. Nildos, stay close to me, Son Goku instructed, his own white aura flaring to life as he followed Piccolo, the others trailing behind. Initially concerned that Nildos might struggle to keep pace, Goku was taken aback to find that the boy matched the speed of the group effortlessly. Seeing Nildos closely behind, Raditz couldn't help but smile with pride. Thinking to himself, he is truly remarkable. He is my offspring. Upon arriving at the explosion site, they found the streets in chaos, with pedestrians fleeing in panic. Raditz scanned the area and noted the absence of the androids 19 and 20 from the original story. Has anyone seen who attacked here? Cheng Xinyuan called out loudly. Yes, yes. 2 old men wearing hats and a big fat guy shot lasers from their eyes at the buildings. A terrified, bespectacled man replied, trembling on the ground. From the man's description, Raditz confirmed that the androids were indeed 19 and 20. Only these 2 individuals remained calm. It would likely take some time to locate them. Let's split up. Whoever finds them should shout. I concur with Piccolo's strategy. How long will it take to find them if we remain clustered together? Tien echoed. Then I shall head towards the rear. Yamcha waved his hand and sprinted backward. Goku, Nildos. Do not worry, brother. I will handle Nildos. Raditz nodded and took off as well. Once the group departed, only Nildos and Son Goku remained in place. Nildos, are you afraid? Not at all. Father Vegeta said that Saiyans should fear nothing. Ha, that's the spirit. We are Saiyans, declared Son Goku, giving Nildos a thumbs up. At that moment, Yamcha jogged to the streets behind the city. The back streets were serene, showing no signs of disturbance. Number 20, is that Yamcha? Should we capture him and drain his energy? A stout man with a pale complexion and a black fedora inquired from an alley behind Yamcha. Not yet, number 19. Let me first assess the positions of the others. As he spoke, number 20, adorned with a tall hat and a bushy beard, his face marked by wrinkles, flashed a series of codes in his eyes. Subsequently, he discerned the locations of Goku and the others with clarity. The positions of the others are quite distant from Yamcha. Let's strike together and drain Yamcha's energy within a minute. Understood. Number 19 nodded, exchanging a glance with number 20, and they both vanished in an instant. Due to the android's lacking energy, Yamcha was caught completely off guard when number 19 embraced him from behind. Seizing the opportunity, number 20 covered Yamcha's mouth, preventing him from uttering a sound. Yamcha, we apologize. We shall graciously accept your energy. Immediately, the devices in their hands began to operate, extracting Yamcha's energy from within him. Instantly, the color of Yamcha's face began to pale at an alarming rate. Everyone hurry, come quickly. Yamcha silently implored. Yamcha's energy is diminishing, remarked the android Raditz, quickly placing 2 fingers on his forehead. Move. In a flash, Raditz vanished from his spot. Bang! A powerful punch struck number 19 squarely in the face. The immense force sent him, along with Yamcha, hurtling away. Following that, a swift kick lashed out at number 20. Bang! With a dull thud, no. 20 raised his hand to block, but the tremendous force still sent him flying several dozen meters. Yamcha! Raditz dashed forward, assisting Yamcha to his feet. Thank you, Raditz. I owe you one this time. It's nothing. You should rest aside. I will handle them. Raditz helped Yamcha to a safe distance and turned to face No. 19 and number 20. At this moment, Sun Wukong and his companions also sensed the unusual happenings and quickly gathered around. Raditz, how are you? Tien Shinhan inquired. I am fine, Goku, Tien Shinhan. Yamcha is injured. Hurry and give him Senzu Bean. All right, no problem. With that, Sun Wukong removed a cloth pouch from his belt, retrieved a green bean from within, and handed it to Yamcha. Goku, I'm so sorry. I feel so useless. Why say such things? Quickly eat the Senzu Bean. Leave the rest to me and my brother, Sun Wukong replied with a gentle smile. By the way, you all must be cautious. Their hands can absorb our energy. Yamcha remarked as he chewed the Senzu Bean. What? Tien Shinhan immediately shouted to Raditz. Raditz. I know. Their hands can absorb our energy. Raditz interrupted Tien Shinhan. How does he know? Both Tien Shinhan and Yamcha looked bewildered. Oh, have they all arrived? Perfect. Saves me the trouble of finding you. Android 20 said with a sinister grin. Brother, it seems another fierce battle awaits us. However, androids, let us fight in a more secluded location. It matters not. As long as I can kill you, Goku, it makes no difference where we are. Consider it a burial site of your choosing. Android 20 scoffed disdainfully. Enough with the meaningless banter. Follow me, Sun Wukong commanded, as a white aura enveloped him, and he leapt into the air, racing toward the distance. Androids 19 and 20 exchanged glances at the flying Sun Wukong before taking flight to follow him. We should go as well. Raditz mused, joining the others in pursuit. Where are they going? Bulma, who had just arrived in her flying car, saw everyone taking off again and, with no other option, followed suit. After flying several dozen kilometers, the 2 androids suddenly descended before a towering rocky mountain. This will do. No need to go elsewhere, Android 20 said, looking up at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong halted, panting heavily, then descended to the ground after the others landed. Observing Sun Wukong's labored breathing, Tien Shinhan furrowed his brow slightly, thinking to himself, it's merely flying. Why does Goku appear so exhausted? Raditz also noticed something amiss, but remained more composed than Tien Shinhan. Watching Sun Wukong, he silently sighed, alas. It seems some matters are unavoidable. Chapter 64. Sun Wukong's heart attack. All right, let us begin. Sun Wukong tossed a Senzu Bean to Krillin, slightly lowered his body, took a stance, and readied himself for battle. 19. You shall entertain him, Android 20 instructed. The pale-faced Android 19 nodded, stepped forward, and a series of numbers flashed in his eyes as he took a stride forward. Bang! With his hands crossed before him. Sun Wukong braced himself as the formidable 19 launched a violent assault, causing him to slide back several meters. Just as he steadied himself, 19 unleashed another punch. In a flash, Sun Wukong vanished from sight. 19 glanced around, searching for his elusive opponent. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Sun Wukong reappeared behind him, delivering a powerful flying kick that sent 19 sprawling back several meters, while he stood proudly, a triumphant smile gracing his face. In the next moment, 19, face down on the ground, rose slowly as if unscathed, turning to face Sun Wukong. With a mischievous grin, 19 suddenly lunged forward with a burst of speed, as if traversing through space, and struck down with a heavy fist. Fortunately, Sun Wukong, seasoned in battle, countered in kind, their fists colliding with equal force, causing both to stagger back several meters. Who knew you were this strong? It seems I must truly unleash my full potential to combat you, Sun Wukong remarked, chuckling softly. Go for it. Show him what you're made of. Krillin shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth. I will, Sun Wukong replied casually, straightening his posture and then began to gather energy. With a resounding roar, a tremendous force erupted from within him. The ground beneath his feet cracked under the weight of this immense energy, and a tremor shook the earth, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. In a dazzling display, a brilliant golden light shot forth from Sun Wukong's body, compelling those around him to shield their eyes. Once the brilliance faded, Sun Wukong stood enveloped in a golden aura, his hair standing upright and transformed into gold. He had completed his transformation into a Super Saiyan. What overwhelming energy! If I could absorb such power, I would become invincible. 19 pondered, eyeing Sun Wukong's aura with intrigue. All right, let us engage in our second round, Sun Wukong declared with a slight smile, initiating the attack with a swift movement. Launching a powerful punch. With a loud cry, 19's corpulent frame buckled under the force of Sun Wukong's strike. In the next instant, 19 retaliated with a punch to Sun Wukong's face. The sheer force propelled both combatants backward. As they regained their footing, they vanished once more, and soon the air was filled with the thunderous sound of their fists colliding. The energy waves generated by their blows radiated outward in ripples. After exchanging another blow, they leapt high into the air, landing some distance apart. Sun Wukong gasped for breath, appearing to be quite fatigued. Something feels amiss. Why is Goku struggling so much in this battle? Piccolo, have you noticed? Tin asked as he observed Goku in the distance. Wait, could it be that Goku has a heart condition? Piccolo gasped in surprise. Indeed, Goku's heart ailment has flared up, Raditz replied with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. But didn't the boy from the future bring special medicine for Goku? Yamcha inquired. He hasn't had an episode in the past 3 years. So he hasn't taken any, Gohan explained. Kamehameha. Just then, Goku realized that something was indeed wrong. It seemed that Trunks' words had come true, and he aimed to conclude the fight swiftly. He decided to unleash the Kamehameha to expedite the end of the battle. Goku, do not use energy attacks, Yamcha shouted, but was too late. Goku had already released the Kamehameha. Hee just in time. Huh. Number 19 chuckled, raising his hands to catch Gohan's Kamehameha. Subsequently, the red spherical device in his palm began to operate, absorbing Goku's Kamehameha and converting it into his own energy. What? Goku was taken aback, and before he could react, number 19 was already in front of him. After absorbing Goku's Kamehameha, his power had increased substantially. With a powerful punch, he struck Goku, sending him flying over 100 meters. Father! Gohan cried out, unleashing his aura as he flew towards Goku. From this moment on, you shall not cross this line. Number 20 swiftly positioned himself in front of Gohan, extending his hand coldly. Step aside, Gohan shouted, disregarding the warning. If you dare to obstruct me, I will make you pay. He then threw a punch. Number 20 met him with a punch of his own, and the sheer force of their collision sent both of them staggering backwards. Meanwhile, number 19 had returned to Goku's side, gripping his neck and lifting him effortlessly. With a clenched fist, he delivered a brutal blow to Goku's body. Father! Gohan, witnessing Goku being tormented by number 19, felt a surge of rage. Golden light radiated from him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at number 20 once more. What? You could transform too? Number 19 was taken aback, and the next moment, Gohan's fist came crashing down. Bang! 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 Number 20 was cautious, channeling all his energy to meet Gohan's punches. To his astonishment, the young boy possessed remarkable strength. Bang! Just as Gohan was locked in a fierce exchange with number 20, Raditz utilized instant transmission to appear beside Goku, delivering a heavy punch that sent number 19 flying, thereby saving him. As Goku, having reverted from his Super Saiyan state, gasped for breath, Raditz supported him and swiftly utilized instant transmission to return to their companions. Yamcha, please escort Goku back to the lookout and ensure he takes his medication for his heart condition, he instructed. Certainly, since I can be of no assistance here. I shall take care of it, Yamcha replied earnestly as he took Goku into his charge. Old Son's heart ailment is viral in nature. Make sure to procure a dose for yourself as well, lest you infect Piccolo, Raditz cautioned. Understood. I shall take my leave now, Yamcha acknowledged. Yes, go ahead. And do not forget Piccolo's words, Raditz reminded once more. Chapter 65. Number 20 is Drive Jero. As Yamcha departed with Goku, Raditz turned his attention to Gohan, who was engaged in battle with number 20, and then glanced at the recently risen number 19, a smirk forming on his lips. Well then, allow me to join the fray, he declared. In an instant, a brilliant golden aura enveloped him, his black hair standing on end as it transformed into a golden hue. With a decisive step, he charged towards number 19. Beep, beep, beep. A series of numbers flashed in number 19's eyes as he faced the incoming Raditz, stepping forward to meet him head-on. With a resounding crash, the tremendous force of their clash created a massive crater beneath them, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy akin to a ferocious primordial beast. Number 19 quickly discerned that Raditz's strength surpassed Goku's, prompting him to exercise utmost caution. Channeling all his energy, he opened his mouth wide and unleashed a wave of energy directly at Raditz. Raditz merely glanced aside as the energy wave whistled past his ear. With a thunderous impact, he delivered a powerful headbutt to Number 19's forehead, sending him staggering back. Seizing the opportunity presented by Number 19's retreat, Raditz swiftly placed his palm on Number 19's face, forcing his head down to the ground. An energy blast erupted instantaneously. Boom! An explosion erupted, flames soaring into the sky. Raditz released his grip, rising slowly to his feet, regarding the fallen Number 19 with disdain. There, in a large crater, lay Number 19, his round head shattered beyond recognition, emitting a few sparks before falling silent. Pathetic, a heap of scrap metal, Raditz scoffed. My goodness, did Raditz finish him off in one move? This is astonishing, Krillin exclaimed, struggling to believe the reality before him. Perhaps this is truly Raditz's real power, Piccolo remarked with a sly smile. Hey, Gohan, I'm done here. Quickly take care of Dr. Gero, Raditz called out. What? Number 20 replied, momentarily stunned as he turned to witness the remnants of Number 19, now reduced to a pile of scrap. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Raditz was aware of his identity as Dr. Gero. What are you staring at? With a thunderous shout, Sun Wukong clenched his fist tightly and struck towards Number 20, also known as Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero turned around, meeting the blow with his own fist. However, this punch encapsulated the entirety of Sun Wukong's strength, resulting in a fierce collision. In an instant, Dr. Gero's arm was shattered by the force, sending him hurtling several meters away. With a resounding thud, Dr. Gero crashed to the ground, gazing incredulously at Raditz. How did you know I am Dr. Gero? He exclaimed. Huh, you foolish creature. I certainly saw it on television, Raditz replied nonchalantly. Ah, I see now. You wretches have proven me wrong. I underestimated you, especially with Number 19 falling to your might. But do not gloat, for I shall return. With that declaration, Dr. Gero unleashed a blast of energy towards the ground, creating a tremendous explosion that enveloped the area in smoke. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly darted towards the rocky hills in an attempt to escape. Not good. He is trying to flee. Let him go, Piccolo, Raditz commanded, halting Piccolo, who was poised to pursue. Oh, why is that, Raditz? Piccolo inquired, puzzled. I know where he is headed. I'll just make a call to Bulma and inquire about the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory. What? Asked Bulma. Piccolo remained bewildered. You'll understand the details once you speak with Bulma, Raditz affirmed with certainty. The reason Raditz needed to consult Bulma was that he had forgotten the exact location of Dr. Gero's lab, vaguely recalling it was somewhere in the mountains, but not precisely where. Most importantly, Dr. Gero was not the only one who needed to be concerned. It was crucial to awaken the first goddess of the Dragon Balls. Android 18. But we don't have a phone to contact Bulma, Tianjinan remarked. I have a phone right here, interjected the onlooker, N.I. Urjuos, raising his hand. Really? N.I. Urjuos, that is splendid, Krillin exclaimed, his face lighting up as he lifted N.I. Urjuos in excitement. Uncle Krillin, could you please set me down? N.I. Urjuos pushed against Krillin, feeling somewhat awkward. Huh? All right, Krillin chuckled, a bit embarrassed as he gently placed N.I. Urjuos back on the ground. He then activated his wristwatch phone to contact Bulma. Hello, Nierduos. Where are you? Are you all right? Bulma asked anxiously while navigating her flying car. Mom, me fine. Don't worry. Uncle Raditz has something to tell you. Upon hearing this, Raditz's eyes widened. How had the boy not realized that he was his biological father? Why then did he refer to him as uncle? Was it so difficult to call him father? Oh, what does he wish to say? Bulma inquired. Is there anything wrong? I just wanted to inquire if you know the whereabouts of Dr. Gero's laboratory, Raditz said, crouching before Neldos while addressing Bulma through his wrist communicator. Dr. Gero? Why do you ask? Bulma replied, puzzled. Well, we have already eliminated one android, and I discovered that another is none other than Dr. Gero himself. What? Dr. Gero himself? Raditz, are you certain you are not mistaken? Bulma questioned. I am absolutely certain. It is indeed Dr. Gero, exactly as he appears on television, Raditz asserted with conviction. In truth, he had never seen Dr. Gero's likeness, relying solely on memories from his previous life watching Dragon Ball. All right, I will locate Neldos's communicator. Just wait for me there. I shall arrive shortly. With that, Bulma ended the call, accelerating her flying car to its maximum speed towards Raditz and the others. Within 7 to 8 minutes, Bulma arrived at their location. Neldos. She parked the vehicle securely, swiftly exiting while cradling Trunks in her arms. Yachirobe, perched atop the car, leaned out, and immediately began to vomit. Bulma, why are you driving so fast? You've made me carsick. He groaned, retching again. Bulma appeared oblivious to his complaints. Rushing over to Neldos, she crouched beside him, checking for injuries, and sighed in relief upon confirming he was unharmed. Thank goodness, Neldos, you're all right. Don't worry, Mom. I can take care of myself. Neldos replied confidently. Yes, indeed. Neldos is quite the brave young man. Bulma smiled gently. She then stood and turned to Raditz, asking, what was it you said on the phone? The android is Dr. Gero himself? Yes, Bulma. Do you know where his laboratory is? He must have returned there, Raditz urged. I recall Dr. Gero's laboratory is located in a mountain to the north, though I can't quite remember the exact location, Bulma responded. To the northern mountains? Very well. I shall head there immediately. With that, Raditz soared into the sky, flying northward. Raditz, wait for me, Tien shouted, joining the others as they followed suit towards the north, leaving only Yachirobe, Bulma, and the still young Trunks behind. Oh my, Dr. Gero is an android himself? Now I'm even more curious to see him. Yachirobe, let's go. Wait, are you really going? I'm terrified. Yachirobe protested reluctantly. If you choose not to come, you can walk back to Corinne Tower by yourself, Bulma retorted. You always threaten me. Fine, I'll go. Yachirobe huffed, begrudgingly taking a seat in Bulma's flying car. Meanwhile, at the Corinne Tower, son Wukong had been tormented by illness to the point of despair. He lay in bed, struggling incessantly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Chi-Chi, wiping his sweat, wept sorrowfully. Yamcha sat nearby, praying earnestly, Heavenly Lord, please grant Wukong a swift recovery. This world still needs him. In the southern region, on an island to the southwest, Trunks and Nildos observe the rising black smoke from the island, solemnly remarking, it appears they have engaged in battle. Indeed, several powerful auras are moving rapidly to the north. It must be my father and Raditz, Nildos responded. It seems we have not arrived too late. Let us hasten, brother. Agreed, Nildos nodded, and together with Trunks, they erupted in a surge of white energy, racing towards the north. Those detestable Saiyans have grown exceedingly powerful, truly monstrous. But wait for me. Once I awaken androids at 17 and 18, you shall face the consequences, Dr. Gero muttered as he ran. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of a cave. Breathing a sigh of relief, he ventured inside. A few meters within, a steel door stood firm within the mountainside. After inputting a series of codes into the keypad, Dr. Gero opened the door and entered. Inside, a massive supercomputer was whirring away. Beside it lay 3 dormant capsules, marked with the numbers 16, 17, and 18 in white lettering. Dr. Gero picked up a black controller from the computer, first glancing at capsule 16 before heading directly to capsules 17 and 18. He pressed a button beside them, and, as the capsule doors slowly opened, a boy and a girl emerged. The boy, with long black hair and an orange scarf around his neck, was strikingly handsome, Android 17. The girl, with golden hair, donned a blue denim jacket over a black t-shirt, her appearance exceptionally adorable, Android 18. As 17 and 18 exchanged glances with Drive Gero and noticed the controller in his hand, 17 smiled slightly and said, Good morning, Dr. Gero. Wait, 17, you're greeting me? Dr. Gero exclaimed, astonished. Why not? You created us. You are our biological father. Is there anything wrong with greeting you? 17 replied, maintaining a cordial tone. Ha ha, 17. It seems your issues have been resolved. This is truly wonderful. Dr. Gero laughed heartily. At that moment, 17 and 18 exchanged a sly glance. Seizing the opportunity while Dr. Gero was distracted, 17 delivered a swift kick to his neck, instantly severing his head. On the 18th, seizing the moment, Android 18 snatched the controller from Dr. Gero's hands and crushed it with force. 17, what are you planning to do? Dr. Gero's severed head rolled on the ground before turning to Android 17, his voice laced with fury. You old fool. We refuse to be your pawns any longer. With that, Android 17 stepped forward and smashed Dr. Gero's mechanical head underfoot. There is still another android here, Android 18 remarked, approaching the dormant pod of Android 16. Is indeed 16. 18, awaken him, Android 17 replied with a faint smile. Without uttering a word, Android 18 pressed the button to open the pod door. As the door slowly creaked open, Android 16 awoke and emerged, clad in green and black armor, towering nearly 3 meters high. With a cascade of red hair atop his head, his face devoid of any expression. Hello, 16. Has Goku perished? Was Android 16's first inquiry. This elicited an intrigued expression from both Android 17 and 18. He should still be alive. I can sense his faint energy, Android 17 replied. Then what are we waiting for? Let us eliminate Goku swiftly, Android 16 declared, striding purposefully towards the exit of the laboratory before leaping into the air, heading towards the direction of Bunsen Mountain. After exchanging a knowing glance and a smile, Android 17 and 18 followed suit. Meanwhile, Trunks and Neildos arrived at the place where Raditz had battled against 19 and 20. Upon seeing the lifeless body of 19, slain by Raditz, shock washed over their faces. According to the original tale, there were number 19 and 20 in their future, making the sight of 19's corpse all the more astonishing. Who exactly were Uncle Raditz and the others fighting? Trunks pondered aloud, bewildered. Let us hurry and catch up with them. We will uncover the truth, Neildos urged, transforming into a Super Saiyan and soaring once more towards Raditz's energy signature. Huh? Krillin halted mid-stride, calling out, Raditz, wait. What is it? Raditz paused at the sound of his name. Those two energy signatures behind us, could they be Trunks and Neildos from the future? Krillin speculated. Forget them. We must move on. They will follow our energy, Raditz replied before resuming his advance. Meanwhile, the younger Neildos trailed behind, confusion etched on his face. Having overheard Krillin's mention of future versions of himself and Trunks, could it be that they were indeed the future incarnations being referred to? Soon, Raditz and his companions reached their destination, a majestic mountain range in the north. As Raditz soared through the skies, he recalled from his past life that Dr. Gero's laboratory was situated atop a high cliff, visible from the air. After circling a few times, he ultimately located the cave that housed Dr. Gero's lab. Everyone, I have found it. Raditz called back. Upon entering the laboratory, they were greeted by the sight of a crushed mechanical head lying lifeless beside Dr. Gero's body. What on earth happened here? Is that not an android? Krillin inquired. There are also 3 dormant pods. Could there be 3 more androids? Piccolo exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from a distance. Was that an explosion? Tien quickly dashed out of the laboratory, soaring into the sky to survey the surroundings. A plume of black smoke was rising several kilometers away. Everyone come quickly, Tien shouted, prompting everyone to rush outside. Raditz sensed the energy in that direction and discerned it to be merely the presence of ordinary people. However, considering that androids emit no energy, he strongly suspected they were involved. Hold on tight. I will use instant transmission to take you there, Raditz stated calmly. All right, they nodded in agreement, linking hands and resting them on Raditz's shoulders. Let us move. With a firm command from Raditz, they all vanished from their original location in an instant. Moments later, they reappeared on a highway, facing a deformed truck and a hat-wearing driver, alongside several individuals slumped on the ground. Behind them stood the formidable androids, 16, 17, and 18. Oh, it's Goku's brother and Piccolo, 17 remarked with intrigue. Raditz turned to focus on 18, her golden shoulder-length hair and innocent appearance almost causing him to blush. A subtle smile fleetingly appeared at the corners of his mouth. She was indeed the epitome of beauty from Dragon Ball, stirring feelings within him. Yet, in the presence of so many, Raditz composed himself. Clearing his throat, he said, Your recognition of us indicates that you must be androids, correct? Do you have any insights to share? Let me take a guess. Are you here to eliminate Goku? 17 asked playfully. After a moment of feigned contemplation, Raditz replied, and then, Are you here to stop us? If you were to abandon your pursuit of Goku, there would be no need for any obstruction, Raditz said with a nonchalant smile. What if we refuse? At that moment, 18 stepped forward, casting a challenging smile at Raditz. If you refuse, I regret to say that I must take action against you. Oh, is that so? If you possess the capability, then I challenge you to prove it, number 18 taunted. In response, Raditz said, Then I shall graciously acquiesce to your challenge, his lips curling into a wicked smile. A brilliant golden light erupted from him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. He glanced at number 18, and in an instant he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. A resounding thud echoed, the force radiating outward. Remarkably, number 18 remained firmly planted, devoid of any movement or expression. Raditz momentarily hesitated, swiftly leaping backward to create distance between them. Is this your utmost strength? Number 18 gazed at Raditz with disdain. My apologies, but seeing as you're a lady, I refrained from using my full power, Raditz chuckled. Oh really? Should I then express my gratitude for your leniency? Number 18 retorted fiercely. With a single step, she seemed to transcend space itself, appearing before Raditz in an instant, delivering a crushing blow. The impact was monumental, sending Raditz hurtling backward like a cannonball. In his wake, a large truck was obliterated, exploding on contact. Number 18 smirked slightly, launching herself into the air with a swift leap. Just as Raditz regained his footing, she was already upon him. In a moment of desperation, Raditz met her punch with one of his own. Their fists collided, unleashing a surge of energy that tore apart the ground beneath them. The sound of their strikes echoed relentlessly. "Huh!" Number 18 shouted, unleashing a wave of energy toward Raditz. As the wave surged toward him, Raditz clenched his fists and countered with a powerful strike, redirecting the energy blast into the ground. A tremendous boom followed, giving rise to a small mushroom cloud. Such formidable power. They are on an entirely different level than us, Tien exclaimed, shielding his eyes from the blinding light of the explosion. Trunks looked up at the rising cloud and said to Nildos, "Brother, we must hurry. It seems they have already begun." Nildos nodded, his aura intensifying as he sped off toward the commotion. Whoosh whoosh. Two figures zoomed past Bulma's airborne vehicle. Upon closer inspection, Bulma murmured, "Aren't those the two kids from the future? They must be here to assist Raditz." A satisfied smile crossed her face as she pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward. Meanwhile, on Raditz's side, having deflected number 18's energy wave, he and number 18 descended back to the ground. "It seems I have underestimated your strength. You are far more formidable than I had imagined. You have surprised me as well. I did not anticipate you possessed such power. Come, let us proceed." "Wait." At that moment, a resounding cry echoed from the horizon as Vegeta descended with an extraordinarily potent aura. "Raditz!" Vegeta called out, with a dismissive glance at Raditz. He turned his gaze toward the trio opposite him, specifically number 18, and spoke in a grave tone, "You must be the androids." Number 18 regarded Vegeta in silence. "It matters not. Allow this Saiyan prince to deal with you," Vegeta declared, revealing a sinister smile. "Vegeta, 18 is my prey. Do not interfere." "Raditz, we still have our score to settle. Once I have dealt with these androids, I shall attend to you." Vegeta scoffed, directing a piercing gaze at Raditz that sent a shiver down his spine. A furious roar erupted, and a wild, malevolent energy instantaneously surged forth from Vegeta. The golden aura of the Super Saiyan was now intermingled with a streak of darkness. Such a powerful energy. How has Vegeta become so strong? Piccolo pondered, his brow furrowed, his expression one of distaste. No, something is amiss. Vegeta's aura bears an unusual taint, a hint of evil that does not belong to him, Raditz thought to himself. Although his arrival had deviated the history of the Dragon Ball world from the original narrative, the discrepancies of recent years had remained within Raditz's expectations. However, this malevolent energy entwined with Vegeta was undeniably foreign to him. Chapter 68, The Peculiar Vegeta. A golden radiance laced with black energy surged into the sky. Once calm returned, the sinister aura that enveloped Vegeta became increasingly distinct. In that moment, Raditz was certain something had transpired to transform Vegeta into this state. Ha ha ha. Splendid, absolutely splendid. This sensation is beyond exhilarating. Nothing brings me greater joy. Raditz, be prepared. Once I have dealt with this heap of scrap metal, I shall settle our score. Vegeta turned, a grotesquely fierce expression directed at Raditz. Uncle, something is amiss with Vegeta. I know, Gohan, and everyone else be ready. I have a foreboding feeling that something dreadful is about to unfold. After Raditz spoke, he witnessed Vegeta charging toward number 18 with a wicked grin. 18, be careful. As soon as number 17 uttered these words, Vegeta delivered a powerful punch that sent number 18 flying. She crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a sizable crater in her wake. 18. Number 17 shouted once more. Number 18 rose from the ground, a flicker of anger adorning her otherwise pristine and beautiful face. With a fierce roar, he charged towards Vegeta. A powerful punch was thrown, met by Vegeta's own fist. The impact created a deep crater in the ground beneath them. The sound of their fists colliding echoed like thunder. With a swift strike, Android 18 launched a punch. Vegeta raised his hand to block it, countering with a devastating blow to her face. In an instant, 18 was sent flying backward like a cannonball. With a sinister grin, Vegeta raised his hand, unleashing a wave of energy. In a flash, Android 17 appeared before 18, erecting a barrier to absorb Vegeta's energy wave. 18, his power is rather peculiar. Let us confront him together, 17 remarked coldly, glancing at Vegeta. Agreed, let us attack together. Without hesitation, 18 surged forward toward Vegeta, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon him. Vegeta shielded his head with his arms, as the blast pummeled his body, creating a cacophony of explosions, enveloping him in smoke. 17 and 18 exchanged glances, and in an instant, they appeared above Vegeta. Huh! They shouted in unison, launching energy waves down at him. With a resounding boom, smoke billowed once more, revealing the triumphant expressions on their faces. Under such relentless assault, it seemed impossible for Vegeta to remain unscathed. Yet, as the smoke cleared, he stood unharmed, his battle attire merely tattered, but his body free of injury. What? This cannot be, exclaimed 17, astonished. Nothing is impossible. Your power is merely trash. It is a disgrace that I was defeated by such weaklings in another timeline, Vegeta scoffed, lifting his gaze to 17 and 18 with a look of disdain. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing behind them. With a swift motion, he sent 17 flying with a punch, followed by a swift kick that sent 18 hurtling away. Raising his hand, he unleashed another energy wave towards them. An explosion erupted, flames shooting into the sky. Behind him, 17 and 18 retaliated with a flying kick. The dull thud echoed as they struck Vegeta, but it felt as though they had kicked a mountain, causing no harm whatsoever. I warned you, your power is nothing but garbage to me. Now it is my turn to counterattack, Vegeta stated disdainfully, turning his back to them before vanishing once again. The sound of 2 muffled thuds followed. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta launched a powerful punch, sending Android 18 hurtling away. The impact was akin to a meteor striking the Earth, creating a sizable crater upon her collision with the ground. With a sinister grin, Vegeta regarded Android 18, then vanished in a blur. A cry of anguish escaped her lips as she was struck once more. Both she and Android 17 had been transformed from human bodies into androids, retaining the capacity to feel pain despite their formidable strength and boundless energy. Vegeta's blow inflicted suffering upon Android 18, pushing her to the brink of despair. Struggling against the pain, Android 17 managed to rise and charge forward, colliding with Vegeta. Android 18, flee, he urged, lifting her as they ascended into the air. However, they had barely taken flight when Vegeta reappeared before them. Where do you think you're going? He queried, raising his hand to unleash a wave of energy. The resulting explosion sent both androids crashing back to the ground. As they landed, Vegeta spun mid-air, driving his knees into Android 17's abdomen, fracturing the earth beneath him. With another mighty leap, Vegeta landed heavily atop Android 17, causing the ground to sink further. Android 17. Android 18 cried out, but before she could finish, Vegeta executed a swift roll, delivering a merciless kick that caused her to cough up blood. In that moment, Vegeta wore a maniacal grin, reveling in the one-sided devastation he was wreaking. It was evident that, at his current strength, he could easily obliterate both androids, yet he refrained from doing so. Grasping Android 18 by the throat, he hoisted her into the air, raining down a barrage of punches upon her midsection. Blood splattered across his face, and he savored the moment, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Something was amiss. Vegeta's action seemed entirely uncharacteristic. Could it be the dark energy? Piccolo pondered. Concern etched across his face as he glanced at Raditz. We cannot allow this to continue, Raditz declared, stepping forward. A powerful punch sent Vegeta flying several meters. But it was not Raditz who struck him. It was Android 16. One may kill, but cannot humiliate. Your actions have gone too far, Android 16 proclaimed, positioning his arms under his armpits and effortlessly separating his wrists. A cannon-like apparatus emerged, aimed squarely at Vegeta. Chapter 69. The Wrath of Vegeta. Hell Flash. A formidable surge of energy erupted instantaneously, hurtling directly towards Vegeta. Observing the approaching wave of ki, Vegeta did not shy away. Rather, he boldly engaged it. Upon the moment his hand made contact with the energy wave, an overwhelming force struck him, causing his body to recoil. Subsequently, a resounding explosion ensued. At that moment, Trunks, who had just arrived, witnessed the scene and shouted, rushing toward Vegeta. Raditz glanced up, swiftly positioning himself in front of Trunks. Do not approach, Trunks. Uncle Raditz, Trunks exclaimed. I am at a loss for words. History may have diverged. There's an unusual aura emanating from Vegeta. What? Trunks was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. Just then, a furious roar echoed from below. As the smoke cleared, the dark energy enveloping Vegeta intensified, rendering him even more fearsome. He did not deceive me. This power is utterly overwhelming. Ha ha ha. Listening to Vegeta's musings, Raditz and the others furrowed their brows, utterly perplexed by his words. Who is he? Whence does he derive this power? The entire situation left Raditz feeling a profound sense of helplessness. The unfolding events had completely transcended his control. This malevolent aura. Could it truly be my father? Trunks spoke with disappointment. We must refrain from hasty conclusions. Let us observe further, Raditz suggested, casting a glance at Trunks before nodding slightly to Nildos, who shyly averted his gaze. The three then returned to the ground, and Raditz stepped forward shouting, "Hey, Vegeta, what has transpired with you?" Without uttering a word, Vegeta raised his hand and unleashed a blast of ki. Raditz quickly raised his arm to shield himself, but after a deafening explosion, he was propelled backward several meters. "Raditz, keep your distance. I shall grant you a swift end shortly," Vegeta declared, his form flickering as he swiftly approached Android 16, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Android 16 was sent flying. Vegeta began to gather energy in his hand, firing a ki blast as 16 regained his footing. Just as Android 16 leapt to evade the energy wave, Vegeta appeared directly above him. With both hands clasped, he delivered a fierce strike that sent Android 16 crashing back to the ground, then dove downwards like a meteor. With a tremendous impact, dust was propelled several meters into the air, and 16's body was brutally cleaved in two by the force of the blow. Vegeta rose, taking a step back, extending his hand towards Android 16 as he began to coalesce another ki blast. Just as Vegeta was about to finish off Android 16, Android 17 delivered a powerful blow that sent him flying. He swiftly lifted the battered 16 and shouted, "18, hurry!" Without a moment's hesitation, the two leaped into the air, carrying the injured 16 with them, determined to escape with all their might. Vegeta, who had been slammed into the mountainside, shook his head and gazed at the fleeing trio, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he murmured, "You cannot escape." With that, a formidable aura erupted from Vegeta, propelling him after them once more. Observing this, Raditz swiftly moved, employing instant transmission to intercept Vegeta. "Enough, Vegeta. Leave the androids to us. You need not pursue them." "Raditz? When did you become the one to issue orders, you little lackey?" Vegeta sneered disdainfully. Gohan, watching from the sky, called out to Raditz, "Gohan, don't worry about me. You all go after the androids. But Uncle, what about you? Do not concern yourself with me. Once I handle Vegeta, I will join you." "Nevertheless, Uncle, go," Raditz shouted firmly. With that, Gohan cast a worried glance at Raditz before swiftly departing with the others, leaving only Trunks, Nildos, Raditz, and Vegeta behind. "Brother Gohan, who were those two just now?" Nildos could not contain his curiosity as they soared through the air. Gohan turned to Nildos, smiled, and shared the details without reservation. Upon hearing this, Nildos was taken aback, realizing that time travel was indeed a reality. Meanwhile, Raditz confronted Vegeta, asking, "Vegeta, tell me, what has transpired with you?" What is it to you, Raditz? Are you envious?" "This is not a time for jest, Vegeta. I have a foreboding feeling that your actions may lead to peril." "Peril?" "Indeed, it is perilous, but not for me," said Vegeta, his expression shifting dramatically as he launched a fierce punch directly at Raditz's face. Caught off guard, Raditz was sent crashing back to the ground. "Daddy!" Nildos shouted in alarm, rushing toward Raditz. "Daddy?" Vegeta paused, glancing at Trunks beside him. "Boy, what did he just call Raditz?" "Daddy," Trunks replied coldly. "Daddy, does that mean you're also Raditz's son?" Trunks remained silent, his gaze fixed on Vegeta with irritation. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Vegeta bellowed, frustrated by Trunks' silence. "Vegeta, he is not my son. He is your son, Trunks," Raditz replied as he rose to his feet with Nildos' assistance. "What did you say? He is my son?" Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, he is your son, Trunks." Vegeta then turned to Raditz Nildos and asked, "So you are Nildos?" "Yes, that is I, Vegeta's father," Nildos replied with a serious demeanor. Giggling, Vegeta's expression shifted instantly, and the thought of Bulma's past encounter with Raditz ignited a surge of anger within him. Although this was merely a misguided rendezvous prior to his relationship with Bulma, as a man, he could not help but feel discomfort in his heart. "Thus, Vegeta roared, his golden Super Saiyan aura shifting abruptly to a dark hue. The malevolent energy emanating from him was enough to instill fear in Raditz. Raditz, I will see you dead," Vegeta growled through gritted teeth, launching himself towards Raditz with great speed. With a resounding impact, the ground beneath him shattered, and Raditz was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. "Father, what are you doing?" Nildos shouted in alarm. "Get out of the way. Vegeta waved his hand, sending Neldos flying aside. Chapter 70. The Dark Aura. Neldos, Raditz bellowed, a rare flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Vegeta, you have gone too far. With a powerful shout, Raditz unleashed a torrent of energy from within him. The formidable pressure caused Vegeta to furrow his brow in response. With a heavy punch, Raditz struck, sending Vegeta reeling backward for several meters, crashing heavily against the rocky mountainside. Without granting Vegeta a moment's respite, Raditz raised his hand, gathering energy for an attack. Boom! The violent energy wave surged forth. Vegeta lifted his head, gazing at the incoming wave with a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand and released a wave of his own. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted into the sky. In the next moment, both figures vanished, their fists colliding with a series of resounding impacts. Energy rippling outward like waves in a pond. Huh! Bang! Vegeta's fist connected with Raditz's face. Raditz staggered back a step, turning to glare fiercely at Vegeta. With a retaliatory punch, he struck back, landing heavily on Vegeta's face, transforming his triumphant expression into one of fury. A wave of energy erupted, sending Raditz flying several meters away. Subsequently, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon Raditz like a torrential downpour. Ha, Raditz, how does that feel? Quite delightful, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Vegeta laughed maniacally as he concentrated a colossal energy wave, which he unleashed in an instant. Boom! Flames and smoke erupted, rising in a tumultuous cloud. Father! Neardos shouted as he rose from the ground. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed Raditz, whose battle suit lay in tatters, his body marred by wounds. Yet, he stood resolutely, eyes aflame with determination, gazing fiercely at Vegeta. Ah! With clenched fists, Raditz let out a primal roar, a torrent of golden light bursting forth from within him. Vegeta, he shouted again, his toes curling as he propelled himself off the ground. In a heartbeat, he seemed to transcend space itself, appearing before Vegeta in an instant. Huh! Bam! Ugh! A cry of anguish escaped Vegeta's lips as blood spewed forth. Before he could react, Raditz spun around, delivering a powerful kick. With a muffled thud, Vegeta's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several rocky mountains before finally coming to a halt. Puff! Vegeta pressed his hands against the ground, just having expelled another mouthful of blood, when a pair of feet suddenly appeared before him. Startled, he instinctively looked up to find a large hand reaching for his head, seizing his spiky golden hair and lifting him off the ground. Another massive hand pressed against his chest, unleashing a surge of energy. Boom! Vegeta cried out once more, his body flying backward in a parabolic arc, crashing heavily onto the earth. Is this the power of my father? Neardos and Trunks, witnessing the clash of their fathers, were left utterly dumbfounded. Such strength was beyond their comprehension. Casting a glance at the battered Vegeta, Raditz approached with a cold demeanor, extending his hand to gather another energy wave aimed at Vegeta. Uncle Raditz, please don't. Trunks shouted, darting forward. Uncle Raditz, please. He pleaded, shaking his head earnestly. Raditz glanced briefly at Trunks before turning his gaze back to Vegeta, his voice low and resolute. Tell me, from where does this malevolent power that does not belong to you originate? Raditz, spare me your words. If you intend to kill, then do so, Vegeta retorted defiantly. Kill you? Were it not for Trunks and Bulma, I would grant you a swift end. Then come at me. No matter how hard I try, I cannot match your strength. Death would be preferable, Vegeta declared fiercely. A self-destructive waste, Raditz scoffed, bending down to seize him once more. With his index and middle fingers placed on his forehead, he commanded, move. In an instant, both vanished from the scene. In the next moment, Raditz and Vegeta appeared in the celestial realm. The god and Popo hurried to greet them. Raditz, you have arrived. Raditz nodded slightly to the god and said, Lord Kami, to be brief, do you have any idea regarding the malevolent aura surrounding Vegeta? The god shook his head, replying, I am sorry, Raditz, but I have never encountered the dark energy that emanates from Vegeta. Raditz explained, that is the essence of darkness, which not only enhances one's power, but also erodes the heart, leading one to gradually succumb to evil. Just as Raditz finished speaking, the voice of the North Kai echoed. Is that you, Lord Kai? Do you know the origin of this dark energy? It is a tale from long ago, in the deepest and darkest corners of the universe. A deity, known as the God of Darkness, was born. He corrupted the cosmos with his own dark essence, inciting endless turmoil. Eventually, a powerful deity emerged to confront the God of Darkness in a fierce battle for survival. Countless planets were destroyed in their clash, yet in a narrow moment of triumph. The noble deity prevailed, vanquishing the god of darkness and erasing his dark essence with supreme divine power, thus restoring peace to the universe. Listening to the Kai's account, Raditz surmised that the deity in question was likely the Omni King. However, who was the god of darkness? According to Lord Kai, the dark essence had been eradicated. So from whence did the dark energy enveloping Vegeta arise? With such questions in mind, Raditz inquired once more, then, Lord Kai, if the dark essence has indeed been eliminated. How do you explain the dark energy surrounding Vegeta? Well, I'm also uncertain. Lord Kai replied with a helpless shake of his head. Do you possess any knowledge on how to rid Vegeta of this dark energy? Raditz pressed. Vegeta has only recently been tainted by the dark essence. Using your Earth's super divine water should suffice, Lord Kai advised. Super divine water, understood. Thank you, Lord Kai. Oh, it is no trouble at all, Raditz. Please be cautious. You must not allow yourselves to be tainted by dark energy, the North Kai urged gravely. I understand, Lord Kai, Raditz responded before concluding the call. With the knowledge of how to dispel the dark energy, Raditz requested Popo to fetch the super divine water. Chapter 71, The Despondent Vegeta. Mr. Raditz, here is the super divine water. Popo handed a vintage bottle to Raditz. Thank you, Popo. Raditz accepted the bottle and, upon observing the despondent Vegeta, poured a few drops of the super divine water onto him. Instantly, Vegeta clutched his head, his expression contorting in agony. A stream of black gas began to slowly waft from his body, ultimately dissipating into the air. Vegeta gasped heavily, supporting himself on the ground. Raditz, you bastard! Are you trying to ensure I remain forever in your shadow? Upon hearing this, Raditz furrowed his brow and turned to Vegeta, speaking in a low tone. Vegeta, do not tell me that this dark energy is something you willingly embraced. What do you think? Vegeta lifted his head, glaring fiercely at Raditz. You bastard, when I first arrived on Earth, I thought I could easily eliminate you. Yet, to my astonishment, your power has surpassed mine within a year. It's not just you. Even that low-class warrior, Kakarot, now exceeds me. After clawing my way back from the brink of death, I believed I had gained the strength to defeat you. Little did I know, you would reappear before me as a Super Saiyan. I felt bitter. I loathed myself. As the Prince of the Saiyans, the strongest warrior in history, I was surpassed by a mere waste and a half-breed. My heart brimmed with resentment and fury, and amidst these tumultuous emotions, I awakened as a Super Saiyan, thinking I had risen again. Yet, to my dismay, I found myself. As he spoke, a solitary tear silently traced down Vegeta's face, rendering him a figure of profound sorrow, even pitiable. Raditz, upon hearing this, roared in anger, delivering a fierce kick that sent Vegeta flying, and admonished, Vegeta, you useless coward. Is it merely that you are outmatched? Strive harder and reclaim your strength. Yet, I cannot fathom that you would resort to the dark energy, a power unworthy of you. To surpass me, are you still the proud Saiyan prince I once knew? Raditz's chest heaved with intensity, his words flowing from the depths of his heart. In his past life, while watching Dragon Ball, who did he admire the most? It was not the dim-witted hero Goku, nor the immensely powerful Gohan of the early episodes. It was Vegeta, who transformed from a self-serving villain to a Saiyan prince, sacrificing his life to protect Earth. Now, however, he wallowed in despair over minor setbacks, lamenting fate. Was this truly the Vegeta he cherished? Ah, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, he chuckled bitterly. Look at what you've become. I've been reduced to this state by you, and you still speak of being a Saiyan Prince. You're hopeless. Raditz shook his head in exasperation, his face a mask of fury as he advanced toward Vegeta. Grabbing him by the hair, he dragged him like a dog to the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Do not say I haven't given you a chance. This room is the hyperbolic time chamber. 1 year within is equivalent to just 1 day outside. If you still possess any fighting spirit, enter now and train fiercely, then emerge stronger. I will grant you a fair opportunity for a duel. However, I must warn you, each person may only remain inside for 2 days of their life, which translates to 2 years in there and just 2 days outside. If you exceed 2 days, the door will vanish, and you shall never escape. The decision to enter lies with you. With that, Raditz forcefully slammed Vegeta's head against the door, then turned away without a backward glance. In the expanse beyond the heavens, the Supreme Kai inquired, Raditz, where is Vegeta? Outside the temporal realm, the divine being spoke with gravity. I must attend to matters concerning the androids, while you shall take care of Vegeta. Rest assured, you may proceed with peace of mind. The fate of Earth rests in your hands. With a slight nod, he activated instant transmission and departed from the celestial realm. Nildos, Trunks, Father, Uncle Raditz, Trunks, and Nildos called out in unison as they turned to face him. Raditz, where have you taken Vegeta? Before Raditz could respond, Bulma rushed forward, gripping his clothing and glaring at him with fervor. Bulma, what are you doing here? Raditz inquired. Father, as soon as you left with Vegeta, Mother arrived, Nildos explained. Enough chatter. Where's my Vegeta? He lost to me, and, feeling somewhat shaken, I left him in the celestial realm, Raditz replied nonchalantly. And what of his condition? Bulma asked, a note of worry lacing her voice. I do not know. There are matters he must resolve on his own. If he can come to terms with it, all will be well. If not, there is little I can do. What do you mean by that, Raditz? Bulma's temper flared, and without regard for the potential confrontation, she prepared to strike. Fortunately, Trunks and Nildos restrained her. Mother, please calm down. I can sense Father's energy. He is unharmed. I don't care. If anything has happened to Vegeta, Raditz, we will have unfinished business. Bulma pointed an accusatory finger at him, her anger palpable. Vixen, Raditz muttered under his breath, casting a dismissive glance at Bulma as he activated instant transmission once more to leave the scene. What, Vixen? Did he just insult me? Bulma exclaimed. Ah, did he? Did he really? Nildos quickly exchanged glances with Trunks, aware of Bulma's fiery temperament. Mother, you must have misheard. Uncle Raditz said move, not Vixen. He did not insult you, Trunks insisted. Do not deceive me. I heard it clearly, Bulma retorted. Truly, Mother, how could I ever deceive you? Trunks replied, his expression one of perplexity. Indeed, Mother, I believe Father requires your presence more at this moment, Nildos stated earnestly. Right, brother speaks truthfully. Father just suffered defeat at the hands of Uncle Raditz. A man as proud as he must be feeling quite dejected. I believe it will be best if you accompany him now. Bulma, recognizing the wisdom in Trunks' words, quickly responded, yes, I should be with Vegeta. I hadn't thought of that until now. Where did Raditz say Vegeta was? In the celestial realm, Nildos remarked. The celestial realm. I recall its location. Mother, let us take you, said Nildos, cradling Bulma in his arms. Trunks, little Trunks, I leave her in your care. With that, Nildos soared into the sky, holding Bulma tightly. Chapter 72, Raditz's Thoughts. Hey, Bulma, you must bring me along. The voice of Bulma faded into the distance as she called out, I'll lend you the flying car. Yachirobe, you can return on your own. Meanwhile, Raditz's figure flickered and appeared before Gohan and the others. Uncle, Gohan joyfully exclaimed. Raditz smiled faintly. Gohan, where are the androids? Gohan lowered his head, a tinge of melancholy in his voice. Uncle, I'm sorry. We lost track of them. It's all right. Given their current strength, they pose no danger to us. Let us spread out and search this area. That seems to be the only option. By the way, how is Vegeta? Piccolo inquired. He is fine now. The dark energy surrounding him has been cleansed with the super divine water. That's a relief. I was worried that Vegeta might interfere at such a crucial moment. Don't worry. If we all work together, there is nothing we can't achieve. Your words are reassuring. I'll check over there for any clues about the androids. Piccolo casually pointed in a direction and flew off. Then I'll search this way, Raditz said, indicating another path. Subsequently, the group dispersed, each heading in different directions. Raditz flew alone in the sky, contemplating that. Apart from the future versions of Android 17 and 18, who were indeed malevolent, the present timeline saw them as relatively benevolent, harboring only a grudge against Goku. After all, in the original narrative, they had not harmed anyone. Moreover, Android 18 was quite attractive, far surpassing Bulma in beauty. Upon first seeing Android 18, Raditz resolved that she should not be wasted on Krillin, whom he regarded as inferior. However, according to the original storyline, Cell should make his entrance soon. When Cell forces Android 18 into a corner, he would teleport in for a heroic rescue, perhaps winning her favor. Lost in these thoughts, a smile of mischief crept upon Raditz's face. After flying a considerable distance, he passed a mountain stream and, feeling parched, descended to the water's edge to quench his thirst. Just then, unusual sounds stirred behind him. Raditz rose cautiously and approached a large tree, over a meter in diameter. Come out, don't make me take action, he warned. Halting within 2 meters of the tree, raising his hand, he gathered energy into his palm. Behind the tree, Android 18 and 17 exchanged resolute glances. In an instant, they appeared before Raditz, launching a powerful punch down upon him. Raditz leaped backward, creating some distance between himself and the two individuals. Upon a closer inspection, he felt a surge of joy. Indeed, he had encountered them without any effort, just as he had been searching for them. However, he raised a hand to halt their advance. Wait, I am aware that we cannot overpower you, yet we shall not surrender easily. With that, number 18 stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Raditz's face. Raditz swiftly sidestepped, seizing number 18's wrist, and, in a fluid motion, spun around to ensnare her neck with her own arm. Number 18 struggled for a moment, but realizing her efforts were futile, she raised her free hand and unleashed a wave of energy towards Raditz's face. At point-blank range, Raditz quickly dodged the attack, reiterating, "Do not strike. I mean you no harm." With a gentle yet firm push on number 18's shoulder, he sent her stumbling back. Steadying herself, she turned to face him, astonished. "You want to kill me?" "That depends on you," Raditz replied. "As long as you do not harm the innocent, I shall refrain from taking your lives. Besides, you are quite beautiful. I cannot bring myself to do it," he added with a playful smile. At this, number 18's cheeks flushed, and she exchanged a bewildered glance with number 17. "Enough of my ramblings," Raditz continued. "Listen closely. In the coming days, a creature named Cell may appear, and his targets are you too." "What? Cell?" Number 17 echoed, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, he is another creation of Dr. Gero, but compared to you, he is the ultimate android. Given that he is the ultimate android, why would his targets still be us?" Number 18 inquired. "Because he must absorb your energy to evolve into the ultimate form. In essence, your existence serves to provide energy for Cell's complete transformation. Do you understand?" "Oomph. If you wish to kill us, do so. There is no need for such fabrications to frighten us." Number 17 scoffed, dismissing Raditz's words as mere intimidation tactics. I comprehend your skepticism. I do not expect you to believe me. I merely came to offer a warning. Whether you believe it or not, time will reveal the truth." With that, Raditz placed 2 fingers on his forehead and vanished with a swift motion. "Gohan Nildos. Uncle, how do you appear and disappear so mysteriously?" Gohan remarked, furrowing his brow in exasperation at Raditz's sudden presence. "Ha! It is because I can instantaneously teleport," Raditz chuckled. I wish I could learn that from Dad one day," Gohan sighed. Speaking of Goku, one could only wonder how he was faring. "Gohan, shall we go and see your father?" Raditz suggested. "Are we not searching for the androids?" Gohan queried, puzzled. "No more searching. Our strength now surpasses theirs. As long as they dare to engage in nefarious deeds, I can eliminate them at any moment." "Wow, Uncle, you look so dashing. My apologies, Nirdos." "It's all right," Nirdos casually replied. Observing Nirdos, Raditz shook his head in exasperation. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to speak with him. "All right, hold on to me tightly. We shall seek out Piccolo and then together visit your father." "Thank you, Uncle." Gohan grasped Nirdos' hand with one hand while clutching Raditz with the other. Hee. "No need for thanks," Raditz smiled, and with that he transported Gohan and Nirdos, causing them to vanish from the spot. Meanwhile, in the other world, future Nirdos and Trunks, accompanied by Bulma and Little Trunks, had arrived in the other world. The Supreme Kai and Bubbles promptly approached them. Bulma looked at the elderly Piccolo and gently nodded, greeting him. "Hello, you must be the Supreme Kai of Earth, correct?" "Greetings to you, Miss Bulma, and the 2 young lads from the future." The Supreme Kai responded amiably. "Thank you, Supreme Kai. If I may inquire, is Vegeta present here?" Bulma asked. Just then, at the entrance of the temple, Vegeta, clad in tattered battle attire, called out. Upon hearing his voice, Bulma turned to see Vegeta's haggard appearance, which tugged at her heartstrings. "Vegeta, are you all right? Is everything okay?" Vegeta recoiled from Bulma's outstretched hand, furrowing his brow. "I'm fine." "Vegeta, my father, I'm so relieved to see you're safe." He looked up and asked Nirdos, "What brings you here?" "Oh, nothing much. Just came to take a look," Nirdos replied with a chuckle, nudging Trunks with his foot, signaling him to greet Vegeta. Trunks glanced at Nirdos, and under his piercing gaze, held Little Trunks and called out, "Dad, Daddy." Vegeta cast a glance at Trunks, but did not respond. Instead, he said coldly, "You two follow me." "Yes," they replied in unison. Future Trunks returned Little Trunks to Bulma and followed Nirdos and Vegeta. "Wait, Mr. Vegeta." As the trio began to depart, Bubbles called out to them. "What is it?" Vegeta turned around, his voice low. "Are you planning to take Trunks and Nirdos to the hyperbolic time chamber for training? Is there a problem?" Vegeta retorted icily. "Not at all. It's just that the chamber can only accommodate 2 individuals at a time, not 3. "What?" Vegeta was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the 2. "One of you can come along. Then Trunks, you go with your father, Vegeta." Trunks nodded shyly and said, "All right, fine." "Vegeta, is there anything else?" Just as Vegeta was about to leave, Bulma called out to him. According to Raditz, I am well, Vegeta coldly replied, furrowing his brow and clenching his fists tightly. After a few moments, his expression softened, and he spoke gently to Bulma. Raditz is right. If you fall behind, strive to catch up. Vegeta, do not succumb to despair over minor setbacks. With that, he and Trunks ventured deeper into the temple. Upon hearing this, Bulma smiled knowingly. She had intended to console Vegeta, but he had found clarity and regained his confidence, which brought her genuine joy for him. Watching Vegeta's retreating figure, she felt that, at that moment, he was the most handsome man in her heart. Meanwhile, at the Capsule Corporation, Raditz brought everyone to Goku's home using instant transmission. Mom, Gohan called out first. Gohan, Chi-Chi said, wiping her tears with a choked voice. Chi-Chi, how is Goku? He has taken his medicine and is much better than when he first returned, Chi-Chi replied. Then it seems Trunks' medicine is working. Don't worry, Goku will be fine. Raditz comforted gently. Chi-Chi nodded, bringing over a chair. Brother, please sit, and everyone else take a seat as well. As she spoke, she invited everyone to sit down. Noticing the young Nildos behind the group, Chi-Chi asked with curiosity, Oh, whose child is this? Mom, this is Nildos, the son of Uncle and Aunt Bulma, Gohan explained. What? Uncle and Bulma's child? When did this happen? Chi-Chi looked at Gohan, perplexed. Raditz scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Chi-Chi, it's a long story. We can discuss it later. Nildos, this is Gohan's mother. You should greet her, Raditz said with a smile. Nildos glanced at Raditz, stepped forward, and respectfully bowed. Hello, Annie. I am Nildos. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh my, what a polite child. Gohan, you are now a big brother and must take good care of your younger brother, she said with delight. Yes, I understand, Mom, Gohan replied, beaming and nodding vigorously. Raditz, how are the androids? I sense that you and Vegeta were fighting earlier. Why did you two clash again? At that moment, Yamcha stepped forward, asking in succession. Yamcha, could you allow me to answer one question at a time? Raditz turned to him and inquired. Yamcha hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sorry, Raditz, I was too anxious. It's all right, Raditz sighed, pulling the chair Chi-Chi had handed him to sit down. Raditz, please enlighten us about the dark energy enveloping Vegeta. We are all eager to understand what has transpired with him. Observing Piccolo's grave expression, Raditz pondered for a moment before recounting the tale of the dark energy as conveyed by King Kai. The others listened in astonishment. Did Vegeta mention the origin of this dark energy? Cheng Xinyuan inquired. No, that scoundrel seemed to be affected after his defeat. I took him to the other world and informed him about the room of spirit and time. Whether he can comprehend it and regain his resolve is up to him. Alas, having suffered consecutive defeats at your hands, if it were me, I would also feel deeply disheartened, Yamcha sighed casually. The group did not take Yamcha's words to heart, but Nildos did. He furrowed his brows and marched towards Yamcha, stating sternly, apologize. Yamcha lifted his head, looking at Nildos in confusion. Hurry up and apologize, Nildos bellowed, a surge of white energy erupting from his form. Nildos, what are you doing? Raditz asked. Vegeta's father is the strongest in the world. I will not permit you to speak of him in such a manner. Yamcha scratched his head awkwardly. My apologies, Nildos. I was merely speaking off the cuff. Please do not be upset. Apologize, Nildos shouted once more. Yamcha paused, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Recognizing that Nildos was just a child, he chose not to escalate the matter. Thus, he smiled and said, I am sorry, Nildos. I did not mean it. Upon hearing Yamcha's apology, Nildos turned away, his demeanor returning to its usual coolness. The others exchanged glances, both bemused and amused. Indeed, a child remains child. Krillin nudged Raditz with his elbow, teasingly whispering, Hey, Raditz, your son has quite the personality, doesn't he? However, he seems to care more for Vegeta. In response, Raditz looked at Krillin helplessly and whispered back, What can I say? After all, he has lived with Vegeta for 3 years. It is only natural for him to lean towards Vegeta. Well, it seems your son has truly become someone else's child. Yamcha mused, having joined the conversation. No witties. Take your time. Blood is thicker than water. I believe what is mine will remain mine. No one can take it away, Raditz chuckled nonchalantly. And how are you? Number 16? This took place earlier by the stream, where number 18 and the others were. Number 16 was on the verge of collapse due to severe energy leakage after being struck in half by Vegeta. I am fine, number 18. I just did not expect that before I could fully appreciate nature, my body would fail me. Number 16, what can we do to assist you? Number 17 squatted beside number 16 and asked, There is no way out. You cannot assist me. Aside from Dr. Brief from the Capsule Corporation. I doubt anyone on this planet can help me. I recall Dr. Jiro mentioning Dr. Brief previously, perhaps in West City. What are we waiting for? Number 17. Let us swiftly take number 16 there, said number 18. Very well, number 16. Hold on a little longer. We shall take you to West City to see Dr. Brief and restore you. Chapter 74. The emergence of Cell in the hyperbolic time chamber. Father, where are we? Trunks inquired, gazing at the endless expanse of white light in the resting area. I am uncertain. Raditz mentioned that a year of training here equates to merely a day outside. Vegeta replied, curiosity etched upon his face as he stepped into the white expanse. Instantly, a heavy pressure enveloped him. The gravity has intensified, and the air feels thinner. With an increase in temperature, Vegeta noted, appearing puzzled as Trunks approached him with similar sensations flooding over him. What is this? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. It seems we have entered another dimension, where gravity, temperature, and air quality are considerably harsher than outside. Furthermore, once the door closes, the presence of anyone outside becomes imperceptible. Trunks, this environment serves as an excellent training ground. You must not lag behind, or you shall face my wrath, Vegeta declared coldly. Yes, father. I will strive to keep pace with you, Trunks responded earnestly, nodding solemnly. Meanwhile, on the way to West City, number 17 cradled the upper half of number 16, hastening forward alongside number 18. As they soared over a cityscape, a grotesque creature, green and speckled, resembling a cicada, plunged its syringe-like tail into the body of a middle-aged, overweight man. Upon noticing the trio passing overhead, the creature's eyes widened in recognition. That's number 17 and number 18. In a moment of surprise, a smirk of satisfaction crossed its face. The creature's tail exerted force, causing the man's body to wither away until only his clothing remained, a testament to his existence. Haha, what serendipity. I never expected to encounter number 17 and number 18 so swiftly, the creature exclaimed, ascending into the air and pursuing them, oblivious to the impending danger. Number 17 and number 18 were suddenly alerted by a powerful energy drawing near. Turning back, number 17 furrowed his brow, realizing the green creature was now within a mere 100 meters of them. Shocked, the duo came to a halt. Who are you, and why are you following us? Number 17 demanded angrily. 17 and 18, I never anticipated that we would meet so soon. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cell, an artificial being crafted by Dr. Jiro using the cells of numerous powerful individuals. Upon hearing this, the two were instantly taken aback. Previously, Raditz had warned them of a creature named Cell who intended to absorb them to achieve perfection. Initially, 17 had thought Raditz was merely deceiving them. But now the truth of Raditz's words had come to fruition. What's wrong? Your expressions suggest you were already aware of my existence, Cell inquired. 18, quickly take 16 away. With that, 17 hurled the incapacitated 16 towards 18. In the next moment, he charged at Cell with clenched fists. Observing this, Cell leapt backward and then launched himself forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent 17 flying. After soaring several dozen meters, 17 managed to stabilize himself, exclaiming, such formidable strength. Formidable? Of course. I have absorbed the entire populace of a city. Thus my power is undeniable, Cell replied with a dismissive chuckle. What? A whole city? 18 gasped in shock. Hey, what kind of expression is that? 18? They were merely insects. Even insects are lives. You have taken the lives of an entire city, 18 retorted, cradling the mangled form of 16. Oh, I noticed earlier, 18, you were holding 16, but what has happened to him? What has happened to him is none of your concern, replied 18. From behind her, 17 shouted, unleashing a wave of energy directed at Cell. Raising his hand, Cell effortlessly deflected 17's energy blast. In an instant, he appeared behind 17, his tail unfurling like an inverted funnel, ensnaring him completely. 17, 18 cried out, raising her hand to fire another energy blast. Cell lifted his head, instantly conjuring an energy barrier that absorbed 18's attack. 18, do not rush. Once I have absorbed 17, I shall savor you at my leisure. With a sinister grin, Cell observed 17's ongoing struggles as a tremendous aura erupted from within him. It was this momentary surge of power that caught the attention of Raditz and others at Goku's residence. Such a potent energy, Krillin exclaimed, standing abruptly with a puzzled expression. In the next moment, they witnessed Raditz place a finger to his forehead. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. While others remained oblivious, Raditz clearly recognized that this overwhelming energy, intertwined with countless other signatures, could only signify the emergence of Cell. Bang! In his fervent endeavor to amplify his power and swiftly absorb 17, Cell remained entirely unaware of the shifting circumstances surrounding him. A powerful punch struck his face with ferocity, sending the formidable Cell hurtling to the side. In that instant, the half-absorbed android 17 seized the opportunity to break free. Steadying himself, Cell, his face contorted with rage, bellowed. "Who dares?" A Saiyan, Raditz, came the cold, emotionless reply. "Raditz." Cell, bewildered by the sudden appearance of Raditz, questioned in shock. "How did you come to be here?" "That is of no concern to you," Raditz responded, raising his right hand and unleashing a wave of energy. In a hurry, Cell crossed his arms defensively in front of him. With a thunderous explosion, the powerful shockwave still sent him flying despite his precautions. How could he possess such formidable strength? Cell muttered incredulously, rising from the ground to gaze at Raditz hovering above him. Although he had been thrown back by Raditz's attack, the force was insufficient to inflict any genuine harm. In a swift motion, Cell reappeared before Raditz, regarding him with disdain. "You are quite impressive. If you wish to absorb androids 17 and 18, it seems I must first deal with you. If you possess the capability, then by all means, give it a try," Raditz retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Cell. Chapter 75, Raditz versus Cell. "Humph, then allow me to test my strength," Cell replied with a cold smirk, beginning to unleash his energy. A powerful aura emanated from him, an overwhelming force that seemed to intertwine with the energies of Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, Piccolo, Tien, and Frieza. "What is happening? I can sense Piccolo's energy within this aura," Krillin exclaimed, glancing at Piccolo with a look of confusion as they soared through the sky. "Not just Piccolo, but Raditz, Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, and my own energy as well," Tien added. "We must leave at once. I, too, am curious as to why so many of our energies are present within this being." With that, Piccolo accelerated, darting into the distance. Meanwhile, in the other world, Nirdos and the Supreme Kai stood at the edge of the temple, surveying the unfolding events below. "Supreme Kai, from whence does this monster arise? And why does it possess the energy of your father and the others?" Nirdos inquired solemnly. "I cannot fathom this phenomenon. It is as if he materialized from thin air." The Supreme Kai replied. "What are you two discussing?" Bulma, unable to sense the energies, looked at them in bewilderment. "Mother, another green monster has appeared, and I can feel the presence of my father and the others within him, including Uncle Piccolo." "What do you mean by energy?" "I don't understand," Bulma responded, her confusion deepening. "It signifies that yet another being, stronger than the two artificial beings, has emerged," the Supreme Kai remarked, his brow furrowing in concern. "Ah, are we finished then?" "Not at all. My father is currently engaged in a fierce battle with that monster, and his power should surpass that of the creature." "Who, Raditz?" Bulma inquired once more. "Yes, it is indeed Raditz, my father," Neldos nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, with a resounding cry from Cell, a brilliant golden light erupted forth. The ground beneath trembled violently, as did the entire planet, in response to this overwhelming energy. When tranquility was restored, one could see Cell enveloped in a golden aura, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan. "What do you think, Raditz? Is my power impressive?" Raditz, with a stoic expression, gazed at Cell and replied in a grave tone, "You hail from the future. Do you not?" "What?" Cell was taken aback. "How did you know?" "That is of no concern to you. I shall ask you. Did you ambush Trunks and Neldos, ultimately slaying them and utilizing their time machine to arrive here?" In the celestial realm, Neldos, with the assistance of the Kai, learned of Cell's origins and was equally astounded. He had indeed killed both him and Trunks in the future and traveled back via time machine. "Who exactly are you, and how do you possess such knowledge?" "Oh, I see. You two have come from another timeline," Cell remarked with a faint smile. "Just answer the question," Raditz demanded coldly. "Hee, you're not far from the truth. I am the ultimate life form, Cell, created from the cells of various formidable warriors by Dr. Gero. In the future, upon emerging from Dr. Gero's laboratory, I scoured the Earth in vain for the presence of androids 17 and 18. That is because they were defeated by Trunks and Neldos, which is why you could not find them," Raditz elucidated. "Indeed, you are correct. It is precisely for this reason that I have been unable to evolve to my perfect form. Upon learning of the time machine, I devised a plan to journey to the past. Finally, I awaited the opportunity to eliminate the Trunks brothers and revert to my embryonic state, returning to the past. However, I was unaware of why Trunks had set the time to 4 years prior, which resulted in my premature arrival. Consequently, I conceal myself underground, patiently awaiting the emergence of androids 17 and 18. Fortune favors the diligent. I now have the chance to evolve to my perfect form. Ha ha ha. Boom. Just as Cell erupted in laughter, Raditz unleashed a wave of energy that interrupted his mirth. Enough noise. I refuse to let you succeed. With that, Raditz furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening with intensity. A thunderous roar echoed through the skies as a torrent of ferocious energy erupted from within him, akin to a flood unleashed. Is that Raditz energy? They have begun. Everyone, let us move, Krillin exclaimed, instantly accelerating his speed. With a thunderous roar from Raditz, a brilliant golden light erupted from the ground, causing the earth to crack violently and the entire planet to tremble once more. Moments later, the shaking began to subside, revealing Raditz's long hair transformed into a golden hue, standing upright with an aura of majesty enveloping him. Such formidable soul energy, far surpassing that of the prince. Indeed stronger than anyone I have ever encountered. He is precisely the one we have been seeking. Ha ha ha. In the distance, upon a dense treetop, a shadowy figure clad in dark robes observed Raditz with a smirk. Very well, Cell, let us settle this, Raditz declared, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he leapt forward. In an instant, he stood before Cell, delivering a powerful punch which Cell attempted to block. With a resounding thud, Cell was sent reeling backward. Not permitting him a moment's respite, Raditz dashed forward again, swiftly catching up to the retreating Cell. Another punch landed, but Cell deftly evaded, and as Raditz turned around, Cell's heavy fist struck his face, launching Raditz away. A surge of golden energy erupted as Cell lowered his hands to his waist, his body slightly bending. Kamehameha! A wave of blue and white energy surged forth, hurtling towards Raditz. In mid-flight, Raditz placed his fingers to his forehead and uttered move. With a swift motion, he vanished only to reappear behind Cell, executing a fierce kick. The force of his attack sent Cell flying. A glint of murderous intent crossed Raditz's face as he leapt into the air, raising his right hand to conjure a massive energy sphere. Big bang attack, he bellowed, hurling the sphere, which exceeded 3 meters in diameter, towards Cell. Before Cell could react, the energy sphere was upon him. Fleeing was no longer an option. Reluctantly, Cell extended his hands, bracing to block Raditz's attack. Chapter 76. The Mysterious Man in Black. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended. What? Cell gasped in shock. With a tremendous boom, smoke billowed upwards. Is this the end? Android 18 remarked, astonished by the eruption. No, I can still sense Cell's energy. It is not over yet, Android 17 replied. As the smoke cleared, Cell was found sprawled in a crater, limbs and a thigh obliterated. Oh, is his power still adequate? Truly, he becomes more perfect with each passing moment, the figure in black mused, a glimmer of delight evident in their eyes. Damn, he actually fell. Sheru cursed as he slowly floated upward with his damaged body. However, do not revel in your triumph. Within me lies the cell of Bic. Are you implying that you can regenerate? So what? It merely requires a bit more effort. With that, Raditz raised his hand and unleashed another energy wave. Sheru, evading the energy blast with a swift movement, let out a furious roar. His obliterated form instantly regenerated, and he retaliated with a heavy punch. Raditz sidestepped the attack, countering with a powerful blow that sent Sheru crashing to the ground. Following this, a fierce kick propelled him several meters away. You scoundrel! If I were to absorb androids 17 and 18, I would undoubtedly pummel you into oblivion. Alas, it is regrettable. This world does not entertain what-ifs. With this declaration, Raditz raised his arm once more, an aura of energy gradually coalescing. No, no, no. I wish to witness the extent of your power. It cannot conclude here. With that, the figure in black raised his hand, and a surge of dark energy shot forth, descending upon Sheru like a meteor. Aya! The dark energy infiltrated his body, prompting Sheru to scream in agony. Subsequently, a formidable and malevolent aura emanated from within him. Raditz, observing this transformation, exhibited a look of bewilderment. This sinister energy mirrored that of Vegeta earlier. Instinctively, he scanned his surroundings and soon spotted the mysterious figure in black standing aloof among the treetops. At this moment, Sheru's demeanor shifted to one of wickedness, his gaze towards Raditz becoming increasingly terrifying. Without granting him any chance to react, Sheru lunged forward, delivering a thunderous punch. With a resounding thud, Raditz raised his hand to block the strike, distinctly sensing a significant increase in Sheru's strength. Another clash ensued. the force of their blows causing both to stagger back. Just as Raditz regained his footing, an energy wave barreled towards him. With an explosive sound, Raditz cried out in pain as he was sent flying. Hey, although I do not know who you are, I must thank you. This newfound power indeed feels transformative. Sheru called out to the distant figure in black. Ah, it is nothing. I merely wish to ascertain the strength of this Saiyan, so you needn't concern yourself. The figure replied, his voice soft yet resonant, as if it were right beside them. It was evident that this individual's power was extraordinary. Why go through such elaborate means to witness my strength? If you wish to see it, I shall gladly present it. With a fierce shout, a tempest of energy erupted from Raditz, the formidable aura even more potent and ferocious than before. He stepped forward, seemingly transcending space, and instantly appeared before Sheru. Unleashing an energy wave, a thunderous roar erupted, sending Cell's body hurtling hundreds of meters away. The sheer force left both Android 17 and Android 18 in awe. Such power could effortlessly annihilate them should it be directed their way. With a bellow of fury, Cell rose from the rubble, leaping into the air. You scoundrel, receive my Kamehameha, he proclaimed, descending slightly as he placed his hands on his hips, a dark aura swirling around him as he unleashed a Kamehameha towards Raditz. Observing the rapidly approaching energy wave, Raditz twisted his neck, his expression devoid of fear. He lowered his stance, placing both hands at his waist, enunciating clearly, Kamehameha. In response, Raditz launched an even more powerful Kamehameha, effortlessly repelling Cell's attack. Seeing this, a sinister grin crept across Cell's face, and with a swift movement, he darted towards androids 17 and 18. What? Raditz exclaimed, furrowing his brow as he instantly positioned himself in front of Cell. Haha, Raditz, you fall for my trick. Solar flare. What? Raditz cried out on my eyes. A sudden sharp pain assaulted him, forcing him to clutch his eyes in agony. It became evident that the Kamehameha and the charge towards the androids were mere distractions, intended to set up the solar flare. Ha, 17 and 18. Where will you run now? Seizing the moment of Raditz's temporary blindness, Cell swiftly appeared before androids 17 and 18. Bolstered by the dark energy enveloping him, his tail unfurled, descending towards android 18. 18. In a flash, android 17 pushed 18 away, but he himself was ensnared by Cell. 17. Android 18 rose from the ground, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards Cell. Yet, to Cell, who had already harnessed the dark energy, all of this felt trivial. The energy wave struck him, but had no effect. In a fit of rage, Cell swiftly absorbed Android 17. 17. Raditz, having gradually recovered from the solar flare, could vaguely see 17 being drawn into Cell's body. An unsettling sensation surged within him. The next moment, Cell's form began to shift, transforming from his previously slender physique into a more muscular build, his head morphing from a beak-like shape into a thick-lipped human visage. With a deafening roar, a torrent of frenzied energy erupted from him, sending Android 18 and the damaged Android 16 flying. You bastard! Raditz shouted in fury, vanishing from sight before delivering a powerful punch squarely to Cell's face. The impact reverberated outward like ripples in water. Yet Sheru stood as if unperturbed, rooted to the spot. What? Raditz exclaimed, momentarily startled, and immediately retaliated with a punch. However, this strike merely caused Sheru to stagger back a few meters. Is this truly your full strength, Raditz? Sheru sneered, taking a step forward and launching a powerful punch. Raditz hastily raised his hand to defend. A dull thud echoed as Raditz was propelled backward. Chapter 77. The Terrifying Man in Black. Raditz, wait. Once I absorb Android 18, I will deal with you at my leisure. With a heavy thud, Raditz crashed to the ground, watching Sheru approach Android 18. In an instant, Raditz reappeared before Sheru, unleashing a close-range energy wave that struck Sheru in his second form. The impact was tremendous, sending Sheru hurtling backward. Let us go. Raditz grasped Android 18's hand and activated instant transmission, vanishing from the scene. What is happening? Sheru furrowed his brow at the sudden disappearance of both Android 18 and Raditz. Hey, Android 16, where did they go? Sheru inquired, glancing at the unrescued Android 16 with a hint of confusion. I do not know, Android 16 replied nonchalantly. You truly do not know? Sheru pressed coldly. Sheru, if you wish to kill, then do so. There is no need for such idle chatter, Android 16 remarked with disdain, casting a sidelong glance at Sheru. Then perish. Sheru retorted, unleashing an energy wave that shattered Android 16 into fragments, for it seemed no further information could be gleaned. At that moment, Sheru turned his gaze toward the distant figure in black, ascending slowly into the air as he flew toward him. Friend, thank you, Sheru nodded slightly. The man in black regarded Sheru, internally calculating that this individual had indeed gained considerable strength after absorbing Android 17. Raditz, whom he had previously favored, now seemed inferior to Sheru. However, this enhancement was due to the dark energy. Without it, Raditz's power would surely surpass Sheru's. Now, it appeared that the man in black had somewhat miscalculated, as he could not allow Sheru to eliminate Raditz. Yet, upon reflection, while this was slightly beyond his expectations, it remained within his control. Perhaps he could turn the situation into an opportunity, using Sheru as a trial for Raditz, aiding him in strengthening his abilities to expedite the completion of his plans. What is your name? The man in black asked coolly. Sheru, and how shall I address you? My lord, that is of no concern to you. Depart and attend to your own affairs. The man in black waved dismissively, brushing Sheru aside. Seeing this man regard him with such disdain, Sheru's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure igniting within him, accompanied by a surge of malice. What is that? The man in black turned to look. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Sheru swiftly directed his syringe-like tail towards the cloaked figure behind him, contemplating that absorbing this individual would undoubtedly enhance his own powers. However, the reality proved otherwise. A sharp sound echoed, startling Sheru. The figure, without even a glance, seized the tail that aimed for his neck and turned to him, coldly proclaiming, "Do you dare deceive me?" Sheru furrowed his brow, attempting to manipulate his tail to free it from the figure's grasp, only to discover that it seemed as though his tail had taken root in the figure's hand, immovable. It dawned on Sheru that he had encountered a formidable opponent, and beads of cold sweat cascaded down his face. Observing Sheru's trepidation, the cloaked figure's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, and with a powerful grip, he crushed Sheru's tail. Pathetic insect, he scoffed. You fail to recognize your own insignificance and dare to strike at me, the Guardian. I see you have a death wish. With that, the figure raised his hand and delivered a resounding blow to Sheru's face. The impact sent him hurtling over 100 meters, crashing violently into the rocky mountainside. Pathetic insect, he reiterated, were it not for your potential usefulness, I would have ended you. After a disdainful snort directed at Sheru, the figure transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing Earth. God, who on earth is that? What unfathomable strength does he possess? It is utterly terrifying, Sheru muttered, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he gasped for breath, struggling to rise from the rubble. After steadying his breath, he spoke with a low determination. You wretch, once I absorb number 18 and evolve into my perfect form, I shall settle the score with you. Yet, as he regained his footing, his body faltered once more, collapsing among the debris. Meanwhile, Raditz leaned against a large tree, panting heavily. Here, drink some water, Gohan said, fashioning a handful of water from a plant's leaves and offering it to Raditz. Thank you, Gohan, Raditz replied, accepting the leaves and quenching his thirst. What on earth transpired? Why have you brought this android? Piccolo inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. You all felt it, didn't you? An entity has emerged possessing the essence of us all, Raditz replied, regaining his composure. Indeed, we sensed it, which is why we hurried here. Yet, midway, you appeared with this android, Piccolo remarked, glancing at the visibly shaken No. 18 beside Raditz. That was due to an unforeseen circumstance, Raditz explained, recounting the events involving the cloaked figure and Sheru to the group. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, taken aback. What? Dark energy? Could it be that the dark aura surrounding Vegeta is a result of this cloaked figure? Teen Shinhan pondered aloud. Vegeta did not speak of it, but I suspect it is highly likely, Raditz concluded. Raditz, what shall we do now? Piccolo voiced his concerns. As you mentioned, Cell absorbed Android 17 and evolved into a form that surpasses you. If you're to achieve his final form, Earth would be doomed. There is no choice. He is empowered by dark energy, and I currently lack the means to defeat Cell. Our only hope lies with Vegeta and Trunks, Raditz replied, albeit uncertainly. Vegeta and Trunks? Piccolo cuestión, puzzled. Yes, I cannot sense their energy. They must be training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Let's hope that, by the time we finish our training, we will be able to overcome Cell, Raditz responded, his confidence wavering due to Cell's dark enhancements. What about the android? Piccolo inquired again. In my view, we should eliminate her. Firstly, to prevent Cell from evolving into his final form, and secondly, she poses a threat in the future when she might turn against us, which would be a form of retribution for our future selves, Tan stated coldly. I concur with Tien's assessment. Raditz, you should dispose of her. Piccolo added an agreement. Upon hearing this, Android 18 instinctively took a step back. Though she was unclear about the future Tien spoke of, it evoked a profound sense of danger, akin to escaping from one peril only to plunge into another. Go ahead and kill me. Dying by your hands is preferable to being absorbed by that hideous creature's cell. Android 18 said, tears welling in her eyes. Everyone, this is not right. After all, 18 has done nothing wrong. If we kill her now, how are we any different from those villains? Raditz interjected, standing protectively in front of 18. Chapter 78. Why are you saving me? What if we spare her? What if she is absorbed by Cell and evolves into his final form? Piccolo countered. Raditz contemplated for a moment before responding, rest assured, should it come to that, I will take matters into my own hands. But for now, none of you shall harm her. At that, 18 stood in shock, feeling an unfamiliar sensation of being cared for. The sight of Raditz's protective stance granted her an unexpected sense of security. Raditz, what is your purpose in doing this? Tien asked, scrutinizing him with a cold gaze. Raditz remained expressionless and did not respond, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Krillin blinked, sensing the unusual tension, and chuckled. Come now, everyone, we're all on the same side. Let us discuss this calmly rather than with hostility, shall we? I am merely afraid of Cell attaining his final form. There are no ulterior motives. As I stated, if it comes to that, I will act personally. With that, Raditz turned and grasped Android 18's hand, utilizing instant transmission to vanish from the scene. Raditz can be as obstinate as Vegeta when he gets his mind set. Tien sighed helplessly after Raditz departed. Could it be that Raditz has taken a fancy to Android 18? Yamcha mused, stroking his chin. What? At this? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Is it even possible? Tien inquired. It might be. After all, Android 18 is indeed quite charming, Krillin remarked, a glimmer of anticipation emerging on his face. Huh, Krillin, have you lost your mind? Android 18 is a robot. Tien exclaimed, exasperated. Oh, Uncle Krillin, you like Android 18 too, don't you? Gohan interjected earnestly. Yes, she is very cute indeed. Krillin chuckled, momentarily lost in his daydreams, only to snap back to reality. What were you saying, Gohan? Don't talk nonsense. He stammered. Ha ha ha, Krillin, you truly are thinking about such delightful matters. Yamcha laughed heartily. Ha ha, Uncle Krillin. You can't deny it anymore. You've confessed. Gohan joined in the laughter, clutching his stomach. On Master Roshi's small island, the venerable master lounged on a sun chair, his eyes sparkling with hearts as he perused a magazine. What type of magazine it was, well, those in the know would understand. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Raditz and Android 18 appeared unexpectedly before Master Roshi. Hey, Raditz? Roshi set his magazine aside, curiosity lighting up his face. Upon noticing Android 18 beside Raditz, he quickly scuttled over, his gaze hungrily surveying her. Master Roshi, Raditz hastily positioned himself in front of Android 18, offering a wry smile. May we rest here for a while? Of course, certainly. Roshi agreed, his eyes glued to Android 18, hardly acknowledging Raditz, observing the lecherous old man. Raditz could only shake his head in disbelief. Leaning closer, he whispered in Arashi's ear, Master Roshi, she is a ruthless android who has taken lives. I know. Roshi nodded nonchalantly at first, but then abruptly retreated several paces. Raditz, how could you bring Android here? He stammered. Well, Master Roshi, there are circumstances I cannot fully explain, but please allow me to stay here. But she won't suddenly become angry and kill this old man. Will she? Roshi asked in a hushed tone, inching closer to Raditz. Fear not, Master Roshi. As long as you do not engage in anything peculiar with her, I assure you she will not harm you. So will you be staying? Of course, rest assured, Raditz replied, patting Roshi on the shoulder. Phew, then I can relax. Roshi sighed in relief. Well then, just make yourself at home. Feel free to do as you wish. I will continue my afternoon nap. Master Roshi picked up the magazine from the ground, glanced at Android 18 once more, and then reclined on the sun lounger, gazing intently at his collection of photographs. All right, Android 18, let us take a moment to rest here, he declared, exhaling deeply as he settled onto the beach. Why did you save me? Raditz turned to look at Android 18, momentarily at a loss for words. Well, because, if you don't want to say, then forget it. Android 18 replied coldly, taking a seat beside him. It's not that. I just thought it wouldn't be right to let someone die, Raditz stammered, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. Upon hearing this, Android 18 glanced at Raditz, a fleeting expression of emotion crossing her face before she turned her head away. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, observing the two with a faint smile. Ah, the sweet sin of young love, he remarked. Finally, they had recovered. Meanwhile, at the site where Cell had battled Raditz, Cell had just staggered to his feet after enduring a blow from the cloaked figure. Damn that cloaked man, I underestimated you. Once I absorb Android 18, I shall deal with you, he declared, a smirk appearing on his lips. Android 18, wait for me. I am coming for you. With that, Cell leaped into the air, soaring towards the horizon. In the cosmos, on a dark red planet named Killid, a streak of black light descended like a meteor before Grand Palace. A cloaked figure shed his robe, revealing his true appearance. With flowing red hair, fair skin, and pointed ears reminiscent of a sprite, the handsome man dressed in black entered the palace. Inside the opulent hall, a peculiar black sarcophagus rested ominously. Flanking it were a towering figure with red skin and protruding fangs, clad in a sleeveless trench coat, and a well-built white werewolf in black attire. The red-haired man approached the sarcophagus, kneeling respectfully with one knee on the ground. My lord, Garolin has fulfilled his mission. At the edge of the galaxy, on a planet called Earth, I have found a soul of remarkable strength that meets your requirements. At this proclamation, the red-skinned figure and the white werewolf exchanged astonished glances. Garolin, is this true? The werewolf, Dukin, inquired urgently. Of course, but what? At that moment, a deep voice resonated from within the sarcophagus, followed by the emergence of a swirling mass of darkness. In response to my lord, the strength of that individual's soul is unparalleled. However, their power may fall short of your expectations. Then what is the point? The red-skinned figure, Bababa, crossed his arms with a disdainful expression. However, Galorin remained unfazed, merely chuckling and responding with an air of supreme confidence. What if that individual is a Saiyan? What? Bababa exclaimed in astonishment once more. Galorin, why are you speaking so breathlessly? Dukin furrowed his brow. Oh, a Saiyan. Is there truly a Saiyan in this universe? Indeed, master. Initially, I encountered a Saiyan who claimed to be a prince, with a commendable soul power, so I bestowed upon him a fragment of dark energy. Yet within a few days, I sensed that the dark energy I had infused within him had vanished. Out of curiosity, I ventured to his planet and discovered that remarkably potent Saiyan. I see, Galorin. You have indeed rendered a service this time. Given this Scion's constitution, if he continuously battles formidable foes, his strength will surely escalate rapidly, and my resurrection will be imminent. Precisely. Hence I orchestrated a confrontation for that Scion named Raditz on Earth, hoping he might experience growth from it. Galorin, you are quite thoughtful. However, do ensure that you do not mishandle that dark energy, warned the voice with a tone of caution. Yes, master. I shall return to oversee matters to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Bababa, you shall accompany him, ensuring his growth while safeguarding his safety. Yes, master. Both Bababa and Galorin responded in unison. A day later, on Earth, Raditz had brought Android 18 to a location devoid of any detectable energy. It seemed necessary to take action to compel them to surrender Android 18. With a sinister grin, Cell's lips curled upward as he swiftly flew toward a distant city. West City, at that moment, radiated tranquility, bustling with throngs of people, a splendid scene of prosperity. Suddenly, a luminous sphere descended. Bang! A tumultueuse explosion érupted, flames soaring into the sky. Above, in the other world, Nirdos watched the assault on West City, furrowing his brow in anger. That scoundrel Cell dares to attack West City. My grandparents are still there. I must intervene. With that, Nirdos instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and leaped from the other world, soaring toward West City. Hey, Nirdos, where are you going? An anxious Bulma shouted, cradling young Trunks. Miss Bulma, that ultimate android cell has commenced an attack on West City, the Supreme Kai explained, his brow knitted in concern. Bulma gasped in shock. Her parents remained in West City. The thought sent her into a state of panic. Dad, Mom. Without hesitation, she produced the capsule for her hover car, pressed the button, and tossed it to the ground. Miss Bulma, where do you intend to go? The Supreme Kai grasped Bulma's wrist firmly. My parents are still in West City. I must rescue them. Calm yourself, Miss Bulma. With your current strength, you're unable to do anything. Nildos has already rushed to the scene, and I have faith that he will rescue your parents. However, Bulma, overwhelmed by emotion, began to weep. Meanwhile, at Kame House, Raditz sensed the formidable aura of Cell and realized he was assaulting the city. His intent was undoubtedly to coerce Raditz into surrendering Android 18. Raditz, a sudden voice interrupted, belonging to the Supreme Kai. Yes, Supreme Kai, Raditz replied. Cell is attacking the city, specifically West City. We're Miss Bulma's parents. I understand, Supreme Kai. I shall go at once. With that, Raditz placed his index and middle finger to his forehead and addressed Android 18. Cell is assaulting the city. I must go to stop him. Remain here at Kame House. It is safe. With a slight smile, Raditz vanished in an instant. Raditz! Android 18 called out, but it was too late. Sighing, Master Rashi sensed the disappearance of numerous life forces in the distance, feeling helpless. Boom! In West City, Cell directed a powerful energy wave at the tallest building. Suddenly, a figure flashed past, deflecting the energy wave aimed at Bulma's home. Oh, it's Raditz. Where have you taken Android 18? Raditz remained silent, gradually approaching Cell and coldly stated, Cell, let us change the venue. Change to what venue? I find this one quite suitable, Cell retorted, his gaze sharpening. Unless, of course, you hand over Android 18. Surrender, Android 18? That is out of the question, Raditz replied with equal coldness. Very well, if that is your stance. I shall eliminate all of you and search for her myself. With that, Cell swiftly closed the distance to Raditz. Bang! A heavy punch struck Raditz, sending him hurtling backward for several meters. Humph! Pathetic, Cell scoffed, launching another energy wave at Raditz. As Raditz soared through the air, he furrowed his brow and let out a powerful shout. Ha! A golden light erupted from him, his hair standing on end and transforming to a golden hue. He waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting Cell's energy wave. In the next moment, Cell reappeared before him, delivering another heavy blow. Bang! Raditz cried out in agony as his body plummeted toward the ground. Boom! A thunderous crash ensued, sending dust soaring into the air. Raditz lay in the crater formed by his fall, glaring defiantly at Cell and angrily exclaiming, Damn it! Without this dark energy, I would have beaten you to a pulp. No sooner had Raditz spoken than Cell unleashed another energy wave. He quickly placed 2 fingers to his forehead. Move! Swish! Bang! Raditz had just escaped using instant transmission when, in the next moment, an explosion erupted at his previous location. Cell! Raditz bellowed, instantly appearing above Cell, with a massive energy sphere coalescing in his hand. Take this! Super explosive wave. With that, Raditz hurled the energy sphere towards Cell. If this were the past, I might have been somewhat fearful. But now, Raditz, your attack is child's play. Chapter 80, The Death of Nildos. Upon finishing his words, Cell unleashed a surge of energy, his body slightly descending. Kamehameha! Boom! In an instant, Cell unleashed a Kamehameha wave, sending Raditz's explosive wave back toward him. In a flash, Raditz shifted behind Cell and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! Instantly, Cell's body was propelled backward like a cannonball. However, Raditz knew that such an attack would have no effect on Cell in his current state. So he followed up with another Kamehameha. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, flames soaring into the sky. Oh my, what a beautiful combination. If it were the old me, I would have been reduced to ashes by now. Alas, I'm no longer who I used to be. As the smoke cleared, Cell brushed off the dust from his body, a nonchalant expression on his face. Raditz clenched his fists, filled with frustration, for he realized he was utterly powerless against Cell. Are you afraid to come closer? Then I shall come to you. With a wicked smile, Cell lunged toward Raditz, delivering a heavy punch. Bang! Raditz screamed in agony as he was sent flying. Ha ha, Raditz, you are no match for me now. Hand over Android 18, and I might consider sparing your life. Never. I will never let you have your way. Raditz shouted defiantly as he rose from the ruins. He charged at Cell, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Yet, without exception, Cell effortlessly dodged them, countering with a punch straight to Raditz's abdomen. Raditz coughed up blood, staggering backward a few steps while clutching his stomach. Cell extended his hand, seizing Raditz by the hair and lifting him effortlessly. I will give you one more chance. Hand over Android 18. And no, it's impossible. You can give up on that thought. Raditz gasped, panting heavily. You have forced my hand, Cell said, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He pressed his hand against Raditz's chest, releasing an energy wave in an instant. Boom! Raditz spat out another mouthful of blood, letting out a cry of anguish as he was blasted away several dozen meters. The combat suit on his chest had been torn open, revealing a gruesome wound beneath. On the journey to West City, the formidable Piccolo, soaring through the skies with his companions, suddenly came to a halt. The energy of Raditz began to wane. Could Raditz truly be on the verge of defeat? Krillin furrowed his brow, concern etched upon his face. No, Uncle will be fine, Gohan reassured, as a golden aura erupted around him. His hair, once uniform, stood on end, transformed into a radiant gold. With a swift motion, he surged forward. What in the world is happening? Raditz's energy has diminished significantly. Has he really lost? Murmured Master Roshi, gazing towards the horizon from the beach. Beside him stood Android 18, who also turned her gaze towards West City, fully aware that Raditz's every action was for her sake, with his ability to instantaneously transport himself. Even if he were to falter, escape would be an option. Yet, he chose not to, stirring a profound emotion within 18. Without hesitation, 18 ascended into the air and flew towards West City. Hey, 18, where are you going? Master Roshi called out, but she was already far away. Raditz, since you refuse to disclose 18's whereabouts even at the cost of your life, I shall grant you your wish, said Cell, approaching Raditz, who lay on the brink of collapse, raising his hand. Dad! Suddenly, Nildos arrived on the scene, hands overlapping on his forehead, unleashing a golden energy wave that sent Cell hurtling back several meters. Dad, how are you? Nildos rushed to support Raditz. And I, Nildos, hurry, flee. You cannot contend with him. Go now, Raditz urged, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he desperately pushed Nildos away. No, Dad, I won't leave you. If we leave together. Do you truly believe you can escape? If you try, I shall raze this city to the ground, then proceed to the next, slaughtering one after another until I have eliminated all of you and found 18. You fiend, Nildos snarled, gritting his teeth, a golden aura enveloping him as he charged at Cell. Nildos, return. Raditz attempted to intervene, but collapsed once more due to his injuries. Nildos roared, unleashing a flurry of punches towards Cell, each strike creating an array of afterimages, yet failing to land a single blow. With a resounding thud, Cell's casual punch sent Nildos flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily into a building. Curse it, Nildos exclaimed, fueled by rage, his figure flashing as he appeared before Cell. A powerful energy wave was unleashed at close range. With a thunderous explosion, smoke enveloped the area. Before Nildos could catch his breath, a massive hand emerged from the haze, seizing his hair and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Your father is no match for me. And what can you, a mere child, possibly do? With that, a powerful fist came crashing down. Nildos let out a scream of agony as Shalu released his grip on Neldos's hair. In the instant before Nildos hit the ground, Shala turned and delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. Just as Nildos was about to meet his fate, Raditz, with great effort, utilized instant transmission to catch him. However, due to his severe injuries, both father and son were propelled backward upon the catch. Father, Nildos struggled to rise from the ground, turning to assist Raditz. But his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Looking down, he discovered a blade of the hand piercing through his chest, warm blood dripping from Shala's fingertips onto Raditz's face. What a useless waste. Trying to be a hero. Such arrogance is laughable, Shala scoffed disdainfully as he withdrew his hand from Neldos's body. Nildos collapsed into Raditz's embrace. Nildos! Father, please hurry. After uttering those words, Neldos's body went limp, his strength fading as he fell against Raditz. Nildos, do not sleep. Awaken, please. Raditz shook Nildos vigorously, tears streaming down his cheeks. A surge of uncontrollable rage mixed with heartache surged within him, releasing an overwhelming aura that erupted from Raditz's being. Instantly, the heavens darkened, the ground cracked, and the entire earth trembled violently at that moment. What? His power is rising. Shala gasped, leaping backward to create distance. Chapter 81. The Evolutionary Path of the Super Saiyan. What an immense energy! Gohan, who had just arrived on the battlefield unprepared, was immediately forced back by the overwhelming might. After several seconds, calm returned, and the smoke began to dissipate. Gohan focused his gaze, witnessing Raditz enveloped in a golden aura, surrounded by flying debris. His golden hair stood erect, crackling with blue lightning, resembling a divine warrior. In his arms lay Nildos, slain by Shalu. Uncle Nildos! Gohan shouted as he swiftly flew over. Uncle Nildos! Gohan, please take Nildos to safety. I must personally deal with this beast. But uncle, you are injured. I'm fine. Go quickly. Do not let yourself be caught in the fray. Observing the blood flowing from Raditz's chest and the determination in his eyes, Gohan nodded without hesitation and took Nildos from Raditz's arms. Be careful, uncle. With that, Gohan flew away, bearing Neldos's lifeless form. Raditz, what are you pretending for? You were already severely injured by me before. Although you have gained strength now, I still do not believe you can defeat me. Cell scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Raditz's bleeding chest. Boom! As Cell's words fell, Raditz's heavy fist struck him, sending him hurtling several dozen meters away with tremendous force. Huh! As he flew backward, Cell shouted, abruptly halting his trajectory. You better not get too cocky, he exclaimed angrily, charging forward. Bang! Their fists collided, and Cell staggered back a step, momentarily dazed when Raditz's fist came crashing down once more. With a thunderous sound, the ground was instantly cratered. Raising his hand, Raditz began to gather energy, and a massive sphere of light plummeted down. Boom! Flames erupted skyward, and the resulting smoke quickly enveloped a vast area. Raditz hovered in the air, his chest heaving violently, a trickle of blood slowly oozing from his wound. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from below, and a myriad of golden lights surged upward, dispersing the smoke entirely. There stood Cell, looking rather disheveled in the crater, his piercing gaze fixed upon Raditz. Furrowing his brow, Raditz regarded Cell with a hint of astonishment. The dark energy had enhanced Cell to the point where, after merely absorbing Android 17, he had evolved into a second form that possessed the power of the full form from the original tale, nay, perhaps even greater. Casting a glance at his own chest wound, Raditz realized he must end this quickly. If dragged out, he would undoubtedly succumb to Cell once more due to his injuries. With a fierce roar, Raditz's body radiated golden light, and in a flash, he reappeared before Cell, unleashing a wave of energy that sent him flying. How powerful! Is this truly Raditz? The onlookers at the edge of the battlefield gasped in disbelief as they witnessed the spectacle. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan called out, turning to Piccolo while cradling Neldos in his arms. Gohan, this is Neldos, Piccolo remarked, glancing at the boy with surprise. He was slain by that monster, Gohan replied somberly, his head bowed in sorrow. Damn it! What on earth is this accursed monster? Krillin fumed, glancing between Neldos and the ongoing battle between Raditz and Cell. However, this monster should not be Raditz's match. In terms of power, Raditz vastly surpasses him. This form, crackling with lightning, seems unlike any regular Super Saiyan, Tien commented. This must be the Super Saiyan 2 my uncle mentioned, he concluded. Super Saiyan 2? The group looked at Gohan, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. Indeed, during my training sessions in the time chamber with my uncle, he enlightened me about the Saiyans, who possess boundless power, capable of incessantly transforming and augmenting their strength. Our initial transformation, where our hair stands erect in golden hues, is referred to as Super Saiyan. My uncle, enveloped in crackling lightning with even more pronounced hair, transcends this form, embodying the Super Saiyan 2. Beyond this, there exist even more formidable transformations. Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4 or 5, and another evolutionary path known as the Super Saiyan God, alongside the Super Saiyan Blue. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, marveling at the multitude of Saiyan evolutions. However, I found myself perplexed by my uncle's words. Terms like Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4 or 5 eluded my comprehension. Yet, I held an unwavering belief that such forms must indeed exist, given that Raditz had already transformed into Super Saiyan 2, hadn't he? Yamcha inquired. Yes, Gohan affirmed solemnly with a nod. Then there's no doubt. Raditz will surely triumph over this monstrosity, Yamcha declared with unwavering confidence. I fear it may not be so simple. Raditz is already injured and eager to conclude this battle, Piccolo remarked. Injured? Krillin paused, realization dawning upon him. Right, Goku. Pass me the Senzu bean. With that, Krillin swiftly retrieved a pouch containing the precious beans from his waist, extracting one and shouting, Raditz, this is a Senzu bean. He hurled the bean towards Raditz. Relief washed over Raditz as he prepared to catch the bean, only to witness a blast of energy soar past him, incinerating the Senzu bean into dust. Though I know not what it is, I shall not allow you to succeed, Cell declared, his gaze fixed on Raditz, his hand still poised to unleash another energy wave. Damn it, Krillin cursed, reaching back into his pocket for another Senzu bean. Just then, an energy wave shot forth. Krillin, watch out, Yamcha shouted, shoving Krillin aside, but in doing so, he was struck by Cell's energy wave. Boom! A resounding crash echoed. Yamcha screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Yamcha, Krillin cried, rushing to assist him, only to discover that Yamcha had lost all vital signs. In that instant, Krillin's eyes widened in horror as he sank to the ground, scattering Senzu beans everywhere. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo glanced at the fallen Senzu beans and swiftly seized one. Calling out, Raditz, catch! He threw the bean towards Raditz. This is bad, Cell observed, promptly sending another energy wave towards Raditz. As Raditz raised his hand to catch the Senzu bean, he saw Cell's energy wave hurtling towards him. Chapter 82. Android 18's Decision. Instinctively, Raditz dodged to the side. Boom! Though Raditz narrowly escaped, the Senzu bean was blasted away into uncertainty. Cursed fate! Bick, with an air of defiance, let out another furious exclamation, preparing to retrieve another magical bean. I shall not allow you to prevail. In a swift motion, Cell disregarded Raditz and charged towards Bick. Just as Raditz placed his fingers upon his forehead, ready to execute his instant transmission, he suddenly spewed forth a stream of blood. Simultaneously, Cell materialized before Bick, raising his hand to unleash a wave of energy. Uncle Bick. Gohan's figure flickered as he positioned himself in front of everyone, conjuring an energy barrier. With a resounding bang, the barrier shattered, and the force of the explosion sent everyone reeling. Meanwhile, the magical beans vanished without a trace. Gohan and Bick, their resolve unwavering, wiped the blood from their lips and struggled to stand. A roar erupted from Raditz, his golden aura igniting once more, with arcs of lightning crackling like serpents. He forcibly initiated instant transmission, appearing before Cell, unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down upon him. The thunderous sounds of their collision echoed throughout the entire West City. With a tremendous force, a punch landed heavily on Cell, causing him to cough up blood as he was propelled backward like a cannonball. Raditz gasped for breath, the wound on his chest oozing blood with every intense movement. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him, and another spurt of blood escaped his lips, rendering him weak as he collapsed to his knees. Damn it! Damn it all! Cursed Raditz, even on the brink of death, possesses such power. If he survives, my heart shall never find peace. Cell gritted his teeth, rising from the rubble with a menacing glare. Upon noticing Raditz kneeling and gasping for air, blood staining the ground before him, Cell's expression shifted to one of mockery. Ha ha ha! I truly believed you could endure indefinitely. It seems you have reached your limits. Cell feigned brushing off the dust from his clothes, a wicked smile forming as he approached Raditz. Get up, Raditz. What's the matter? Weren't you quite formidable just a moment ago? With a look of disdain, Cell sneered at the faltering Raditz, summoning what little strength remained. Raditz forced himself to stand once more. Just as he steadied himself, Cell struck him once again, landing a powerful blow to his face. The impact echoed loudly as Raditz crashed to the ground. Lying on the ground, Raditz lifted his head weakly and called out, Uncle, Uncle. Gohan, equally exhausted, glanced at Raditz, yearning to rise, but discovering he lacked any strength. The previous effort to block Cell's energy wave had drained all his energy, preserving the lives of those around him. Do not rush, do not rush. Once I have dealt with Raditz, it will be your turn, Cell sneered, advancing towards Raditz. In a low voice, he inquired, Raditz, do you have any final words? My only regret is that I could not kill you. Raditz gasped, his chest heaving as he gazed at Cell with unyielding resentment. Is that so? Then I must extend my apologies, Cell replied, as a sphere of energy began to coalesce in his hand. Stop! A commanding voice rang out from above. Cell looked up, a flicker of delight crossing his face. Android 18, what are you doing here? Did I not instruct you to stay away? Raditz, lying on the ground, lamented. Android 18 swiftly flew to Raditz's side, helping him to his feet. You may evade danger for a moment, but not for eternity. You saved my life, and I cannot bear to witness your demise. Although I am a cyborg, I once possessed the flesh and blood of a normal human alongside Android 17. Well said. If you were truly heartless, I would have no idea where to find you. Now that you have finally appeared, I can evolve to my full form. Do not harbor such delusions. Android 18 retorted fiercely, tearing away half of her shirt to reveal her pristine skin. If you dare to make a move, I will self-destruct immediately, and you will never achieve your full evolution. What? Cell furrowed his brow, a look of surprise crossing his features. Android 18, do not. Raditz shook his head in disapproval, with a gentle smile directed at Raditz. Android 18 turned her attention to Cell, speaking with calm determination. Cell, release them all, and I will allow you to absorb me. Absolutely not, Android 18. Stealing a glance at Raditz, her gaze hardened with resolve as she asked, What do you say, Cell? How am I to know you will uphold your promise once they are gone? Cell scoffed, casting doubt. You have no choice, Android 18 replied with a firm tone. Upon hearing this, Cell's brow furrowed. Android 18 was correct. He indeed had no alternatives. To evolve into his complete form, he had no option but to acquiesce to Android 18's demands. Have you made your decision? Cell's expression soured as he regarded Android 18's unwavering determination. Reluctantly, he conceded to her terms. Fine, I agree. Agreed, it is settled. Absolutely not. Android 18. Go, heal your wounds, defeat Cell, and then use the Dragon Balls to resurrect both me and Android 17. Now hurry. Android 18 urged Raditz softly as she turned away. Observing the resolute expression in Android 18's eyes, Raditz understood that she had come with a determination to face death. Otherwise, she would not have arrived at all. But, Android 18 go, she shouted. Raditz, stifling the pain coursing through his body, cast one last glance at Android 18. If I survive, I will certainly bring you back. With newfound resolve, Raditz steeled himself and called out to Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, and Tin. Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, Tin, hold on to me tightly. Suddenly, several individuals struggled to rise from the ground, carrying the lifeless bodies of Yamcha and Nieldos on their backs as they made their way towards Raditz. Number 18. I shall not forget you. Move. With a swift motion, Raditz departed from the site with the three companions in tow. Now that they have left, you must fulfill your promise, said Sheru, casting a sidelong glance at number 18 with a cold tone. Very well, number 18 replied, turning to face Sheru, a subtle smile gracing her lips. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped her, and an immense energy erupted from within her being. Oof. I knew it would come to this, Sheru muttered, furrowing his brow as he leaped into the air, soaring upwards swiftly. Chapter 83. Tianjin Fan steps forward. With a resounding boom, a burst of light ascended from the surface of the earth. West City was instantly reduced to rubble, leaving behind only a charred expanse of land. In the realm of the heavens, the deity gazed in astonishment at the obliterated West City, rendered speechless by the devastation. With a swift motion, Raditz arrived in the heavenly realm, only to succumb to unconsciousness due to his severe injuries. Burke rushed to support him, but at that moment, Raditz had already lost awareness. Hearing the commotion, Bulma turned to glance back, first noticing the unconscious Raditz. Then her gaze shifted to Nieldos, whose chest bore a gaping wound. Tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Nieldo, Nieldo, Bulma cried, collapsing beside him, vigorously shaking his body in an attempt to rouse him. Yet all her efforts proved futile. Gohan, Krillin, what has happened to Nieldos? Bulma sobbed, while Krillin held the lifeless Yamcha in his arms, his face etched with sorrow, silent, and with his head bowed. At Bowsy Mountain, young Nieldos stood in the clearing outside Goku's home, gazing up towards the heavenly realm, his brow furrowed in concern, struggling to keep pace with the others' efforts. He remained behind at Bowsy Mountain. Nieldos, what are you doing? Chi-Chi emerged from the house, inquiring. Aunt, the energy of Yamcha and my future self has vanished. What? Chi-Chi was taken aback. Having once been a martial artist herself, she understood the implications of one's energy disappearing. She quickly asked, what about Gohan? Gohan is fine, but what? Lord, well, it is my father's energy. It is very faint. Ah, brother. Young Nieldos nodded in affirmation. In the skies above West City, Sheru floated, dragging his damaged body through the air, his legs obliterated by the explosion. Damn it. I'm so eager to evolve to my final form. Yet I have lost my ability to think. How foolish. Sheru seethed, filled with anger at his own stupidity. It is unacceptable. Raditz has already sustained injuries, and I cannot allow myself to recover, for otherwise I would surely perish at his hands. I must seize the opportunity while he is weakened. With that, Cell began to keenly sense the auras of Raditz and his companions. There it is, although somewhat distant, several potent auras indeed emanated from them. Having discerned their presence, Cell commenced to gather his power, his legs regenerating under the influence of the Piccolo cells. He then soared towards the sensed auras. Quickly, everyone, conceal your energy. The Supreme Kai suddenly shouted from the heavens. Upon hearing his urgent call, the group turned their gazes, their faces reflecting a grave concern. It's Cell's energy. He is approaching, Krillin exclaimed, immediately masking his own aura. Cell, hovering in the air, abruptly halted, realizing that the auras he had sensed had vanished. Oh, have you hidden your energy? It matters not. Since I have discerned your general direction, I shall slaughter my way through until I uncover your whereabouts. With a sinister smile, Cell propelled himself forward once more. As he passed over a city, a wave of energy descended, turning the entire metropolis to ash in an instant. He continued on his path, obliterating every city he encountered. By this point, he had laid waste to 5 cities of varying sizes. Curse it! Why Haven T, Vegeta, and Trunks emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber? Piccolo demanded loudly. There is still 1 hour and 7 minutes left, until the 48 hours are complete. Bu replied, tending to Raditz's wounds. What? 1 hour still? This is infuriating. At his pace, he won't take an hour to find us. Krillin lamented, blaming himself for failing to safeguard the Senza beings, which had led to their current predicament. In frustration, he slapped his own face, shouldering all the blame. Uncle Krillin, Gohan interjected, grasping Krillin's hand firmly. This is not your fault. If blame must be assigned, let it be towards Cell. He is the true menace. Alas, perhaps Earth is destined to face such a calamity. Blaming anyone is futile. We could not have foreseen that Cell would gain the power of dark energy. The Supreme Kai sighed profoundly. At that moment, Tien, as if making a significant decision, glanced at the others and offered a faint smile. Everyone, this is not the time to lose hope. Merely 1 hour and 7 minutes remain. We must each take our turn, even if it leads to our demise. We must hold on until Vegeta and Trunks emerge. The group stared at him in disbelief. I shall set forth first. After my demise, Krillin, you will follow, then Gohan, and finally Piccolo. For if Piccolo were to perish, the Dragon Balls would also vanish, necessitating another journey to Namek. Tien jested lightly, waving goodbye to the group before soaring towards Cell's direction. As Tianjin Fan resolutely departed, Krillin felt a profound anguish, as if his heart were being cleaved in two. Yet, there was nothing he could do to halt the inevitable. He could only watch helplessly as Tianjin Fan vanished from sight. At that moment, the advancing Cell encountered yet another city. Raising his hand, he concentrated a sphere of energy and cast it downwards. With a thunderous explosion, a small city was obliterated in an instant. A smirk of disdain spread across Cell's face. Just then, a beam of energy sped towards him, striking him squarely on the head. With a slight turn, Cell glanced over to see Tianjin Fan, a look of triumph upon his face. Cell, how do you find a taste of my Kikaho? Tianjin Fan inquired. What, you've come to court death? Cell laughed derisively. Court death? Perhaps I shall perish at your hands, but I am certainly not here to meet my end. With a mighty shout, Tianjin Fan pressed his fingertips together, forming a triangular void aimed at Cell. New Kikaho. With a fierce cry, a wave of energy surged forth, propelling Cell backwards. It was Tianjin Fan's energy. The battle had commenced. Krillin, sensing the distant energy, spoke solemnly. With a resounding crash, Cell was struck by Tianjin Fan's Kikaho, embedding him deep within a rocky mountain. Is this the new Kikaho? Quite intriguing, but ultimately, it is nothing but refuse to me. As he spoke, a glimmer of contempt flashed in Cell's eyes, followed by a thunderous shout. Huh! The black aura around him surged violently, shattering the entire mountain as he soared upward. Tianjin Fan, I am aware that you aim to buy time, but I am pressed for it and have no leisure to play games with you. Allow me to send you to paradise with a single Kamehameha.